Chapter 482, Your Majesty. Shall we respond to him? Yang Maui asked, and Liang nodded. Of course I have to respond. I'll see when this person will go live, and we'll go directly to the line. He seemed to start at 8 o'clock in the evening. Yang Maui explained. Okay, let's have breakfast first and warm up for this one thing. And Liang explained. What does the king want to eat? Yang Maui asked, and Liang responded, spicy noodles. The spicy noodles at Tianfu are still a bit lacking. There happens to be a very delicious spicy noodles near us. Yang Maui responded. The two walked out of Linshanja community. Yang Maui took in Liang's left hand and walked in front. After walking for almost 10 minutes, Yang Maui took in Liang to a roadside stall. She lowered her voice and introduced, this one has a better environment. Bad, but the taste is really good. Their noodles are all handmade, not machine-produced alkaline noodles. You should try it then? And Liang responded, Boss, 2 ounces of noodles. The boss is a middle-aged couple, and the middle-aged man responded, I want it. Less than 10 minutes later, the landlady came over with 2 bowls of noodles. She took the initiative and said, Beauty, thank you for your live broadcast before. Our business is much better now. Yang Maui responded quickly, You're welcome. The main reason is that your noodles are of good quality. Otherwise, there would be no change. After the landlady left, and Liang interrupted, Have you ever done a live broadcast here? Well, they're open all day long and only sell small noodles. They had done a live broadcast before. Yang Maui reminded, Your Majesty, please try their handmade noodles. And Liang tried it and found that it was indeed handmade noodles because it didn't have a strong smell of baking soda, and it was very chewy and had a tough texture. Good. And Liang took a bite and praised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tasting an unforgettable meal and receiving a random gift package. Would you like to open it? On Liang Natural Selection opens, congratulations to the host for getting 1 million Tiger Tooth coins. The Tiger Tooth coins have been recharged into the host's account. The recharge funds came from Onshin Investment Company, which was obtained from the U.S. stock market by Onshin Investment Company. Please feel free to consume it. It's actually a Tiger Tooth coin. To be honest, Liang would rather be a junior shopping cashback card. Although the value of the junior shopping cashback card is lower, it is more enjoyable to use, right? 1 million Tiger Tooth coins? And Liang's account has 9.1 million Tiger Tooth coins and 990,000 Golden Bean vouchers. Is there still 1 million missing? After the two of them finished eating noodles and went home, and Liang greeted, Let's start the live broadcast for a while. I'll respond to the anchor named Damon. Yang Maui responded obediently, Yeah. When Yang Maui set up the live broadcast, and Liang was in the Tiger Teeth Communication Group reply message, the beloved man returns at Lao Shi. Thank you, Brother Joshua. I have seen the relevant situation and will start a live broadcast to respond to him later. Old story. I will log into my account immediately and wait for my beloved brother to show off his power. Autumn wind rises. Waiting for the super god emperor's counterattack. Aries. The forbidden revenge will eventually be avenged. Kongzi. Plus 10,086. Reciting a poem. Waiting for revenge. The beloved returns. No problem. Watch me perform next. Old story. The bench is ready. Reading poetry. I have arrived in advance. And Liang did not continue to reply to the message. Yang Maui had already started the live broadcast, and the camera was still pointed at How to Succeed. This book, as well as the book Girdle Handmade by Liang using rolled paper. After starting the live broadcast, Liang first clicked on the Start Broadcast reminder to remind him that the broadcast was started, and then used the beloved man's returned Super God Emperor account to renew 10 times in a row, thus attracting some passersby. After Liang renewed his subscription 10 times in a row, the number of VIP seats in the live broadcast room that just started has exceeded 100,000, making him an absolute big anchor. I'm still on the air today. Originally, I should have been idle for the past 2 days, but when I woke up in the morning, I saw the messages my friends gave me. I heard that an anchor named Big Dream said that yesterday, did you make money from the raffle? And Liang pointed directly at the tip of the spear. I want to ask, has this dream anchor graduated from elementary school? And Liang activated the taunting skill. Can humans and dogs be anchors these days? If you call investing 4 million and getting back more than 2 million as making money, I will wait for you to take out 4 million and draw a lottery. Do you dare? And Liang asked directly from a distance. I guess you don't dare. And Liang continued. I asked my friends on the Huya platform. You are also considered a big anchor. You should be able to earn more than 1 million a month. So you think you are invincible? Your logic is quite funny. I used 4 million for the lottery and didn't directly reward the little fox. I just made a profit. And Liang said sarcastically. Then if I transfer it directly to her bank card, wouldn't I make more money? Of course, according to your IQ, you would definitely not have thought that such an operation could actually allow direct bank transfer. Unbelievable. And Liang continued to taunt. We will play according to your ideas. Let's make a PK appointment at night. I will reward the little fox. You can find someone to reward you, whether it is your fans, your guild, or you yourself. I will reward you. All followed. And Liang challenged, we will fight to the end of the PK. Whoever loses will quit the live broadcast circle. Do you dare? And Liang immediately removed the fuel from the bottom of the cauldron and cut off the opponent's retreat. Chapter 483, and Liang issued a challenge from afar in Yang Maoi's live broadcast room, saying that he and Dameng would have a PK battle, and whoever lost would exit the live broadcast circle. This rhythm of stepping on people and directly stepping on their faces made the live broadcast effect explosive. After all, the audience watching the live broadcast likes to watch the excitement, and they don't think it's a big deal anyway. I know that Dameng Anchor is not on the air at this moment, but with so many viewers, can no one contact him? And Liang continued to explain. I believe someone can contact him. Even if the audience can't contact him, wouldn't they go to Zhuangzhou Guild's other live broadcast rooms to check the barrage, and then ask Zhuangzhou Guild to contact Dameng? And Liang said with an idea. Then he activated the On My OG skill. It's best to inform Dameng in advance and ask Dameng to go to the hospital and issue a hospitalization certificate or something. There is no need to live broadcast today. Just pretend to be dead. Avoid us. Let me tell you in advance. If you want to issue a hospitalization certificate, it is best to issue it tomorrow together, because you have to pretend to be dead today, and I will wait for you for another day tomorrow. And Liang casts Yin and Yang magic. After all, if you don't compete with us, you won't lose, let alone get slapped in the face. And Liang activated the taunting skill again. By the way, I heard that Zhuangzhou Guild is a diamond guild. If that big dream wants to pretend to be dead, will your Zhuangzhou Guild accept the move? I can beat you and your guild alone. And Liang Hao said arrogantly. The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Wow, is this person too arrogant? Feel sorry. If you have money, you can really do whatever you want. This person has killed one guild before. Is he going to start a second guild now? I watched the entire live broadcast of Dameng yesterday. It was so anti-intellectual. Now I am even more curious about whether Dameng will accept the move. If Dameng gives in, will Guild Zhuangzhou pretend to be dead? Stop talking, I'll set the rhythm in a moment. Are you a rhythm master? When it comes to making trouble, I am also very good at it. I will go to Zhuangzhou Guild's live broadcast room to refresh the screen in a while. Ban booking? And Liang ignored the barrage and continued. I heard that Dameng Anchor will start live broadcast at 8 o'clock in the evening. I will go online at 7:30 today and wait for Dameng Anchor. The only thing I'm worried about now is waiting for the news about the death of Anchor Dameng. After all, there are so many dead anchors. Wouldn't one more anchor be too much? And Liang messed with the opponent's mentality again. The operators of Zhuangzhou Guild lurked in the live broadcast room after Liang started broadcasting. Faced with Liang's provocation, the operators of Zhuangzhou Guild could only endure it. After all, this time it was really the anchor of dream is so yin and yang. Past events. Support your beloved brother. That dog Dameng was left speechless by my question yesterday and ignored my barrage. What else was he pretending to do? Aries, the little king, is trembling. He was banned by the anchor of Big Dream yesterday. Reading poetry, both banned. Yasuko, Dameng, this dog is really shameless. I have his level 14 fan card and am among the top 200 of his fans. This dog actually banned me. He is really an ungrateful dog. Stuff. I repeat for the last time, I am here to challenge the Dream Anchor. If the Dream Anchor gives in, I will challenge Zhuangzhou Guild. Viewers are welcome to forward this message. And Liang explained, I hope that damning anchor will stand up and accept the battle like a man, instead of like a shrew who only dares to chirp behind the screen. And Liang mocked again. I'll log off first and go online at 7:30 p.m., waiting for a big dream host to accept the challenge. Bro, if the other party replies to the message, please tell us in the group. After Liang finished speaking, he downloaded the broadcast directly at the speed of light. This matter was being discussed in the small conference room of Zhuangzhou Guild's offline headquarters. Meteor, you are responsible for that big dream. How do you think you will handle it this time? Butterfly asked Vice President Meteor. She is responsible for managing the female anchors, and Meteor is responsible for managing the male anchors. President, I can't contact him at the moment. He is probably still sleeping. I will contact him every 5 minutes until I can contact him. Meteor responded, I'm asking how to deal with it. Butterfly asked again. Meteor was silent. Do you know about this? Butterfly looked at Meteor. Meteor nodded. I know. Yesterday when he was live broadcasting, I was also watching it. Originally, it was just to gain popularity. After all, this is the positioning of Damon. He talked about some things in the live broadcast circle to attract the audience. Don't you know what should be said and what should not be said? Butterfly was a little angry. The return of my beloved is different from us. Is he really willing to spend money to see the Dream Guild ahead? Butterfly continued. I ask you to inform Damon to apologize. This, Meteor hesitated. What if Damon doesn't want to apologize? If you don't want to apologize, get out. Butterfly snorted. We, Zhuangzhou, are not short of such fools. But if we let Damon apologize, the outside world will think that Zhuangzhou is afraid of trouble, and other new anchors will also take this matter into consideration, thus reducing Zhuangzhou's competitiveness. Meteor explained. Butterfly looked at Meteor with a death gaze. Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid? Mei Xing broke out in cold sweat all of a sudden. Meteor, I warn you, forget it this time. If there is another time, get out of here. Butterfly snorted coldly. Our Vice President Zhuangzhou doesn't have an idiot like you. After all, if you are really stupid, you are not worthy of being the Vice President. If you are pretending to be stupid, you are making fun of the interests of the guild, and you are also not worthy of being the Vice President. Chapter 484 Inches Fact. Among the old anchor circles, Zhuangzhou Guild has a very good reputation. Within Zhuangzhou Guild, the President Butterfly is a woman. So all female anchors are managed by Butterfly and will not be harassed by the management at all, thus having a good reputation in the anchor circle. Although Butterfly is a woman, she is very courageous. Otherwise, how could it be possible for Zhuangzhou Guild to develop into a diamond guild? This time, Zhuangzhou Guild was obviously implicated by Damning. Why should he help Damning fight the Thunder? Butterfly prefers to be a caregiver rather than a bride. As for right and wrong, feel at ease. Meteor, you keep contacting Damning until you contact him. Inform Damning to publicly apologize and ask for forgiveness. If Damning obtains forgiveness from the other party, the matter this time will not be pursued. Butterfly explained. Meteor responded, I don't think Damning will apologize publicly. He is different from before. He is now a big anchor with a monthly salary of 1 million. Snort. Butterfly snorted coldly. Did I just say it in vain? Lu Xing said quickly, I understand. If he is unwilling to apologize, we will get out of here. Not only must he get out, but we must also ask him to compensate for the losses. According to our contract, he slandered other anchors, which is a breach of contract. The liquidated damages we signed is 10 million. I just hope that the money he earned is not squandered. Otherwise, snort. Butterfly snorted coldly. I see. Lu Xing responded. Near 12 noon, Li Xing finally got through Daming's phone number. Brother Meteor, what's the matter? Ah. Daming yawned. Meteor said quickly. Your live broadcast yesterday caused a strong counterattack from the beloved man. He started a live broadcast in the morning to challenge him through the air. asking you to play a PK battle with him in the evening. Whoever loses will exit the live broadcast. Is this person crazy? Damon complained. Why should I fight a PK battle with him? Now it's not that he's crazy. It's that the fishing boat is one-sided and says that you have a problem. But in fact, it is you who has a problem. Meteor explained, what's wrong with me? Damon's mentality is very inflated. After all, he has changed from an ordinary person to a big anchor with a monthly income of millions. His mentality has not yet adjusted. Did I say something wrong yesterday? Damon argued forcefully. The other party just made money. Okay, shut up. Do you really think everyone is a fool for these things like changing concepts? Meteor responded mockingly. Damon was stunned for a moment. Brother Meteor, what do you mean? What I mean is that you start broadcasting now, publicly apologize to the other party, and ask for the other party's forgiveness. Meteor n'est pas possible. Damon refused directly. He's a big anchor who makes millions a month. Why should he apologize? Haven't you realized the seriousness of the problem yet? Lu Xing snorted coldly. Meteor, please speak clearly. What is the serious problem? Damon lost his politeness and said, according to my current status, what about a mere super god emperor? Lu Xing sighed secretly. It's a pity that he wanted to protect this person before. Is this person so inflated? You don't want to apologize? Lu Xing asked calmly. Why should I apologize? Damon responded repeatedly. Am I wrong? If you don't apologize, will our guild hold you accountable? Lu Xing said remindingly. There is a clause in our contract that you cannot discredit other anchors on the same platform. According to your situation yesterday, you have breached the contract. If you break the contract, you will be compensated 10 million yuan. Meteor sneered. 10 million is 10 million. I can afford to pay. Damon also sneered. You are such a bad guild. Do you think I am willing to stay? Meteor, I tell you, it is impossible to apologize. Today I'm going to see what is so great about this super god emperor. Damon sneered. A PK battle is a PK battle. Am I still afraid of him? Madness. Lu Xing hung up the phone directly and sent the call recording to Butterfly. As for how Butterfly wants to deal with it, that is Butterfly's own business. He no longer wants to participate in it. This big dream is simply stupid. In fact, in the anchor industry, always there are millions of anchors who have passed away suddenly. Most of them are due to the problem of inflated mentality. For example, some anchors dare to adapt the national anthem and sing it with a playful smile. What kind of mentality is this? Butterfly listened to Meteor and Dream from beginning to end. After reading the call record, she sighed and sent a message directly to the guild's legal staff, instructing the legal staff to prepare to sue Damon and demand compensation for liquidated damages. Butterfly continued to instruct the Zhuangzhou Guild's publicity department to announce Zhuangzhou Guild and Damon to the public. The anchor engaged in a breach of contract dispute and apologized to No More Vixens and the return of the beloved. The next moment, all the anchors of Zhuangzhou Guild who were live broadcasting posted an announcement on the live broadcast screen. Zhuangzhou Guild. Due to our guild's management negligence, the former guild anchor, Damon, made some irrational behaviors. We formally extend our sincere apologies to No More Vixens and the return of the beloved. At the same time, we will launch legal rights protection with the anchor Deming. Our Zhuangzhou Guild is an open-minded guild. Our guild will not protect any anchor who violates the rules. Thank you all for supporting Zhuangzhou. After this announcement came out, it caused a storm on the Huya platform because this was Zhuangzhou Guild directly admitting defeat, right? Chapter 485 Zhuangzhou Guild surrendered at the beginning. When Zhuangzhou Guild's announcement was made, it caused a storm on the Huya platform because Zhuangzhou Guild is a diamond guild, and if it had to be ranked, it would definitely be among the top 10 guilds. However, such a guild actually admits defeat directly. Some melon-eating people have publicized the fact that Guild Zhuangzhou has given up, but in the eyes of insiders, especially in the eyes of some rational anchors, Guild Zhuangzhou's choice is extremely correct. Because what happened this time was indeed Demeng's mistake. If Zhuangzhou's trade union insists on taking the lead, others will laugh at it. In the Huya communication group, the old news forwarded the announcement of Zhuangzhou Guild. Old things at return of the beloved. Picture, old story, my beloved brother is mighty. Zhuangzhou Guild directly drew a clear line with Dameng and stated that it would pursue Dameng for breach of contract. Old story, Guild Zhuangzhou even apologized. And Liang was a little surprised when he checked the information in the Huya communication group. He originally thought that Zhuangzhou Guild was the same character as the previous Dream Guild. Now looking at the way Zhuangzhou Guild handled it, it is no wonder that Zhuangzhou Guild is a diamond guild, while Dream Guild is just a small and medium-sized union. This difference in the way of doing things fully explains why Zhuangzhou Guild was successful. Is it really shameful for Zhuangzhou Guild to admit defeat at the beginning? To the melon-eating people who don't know the truth, it seems quite embarrassing. They just gave up before the decisive battle even started. But for anchors who really want to develop in the live broadcast industry, Zhuangzhou Guild's approach is not only not embarrassing, but also proves the maturity of this guild, that if a guild is immature, who knows when it will collapse, right? Return of the Beloved. This guild of Zhuangzhou is amazing. Old story. Indeed, old story. The anchors I know also said that Zhuangzhou Guild's handling was too powerful and they directly cut off the relationship. Autumn wind rises. Now I'm curious if that big dream dares to go online. Old story. I think it's okay. Old story. This is a big dream. I heard that he made tens of millions in half a year. He has a very arrogant temper in the anchor circle. Now that Zhuangzhou's announcement is out, it will undoubtedly slap him in the face. He will definitely take a hard stance. Aries, it's no longer up to him whether he will be tough or not. After my beloved brother was tough this time, the fishing boat was fully pressed against him. If he backed down, he would have no confidence in his future live broadcasts and he would probably fall directly. Nian sure. Yes, this matter is basically being discussed in various live broadcast rooms now. The only possible way to survive this big dream is to openly admit the mistake and obtain the forgiveness of the beloved brother. The beloved returns. I am stingy and I will not forgive him, but he can choose to defeat me. Yasuko. I saw that my beloved brother had renewed his subscription 20 times before, so he had 1.98 million in golden bean coupons. Old story. I suspect that my beloved brother has recharged a large amount of tiger tooth coins. What a coincidence. And Liang defeated demons 5 times before and got 10 million tiger tooth coins. Then he opened a random gift package and got another 1 million tiger tooth coins. He really saved a lot of tiger tooth coins that at 6 o'clock in the evening. Damon went online early in the past. He basically didn't go online until 8 o'clock, but today was a special situation. He needed to win over fans in advance, heat up the atmosphere, and wait until 8 o'clock before he could confidently fight on Liang PK. However, as soon as Damon went online, he was greeted by Een and Yang barges. Welcome back to the Underworld Anchor. The anchor didn't graduate from elementary school? I suspect the anchor is mentally retarded, and there is evidence. 238 greater than 400. Want to know? It's great when you're leading the rhythm, but now you're being slapped in the face from afar. How do you resist? Damon looked at the strange barrage and hummed. House manager, please pay attention. Anyone with a rhythm will be banned for 7 days. However, the house manager has no job. The barrage started again. Housing management? Orphan anchors don't have room managers. Zhuangzhou. We Zhuangzhou don't have such a mentally retarded anchor. Suddenly, I felt that Zhuangzhou was so courageous. Seconded. Housekeeper. I belong to Zhuangzhou. You're not, so get out. I would like to ask if the anchor will accept the challenge of the beloved Super Emperor. If I were a host, I would have a stomachache right now. He is indeed a mentally retarded anchor. He actually forgot that he was fired by Zhuangzhou. Faced with another round of barrage of Een and Yang, Damon was a little angry. He gritted his teeth and said, How many Een and Yang do you say Een and Yang? Did I say that I would not accept the challenge? You guys kneel down and lick a super emperor who doesn't know what he is. Is he your father? The big dream started group ridicule. I am a millionaire anchor. What does a mere super king mean? Damon snorted coldly. If he wants to fight, I will fight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, whoever doesn't come is a dog. Anchor. Woof woof woof. Dream. What's wrong with being a dog? Dogs. People with low IQ and weak minds cannot be dogs. This is the worst time a dog has been hacked. A hot chick like you has no right to be a dog. Please give the anchor a chance. We will see the results at 8 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 486, a large number of onmyoges were mixed into Daming's live broadcast room. Although some fans of Daming helped to defend themselves, the number of people was too small and they were directly submerged in the onmyoji. 7:30 p.m. and Leon went online on time. As soon as he went online, and before the start reminder was sent, he discovered that the number of VIP seats in the live broadcast room exceeded 100,000. So are these people waiting for him in advance? I'm a little panicked now. I just started a live broadcast with 100,000 VIP seats. Is it a robot? And Liang said jokingly. The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly became skinny. Report number 89757. Report number 9527. Report number 10086. And Liang looked at the dense barrage and responded, "Thank you, Huya platform, for the cards. These robots are very good. We will arrange them all in the future." Yang Maui laughed on the side. "Your Majesty, they are real people." Ahem. And Liang coughed twice. "Okay, let's ignore this problem. Let me tell you one thing first. When you compete with that underworld anchor later, you don't need to buy gifts. I'm not kidding. I really don't need you to buy gifts. I can kill him by myself. It doesn't matter if he does it by himself or invites his ghosts and monsters to join him. I can crush him to death with one finger." And Liang said confidently, 9.2 million Tiger Tooth coins and 1.98 million gold bean coupons. Do you want to know? Old story, damn. Isn't my beloved brother too fierce? Tang Xiao Xiongba, damn it. This anchor is so awesome. I like it. Tang Xiao Bu Jingyun. Gang leader, please abdicate your position and make way for someone more worthy. We don't have a shameful gang leader like you. And you don't even know your beloved Chao Huang? Tang Xiao Yefeng. What a shame. This gang leader is so shameful. These are 3 wild emperors. Past news. Welcome to the big brother of Tang Xiaoi to enter the live broadcast room. And Liang also expressed his welcome. Welcome to the 3 emperor brothers. Please calm down and exercise restraint. I will do it myself after the war starts. Aries, can the little king join the battle? Reading poetry. I want to participate. Yasuko, please give me a chance, bosses. I want to get involved in this kind of high-profile and famous scene. Old story. I have to arrange the treasure map anyway. This kind of famous scene will definitely be made into a video, and there will also be live broadcast of major news events. I want to be on camera. And Liang chatted with the barrage for a while, and he finally saw the barrage reminding Daming that it had already started broadcasting. He directly sent a PK application to Daming. Of course, it's impossible for Daming to refuse. Daming also understood one thing. He was now in a difficult position. There were too many onmyoges in his live broadcast room, and his fans also wanted him to have a battle with On Liang. If he wins, it will naturally be the dream of becoming a god. Whether it is Zhuangzhou Guild or the return of the beloved, they will all be reduced to backgrounds and laughingstocks. But what if Daming loses? That's all over. Because after losing, his fan cohesion will be gone, and he will also face prosecution from Zhuangzhou Guild. So he can only win. After Daming accepted in Liang's PK application, the 2 parties immediately established a link. Daming took a look at in Liang's live broadcast room and laughed directly. Oh, the famous beloved Chao Huang turned out to be a rat who hides his head and shows his tail. Is it because he is too ugly and dare not show his face? Daming also understood that the 2 sides were mortal enemies, and he was rude from the beginning. And Liang sneered. Besides being clever like this, what else can you do? We are now having a gift PK, and are you planning to change the subject again? And Liang said sarcastically, if you are afraid of losing, kneel down and beg for mercy right now during the live broadcast, shouting that you are a son of a bitch. If you admit your mistake, I will forgive you. Get out. Daming snorted coldly. Do you think you will win? The Super God Emperor only has 1.5 million. So you're just pretending? Daming sneered. Can't I afford the Super Emperor? And Liang mocked. Then you're going to drive? I opened it and you call me daddy? Dameng snorted coldly. Just install it for 1.5 million? And Liang returned Dameng's words. It's only 1.5 million. You're pretending to be too big. I just ask you, who loses today and who quits the live broadcast? Do you dare? Exit live broadcast? Dameng sneered. A small anchor like Vixen doesn't even have the qualifications to talk to me. Why should I quit the live broadcast? And Liang mocked. Have you thought about your options first? So, afraid of losing? Can you only pretend to beep, but have no money? I have no money? Dameng said fiercely. Do you know how much I earn in a month? Do you know how much I earn in a day? And Liang asked back. I'm begging you, don't just pretend to beep. What should you do if you just say you lost? I win, you call me daddy. Dameng snorted coldly. Did you lose? And Liang still mocked. I don't have a bitch like you. Damn it. Dameng cursed loudly. Pay attention to your quality. I suspect you want to call me dad and ask me to reward you in the future. I will naturally refuse. And Liang himself laughed. Let's reset the bet. Whoever loses will get out of the circle. And Liang continued. Of course, this bet is not binding. If you lose, you can just pretend to be dead and live broadcast it yourself, right? And Liang directly kills people and takes heartbreaking rhythm. If Dameng loses and really wants to pretend to be dead and continue the live broadcast, he will definitely be beaten by all kinds of tricks. Finally, I want to ask you, do you dare? And Liang said contemptuously, if you don't dare, then get out of here. Chapter 489, after the super god emperor suppressed the fox demon, he began to check his harvest. The Life Winner system lists relevant data information. In this PK, On Liang consumed all the 11 million Tiger Tooth coins given by the Life Winner system and recharged 6.1 million himself. He used all of them for Emperor Renewal, which meant an additional 10% Golden Bean coupons. 17.1 million Tiger Tooth coins were exchanged for 1881 Golden Bean vouchers. And coupled with the rewards from the Emperor King and other fans, the total gift turnover reached 19.23 million. This total amount of gift sales directly created the single-day gift sales record of Huya platform. According to Yang Maoi's share ratio, and after removing personal income tax, she can get 6.9228 million yuan, and she will become rich immediately. The Life Winner system also counts Dameng's consumption. Dameng spent a total of 15.87 million in parts and components. He also used the Emperor Renewal, but 150,000 was the first recharge. During the first recharge, he was only given one Golden Bean coupon for the Emperor Renewal. All his comprehensive gift turnover totaled amount of 17.325 million, completely crushed by On Liang Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the random task of defeating the top anchor Big Dream. Congratulations to the host for setting a record for the total amount of gifts sold on the Huya platform in a single day. Reward coefficient. 1 foot after a systematic review, Anchor Dameng's mentality almost completely collapsed, and the reward was 0.99 according to system statistics, Anchor Dream's consumption. 15.87 million yuan. According to system statistics, host consumption. 17.1 million yuan. The reward and cashback plan for this time is the total amount of host consumption plus the total amount of Dameng consumption multiplied by the reward coefficient. The total amount of this reward cashback. 65.61 million yuan. This reward will be obtained in the U.S. stock market through Onshin Investment Company. It is expected to take 3 days. Please pay attention to the withdrawal time. And Liang checked the information and found that there was a cashback reward of more than 60 million yuan. And Liang must thank the Anchor Dameng. With this reward, On Liang plans to deposit 65 million in Onshin Investment Company, which will increase the total amount of private funds On Liang has deposited in Onshin Investment Company to 640 million. The remaining 610,000 was transferred to the personal account, allowing On Liang's personal account to return to 8 figures a month, just over 10.1 million, after recharging 6.1 million Huya Live. Faced with such a reward, and Liang said that he would ask the top male anchors on the Huya platform to come with a few more yin and yang masters and just give them a blowjob if nothing happened. This way of making money is really simple. And Liang counted the rewards and Yang Maui took the initiative to speak in his arms. King, I hope you promise me something. Yang Maui looked at Liang and said, "What's up?" And Liang asked back, "You promised me first." Yang Maui asked Liang to agree first. And Liang basically guessed what Yang Maui was thinking. He hugged Yang Maui and said, "I'll reward you, just take it yourself." But this time it was too much. Yang Maui sighed. "We shouldn't pay attention to that on my OG. We let Huya platform take advantage in vain." And Liang responded with a smile, "Okay, actually it's not a big problem. By the way, do you have the management contact information of Huya platform? We will use this incident to negotiate terms with Huya platform." Yang Maui was confused. "This time we sent money to the Huya platform, and we want to strive for a higher share ratio. If the Huya platform does not agree, other platforms will definitely agree." And Liang explained, "Any live broadcast platform welcomes rich people like in Liang. After all, rich people can not only bring economic benefits, but also generate topicality and attract traffic. The traffic of the live broadcast platform is the most important. I have the Huya platform management contact information and will give it to you right away." Yang Maui quickly stood up and took her mobile phone over. "Your Majesty, I will push his WeChat to you." "Good." And Liang responded. Yang Maui pushed the other party's WeChat to Liang and sent a message to the management of the Huya platform, indicating that Liang wanted to add him. When Liang added the other party passed the verification in seconds and actively sent a message, "Limbo, hello, a good man is a great king. I am Lin Bo from the Tiger Teeth platform. Is there anything wrong with Chao Wang, my dear friend?" And Liang, "I want to talk about Yang Maui's share ratio." And Liang, "I think 45% is too little. I believe you are very clear about her main source of rewards. I hope you will seriously consider increasing the share ratio." Linbo, "What ratio does the good man Chao Huang think is appropriate?" The big anchors on the Huya platform all have bargaining rights, including the share of rewards and gifts, the share of commercial promotions, etc. This time, Onliang broke the total daily gift turnover of Huya platform, so he must have the right to negotiate with Huya platform. If under such circumstances, Huya platform still wants to refuse? Want to know more about Sharp platform? Chapter 493 Life at Tianfu School of Economics is always boring, especially when Brother Liang is writing notes. It becomes even more boring. By Friday, and Liang discovered that Baiju's attributes had changed again. Among them, the appearance is improved by 1 point, the figure is improved by 1 point, and the special attributes are improved by 2 points. This change was because Liang took Baiju to eat every day, even if it was just in the second cafeteria. And Liang thought that Baiju's health was too poor, right? At noon, and Liang sent a message to the class group, and Liang at Bai Jingjing. "Sir, have you chosen the place for dinner tonight?" Bai Jingjing, Hayulai Hot Pot. 3 votes / Zao Wang Chinese food. 4 votes / Sahaijia buffet. 33 votes by Jingjing at Onlang. At present, you're the only one left in the life committee who did not vote. Does it make any difference whether Liang votes or not? Ding. Random task. As the end of the term approaches, how can we miss a pleasant dinner together? Task reward. The reward will be calculated based on the enjoyment of the classmates at the dinner party. That's it. Life is full of surprises. And Liang, where are the plugins? The so-called cheaters are boyfriends or girlfriends who work outside the home. Bai Jingjing, not one. And Liang, excuse me, what should I do if my classmates are all love losers? Let's exclude Lu Wenshan first. This person is on a blind date. Chunlo, boss of the life committee, you know I am Zizumbo. The person I like is in this class and does not occupy a quota. And Liang, the king of words? Chunlo, grieve Shin Shizhong. You are so aggrieved. Every time you drink to boldly confess your feelings, you pretend to be drunk. How can you still feel aggrieved? Chunlo, gentlemen, please stop talking. I am scared. I am scared. And Liang at Bai Jingjing. What did the squad leader say? Bai Jingjing. I'll say it with my mouth. Lu Wenshan. As the only single person in this class, I need to give you some popular science on how to fall in love. Malone. Take note of what the boss says. Chunlo. Get out of the high school party. Ding Kaiyun, get out of the high school party. Wei Liyue, get out of the high school party. And Liang, Winshan, do you know you have a problem now? Lu Winshan, no, 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 I am not wrong. It is the world that is wrong. And Liang, why are you so stubborn? Brothers, send Winshan on his way tonight. Shen Shizhong, got it. Chen Lo, listen to the arrangements of the life committee boss. Ma Long, I want to follow Winshan. Winshan's girlfriend's desk mate is quite good-looking. And Liang? Shen Shizhong? Chen Lo this, by Jingjing. Her thick eyebrows and big eyes are revealed. And Liang, brother champion, I think there is something wrong with your thinking. You died in love in the class, do you understand? Shen Shizhong, silence. Shen Lu, compétiteur moi. And Liang at everyone. It will be 6 o'clock tonight at Sahijia Buffet, Nanfeng, 3rd Road Store. I will make a reservation later, and everyone can go there together. And Liang, this event is sponsored by Nanfeng Sanlu Feather Moon. And Liang, don't ask, it's my shop. And Liang, I'll take some photos on the way later and post them on WeChat Moments, just to be perfunctory about me as a sponsor. And Liang at Wanyun Fei. Does the counselor have a girlfriend? If you have a girlfriend, you are welcome to bring her with you. Wan Yunfei, Shin Shizhong. I seem to feel the despair of the counselor, Wan Yunfei, and Liang was already familiar with Wan Yunfei, and some small jokes were harmless. And Liang chatted in the class WeChat group for a while, and then sent a message to Feng Jie, asking Feng Jie to reserve the buffet at Sahijia and asked Sahijia to reserve the corresponding seat. 5:30 in the evening. At the entrance of Tianfu School of Economics, students from the 3rd class of 2019 in the Department of Finance were gathering. Bai Jingjing is counting the number of people. This monitor is very competent. What if Liang were to be the monitor? Probably put a QR code at the self-service door of Sahijia so that students can scan the code to sign in when they come. When Finance Class 3 was gathering at the door, a boy came over and asked, Lu Chong, is your class causing trouble again? Lu Chong knew the other person. The other person was Wang Wen, the Life Committee member of Finance Class 1. He smiled evilly and said, don't you would like to know, what's going on? Wang Wen was a little slow. Lu Chong continued to smile evilly. Our class Life Committee took us to help ourselves at Sihai's house. Can you, the Life Committee next door, get to know us? Wang Wen was really speechless. He really didn't want to know the answer. As more and more students asked, Finance Class 3 went up to the campus wall when they were having a class dinner again, and all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred were all over the place for a while. Especially the freshmen from the other 2 classes of the finance department this year. Why are they not in Class 3? Is the difference between one class so big? Life Committee, everyone in our class is here, let's go now. Bai Jingjing asked, let's go, let's start quickly. If we don't leave, I'm afraid the Life Committees of the other 2 classes will challenge me. And Liang said jokingly to himself, even if it's really a one-on-one fight, would you like to know more about Brother Liang's proficiency level free fighting? Chapter 4, 94 students from the 2019 Finance Class 3 walked towards Nanfeng 3rd Road in 2s and 3s. And Liang and Counselor Wan Yunfei walked at the front, chatting. When the class team arrived at Yuyue, and Liang greeted, this is Yuyue, I believe someone has heard of it, right? All the classmates said hearing, they not only heard about it, they even heard about it through gossip. For example, this high-end boutique supermarket was opened by An Liang for Baiyu. As for why An Liang takes such good care of Baiyu, there are various versions of the story. The most widely spread story is probably that An Liang felt sorry for Baiyu, so he continued to help Baiyu. To be honest, this was the reason in the beginning. Later, An Liang was gradually attracted by Baiyu's persistence and independence, and then decided to continue helping Baiyu. Sahijia has a seafood buffet. Lunch is 128 yuan per person and dinner is 168 yuan per person. These prices are in line with high-end consumption in Nanfeng 3rd Road. There are a total of 41 people in the 3rd finance class, including Wan Yunfei, which means 42 people. The total cost is 7,056 yuan. And Liang did not ask for any discounts. Discount? How much does that cost? Brother Liang is waiting for the cashback. The boss of Sahijia is Du Min. He came over to offer a toast in person, but An Liang only returned the drink. and the other party didn't care at all, whether it was wine or drinks. After all, when you come to Sahajia, you are the customer, and the customer is God, right? Brother Liang, come and eat shrimp. Lu and Sean came back with 10 plates of prawns. And Liang couldn't complain. Is this guy poisonous? But the question is, will Boss Do really not lose money by eating this way? Logically speaking, buffets around universities are very easy to lose money. After all, isn't it often reported in the news? The appetite of college students is really scary, especially when invited to the boys' dormitory. The atmosphere is full of eating and drinking. The ordinary buffet is really unbearable. No wonder the price of dinner at Sahajia, it's as high as 168 yuan per person. If the price is 98 yuan per person, I'm afraid he just happily says end. When An Liang took the food, he looked at the situation of Sahajia and said it was a seafood buffet. In fact, it was a bit exaggerated. It was the best the dish turned out to be shrimps. The rest of the clams, scallops, oysters, etc. were all very small. They were very cheap to buy, and it was hard to lose money if you just ate them. And Liang was not picky either, so he ate most of them. After hours, I got up and walked to the bathroom. There are sanitary napkins inside the buffet, which must be praised. There are some disgusting buffets that do not have bathrooms inside. What is even more disgusting is the rhythm of not admitting it after leaving the cafeteria. The bathroom at Sihai Family is separated for men and women. There is a public wash basin at the door. When An Liang was washing, he saw a beautiful woman walking to the bathroom through the mirror. And Liang was a little surprised because the beauty who was walking over was very beautiful, and he blindly guessed that her appearance was above 90%. And Liang immediately uses the interpersonal relationship scanning system to obtain the other party's data. Xia Hexin, age, 19 height, 170 centimeters weight, 50.2 kilograms appearance, 92 figure, 92 special, 90 favorability, 59. Xia Hexin was wearing a gray sports sweatshirt. It seemed that she had taken off her jacket while eating. She found An Liang looking at her through the dressing mirror, and she also looked at An Liang through the dressing mirror. Huh? Xia He raised his eyebrows, because An Liang is a bit handsome. And Liang also noticed that Xia Hexin was looking at him, and he nodded generously to say hello to him. Xia Hexin also nodded and then walked into the bathroom. And Liang didn't particularly wait for Xia Hexin to come out. Anyway, he already knew the other person's name. If they met again in the future, there would always be a chance to get to know each other. There was no need to wait at the bathroom door. And Liang wiped his hands and walked back, but when he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and looked surprised because he saw Xia Hexin again. Yes, he saw Xia Hexin in the booth against the wall, peeling a shrimp. This supernatural event? The life winner system needs to give him an explanation. When An Liang uses the interpersonal relationship scanning system, he no longer needs the explanation of the life winner system. Xia Rui, age, 19 height, 170 centimeters weight, 50.5 kilograms appearance, 92 figure, 92 special, 90 favorability, 59. One is Xia Hexin, the other is Xia Rui, and they look exactly the same. They are twin sisters, not some supernatural event. If the interpersonal relationship scanning system scans out Xia Hexin again, then Brother Liang will probably be really disappointed, right? After An Liang confirmed that it was Xia Rui, he stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Hello, I want to ask you, did you just go to the bathroom? And Liang asked deliberately. And Liang continued to ask, I mean, when I came out, you just went in. Xia Rui looked at An Liang pretending to be indifferent. So you can see me? And Liang was preparing to trick the other party, but he was tricked back by the other party? What does it mean to be able to see her? Pretending to be a ghost? Chapter 495 Sahajia Buffet, booth number 17 against the wall. And Liang planned to trick the twin sisters so that they could get to know each other smoothly. But was he tricked by the other party? Faced with the opponent's trick of pretending to be a ghost, and Liang greeted the service staff. Hello, please bring her a bottle of red wine. Sihai's red wine is a chargeable item. The service staff glanced at Xia Rui, then nodded and said, Okay, wait a minute. And Liang spread his hands. Can she see you too? Xia Rui complained in response. Why don't you follow the routine? Because I know the answer. And then smiled secretly in his heart, mainly because I found the problem. En Liang respondit. Xiao Rui was confused. And Liang pointed to the booth opposite Xiao Rui. First, there is a coat here. Xiao Rui nodded in approval. Second, you are wearing an apron and you are peeling shrimps. I looked at it and you peeled the shrimps just halfway. And Liang told the details. You can't come back faster than me. Put on an apron and peel the shrimp in half, right? Combined with the first doubt, I guess it was your sister or your sister just now. And Liang explained. Xiao Rui asked, do you think I'm an elder sister or a younger sister? Can't guess. And Liang responded, the evaluations of Xia Hexin and Xia Rui in the Life Winner system are almost exactly the same. Except for the slight difference in weight, they are the same age, the same height, the same appearance, the same figure, and the same special scores. Under such circumstances, how to tell? Don't you want to take a guess? Xia Rui asked. And Liang responded negatively. Even guessing is just guessing and doesn't make much sense. It's you? A gentle voice came from behind Liang. And Liang turned around and saw that it was indeed Xia Hexin. It turned out to be two people. And Liang said. Xia Hexin looked at Xia Rui. Are you pretending to be a ghost again? He saw through it. Xia Rui respondit. Xia Hexin was confused. Xia Rui quickly recounted in Liang's analysis just now. Xia Hexin said softly, awesome, I'm just atheist. And Liang responded. When Liang finished speaking, the waiter brought a bottle of red wine over. And Liang spoke first and said, this bottle of wine is recorded at table 33. Yumin happened to come over and responded, classmate, I'll buy you this bottle of wine. This boss Do has a very sharp eye. And Liang responded with a smile, thank you, boss Do. Please ask Mr. to take care of the business in the future. Yumin glanced at Xia Hexin and Xia Rui, and he left in a sensible manner. After Xia Rui watched Yumin leave, she asked, do you know the boss? Do not know. And Liang responded negatively. Cut. Xia Rui rolled her eyes at Liang. Xia Hexin asked doubtfully, if you don't know each other, why did he give him wine? Our class has a party today, and 42 people are spending money here. Isn't it normal to give away a bottle of wine? And Liang responded, by the way, I'm a freshman at Tianfu School of Economics this year. My name is Liang. Peaceful and kind-hearted Liang. How about you? Xiao Rui chuckled. I think you are not kind. And Liang was confused. Xiao Rui ordered the bottle of red wine. How can someone just give me a drink if I just know him? And Liang smiled and did not respond. Xia Hexin responded, we are from the normal college diagonally opposite your Tianfu College of Economics. My name is Xia Hexin, her name is Xiao Rui, and I am. And Liang interjected, you are my sister, right? Xia Hexin looked at Liang in confusion. Xiao Rui also looked at Liang in confusion. Didn't you just guess? If I didn't guess just now, it was because I didn't have any information that could be used for reference and analysis. So the guess was just a complete guess. And Liang responded, so how do you guess it now? Xiao Rui asked, character? And Liang replied, generally speaking, my sister's personality is more calm. The so-called calm is actually a euphemism for being more sensible. Snort. Xiao Rui obviously understood what Liang meant. And Liang spread his hands and said that Xiao Rui's response confirmed his guess. He did not continue to pester the twin sisters. Some things should be done step by step. If you are too anxious, it will not be good. I'm going back first. See you again if we have the chance. And Liang expressed his intention to leave. When Liang turned around and left, Xiao Rui looked at Liang's back in surprise. She originally thought Liang was going to ask them for WeChat because it had always been like this before. If Liang really wanted WeChat, Xiao Rui, she will definitely make things difficult for Liang. Xiao Rui will ask Liang whether he wants her WeChat or Xia Hexin's WeChat. No matter which one Liang answers, or even says he wants to, she will not give it to him. However, Liang leaves directly. Yes, Liang left directly. What does this guy mean? Xiao Rui said angrily. Liang should not use WeChat now, but she felt ignored. Xia Hexin also looked at Liang's back, and she responded, maybe he is just curious. When I met him in the bathroom, Just now we nodded, but he didn't wait for me at the bathroom door. So it's destiny to drink and peck? If En Liang was waiting for Xia Hexin at the bathroom door before, his image in the hearts of the twin sisters would be completely gone, right? Chapter 496, Table 33. When En Liang came back, Ma Long, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus, was still eating and drinking, and Lu Wenshan kept up with the pace. No! Ma Long is 1.88 meters tall and weighs 90 kilograms. He has no problem eating more, but Lu Wenshan is only 1.62 meters tall and weighs 100 kilograms. How can he keep up with the pace? Unscientific. Waifu ate silently, and Liang knew that she was better at eating. Her three roommates surrounded Shen Shizhong and were peeling shrimps for him. And Liang came back and sat next to Baiyu. He looked at the dinner plate in front of Shen Shizhong, which had a large plate of jiwei shrimp meat, and directly joked, "Oh, the troubles of happiness, huh?" Shen Shizhong stared at En Liang with death. Isn't this En Liang causing trouble? Wei Liyue is 1.59 meters tall and weighs over 120 kilograms. How can he, a gentleman with tender skin and tender flesh, be able to withstand this? Although Ding Kaiyun and Miao Huiying are both good, what else can Shen Shizhong do when they are together? You don't want to eat? And Liang smiled and picked up the dinner plate in front of him, and exchanged it directly with Shen Shizhong, and exchanged the peeled shrimp meat in front of Shen Shizhong. This time, Wei Liyue and the others also stared at En Liang with death. En Liang glanced at Wei Liyue and the others wearing are all the disposable gloves of Mr. Du very particular? He picked up a piece of shrimp meat, dipped it in seafood soy sauce, and put it into his mouth. Boss Du was also very particular. He actually didn't fool people with dead shrimps because the shrimp meat tasted a bit spicy. It is lightly sweet and very delicious. If it is dead shrimp or frozen shrimp, it will not taste like this at all. And Liang pushed the plate of jiwei shrimp meat in front of Baiyu. Baiyu, you are responsible for eating it. We can't waste food. Baiyu first looked at En Liang, then at Wei Liyue and the others, and then at Shen Shizhong. She started eating silently. And Liang looked at Wei Liyue and the others. Why did you stop and continue peeling the shrimps? You didn't see the gentleman's plate. There is no more? Mr. Life Committee Boss, for the first time, I feel that you are too. Wei Liyue looked at En Liang speechlessly. Ding Kaiyun took off the disposable gloves directly. The same is true for Miao Huiying. Shen Shizhong looked at En Liang gratefully. He might have misunderstood that En Liang was helping him out. Too cheap. And Liang helped Wei Liyue complete that. I didn't say that. Wei Liyue responded. Boss of the Life Committee, you can't frame me. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. And Liang responded. In fact, such a cheap feeling made En Liang blend in with his classmates. He used this method to eliminate the original barriers. As for being a human being, should he be a bit cheap? And Liang heard a story. Bald Eagle Country, the annual Major League Football Championship, is an event that sweeps the country, known simply as the Super Bowl. Advertising during the television broadcast of this event is extremely expensive, but car manufacturers are flocking to it. And no matter how expensive it is, they can't stop the enthusiasm of car manufacturers. However, one car manufacturer started to act cheap. This car manufacturer is called Volvo. They chose to place ads a few days before the Super Bowl when advertising costs are cheap. Volvo's advertising copy is very interesting. You'll see a lot of car commercials during the Super Bowl, but you won't see us. You can log into social networks to post the topic hashtag, Volvo hashtag during the Super Bowl commercial. And at someone you care about, we will draw a lottery in the social network and send a Volvo car to the person you care about. This ad is so cheap. The effect of this advertisement will directly affect other advertisements during the Super Bowl, because when advertisements are released during the Super Bowl, I am afraid that most viewers will choose to participate in Volvo's activities, right? After all, Volvo's advertisements also make use of the altruistic thinking of psychology. After all, they're giving a car to people who care. Such a guiding effect shows that they are not forwarding Volvo's advertisements for themselves, thus making more people helpless. Barriers to participating in Volvo advertising topics. This advertising campaign was so classic that it gave Volvo a big win in that year's Super Bowl commercial, and prompted the Super Bowl TV broadcast advertising rules to be revised to prohibit similar situations like Volvos from happening again. So do you want to be cheap? At least within Liang's current status. If he is a bit meaner among his classmates, he will appear more down-to-earth and more accepted by his classmates. After all, and Liang is a rich man. Is he trying to be cheap? That's called humor. People like Lu Wenshan who like high school sophomores are cheap. It's obviously the same thing, but there are double standards. This kind of thing happens all the time. For example, let Lu Wenshan ask if a beautiful woman can add her on WeChat. I'm afraid I'll be looked down upon. But if Liang were to ask, the result might be completely different, right? When Liang reintegrated into the classmate group, Xiao Rui was inquiring about Liang's information. When Liang didn't take the initiative, she became interested in Liang. So it's reverse psychology? Rebellious psychology is not allowed. This is a psychological defect, and treatment is recommended. Chapter 497 Xiao Rui is sending messages to Xiao Jimei Babua Group of Tianfu Normal University. Xiao Rui, Jimais, please gossip. Does anyone know Jimei from the opposite college? Lin, Rui is gossip. Su Nua at Kong Yujia. Kong is familiar with the neighbor, Kong Yujia. My high school best friend is next door. Is there any gossip? Xiao Rui. Kong, could you please ask your best friend if she knows a freshman named Liang? Kong Yutie? Kong Yujia. What's going on? Xiao Rui. What's going on? Kong Yujia. I don't even need to ask my bestie. I already know him, okay? Xiao Rui. Kong Yujia. This person is a super boss from the School of Economics next door. He is a famous figure in the School of Economics. He becomes a famous alumnus after graduation. Do you understand? Xiao Rui. Isn't it? So strong. Kong Yujia. It will only get stronger. Wait a minute. I'll look for the screenshot my best friend gave me. Their campus wall has been covered with this person's situation. Kong Yujia. Picture. Kong Yujia. See for yourself. Xiao Rui looked at the picture sent by Kong Yujia. The first picture is of a red Ferrari 488 Pista and is marked with relevant information, indicating that the car is worth 6.4 million. And the second picture is of a Porsche 911 Turbo S worth 2.9 million. The third picture is Patek Philippe 5270 R001 with a value of 1.23 million yuan. The fourth picture is a long picture of the post information of Explain Something on Liang, Class 3 Finance Class of 2019, Kong Yujia. I heard from my best friend that this person made at least hundreds of millions from the neon stock market before. Kong Yujia. What is the concept of hundreds of millions? Lin. I can't make more money in my life. Promise. I will never make money in 10 lifetimes. Xiao Rui. Isn't it? Xiao Rui. Is this person so powerful? Xiao Rui. You can't tell at all. Kong Yujia. Did you meet him? Kong Yutie? Whoa. According to our Rui-like appearance, has this person approached you to strike up a conversation? Have you sent him WeChat? This question pierced Xiao Rui's heart like a sword. And Liang didn't ask them for WeChat. And Liang just left, as if he didn't care at all. Now it seems like you really don't care? Xiao Rui. Does this person have a girlfriend? Kong Yutie? Whoa. Wow. Lin. I'll hug you in advance. Su Nuo, when Isho Rui succeeds, we will follow Shengxian, Kong Yujia. I heard that there is no such thing, but he has a very good relationship with a female classmate of theirs. My best friend was still jealous before. I heard that she sympathized with the poor female classmate, and then took care of her in various ways. Xia Hashin. Don't guess, we just met him, but he didn't ask us for WeChat. Kong Yujia. Isn't it? Kong Yujia. When he met you too, he didn't ask you for WeChat? Lin, wow. This man is truly a boss. Su Nuo, isn't this person too scary to be able to resist the twin sisters? Xia Hashin. This is what happened. Xia Hashin told the relevant things in the Xiao Jime gossip group, and Xiao Rui added that she was pretending to be a ghost, but Liang found out. Kong Yutie? Whoa. Kong Yujia. In such an interesting encounter, he actually didn't ask you for WeChat. Is he playing hard to get? Or is there no shortage of beauties around him? Lin. I think there is no shortage of beauties. Su Nuo, there is definitely no shortage of beauties. Kong Yujia, Agreed. Seconded. This kind of boss has no shortage of beauties. Xiaorui. We are twin sisters. We can win. Xiahashin. What are you talking nonsense about? Xiaorui. I am interested in this dog man. I want to get to know him. Sunua. Fall begins with understanding. Lin Lin. It should be very difficult for such a big boss. Kong Yujia. Wait for success. Rui. After you succeed, can you take me for a ride in that Ferrari worth more than 6 million? Sunua. Please take me. Lin Lin. Wait, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Xiaoxin. Wake up, that person is gone. You can't just go to the School of Economics across the street to find him, right? Xiaorui. I can do it. Xiaorui. I will go find him on Saturday. I am Xiahashin, and I want to find classmate in Liang. Xiahashin. Kong Yujia. The advantages of twin sisters suddenly emerged. If I were a boy, I would definitely like you very much. Xiaorui. A scumbag? Lin Lin. You actually like two of them? Sunua. Isn't the biggest attraction of twin sisters two people? Xiaorui. I'm serious this time. This bitch is really interesting. He doesn't want our WeChat. I'm angry. Xiaorui. I will take the initiative to flirt with him, and when he confesses his feelings, I will reject him again. But if you gaze into the abyss, will you really not be swallowed by the abyss? Chapter 503. The entrance of Tianfu Normal University. And Liang carried a fire extinguisher and blew out the confession candles and blew away the love roses. After all, he met the twin sisters Xiahashin and Xiaorui first, right? Ahem. It doesn't matter who comes first. Anyway, Huangxi's mistake of mistaking Xiaorui for Xiahashin is too unreasonable. Does this person want to take advantage of all the sisters? Faced with Huangxi's arrogance, and Liang complained, Classmate, can I understand that you were threatening me? Huangxi stared at Liang fiercely. He was so embarrassed by Liang today. If he hadn't thought about it, he wouldn't be able to defeat Liang. I'm afraid it's time to take action directly. Probably by replacing Liang with Lu Wenshan. Lu Wenshan will definitely be beaten. Lu Wenshan, who is 1.62 meters tall, is really difficult. I'm kindly reminding you. Huangxi snorted coldly, then stared at Liang and said, If you want to interpret it as a threat, that's fine. I'm threatening you. Threats are illegal. And Liang said in a persuasive way, Snort. Huangxi snorted coldly. I threatened you, and you had an accident. What does it have to do with me? And Liang ignored Huangxi and looked at Shun Shizhong. Gentlemen, did you take the picture clearly? No problem. Shun Shizhong responded affirmatively. Are you cheating on me? Huangxi looked at Liang in shock. What's the meaning? And Liang pretended to be confused. I'm worried about my own safety. And Liang continued. Classmate, your thoughts are very dangerous. Just wait for me. Huangxi turned around and left. He came to the side of the road, opened the door of a BMW 3 Series, got in, and roared away with the accelerator. And Liang silently wrote down the license plate. Rong 34X21. It's a very ordinary license plate, and it's an old 3 Series model. When Huangxi made such nonsense just now, he thought Huangxi was some kind of super boss, but now it seems like it should be just that's it. Shun Shizhong also saw Huangxi driving away in the old BMW 3 Series. He looked at Liang in surprise. Brother Liang? Am I dazzled? Shun Shizhong expressed surprise. And Liang denied. I don't think we can be dazzled at the same time. Isn't this too ridiculous? Shun Shizhong complained. I thought I was a king, but it turned out to be bronze. Having said this, Shun Shizhong looked at Xiaorui. TSK, Brother Liang, could you please introduce me? Xiaorui had already let go of Liang's arm. She learned Xiahashin's tone, character, and timbre and took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Xiahashin, and I am his friend. Okay, Xiahashin is okay. What is the experience of pretending to be your sister? In fact, Xiaorui's level of disguise is very high. Whether it is tone, timbre, or even the character she displays, Jun and An Liang helped themselves at Sihai's house before the Xiahashin I met is almost the same. Unless you are someone who is very familiar with them, you can get away with it, right? In fact, Xiahashin and Xiaorui can even easily spoof iPhone's Face ID. and they can directly recognize their faces, unlock the other party's phone. As for the facial recognition security that Apple promotes, Apple also said that it will not push ads. Hello, my name is Shun Shizhong, Brother Liang's roommate. Shun Shizhong responded, and then looked at Liang with a questioning look, meaning to ask if he would go to the Academy of Fine Arts to set up a stall. And Liang understood Shun Shizhong's meaning, and he responded, send the video you just sent, and I'll do it first. Deal with this matter, Shun Shizhong sent the video he just shot on WeChat. And Liang looked at Xiao Rui. He did not reveal the other party's identity. By the way, what happened to that person just now? He is our classmate, and he confessed like crazy today. I told him that I have a boyfriend, but he still goes his own way, which is really annoying. Xiao Rui explained, and Liang teased. Where is your boyfriend? Xiao Rui teased back. Isn't it you? As expected, it's Xiao Rui. When she was helping herself at Sihai's house, and Liang tried to trick her, but she countered the trick and pretended to be a ghost. Now she's back again. Brother Liang, the video has been sent, Shun Shizhong reminded. And Liang received the video, and he took a look at it. Shun Shizhong's filming was very clear, and Huang Shi's arrogance was completely captured. Although the scene was relatively noisy, Huang Shi's voice was also recorded clearly. This man is so arrogant, and Liang couldn't help but sigh after reading. By the way, do you know what's going on with him? Such an arrogant guy should be very arrogant in school, right? Xiao Rui shook her head. I don't know exactly. I only know that he is also a native of Tianfu. He's actually a local. So he's an apprentice of the Liangshan Meijing sect? He has 100 ways to make Brother Liang unable to stay in Tianfu. And Brother Liang is still helpless? He can't afford to offend him. Brother Liang said he couldn't afford to offend him, so he should hand it over to the police. Let's solve it. And Liang directly sent the video sent by Shun Shizhong to Li Jie on WeChat. Although Li Jie is mainly responsible for economic investigation, he is a big patrol officer. How can such a small matter not be solved? Chapter 504. Because An Liang went to school in Tianfu, Yin Haiyang pushed the WeChat accounts of some people in Tianfu to An Liang, which made it easier for An Liang to integrate resources here. For example, in the current situation, An Liang can use existing resources to solve the problem without using some gray-edge forces. Li Jie, got it. Please rest assured, Mr. In, we will solve it today. And Liang frowny face okay, holding fists, and Liang replied with 2 expressions to show that he received it. Li Jie also responded with a fist-clasping emoji. Done. And Liang put away his phone. A look of surprise flashed in Shun Shizhong's eyes. He knew that Liang was from Shengqing, but did Liang also have a strong network of connections in Tianfu? Sure enough, he was related to the Shengqing family in Tianfu. And Liang took the initiative to look at Xiao Rui. That's right. My friends and I are going to the Academy of Fine Arts. Will you go? Xiao Rui agreed. Okay. I also want to go to the Academy of Fine Arts. I like the Weeping Willow Lake in the Academy of Fine Arts. Fine. And Liang agreed. Shun Shizhong turned around and walked towards the diamond white Mercedes-Benz C200L. Xiao Rui was about to follow. As soon as she took a step, and Liang greeted, this way. Oh! Xiao Rui was confused, but turned around to follow Liang, and then saw the bright yellow Lamborghini Urus on the side of the road. She raised her eyebrows looking at the unlicensed car, and Liang walked directly to the driver's seat and got in. He did not help the lady open the door in a gentlemanly manner, because this was in Liang's test. He wanted to see whether Xiao Rui would sit in the passenger seat or in the back seat. This detail actually represented the psychological state. If he sat in the passenger seat, the difficulty should be relatively low. If you were sitting in the back row, you may be more wary, careful, or have clear boundaries. Xiao Rui watched and Liang open the driver's door of the Lamborghini Urus. I secretly sighed in my heart, this bitch is really a boss. Because this Lamborghini Urus was not exposed on the previous campus wall, and it had not yet been plated, it could be judged by the temporary license plate stuck on the inside of the windshield. It's a new car. So the boss likes to mention a new car? Xiao Rui opened the door of the passenger seat. She didn't notice that the corners of Liang's mouth turned up slightly. When Xiao Rui fastened his seatbelt, Liang started the engine and followed easily. Shun Shizhong. Xiao Rui sat in the passenger seat and asked, "Why are you going to the Academy of Fine Arts?" Of course, and Liang couldn't admit to setting up a stall, so he directly threw the blame to Shun Shizhong. "My friend knows a girl over there. Am I not going to help with the palm eye?" Xiao Rui laughed directly. "Isn't the term pom-pom eye a bit weird? By the way, I heard that Huangshi's family is not simple. You'd better notify the patrol." Xiao Rui reminded, and Liang responded casually, "I just informed the patrol. You don't have to worry about this matter. It won't affect you." Xiao Rui rolled her eyes at Liang and responded seductively, "I'm worried about you." This Xiao Rui, huh? Does she know that she was suddenly exposed? And Liang thought that with Xia Hashin's character, she wouldn't speak like this, right? Xiao Rui seemed to suddenly realize that she might be exposed, but she wondered what Liang thought about it. She and Xia Hashin were not familiar with each other, so she pretended that everything was normal and continued chatting. After a while, Liang followed Shin Shizhong to the Tianfu Academy of Fine Arts. The two successfully drove into the Tianfu Academy of Fine Arts and then stopped at the Weeping Willow Lake. On the roadside of campus, Shin Shizhong greeted Liang. "This way," and Liang and Xia Rui followed, and the three of them came to the shore of Weeping Willow Lake. Shin Shizhong walked towards a girl who was painting by the lake. This Shin Shizhong was indeed a scumbag. There were three other girls surrounding him in Tianfu School of Economics. Well, he actually hooked up with a girl at the Academy of Fine Arts. What makes this guy not a scumbag? Brother Liang, let me introduce, this is Yao Shui, a professional in oil painting and a very good painter. Shin Shizhong took the initiative to introduce, and then introduced An Liang to Yao Shui. An Liang checked Yao Shui's situation through the interpersonal relationship scanning system as usual. Yao Shui, age, 19 height, 163 centimeters weight, 50 kilograms appearance, 82 figure, 86 special, 80 favorability, 70. What do you say about this data? The appearance score of 82 points is one of the best in 1,000. The figure score of 86 points is also above average, and the special score of 80 points should be a passing level. But combined with the favorability score of 70 points, there is a slight problem. It should be barely passing, maybe on the edge of degeneration. The special score includes three aspects: purity, moral character, and physical health. Among them, the weight of pure essence accounts for the highest proportion. If the pure essence is contaminated, it must be less than 80%. But there are exceptions below 80, such as certain strenuous activities, such as horse riding, that cause accidents to the pure essence. Character and morality also occupy a certain weight. The higher the character and morality, the less likely you are to sell yourself for money. Finally, there is physical health. Baiyu is the best example. When her weight dropped to a little over 37 kilograms, her special score dropped to the edge of 80 points. That was because Baiyu's physical health was too poor, which affected the evaluation of special points. And Liang hopes that the Life Winner system can update the interpersonal relationship scanning system so as to split the special one into three and then judge the target situation more accurately, so that Brother Liang can better understand what kind of person the other person is. But the Winner in Life system is not responding. Should it be upgraded next time? Speaking of which, the Life Winner system always ignores some of Brother Liang's consumption recharges. Fortunately, Brother Liang doesn't care too much about the blessing salary. Otherwise, he would definitely be at odds with the Life Winner system. Chapter 505 Weeping Willow Lakeshore. Hello, nice to meet you. Yao Shui took the initiative to extend her hand to shake hands with Liang. And Liang nodded slightly, touched Xia Rui with his elbow, and responded, "Nice to meet you." Xia Rui got in Liang's reminder, and she stretched out her hand to hold Yao Shui together. Shin Shizhong glanced at Liang gratefully, and his impression of Yao Shui dropped by a level. "I'll take you around the Academy of Fine Arts." Yao Shui seemed to ignore the unpleasantness of the handshake. She put away the easel and canvas, and then walked with An Liang and the other three in the Academy of Fine Arts. In addition to the famous Weeping Willow Lake in our Academy of Fine Arts, the graffiti wall is the most valuable to visit. Yao Shui led the three of them to a wall covered with graffiti. Probably because An Liang lacked artistic skills, he said he could not understand the art of the graffiti wall. Yao Shui continued to introduce. This section of the graffiti wall is updated every month. Every time at the end of the month, our Academy of Fine Arts will take pictures of the graffiti wall, then repaint the graffiti wall, and then wait for the students to create graffiti. Is this Academy of Fine Arts quite humane? Xiao Rui accompanied in Liang to browse the Academy of Fine Arts while sending messages to the normal college Zaya Jimmy I gossip group. Xiao Rui. I took action and won successfully. Xiao Rui. Picture. This Xiao Rui secretly took a profile photo of An Liang, Kang Yujia, Lin Lin. Funo. Xiao Rui. Am I very powerful? Xiao Rui. This guy is indeed a boss, but so what? As long as I am willing, I can win. Xiao Rui. Do you think I'm awesome? Kang Yujia. Rui. Are you doing some comedy effect? Lin Lin. I almost died laughing. Sunua. I was just drinking water and almost squirted out. I choked. Xiao Rui. Xia Xin. Link. Huangshi confessed to Xia Xin, but was sprayed with love candles by a fire extinguisher. Xia Xin. Link. Big gossip. A big boss from the Tianfu School of Economics next door landed in our school. Xia Xin. Link. Basic situation of the boss of Tianfu School of Economics. Xia Xin. Link. Is Huangshi cold this time? Xia Xin. Link. One of our goddesses is gone. How much does a Lamborghini Urus cost? Xiao Rui? Xiao Rui, me. Kang Yujia. It's okay, Rui, you can brag as much as you like. We'll pretend to cooperate with you. Lin Lin. Someone posted on the campus wall that you publicly stated that you are in Liang's girlfriend. Sunua. Rui is so awesome. Xiao Rui. I am autistic. Xiao Rui. Fortunately, I pretended to be Xia Xin. Xia Xin. It's approaching 12 noon. Yao Shui took the initiative and said, I'll treat you all to dinner at noon. The cafeteria of our Academy of Fine Arts is very good, just to compare the differences between various colleges. Shen Shizhong answered, Forget it. Let's go out to eat, and I'll treat you. And Liang stopped him. He said, This time it's mine. I'll let you go about buying a car. I'll treat you to dinner to make amends. Okay. Shen Shizhong joked, If we buy it together, I will really buy an Audi. Alas, I believe you. And Liang scolded him with a smile. Xiao Rui asked from the side, What should we eat for lunch? And Liang asked back, What do you want to eat? I'm free. Xiao Rui responded. And Liang asked Shen Shizhong again, Gentlemen, where are you and your friends? Shen Shizhong looked at Yao Shui. Is there anything you want to eat? Yao Shui responded like Xiao Rui. I'm also casual. Shen Shizhong responded, Brother Liang, just follow the arrangements. Fine. And Liang nodded. Everyone walked back to the campus road beside Weeping Willow Lake. Yao Shui glanced twice at the Lamborghini Urus, but she followed Shen Shizhong towards the Mercedes-Benz C200L. Obviously, she also understood the basic situation clearly. Gentlemen, follow me. And Liang greeted, Okay. Shen Shizhong responded. The two drove away from the Academy of Fine Arts one after another and arrived at Jinjiang Hotel in less than a quarter of an hour. And Liang made a reservation at Jinj Inghai Neon Teppanyaki restaurant in the car. This teppanyaki restaurant is almost Tianfu, one of the top cuisines. All the teppanyaki chefs here are Neon people, and they have a very good reputation on the public review software. At the door of Jinj Sakami Neon Teppanyaki restaurant, there is a 70-point handsome man. The waitress greeted politely, Welcome. And Liang responded, I have a reservation, my surname is In, and I am safe and Hello, Mr. In, welcome to your visit. We have arranged the best viewing box for you, and the chef, Mr. Chiku Ganga, will cook for you and your friends. The waitress responded politely, and then walked to the right and bowed slightly to lead the way. Shen Shizhong sighed casually. Wow, Brother Liang, what did you book again? I suddenly became a little excited. I almost believed it. And Liang responded casually. Shen Shizhong's family conditions are very good. He is just exchanging business information. The four of them followed the service staff into a window box. A middle-aged man was already in the box. He was wearing a white chef's uniform, wearing clothes and a tall chef hat to show your superb cooking skills. Hello, guest, I am Chiku Koya from Osaka. Please give me your advice. Chef Shijo Ganya bowed and saluted. This sense of ceremony is really full. Both Yao Shui and Xiao Rui were taking photos, and they obviously liked this sense of ceremony. Chapter 506 Kinj, Sakuraki's Neon, Teppanyaki Restaurant's Sakura Private Room. After Chef Jijio Ganya bowed, he began to sort out the ingredients for the teppanyaki dishes. The four Anliangs took their seats one after another. To their right was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking out to the Nanha River. Yao Shui and Xiao Rui are taking pictures, and Liang and Shin Shizhong looked at each other and smiled at each other. After a while, Jijio Ganya finished the first appetizer, and the waitress brought it up. She introduced, "Dear guest, the first appetizer is king crab sashimi from Alaska, which selects the most essence of king crab, leg meat, and shelled in a fresh state, perfectly retaining the deliciousness of the king crab." The waitress put down the king crab sashimi, and she picked up a grinding board inlaid with shark skin to grind the wasabi. Explained, "Dear guest, our wasabi comes from Wei County, Nanyuan Province, Xia Kingdom. It is the top-grade wasabi in the world. It was once only supplied to the neon market." The waitress continued to explain, "Because the spiciness of wasabi sauce is more pure and natural, and the fragrance is stronger. We do not recommend putting wasabi sauce in a seafood soy sauce. If you want to taste the pure taste of wasabi sauce, we recommend smearing wasabi sauce on the side of king crab sashimi and dipping the lower side in seafood soy sauce. In fact, wasabi does not mustard. The mustard called siagwa is actually a plant called horseradish, which has a more pungent taste. Real wasabi is volatile because of its spiciness and is difficult to preserve, so wasabi sauce is freshly ground and is not added to seafood soy sauce. Once added, the spiciness evaporates and the taste of wasabi is lost. The waitress's recommended plan is the correct plan. It is worth mentioning that the best wasabi in the world is produced in Nanyuan Province of the Summer Kingdom. Anyone who touts neon wasabi, or even European wasabi, is just pretending to understand. And Liang naturally knew the correct way to eat wasabi. He put a little wasabi on top of the king crab leg sashimi, then picked it up and dipped the bottom surface in seafood soy sauce, and then fed it into his mouth together. Different from the spiciness of mustard, the spiciness of wasabi paste is more natural and has a refreshing fragrance. However, the wasabi in Nanyuan Province has extremely high requirements for the growth environment, and it only matures once every 3 to 5 years. Therefore, any neon cuisine in Xia Kingdom that costs less than 2,000 yuan is basically impossible to have top-quality wasabi. The criterion for judging wasabi is very simple. If it is not freshly ground, it must be fake. Of course, it's not necessarily freshly ground. It's just that it's definitely fake if it's not freshly ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for experiencing the pure enjoyment of taste buds brought by top-grade wasabi and winning a random lottery gift pack. Onliang directly chooses to open congratulations to the host for getting a primary consumer cashback card. The other 3 people also tasted the king crab sashimi like Onliang. Of course, the 2 girls took pictures first and then tasted it. After Yao Shui swallowed the sashimi made of king crab legs, she sighed, "It really tastes delicious. There is no pungent taste of mustard, but a light fragrance. The king crab leg sashimi actually has a sweet taste." Rui agreed. "It's really delicious." After the appetizer, there was a sashimi platter, including young Australian green dragon shrimp. Its tail meat is more tender and sweet, but the amount of meat is also less. It is an operation of killing the chicken to extract the eggs. There are also golden abalone from Xiaguo Fuhai, horse dung sea urchin imported from Neon, tuna medium oil, tuna naked, traditional salmon, and shellfish. Dear guest, our salmon comes from semi-cultured salmon in Hokkaido, which has undergone strict quarantine and cryogenic sterilization. It is not farmed salmon from Norway. The waitress explained. The problem of farmed salmon in Norway has long been exposed, but it has been covered up and not taken seriously. Neon's Mitsubishi Group is the second largest group in the world in the field of salmon farming. The salmon of truly high-end Neon cuisine must be it comes from the Mitsubishi Group, not the Norwegian Kokai Group. These details are reflected in the high-end Neon cuisine. After the sashimi platter is the real teppanyaki cuisine, including Eastern Star Spot, king crab legs, Boston lobster, foie gras, a 4-grade sirloin wagyu, as well as matching seasonal vegetables. After the teppanyaki, a vegetable and fruit salad will be served, as well as the staple black truffle omelet rice, neon Kyushu ramen, and finally dessert will be served to finish. This teppanyaki meal, the food, including on Liang, was very satisfactory. The waitress brought the bill. The set meal on Liang ordered was 3,000 yuan for one person and 12,000 yuan for 4 people. There was no service fee, which must be praised. How many restaurants require service fees? What does it mean? Anyway, from An Liang's personal point of view, he is more disgusted with service fees. When going to a restaurant to eat, the service fee is not included in the price of the food. Just like when buying a mobile phone, the manufacturer does not provide a charger. Isn't that nonsense? And Liang, when paying, Xiao Rui looked at the bill, and she looked surprised. Then Yao Shui also looked at the bill, and she even took a photo of the bill. Shen Shizhong also looked at the bill, and the price of 12,000 was not more than he expected. Outside, Brother Liang thanks. Shen Shizhong said gratefully. Xiao Rui also thanked. Thank you, boss. Yao Shui looked at Liang with a running gaze and said politely, Thank you, classmaten. And Liang responded with a smile. As long as everyone is happy. Brother Liang is also very happy because this meal can use the food sharing cashback card. Chapter 507 Ding. The host successfully used the food enjoyment cashback card and is in the process of making relevant settlements. Total consumption this time, 12,000 yuan. Random cashback coefficient for this consumption, 85. The pleasure coefficient of this consumption, 2.99. Final consumption cash rebate, 3,049,800 yuan. Special reminder. This consumption cashback is provided by Onshin Investment Company using the host's investment account to obtain corresponding profits from the U.S. stock market. All operations are reasonable and traceable, so the host can use it with confidence. And Liang checked the details of the pleasure coefficient. Xiao Rui and Shen Shizhong both had full values. Yao Shui deducted a pleasure coefficient of 0.01. For a very small pleasure coefficient like 0.01, it would be okay to deduct it, right? The total cashback amount actually exceeds 3 million. If you add in the cashback of just over 500,000 from the Sahajia buffet dinner before, the Lamborghini Urus is equivalent to a free prostitute, right? This feels good. The life winner system always creates ordinary touches in life. The 4 of them left from Jinj in high neon teppanyaki cuisine. In the elevator, Shen Shizhong said, Brother Liang, shall we split up? What he meant was that he would send Yao Shui back to the Academy of Fine Arts, and then Liang would send Xiao Rui back to the normal college. No problem, see you later. And Liang responded. The 4 of them separated in the underground parking garage. And Liang naturally sent Xiao Rui back to the bright yellow Lamborghini Urus of the normal college. Xiao Rui got into the passenger seat. She fastened her seatbelt first and took the initiative. And classmate, let's add a WeChat account. Thank you very much for your help today. I'll treat you to dinner next time. It was naturally impossible for An Liang to refuse. When he added WeChat, he found that Xiao Rui was exposed again because Xiao Rui's WeChat name was Rui Rui Goes With My Heart, a nickname full of age. This time An Liang didn't turn a blind eye. He asked directly, Are you Xiao Rui? Xiao Rui was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered her WeChat nickname. She readily admitted, Well, I'm Xiao Rui. Hey, I really can't tell you 2 sisters apart. And Liang got vaccinated in advance, saying that he couldn't tell the difference between Xiao Rui and Xiao Hashin. Xiao Rui laughed. Not only can you not tell the difference, but my parents can't tell the difference either. Our phones can all unlock each other's faces. Incredible! And Liang sighed while starting the engine of the Lamborghini Urus. When An Liang was driving, Xiao Rui did not disturb An Liang anymore. She was sending messages in the Xiao Jime gossip group of the normal college. Xiao Rui. Picture, 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 picture. Xiao Rui sent a series of pictures, starting with the picture of Jin's army chef Chihisa Ginyao bowing, including the Nana River outside the floor-to-ceiling window, king crab leg sashimi, green wasabi puree, rich sashimi platter, various iron panyaki delicacies, staple food and desserts. A complete set of pictures was posted in their small Jime gossip group Kang Yujia. Ah, Kang Yujie, Tsinyesakuro seo. Kang Yujia Mino? When you first met, he took you to Jin Sakura Sea? Kang Yujia. I'm really envious. Suno, it looks delicious. Is it delicious? Lin Lin. I am actually more concerned about the price. Lin Lin. With the ceremonial look and the various high-end ingredients, the price shouldn't be cheap, right? Xiahashin. So I went there? Kong Yujia. Theoretically, that must be the case. Xia Rui. He saw through it. Xiahashin? Xiahashin. He can actually see through it? Xia Rui. We added WeChat, but I forgot to change the WeChat name Xiahashin. Kong Yujia. The first smooth step has been taken. Both parties have added WeChat. The next step is to continue dating. Lin Lin, may I ask the price? If it's not too expensive, I'd also like to try it. Su Nua, I wish you the same. It was very good. If the price is acceptable, Lin Lin and I will also check in. Xia Rui. He and I, plus his friend and his friend's female companion, a total of 12,000. Lin Lin, excuse me. Su Nua, 3,001 person is simply poisonous. Xiahashin. So how are you going to compensate me? Xia Rui. Next time I find an opportunity to invite him to dinner, I will take you with me. Kong Yujia. Twin sisters package? Lin Lin. I have a sense of pictures. Sunuo, I'm thinking this big boss can't escape, right? Lin Lin. I wish the twin sisters success. And then treat us to teppanyaki. Kong Yujia. Equal. About 20 minutes later, and Liang drove to Tianfu Normal College. He successfully passed the security gate and entered the normal college directly. I have to say that super luxury cars do have advantages. Where should I send you? And Liang asked. Only then did Xiao Rui realize that they had entered Tianfu Normal College. She pointed the way, go straight on the right, then turn left at the end. The third building is my dormitory. Chapter 5:12, 5 o'clock in the evening. And Liang was concentrating on studying in the dormitory, perhaps influenced by Liang. Lu Wenshan and Ma Long were also concentrating on studying. Shen Shizhong? This guy left around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, obviously looking for Yao Shui. Well, can you really do whatever you want if you look good? From the looks of it so far, yes. Tianfu Normal University, room 303, building 3, girls' dormitory. Kong Yujia, who was lying on the bed, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, big news!" Su Nua, who was reading a book, asked curiously, "What big news?" Although slightly later than Tianfu School of Economics, it is also approaching the end of the semester. Xia Rui responded casually, "Is there any gossip?" "Have?" Kong Yujia laughed. "Do you want to read the gossip about little brother on Liang?" Xia Rui responded, "What gossip?" "Log on to the campus wall yourself and read the college announcements." Kong Yujia explained. Xia Rui immediately logged into the campus wall and saw the corresponding college announcement. Announcement on the expulsion of Huang Shi, Class 1, 2019, from the English Department of the School of Foreign Languages. Notice. After repeated discussions and careful consideration by the school leaders finally decided to expel Huang Shi, Class 1, 2019, English Department, School of Foreign Languages. According to the information provided by the patrol room, Huang Shi, a member of Class 1 of the English Department of the College of Foreign Languages in 2019, has committed multiple illegal and criminal acts, including illegally modifying motor vehicles, hit and run, illegal smuggling and selling of contraband, openly threatening the personal safety of other students, etc. At present, Huang Shi has been arrested and detained by the patrol room, and more detailed evidence of illegal crimes is being collected. Please take this as a warning, and please do not do anything illegal or criminal. Xia Rui looked at this announcement with a surprised look on her face. This real or fake? Xia Hashin also asked, "Is this announcement true?" Kong Yujia complained, "Nonsense. Are there still fake notices on campus walls?" "Wow," Su Nuo exclaimed. "This announcement is very interesting. The last illegal and criminal act is the key, right?" Kong Yujia agreed affirmatively. "Rui, I remember you said that Huang Shi threatened little brother on Liang at that time. So this is the masterpiece of little brother on Liang?" Xia Rui was a little confused. "I don't know. Someone on the campus wall is exposing more information." Dunore Mindet. The little Jaimai started to check the condition of the campus wall again. Huang Shi's illegal smuggling family. Hello, students. I am AI Rongxuan from class 1 of the English department of the School of Foreign Languages in 2019. Huang Shi and I are good friends. Let me first talk about Huang Shi's family situation. Huang Shi is a native of Tianfu. His family owns a car repair shop and car beauty shop. They own a car repair shop and 3 car beauty shops in Tianfu. Yesterday, officers from the patrol room inspected Huang Shi's car repair shop and car beauty shop and found a large amount of contraband, including products illegally smuggled in from overseas. It turns out that Huang Shi's family has been secretly running a business of illegally modifying cars and has smuggled a large number of banned products from overseas through illegal smuggling. Illegal and criminal acts, no matter how concealed they are, cannot escape legal sanctions. This is the situation of Huang Shi's family. Although I am Huang Shi's friend, I support the college's righteous cause of killing relatives. People who have such contempt for the law and engage in illegal and criminal activities are not worthy of being my friends, let alone my classmates. Our pure college should not be tarnished by such criminals. Wow! Kang Yujia exclaimed. Is this Huang Shi's family so wild? No wonder he is so arrogant. Xia Rui hummed. Xia Hexin didn't say anything. She was checking the messages on the post. Su Nuo complained. I'm actually more concerned about one thing. What's going on at classmate and Liang's home? Huang Shi provoked Xia Rui. Not only did he put Huang Shi into the patrol room and made our college expel Huang Shi, he also messed up all Huang Shi's family business. Isn't this too strong? Dunwa Sighet. Kang Yujia seconded. Yes. This is too strong. Xia Hexin looked at Xia Rui and said, Rui, why don't you ask him to see if he did this, or if the police just happened to be patrolling the home of classmate Huang Shi for a crime? Currently, only Xia Rui has added in Liang's WeChat account. She responded, Okay, I'll ask him to see if he did it. Xia Rui took screenshots of the announcement on the campus wall and the post, Huang Shi's illegal smuggling family, and sent them all to En Liang. Xia Rui did not directly ask En Liang. She sent the message, Xia Rui, the boss is mighty. Xia Rui, little Huang, she is so ridiculous. Xia Rui, looking at the big boss's powerful record, Xiao Mingxin trembles. Xia Rui, how did the boss do it? Xia Rui directly defined this incident as En Liang's magical power. If En Liang didn't deny it, then En Liang was casting the spell behind his back. This method is better than asking En Liang directly, because asking En Liang directly seems a bit too deliberate and may make En Liang deny it. Now, the inquiry is based directly on the fact that En Liang cast the spell behind his back, which makes it easier for En Liang to admit it. However, Brother Liang saw through Xia Rui's little trick. Chapter 513 Xia Rui's little trick is called the choose one of two rules, which was born out of marketing psychology. When marketers ask customers to sign a contract, they do not ask when the customer is available, but whether they are available today or tomorrow. This is a typical choose one rule. Through the rule of two choices, marketers skip whether the customer is willing to sign the contract, directly set the customer's willingness to sign the contract, and set whether to sign the contract today or tomorrow. The choice to sign a contract. However, whether you sign a contract today or tomorrow, don't you still need to sign a contract? Now Xia Rui's little trick is the same. When Xia Rui asked En Liang how he did it, he skipped the question of whether this was what En Liang said. How could Brother Liang not see through Xia Rui's tricks? En Liang, a friend of mine once said that if you have no flaws, you will naturally not be broken by external forces. En Liang, Huang Shi is a bit too arrogant. I hate threats from others. En Liang, if Huang Shi walks and sits upright, I will definitely not be able to do anything. En Liang, but there is obviously something wrong with Huang Shi. He is responsible for all this. I just informed the patrol. Xia Rui, I believe you're evil. The situation in Huang Shi's family broke out sooner rather than later. It happened right after the conflict with En Liang. Xia Rui, are you still studying? En Liang, picture. En Liang directly took a photo and sent it to show that he was studying hard. Xia Rui, Xiao Mingxin won't disturb the boss's study. Thank you again, boss, for helping Xiao Mingxin solve the problem. En Liang, bye-bye, Brother Liang is obviously using hard-to-get tactics again. At this time, if Brother Liang takes advantage of the situation and proposes a dinner date, wouldn't it be a matter of course? But Liang was not like that. Regarding Xia Rui and Xia Xin, Liang had to consider how to properly handle it, at least the relationship between the two sisters, right? At nearly 6 o'clock in the evening, Liang sent a message to Bai Yu on WeChat. Liang, the second canteen, the old location, let's eat together, Bai Yu. Liang put a bookmark on the textbook and said, Winshan, brother champion, the second canteen? No need to go. I am immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Lu Winshan responded. Ma Long also refused. I'll take some more online classes. By the way, brother Liang, if there is Kung Pao chicken set in the second canteen, please help me bring one back. Lu Winshan added. We asked for the same. And Liang responded. When Liang walked out of the dormitory, he received 16 yuan from Ma Long and Lu Winshan on his WeChat. A Kung Pao chicken set was 16 yuan, and Liang accepted it. He liked this kind of roommate relationship. Neither Lu Winshan nor Ma Long asked him to pay as a matter of course because he was rich. If he was asked to pay as a matter of course, their roommate relationship would be over. It is not because there is more money and less money problem, but because of the problem of people's hearts. Brother Liang is short of 16 yuan? Whoops! At the corner of the second canteen, Liang has just arrived, and Bai Yu has arrived. Liang follows the usual 3 meat, 2 vegetarian, and 1 soup, and packs it. I ordered 2 Kung Pao chicken sets. As for the question of whether it will be cold, sorry, there is a microwave in dormitory 307. After all, dormitory 307 has an internal energy supply system composed of 4 Tesla second-generation energy walls, so it must be able to do whatever it wants. Use various electrical appliances, from washing machines to microwave ovens, from refrigerators to air conditioners. Everything is clearly arranged. How is the situation on UU's side? Liang asked Bai Yu while using a stainless steel spoon to chop the braised lion's head into pieces. At the same time, he checked Bai Yu's attributes. This guy's attributes have changed again. The appearance score has gone from 77 to 78. Although it only increased a little, but it fully shows that Bai Yu has a good foundation and was only delayed by malnutrition before. The body score has not changed, the favorability has not changed, and the special score has increased a little. It seems that the physical health has further recovered. Bai Yu's facial features are very good. If she uses the various filters of the short video app, her appearance will definitely improve. Now she is only hindered by malnutrition. When she recovers from malnutrition, she will adjust and manage it. Skin. And Liang is looking forward to how far her appearance can grow. Hazuki is fine. Bai Yu said briefly. Her mood is very complicated now. She saw the post move from the normal college on the campus wall. She knew that Liang helped Xia Rui to rescue her. She also saw Xia Rui's photo. Even as a woman, Bai Yu had to admit that Xia Rui was very good-looking. What's more important was that Xia Rui and Xia Hexin were twin sisters. She felt sad. Even though she knew she had no chance to be with Liang, it didn't stop her from secretly thinking pantothenic acid. Bai Yu suddenly understood the meaning of a sentence. The most sad feeling is not to be jealous, but to not even have the qualifications to be jealous. This is the current situation. It was obvious that Liang was in contact with other girls, but she didn't even have the qualifications to be jealous. No, this is the saddest thing. Chapter 514, it was nearly 7 o'clock in the evening. Liang and Bai Yu separated. Bai Yu was going to UU to study. Liang returned to the dormitory with 2 sets of Kung Pao chicken rice. Lu Winshan and Ma Long were still immersed in studying. Winshan, brother champion, brought you Kung Pao chicken set rice for your father. Liang said, taking advantage. The atmosphere in their dormitory is very good. There is no seniority ranking. Anyway, except for himself, the other 3 are all like dogs. Roll, Dad is busy studying. Let's eat later, Lu Winshan said without raising his head. Thank you, brother Liang. I won't eat it now. I'll finish this online class before eating it. Ma Long responded, okay. I'll put the set rice in the microwave and you can heat it up later. Liang explained. Ok, Lu Winshan responded. Ma Long was immersed in the online class. obviously wearing headphones, and did not hear. And Liang had just returned to his seat when his mobile phone made a WeChat voice call. It was Xiao Rui who was calling him. At this time, click. What does Xiao Rui want from him? And Liang put on his wireless earphones to answer the voice call, and he spoke first. Classmate Xiao Rui, are you okay? Xiao Rui's voice came over immediately. Boss, help. And Liang asked in confusion, what's going on? Grand Patrol Officer Li Jie has already pinned student Huang Shi to death. What else can he do to help? And Liang must give Li Jie a thumbs up. He actually solved student Huang Shi's problem so efficiently. Of course, student Huang Shi was too cooperative. First of all, if you still act like this when your family business is not clean, isn't that asking for death? Sir, do you have time? Xiao Rui asked. And Liang looked at the book. He was just about to answer and was not free, but Xiao Rui started talking again. Boss, I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Xiao Rui added. If this is the case, brother Liang has time. What's the situation? And Liang asked back. Although Liang had already promised Xiao Rui, she still had to be careful about her attitude. Xiao Rui explained, a cousin in our family who is relatively snobbish asked us to go shopping. We guess that she found a new girlfriend. My boyfriend wants to show offs. Let me show you off. And Liang responded casually. I sent the Lamborghini out this evening to put on the invisible car cover. The gentleman also went out to play. I don't have a car here at school for the time being. It doesn't matter. Our schools are close to each other. It only takes 10 minutes to walk there. We will meet at the entrance of the college after a while. Our cousin is coming to pick us up. I think her boyfriend should be driving. And Liang agreed. Is your sister going too? She is also my sister's cousin? Xiao Rui asked back. Nothing wrong. Okay, I'll change my clothes and come over. And Liang agreed. He still chose Gucci's jacket and came with a full Gucci set. When Sean, brother champion, look at it, is there anything wrong with me dressing up like this? And Liang asked. Lu Wenshan looked at it carefully and finally nodded. There is no problem, but by you must think there is a problem. Ma Long agreed. Brother Liang went out to pick up girls again. Rolling, no ivory comes out of the dog's mouth. And Liang scolded with a smile. Your Kung Pao chicken set is in the microwave. Don't forget it. Okay, I'll start the whole process after finishing this case. Lu Wenshan responded, I will finish this online class right away. Manon responded. And Liang left the dormitory and walked across the campus towards the normal college diagonally opposite. When he arrived, Xia Hexin and Xiao Rui were already at the school gate. They were still wearing gray casual coats and dressed more Korean. Tai wow, boss, you're finally here. I thought you were going to let the pigeons go, Xiao Rui said with a sigh of relief. And Liang responded with a complaint. You said you would be here in 10 minutes walk. I really believed it. And then I walked for more than 20 minutes. Heck, we ignore these minor issues. Xiao Rui just said it casually. How did she know how long she would have to leave? Xia Hexin laughed at the side. By the way, where is your cousin? And Liang asked. It's already 7:30. Their cousin is a bit good at picking the time? Let me ask. Xiao Rui immediately posted on WeChat when asked. She responded to Liang after asking. They will be here soon in 5 minutes at most. And Liang nodded. By the way, is there anything I need to pay attention to? There is only one thing you need to pay attention to. If your cousin's boyfriend is too good at pretending, then you can trouble the boss to find fault. Xiao Rui explained. This is simple. And Liang smiled mischievously. I like to eat fish, and I'm very picky. Ha. Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin both laughed. Shintama likes to eat fish, so he is very picky. By the way, I have another question. And Liang looked at Xia Hexin and then at Xiao Rui. They were very well behaved today and did not exchange identities and pretend to be each other. Am I pretending to be my sister's boyfriend? Or am I pretending to be my sister's boyfriend? And Liang asked. Chapter 515, should Liang pretend to be Xia Hexin's boyfriend or Xiao Rui's boyfriend? This is a difficult question. Facing in Liang's inquiry, Xia Hexin and Xiao Rui looked at each other. They understood each other's meaning instantly. They actually completed the exchange of identities in an instant. Xia Hexin began to impersonate Xiao Rui, and Xiao Rui began to impersonate Xia Hexin. The two of them walked towards Liang together and circled An Liang twice, thus completely completing the exchange of identities. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui stood in front of An Liang and looked at An Liang together. Who would you like to be your boyfriend? Xia Hexin pretended to be Xia Rui and said. Xia Rui pretended to be Xia Hexin's gentle character. She didn't speak, but folded her hands in front of her. If An Liang didn't have the interpersonal relationship scanning system, he could accurately judge the two. The identity of the person is now confused by the rhythm of the two. After all, it is impossible to judge their identity based on the characters displayed by the two, because the two of them can imitate each other's identity casually without any obstacles. Personality, way of speaking, even the timbre of speaking, coupled with the similarity that can deceive Face ID. How can we distinguish them? Just rely on the naked eye? That's nonsense. Apple's facial recognition technology has been deceived by them. And how can they still distinguish them? Identification with the naked eye? Manjikyu Sharingan? Although An Liang identified the identities of Xia Rui and Xia Hexin through the interpersonal scanning system, he was willing to act with the two drama sisters. He showed that he could judge the identities of the two sisters through character recognition. Just from my personal point of view, I prefer gentle characters. If possible, I would choose my sister. And Liang looked at Xia Rui, because at this moment, Xia Rui was pretending to be Xia Hexin. And Liang cooperated with their performance and pretended to recognize Xia Rui as Xia Hexin. Xia Rui, pretending to be Xia Hexin, responded happily, Okay, you pretend to be your sister's boyfriend, and I will be your sister-in-law. When our cousin comes later, we will introduce her like this. And Liang watched Xia Hexin's performance. If there was no interpersonal relationship scanning system, he would not have suspected that Xia Rui was a fake Xia Hexin because there was really no flaw. And Liang and the Xia sisters were talking to each other at the gate of Tianfu Normal University while showing off her acting skills. A black Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan came to the entrance of Tianfu Normal University. When it stopped, the passenger window was lowered, and a woman wearing sunglasses greeted, Xia Hexin, Xia Rui. And Liang looked around and saw that he had used the interpersonal relationship scanning system. Yang Ying, age 23, height 168 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms, appearance 80 figure 88 special 65 favorability 10. This cousin's appearance is 89, 1 in 1,000. She is quite outstanding. At least she is a goddess in the eyes of the general public, but the special score is only 65 points. Is it too low? So which boyfriend is this Mercedes-Benz man? As for the lower favorability, and Liang has no power to complain. This is probably Brother Liang's first Waterloo? Brother-in-law, let's go. Xia Rui took in Liang's arm, and they actually completed the exchange of identities quietly. Is this ability too strong? And Liang was placed in the middle position in the back row of the Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Under normal circumstances, the middle position is the most uncomfortable position, with narrower leg space, harder cushions, and more uncomfortable sitting posture, but these are not important at this moment because Xia Hexin and Xia Rui are sitting on the left and right. Yang Ying looked at Liang and spoke first. Xia Hexin, Xia Rui, who is this classmate? Although An Liang wore a full set of Gucci, Yang Ying assumed that An Liang wore knockoffs because she felt that An Liang didn't look like a rich person. As for why he didn't look like a rich person, maybe it was an innate prejudice. Cousin, I am Rui. Xia Rui, who was on Liang's left, spoke. Cousin, I am Exin. Xia Hexin, who was on Liang's right, added, His name is Liang. He is from the Tianfu School of Economics across from us. He is my boyfriend. Xia Hexin continued to introduce. An Liang, this is our cousin Yang Ying. And Liang greeted politely, Hello, cousin. Yang Ying frowned involuntarily. She snorted lightly and ignored Liang. She introduced, This is my boyfriend Jiang Xiaocong. He is the product director of Qianyan Design, a famous advertising company in the IFES International Financial Center. Ahem, there is something in this introduction. Is this to improve the boyfriend status through IFES International Financial Center? After all, Companies that can gain a foothold in IFS International Financial Center are basically unlikely to be small companies. Coupled with the introduction of a famous advertising company, and the name of the product director is really impressive. This cousin of the Xia sisters is indeed full of snobbery, and it also fits the situation of the special score of 65 points. After all, if there is no such snobbish performance, the special score will be how could it drop to 65 points? Chapter 516 Jiang Zhaozong has been secretly watching the Xia sisters through the rearview mirror since they got into the car. Now, when Yang Yingying introduced him, he observed the attitudes and expressions of the Xia sisters through the rearview mirror, but he found that the Xia sisters were completely indifferent, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. And is from Tianfu School of Economics? Jiang Zhaozong took the initiative to speak, and Liang responded affirmatively, "Yes, I'm just a freshman this year." Tianfu School of Economics is great. Jiang Zhaozong first praised. It's easy for people who graduate from the School of Economics to find jobs. All kinds of investment companies need talents like in. What do you mean? Don't play by the rules? Tianfu Institute of Economics is just a junior college. To put it harshly, most graduates' future jobs have nothing to do with financial economics. This Jiang Zhaozong was a meal. When he came up, he boasted fiercely that Tianfu School of Economics is good and An Liang is a talented person. Are you trying to praise him? He is indeed an old bastard who has been in the workplace for many years, and his level of yin and yang is much higher. After Jiang Zhaozong praised him first, he continued, "Recently, one of your professional financial investment companies in the IFS International Financial Center has become famous." Oh. And Liang pretended to be confused, but he had already vaguely guessed the answer. Some time ago, Anshin Investment Company on the 66th floor of IFS International Financial Center blew up the circle of friends of surrounding companies. Jiang Zhaozong explained. "Huh, Anshin Investment Company? This is a bit interesting." And Liang pretended to be curious and asked, "How come this company has so many friends? I heard that the company made a lot of money. The boss of this company paid generous bonuses to all employees. The top management seemed to be worth 2 million each, and all the traders were worth 1 million each. They were even responsible for ordering takeout and cleaning. Everyone in the logistics and front desk received a bonus of 100,000 yuan." Jiang Zhaozong sighed. This incident caused a stir in the circle of friends at the IFS International Financial Center workplace, and employees of several investment companies were upset. If this Anshin investment company had no recruitment plan for the time being, I am afraid that all the other investment companies in the IFS International Financial Center would be in trouble. Jiang Zhaozong sighed. In fact, An Liang knows this. Just as Jiang Zhaozong said, Fan Ping's plan is to publicize the good treatment of Anshin Investment Company. In the future, An Liang Investment Company will have a larger scale of funds and target more people. When the investment market fights on multiple fronts, it can attract outstanding talents faster. Good birds choose trees to roost. Anshin Investment Company has better treatment, so it can naturally attract outstanding talents from other financial investment companies. Jiang Zhaozong continued, "You still make money in finance, and your casual bonus is 1 million. I am lucky enough to work hard and only get 5 or 6 million a year, and even with the year-end bonus, it may not reach 1 million. I really envy you. Study finance. This man has something." Although he said that he envied people in finance who could easily earn millions in a year, he actually revealed his annual income inadvertently. An annual income of 5 to 6 million, plus the year-end from the perspective of ordinary people, they're actually very powerful professional elites. Taking Tianfu as an example, according to official statistics, only a little over 4% of those with a monthly income of more than 10,000 yuan, less than 1% level of 5. Yes, this data is so true. The same is true for Shengqing. The two brother cities are basically clones. Of course, if we want to talk about average income, Penguin's average annual salary is 800,000, right? But Mr. Liu, CEO of Penguin, has an annual salary of more than 300 million. After removing the top management headed by Mr. Liu, the average annual salary of Penguin employees is less than 300,000. So the average income is just a hooligan, right? Even if Brother Liang has supported by the life winner system, Brother Liang also hopes to average his income with Mr. Malaysia. It is best if this average income can be transferred. Who has no idea about the real income? After all, every time the average income is announced, everyone sighing was a sign of holding back, so Jiang Zhaotsong deliberately revealed his annual income. Plus, Yang Yingying introduced him as the product director of Qinyan Design Advertising Company in a Mercedes-Benz car. He is indeed the rhythm of the workplace elite. The purpose of this person is to attract the two sisters of the Xia family paid attention. However, this person's performance failed directly. Okay? The two sisters of the Xia family were very aware of An Liang's situation. Jiang Zhaotsong secretly showed off his superior size, but they were directly ignored by the two sisters of the Xia family. After all, compared to An Liang, Yin an income of only 500,000 to 600,000 is really cool. Just the Ferrari 488 Pista, Porsche 911 Turbo S, and Lamborghini Urus that An Liang exposed on the campus wall are worth more than 10 million. So what if Jiang Zhaotsong's annual salary is 1 million? The value of 3 cars was enough for Jiang Zhaotsong to work hard for more than 10 years. Poor Jiang Zhaotsong wanted to show off his superiority, but he ended up showing off. What was even worse was that he didn't know it. He looked at the two Xia sisters without any reaction. He just thought that the two Xia sisters had not entered social work and did not understand what the annual salary was. So Jiang Zhaotsong came up with another plan. Chapter 522, when we were on the road before. Yang Yingying had a great time finding trouble with An Liang. How could An Liang not mess with her mentality now? Just now, An Liang said angrily that carrying a classic bag for 10 or 20 years was just a deliberate attempt to get into Yang Yingying's mentality. On the other side, Jiang Zhaotsong and Yang Yingying selected classic bags. After some selection, they finally chose the Pachatemidis series messenger bag. The PM messenger bag is known as the hardest Louis Vuitton messenger bag to buy on the internet. For this statement, Liang Ge can only suggest going to the store to take a look in person. Hardest to buy? The dark brown classic PM messenger bag is the most basic and entry-level style in the PM series of messenger bags and only costs 14,900 yuan. The price of the advanced light brown shoulder strap and cap version of the PM messenger bag is 16,000 yuan. The higher-end monogram imprint is made of cow leather, directly jumping out of the classic style and entering the field of fashionable style. There are multiple color options, but the price it has reached a height of 18,700 yuan. The so-called hardest to buy is probably a consolation of cheapest. Anyway, for Louis Vuitton, the dark brown classic PM messenger bag made of monogram canvas is definitely the most profitable, so it is naturally promoted as the hardest to buy. Otherwise, how ugly would it be to say the cheapest style? There is no way Louis Vuitton's public relations department would allow such a publicity method. Yang Yingying chose the cheapest basic dark brown PM messenger bag. She held the dark brown classic PM messenger bag in one hand and was led back to the fashion handbag area by Jiang Zhaotsong in the other. Naturally, she saw the Muria series handbags that Xia Rui and Xia Hexin were carrying crossbody. Among them, her favorite blue and green version was carried crossbody by Xia Rui. The two sisters from the Xia family were looking at the Muria handbag that was carried diagonally in front of the full-length mirror. They adjusted the position of the Muria handbag from time to time to judge whether it looked good through the full-length mirror, and they also took photos. Looking at the more beautiful faces of the two Xia sisters and the Muria handbags they were carrying across their bodies, Yang Yingying suddenly became angry. She said sarcastically, "Hexn Rui, you have to be careful. Classmate and said before that these bags are very fragile. If they are accidentally broken after a while, they are very expensive." Listening to what Yang Yingying said, An Liang couldn't help but smile. He looked at the two Xia sisters who also looked at him. Xia Rui winked at An Liang with her left eye. An Liang immediately understood what Xia Rui meant. He wanted to be the owner of a white shop. Who doesn't know how to be yin and yang? Ahem, cousin. You just, before An Liang could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Yingying. Who is your cousin? Yang Yingying snorted coldly. The more she looked at the Muria handbags that Xia Rui and Xia Hexin were carrying, the more she liked them. She suddenly felt that the classic PM messenger bag she was carrying was not good-looking at all. It was obviously the one she had dreamed of in the past. Louis Vuitton, but now I actually feel like I don't like it. Maybe because I have better hopes in my heart? Zhang Xiaosong returned from paying at the cashier, and he handed the cashier receipt to Yang Yingying because he knew that Yang Yingying would definitely take pictures and send them to Friend's Circle. Of course, you have to bring the receipt information. Otherwise, who knows if this Louis Vuitton PM Messenger bag was purchased through purchasing channels? What is the situation of purchasing channels? Got it? Faced with the sponsor's father, Yang Yingying naturally did not act petty. She took the cashier receipt, took a look at it, and then reminded, "We are ready to leave. Hiex and Rui, have you finished the trial?" At this point, Yang Yingying looked at Liang and continued, "Classmate, you have to work hard so that you can buy such a bag for Hiexian in the future. It's okay to work hard." Boston opened the store and responded, "Sorry, cousin, we don't need to buy it. Louis Vuitton has just decided to give away 2 bags to Hiexian and Rui." Yang Yingying loket confuset. And Liang continued, "Because the person in charge of this Louis Vuitton store thinks that Hiexian and Rui are too beautiful. If they use Louis Vuitton bags, it will bring an exemplary advertising effect to Louis Vuitton. So it is free, give them 2 bags as gifts." And Liang's words contained a hint of sarcasm. The 2 Xia sisters are too beautiful. Does that mean Yang Yingying is not beautiful enough? Xiao Tang had already walked over when Liang was in a weird mood. After Liang finished speaking, Xiao Tang added, "Yes, we are very honored that the 2 Ms. Xia chose Louis Vuitton." Although he knew that this was the cooperation between Liang and Xiao Tang. She was acting, but looking at Yang Yingying gritting her teeth and sulking, Xiao Rui still felt very comfortable. "Thank you, Louis Vuitton. I think this bag is really beautiful and feels very comfortable. I like it very much." Xiao Rui praised the Miria handbag. It was obviously just a simple compliment, but Yang Yingying felt it was very harsh. Because she also likes the Miria handbag, but now she only bought a classic PM Messenger bag that is less than half the price of the Miria handbag. The gap in her heart, how can it be filled up? More importantly, Louis Vuitton actually sent 2 bags to Xiao Rui and Xia Xin. How could Yang Yingying accept this? It was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Isn't this too ridiculous? Chapter 523 inches the Louis Vuitton store. Yang Yingying's mentality collapsed. Obviously, it shouldn't be like this today, right? Today's script should be that she, Yang Yingying, takes her well-off career elite boyfriend to show off in front of 2 beautiful cousins, so that the 2 cousins will know that looking beautiful is not as good as living a beautiful life. Yang Yingying doesn't like her 2 cousins, especially after her 2 cousins entered high school. She disliked her 2 cousins less and less because they were more beautiful than her. So Yang Yingying always wanted to show off in front of her 2 cousins. This time, Yang Yingying had a boyfriend from a professional elite. She immediately wanted to show off to her 2 cousins. She originally thought that her 2 cousins would reject her invitation to go shopping. But who knew that her 2 cousins agreed? What's even more ridiculous is the current situation. She was originally jealous of her 2 cousins who were prettier than her, but now Louis Vuitton actually gave away bags to her 2 cousins because they were so beautiful? Did Louis Vuitton take the wrong medicine? Are you really going to give them 2 bags worth more than 30,000 yuan? Yang Yingying asked Xiao Tang unwillingly. Xiao Tang nodded in response, yes. The 2 Ms. Xia are really beautiful, and they are very rare twins. If they use our Louis Vuitton products, we believe it will bring good advertising effects. But they're just ordinary students. Yang Yingying felt a little crazy. In the environment where they live every day, it is almost impossible for you to have potential customers of Louis Vuitton. Xiao Tang smiled and didn't mean to speak. Boston of Baisher store looked at the classic dark brown PM Messenger bag Yang Yingying was carrying. He asked, "Cousin, this bag of yours is also very good looking. How much does it cost?" Yang Yingying stared at Liang with death. When this person was explaining the Miria handbag just now, he was very reasonable. Now he is pretending to be a newbie? Zhang Xiaozong was a little embarrassed. He knew the price of the Miria handbag. If it hadn't happened now, then today you can successfully win over Yang Yingying with the classic dark brown PM Messenger bag, right? Who knew that such an unexpected situation would happen? Xiao Tang's ability to observe people's emotions is very powerful. She responded with an Liang's funny attitude. This is a classic series. The price of the messenger bag is 14,900 yuan. It is our most classic messenger bag from Louis Vuitton and is widely praised all over the world. And Liang gave Xiao Tang a wink and made a two gesture with his right hand. Xiao Tang continued, on behalf of Louis Vuitton, I can give 2 more PM series messenger bags to the 2 summers. Miss Xia, please come over here, and I will help you choose the style you like. Xiao Tang made an invitation gesture. Boston of Baisher store was making up his mind. Cousin, which messenger bag do you think is the most beautiful? Yang Yingying took a deep breath. Instead of leaving in anger, she followed him. She wanted to see if it was a real gift or a fake one. Zhang Zhaozong glanced at An Liang suspiciously. He had already begun to suspect that An Liang was behind it. Make a fool of yourself. Could it be that this young man is rich? Zhang Zhaozong thought to himself. He had previously thought that An Liang was a poor man, but now it seemed that something was wrong. If the Gucci that An Liang wore was not a knockoff, it meant that An Liang was really rich. But Zhang Zhaozong didn't pay too much attention, because this time An Liang and the Xia sisters traveled by riding in his car. Zhang Zhaozong thought from his own point of view. If An Liang had a car, he wouldn't take the 2 Xia sisters to ride in the car, right? After all, for men, it seems quite shameful to do things like take a car. However, for An Liang, what is shameful about such a thing? At present, An Liang's wealth can basically support An Liang to do whatever he wants to a certain extent. In the current situation, An Liang can do whatever he wants. If you don't want to, you can arrange for Anshin Investment Company's business reception vehicle to take you on the road at any time. And you can even arrange for a 5-star hotel's concierge vehicle and the services of a professional car rental company. But An Liang just wants to take advantage of the car. What's the problem? What wealth gives An Liang is not to show off in a stupid way, but to have the confidence to face any situation. In short, no matter what happened, An Liang had the confidence to face it. Classic handbag section. Xiao Tang took the 2 Xia sisters to choose PM series messenger bags. Sister, we already have a fashionable bag. Now let's choose a classic one, right? Xia Rui said as she patted the Muria handbag she was holding across her body. Xia Hexin saw Yang Yingying out of the corner of her eye. She didn't want it at first, but Yang Yingying was right next to her. She could only agree, well, me too. Such thoughts. Then let's choose a contrasting color model. A contrasting color model between light brown and dark brown. I think it looks better. Xia Rui has obviously also opened a wedding store. The advanced model with light brown bag cap and dark brown bag body is priced at 16,000 yuan. Isn't that the classic model that just overpowered Yang Yingying? Chapter 524, the PM messenger bag purchased by Yang Yingying, is the most basic entry-level classic model, priced at only 9,000 yuan. Now that Xia Rui wants to choose the advanced model, doesn't that mean she's overpowering Yang Yingying? And Liang secretly laughed in his heart. This Xia Rui is also an on my OG. When Yang Yingying heard Xia Rui's choice, she gritted her teeth, her heart filled with anger, but she couldn't burst out. It was obviously a happy time to buy a Louis Vuitton messenger bag. When choosing, she had even thought of how to show off her superiority in front of Xia Rui and Xia Hexin, and then create a sense of presence in the circle of friends, thus receiving a lot of likes. As a result, I have no mood at all now, okay? The only thing that supports her now is waiting for the result. She wonders if An Liang bribed the clerk and asked the clerk to act together. That's why she stayed and waited for the results. Hello. We choose the style with contrasting design of light brown and dark brown. Xia Rui said to Xiao Tang, Miss Xia has such a good taste. Xiao Tangxian praised. This contrasting design messenger bag uses monogram reverse series canvas, which gives the classic style a more youthful vitality. It is currently the hottest style among the PM series messenger bags. Miss Xia, please wait a moment. I will pick up the goods for you right away. After Xiao Tang explained, he immediately walked to the warehouse. Yang Yingying looked at Xia Rui and Xia Hexin suspiciously, and then looked at An Liang. What are you doing? And Liang said with an innocent expression, "Huh, cousin, what are you talking about?" Snort. Yang Ying snorted coldly. "I want to see what kind of medicine you sell in your gourd." And Liang pretended not to understand, and he sent a message to Xiao Tang on WeChat. In less than 3 minutes, Xiao Tang came back. She first handed over 2 PM series messenger bags with contrasting light brown and dark brown designs. Xiao Rui and Xiao Hixin. Xiao Rui took off the Muria handbag and handed it directly to En Liang. Xiao Hixin did the same, and Liang's neck was hung with the rhythm of 2 Muria series handbags. Xiao Rui and Xiao Hixin began to try carrying a PM messenger bag with contrasting color design. Logically speaking, the contrasting design of light brown bag cover and dark brown bag body is indeed better looking than pure dark brown. It really gives new vitality to the classic style. Just since it is 1,100 yuan more expensive, and Liang recommends buying the PM messenger bag in contrasting colors. Of course, a greasy middle-aged man like Jiang Zhaotsong, who brags about how awesome he is actually easy to use. After revealing his true form, he is nothing more than a stingy person. "Brother-in-law, do you think it looks good?" Xiao Rui greeted En Liang. The title of brother-in-law, seems a bit hard to bear. And Liang nodded solemnly. Not bad, not bad. It's pretty good looking. Cousin, why don't you switch to this one? I think this one looks better. What do you think?" Boston of Baishir's store forced Yang Ying to do the underworld. "Business," Xiao Tang said apologetically. "I'm very sorry. Currently, there are only 2 brand new monogram reverse version PM series messenger bags in the store. The exhibition bags are not for sale. I'm really sorry." Yang Ying suddenly felt like she was being targeted by the whole world. But is this the end? Of course not. Xiao Tang started the unparalleled killing mode. "To Ms. Xia, on behalf of Louis Vuitton, I will give you another Zippy series zipper wallet. We have specially selected navy green and ivory white to match your Muria handbags." After finishing speaking, Xiao Tang took out 2 long wallets and handed them to Xiao Rui and Xiao Xin. Yang Ying knew that the prices of the 2 wallets exceeded 10,000 yuan. Among them, the blue and green zippy wallet costs 10,700 yuan, and the ivory white one is slightly cheaper, but it also costs 10,400 yuan. She just took a look at the bag while looking at it. To be honest, she also likes this Zippy series zipper wallet. It uses the same material as the Muria handbag and looks very fashionable. I was just put off by the price. A wallet costs more than 10,000 yuan? Ah! Yang Ying knew that Jiang Zhaotsong would not buy it 100%. But now Louis Vuitton actually said that it would give it to Xiao Rui and Xiao Xin? Yang Ying said she felt like her brain couldn't turn around. "Are you crazy?" Yang Ying looked at Xiao Tang, and she said with a bit of emotion. Xiao Tang responded with a smile. "Sorry, madam. We at Louis Vuitton really hope that the 2 Ms. Xia will use our products, so that our Louis Vuitton products expand visibility within the university environment. Although in a university environment, our current potential customers for Louis Vuitton may be fewer after graduation, after they work hard and improve their own conditions. It is possible that they will choose our Louis Vuitton." Xiao Tang said grandly, as if that was really the case. "We at Louis Vuitton are more willing to support long-term advertising investment like the 2 Ms. Xia. We at Louis Vuitton are very honored that the 2 Ms. Xia like our Louis Vuitton." Xiao Tang unabashedly praised Xiao Rui and Xiao Xin. Yang Ying only felt a feeling of thunder rolling from the sky. What's wrong with this world? Is she dreaming? Chapter 525. Yang Ying felt that she had received a huge mental blow. Today was obviously a script arranged by her. She was the heroine, and she showed off to her 2 cousins. Why did everything turn out the other way around? "Hey, director, did you get the wrong script?" Faced with Xiao Tang's unabashed praise of Xiao Rui and Xiao Hixin, Yang Ying was filled with anger, and she turned around and left. Jiang Zhaotsong grabbed Yang Ying and said, "Ying, we have to send them back, so we can't leave them here, right?" This guy seemed kind-hearted, but in fact he was wildly implying that Liang didn't have a car. As for giving it away, nowadays taxis and online ride-hailing are so convenient. Where do I need to send them? Yang Ying understood Jiang Zhaotsong's hint. and the corners of her mouth turned up involuntarily. At least she could hit in Liang again, right? Xiao Rui and Xiao Hexin are so good, but in Liang seems to be a bit of a loser. Yang Yingying thought about it silently. When she was in the car for a while, she would first use the car as a topic to target in Liang. It would be best to make in Liang and Xiaohe unhappy. How could in Liang not see through such a little trick? Brother Tsong, you don't have to give it to us. We can just take a taxi back later. And Liang pretended to be considerate and added, my cousin is a little angry. You'd better stay with my cousin first. Boston of Baishidian was causing trouble again, and directly made it clear that Yang Yingying was angry, and almost killed Yang Yingying again. Fortunately, Yang Yingying thought that when she sent in Liang and the others back, she could target in Liang to her heart's content, so she tolerated it again. Zhang Zhaotsong responded quickly. You don't have to be polite, classmate. We picked you up from beginning to end, and we can't leave you without leaving. Xiao Rui looked at in Liang with a questioning look in her eyes. This smart twin sister also guessed that Yang Yingying was probably going to do something wrong, and Liang responded, in that case, thank you, Brother Tsong, you're welcome. No need to be polite. Zhang Zhaotsong responded, I think it's getting late. Shall we send you back first? And Liang looked at Xiao Tang. Have these been given to them? Xiao Tang nodded affirmatively. Of course. That's our pleasure at Louis Vuitton. Grateful. And Liang responded. Xiao Rui and Xiao Hexin also thanked each other, and then Liang quietly transferred the payment on WeChat. Ding! The primary shopping cashback card is now in effect. Congratulations to the host for getting triple the cashback on consumption. The two advanced versions of the PM Messenger bag with contrasting light brown and dark brown designs are priced at 32,000 yuan. The navy green zippy zipper wallet is 10,700 yuan, and the ivory white wallet is 10,400 yuan. The total consumption is 53,100 yuan, which exceeds the limit of 50,000 yuan. According to the triple cash rebate, that is 150,000 yuan. So after buying, you are still making money? This wave is said to be a gift from Louis Vuitton. There's no problem at all, right? Xiao Rui and Xiao Hexin stepped on the Muria handbag again and put the zippy zipper wallet of the same color inside. And Liang helped carry two Louis Vuitton shopping bags, among which were naturally two PM Messenger bags. Xiao Hexin and Xiao Rui were secretly thinking about Yang Yingying's mentality. It was Yang Yingying who wanted to buy the Muria handbag, but now it was Xiao Rui and Xiao Hexin who got the Muria handbag. This Yang Yingying's mentality is a bit explosive anyway. The only thing that supports Yang Yingying now is that after getting in the car, on the way back to take them back, she will go on a killing spree and ask in Liang all kinds of death questions, including this time that Louis Vuitton presented bags to Xiao Rui and Xiao Hexin. It will all turn into Yang Yingying asking about in Liang's death. For example, she would ask in Liang how to buy high-end luxury brand bags for Xiao Hexin in the future. After all, high luxury brand bags are very expensive, and ordinary people cannot afford them unless they live frugally. But buying a luxury brand bag on a frugal basis? I'm afraid it's because I'm crazy. The more Yang Yingying thought about it, the more excited she became. What a huge blow she had just suffered at Louis Vuitton. She would transfer the damage to in Liang intact after a while. No, it's not about transferring harm. She wants to intensify the damage. It would be best to beat in Liang to shame and break up with Xiao Hexin right there. At least in Yang Yingying's opinion, she was sure to hit in Liang to the point of becoming autistic. Yang Yingying and Zhang Zhaotsong walked in front, and the two sisters in Liang and Xiao walked behind. Xiao Rui whispered, "Be careful later, my cousin is definitely going to cause trouble." Xiao Hexin agreed. Yes, according to our understanding of her, she will definitely become a monster later. But it's not Xiao Rui and Xiao Hexin become monsters. Because Taoist and is a giant of the righteous path, he is very powerful in the magic of subduing demons. Do not believe? If you don't believe it, try it. Judging from the situation of Xiao Rui and Xiao Hexin, they will definitely pay the price in blood. Don't worry, I can see it too. This cousin of yours is really poisonous. And Liang said that he knew what he was doing. Did Yang Yingying think this was the end? No. Brother Liang believes in eradicating the roots. Even if he is just pretending, he must be thorough. Chapter 526. The atmosphere in the elevator was a bit dull. Yang Yingying's plan to show off was completely ruined. Now she only thought about how to torture in Liang's soul after getting in the car. Zhang Xiaosong didn't speak either. He was secretly thinking about whether there was a chance to trick the two Xia sisters. And Liang and the Xia sisters also remained silent. The two sisters also guessed that Yang Yingying would cause trouble. Now it was up to Liang to break the situation. Underground parking garage. The elevator opened slowly. When the elevator opened, Zhang Xiaosong suddenly walked out of the elevator enthusiastically. Mr. Fan? Fan Ping had received news from Liang before, so he waited in the underground parking garage in advance. Who are you? Fan Ping looked at Zhang Xiaosong in confusion. He really didn't know Zhang Xiaosong. And Liang and Yang Yingying also walked out of the elevator. They happened to hear Fan Ping's question. Who are you? And Zhang Xiaosong's flattering look. It's a bit funny indeed. Ha ha. Xia Rui laughed out loud. Zhang Xiaosong didn't feel embarrassed at all. He quickly introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Fan. I am Zhang Xiaosong, the marketing director of Qinyan Design Advertising Company on the 27th floor. Fan Ping nodded perfunctorily. Oh. Zhang Xiaosong obviously wanted to save face. He continued, we met and exchanged business cards at the Wealth Sharing Exchange meeting held by the International Financial Center. In the end, does Zhang Xiaosong consider the fact that he has exchanged business cards to be very familiar? It's a bit outstanding. What's up? Fan Ping was even more perfunctory. And Liang said on the side, Old Fan, this director Zhang said that he is very familiar with you and wants to arrange for me to work in the company during the winter vacation. What do you think of the arrangements? Zhang Xiaosong looked at Liang in surprise. This, isn't it? Yang Yingying also looked at Liang in surprise. Mr. N, I don't know him. Fan Ping responded straightforwardly. By the way, Mr. N, the car key you want? Fan Ping handed the key to the Porsche 911 Turbo S to Liang. Whether it was a Ferrari 488 Pista or a Porsche 911, Liang kept a spare key at Anshin Investment Company. After all, if it is parked here, it is natural to keep a spare key. And Liang looked to Yang Yingying. He explained, Cousin, you have never thought about it. Rui and Hashin didn't play with you before, so why should they agree to you this time? Yang Yingying was silent. This seems to be true. When she changed boyfriends in the past, Xia Rui and Xia Hashin never talked to her. This time is an abnormal situation. In fact, when Xia Rui and Xia Hashin agreed, Yang Yingying originally everyone was a little surprised, but she wanted to show off so much that she didn't think more deeply about it. Brother Tsong, I introduced myself. My name is Liang. And Liang looked at Zhang Xiaosong again. My cousin asked me where I'm from again. If you really knew Anshin Investment Company, you would have understood everything when we were in the parking garage. Let's ignore for the moment that the license plates of the Ferrari 488 Pista and the Porsche 911 Turbo S are all the abbreviation of the pinyin of my name. Because you and I are not familiar with each other, it is normal to not be able to think of this step, but the parking spaces over there are private fixed parking lots owned by Anshin Investment Company. Bit. And Liang reminded, my surname is In from Anshin Investment Company. Anshin Investment Company is our family's property. How will Brother Tsong arrange winter vacation work for me? And Liang looked at Zhang Xiaosong teasingly. Zhang Xiaosong looked at Liang a little embarrassed, but he did not show any angry expression. Instead, his eyes were full of flattery. After all, he is a veteran in the workplace. He was just slapped in the face. Do you care about face? If you still care about face in the workplace, why not go home and sell roasted sweet potatoes? Yang Yingying's heart was filled with anger. She looked at Xia Rui and Xia Hashin. Do you know his situation? Xia Rui responded without hesitation. Of course. Xia Hashin acquiesced. Okay. Very good. You two have really grown up. Your elbows have turned outward, and you have joined forces with outsiders to bully your own family. Yang Yingying snorted coldly, and Liang complained on the side. Come on. Don't put the label of family on your face. What do you think? We still don't know? And Liang continued, we have been acting with you for so long. What kind of monster are you that we don't know about? To be honest, I can't stand an outsider. So what do you think of one of my own? The rhythm of Baishidian Boss Anne's coming online. Xiao Rui's true character is a little more quirky, she seconded. That's right. Cousin, we know very well what you think. This kind of thing has happened before, and we are not fools. Since we are willing to accompany you in acting, we naturally want to watch you perform. Xia Hexin sighed softly. Cousin, we are a family. Why do you always like to show off to us? Yang Ying didn't respond. She turned around and left. For Yang Ying, today's blows were too many, one after another without stopping. How could she bear it? What's more important is that she wanted to show off herself today. I have found a boyfriend who is an elite in the workplace, but now compared with Liang, isn't that a huge difference? Before co-writing, Jiang Zhaotsong tried his best to tout Anshin Investment Company. But was he actually doing it for Liang? Yang Ying felt terrible. Jiang Zhaotsong took a look at it after Yang Ying left. She nodded and bowed to Fan Ping and Liang and said, Mr. and Mr. Fan, I'm sorry, my girlfriend has a bit of a weird personality. I'll treat you to dinner another day to apologize. And Liang smiled. This person is really thick-skinned. Chapter 532 and Liang's study career at Tianfu University of Economics was full of dullness and boredom. From Monday to Friday, every day is filled with studying and chatting on WeChat. Because of the two new sisters from the Xia family, Liang's management skills have been improved again, so he can arrange time reasonably, otherwise the rhythm of time will inevitably explode. On Friday evening, Liang visited Yuyue accompanied by Feng Jie. At present, everything is ready for Yuyue high-end boutique supermarket. According to the plan, it will officially open for trial operation at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mr. And as of today, we have distributed a total of 20,000 advertisements and 4,000 questionnaires, and have successfully collected 3,428 questionnaire reports. Feng Jie explained the situation. Our questionnaire survey targets mainly students who are likely to accept high-end consumption. According to the questionnaire survey, 64% of the respondents hope for the existence of a high-end boutique supermarket. Feng Jie continued. Through the successfully collected questionnaires, we carefully selected 100 students, including 79 female students and 21 male students. We invited them to taste the light food and water bar, and the favorable rate exceeded 90%. Feng Jie continued. There is absolutely no problem in inviting more female classmates to taste light food because girls pay more attention to weight loss, and most boys do not deliberately lose weight. By the way, Mr. And based on the feedback from the invited classmates, we decided to launch a takeout plan for light meals, ensuring the freshness of the light meals through fast delivery and making it more convenient to purchase our light meals. Feng Jie specially explained, Yuyue downstairs should also have buying and selling services, right? And Liang asked, all available. Feng Jie added, we opened a public account and sold directly on the public account. We rejected yellow vests and blue vests because their commissions were a bit too much. The takeout commissions on the yellow vest and blue vest platforms are indeed very excessive. When he was in high school, and Liang liked a braised chicken and rice restaurant near his home, but he found that when ordering takeout, the portion of the braised chicken would drop sharply. When he was in the store, he ordered a small portion for 18 yuan, and he was very full. But when he ordered takeout, he ordered a medium portion for 22 yuan, and he actually felt that it was not as much as the small portion. After all, a medium portion after finishing the braised chicken and rice, I still didn't feel completely full. Later, Liang went to the braised chicken and rice restaurant in person to inquire about the situation, complaining that the portion of the takeout was too small. The owner of the braised chicken and rice directly transferred the portion of the braised chicken and rice to the yellow vest takeout platform. The data was shown to Liang. For a portion of braised chicken and rice worth 18 yuan, the yellow vest platform would charge a commission of 4.5 yuan, which is equivalent to 25%. At the same time, if users have coupons, they will continue to exploit merchants' profit. And when the user is too far away, the merchant may have to subsidize part of the shipping fee for the rider. According to the owner of braised chicken and rice, a small portion of braised chicken and rice with an original price of 18 yuan. His minimum price is only I once got 5.4 yuan, which is completely a loss-making rhythm. But in the case of dine-in, 18 yuan a portion is 18 yuan a portion, and everything belongs to the boss. Under such circumstances, shouldn't it be appropriate to treat dine-in and takeout differently? The yellow vest and blue vest takeout platforms have now completed their monopoly, and they will naturally start to reap profits. But the wool comes from the sheep, and merchants cannot do business at a loss. So naturally, they have to reduce the amount of takeout. Feng Jie knows Yue very well. It is the positioning of high-end boutiques, and it is impossible to reduce the quality of Yue. Whether it is dine-in or takeout, the quality of Yue must be consistent. In order to avoid being harvested by the yellow vests and blue vests, Feng Jie specially opened a WeChat official account. Thus used the WeChat public account for takeout marketing. After hearing Feng Jie's decision, and Liang must give Feng Jie a thumbs up, and Liang promised Feng Jie a high salary and profit sharing. Feng Jie is now doing a life-threatening job, so in Liang you could be a hands-off shopkeeper with peace of mind. This is the power of high salary. Mr. Let's go upstairs to taste some light food. Please comment. Feng Jie suggested, and Liang nodded affirmatively. Okay. The second floor of Yue is very brightly decorated, with a large number of floor-to-ceiling windows that allow natural light to flow in, creating a bright environment. The overall decoration style and layout are simple and clear, in line with the aesthetics of young people. There is also a circular corridor in the back garden. The European-style garden landscape is definitely a perfect scene to attract young ladies to take photos. Coupled with Yue's high-end positioning, it will definitely become a favorite venue for the surrounding petty bourgeoisie. And Liang tasted steak on the small round table next to the window on the second floor boiled vegetables. The simple wooden chair is not comfortable to sit on because it is not ergonomic. But it is also a small detail. This detail makes it impossible for customers to stay for a long time. For example, order a glass of juice and start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Sitting until 9 o'clock in the evening will take up UU's space resources, so there is an anti-ergonomic desk and chair design. This is the case for all kinds of fast food, such as Star Papa Coffee. Chapter 533. The next day, Saturday, was the day when the feather moon bloomed. 8:30 in the morning, and Liang has arrived at UU, and he is supervising the flower shop staff to place flower baskets. Harem, the boss of the hot pot restaurant, also presented a pair of flower baskets. He stood next to Liang and sighed. The first time I met Liang is still vivid in my mind. In the blink of an eye, and Liang has already supported such a big flower basket. The scene is terrifying. Young people are terrible. And Liang responded with a smile. Boss, how will need to take care of the business more in the future. Sure, I'll respond it. There was neither a ribbon-cutting ceremony nor a lion dance for UU's opening. It didn't even pursue the auspicious meaning of prosperity for a long time like 9 o'clock and 9. In order to celebrate UU's official opening and trial operation, after Feng Jie discussed with Liang, he formulated a plan with double discounts. First, for UU members, 10% of the balance will be given as a gift when recharging, with a minimum recharge of 100 yuan. For example, if you recharge 100 yuan, you will get 10 yuan as a gift. If you recharge 1,000 yuan, you will receive 100 yuan as a gift, and so on. It is only valid on the opening day. Secondly, through the member balance checkout, a 10% discount will continue for 3 days. UU has a WeChat applet, and the membership card can also be it is stored in the card holder of WeChat. If you're using an Apple mobile phone, it can also be stored directly in the wallet of the Apple mobile phone. It is very convenient to use. At 9 o'clock sharp, UU opens on time. 2019 Finance Level 3 of Tianfu School of Economics. The classmates in the class were very considerate, and they came over to support the show, but they seemed to underestimate UU's appeal, because quite a few students supported UU's rhythm. Feng Jie was already patrolling UU to prevent and deal with emergencies. And Liang also walked into UU to check the internal situation. The newly opened UU attracted a lot of people, whether they were consuming or not. They came in to watch the lively rhythm, especially the circular European-style garden and the back garden. The landscape has become a photo location for many students. Fortunately, Liang has set up a direct access to the back garden. Otherwise, how would it be if so many people walked through the back garden from Yuyue? After all, Yuyue is positioned as a high-end boutique supermarket. As for the setting, consumption is prohibited from entering the back garden. An Liang knows people's hearts well. If such a setting is made, I am afraid that tomorrow his information, as well as Yu's information, will be posted on the campus walls of all surrounding schools, and then he will be called on to boycott or something. That's how people's hearts are. Huh? And Liang, who was inside Yuyue, suddenly discovered a scene that made him startled. At the automatic cash register, and Liang saw Bai Yu and the two Xia sisters. Yes, the two Xia sisters were actually next to Bai Yu. They seemed to be helping Bai Yu to supervise the automatic cashier situation. What the hell is this? How did the two sisters of the Xia family get involved with Bai Yu? At least from the current look, Bai Yu and the two sisters of the Xia family get along very well. Because in Liang even smiled when he saw Bai Yu. To be honest, even in Liang, the last time he saw Bai Yu smile was when he was at XJLU Children's Welfare Home. Bai Yu showed an innocent smile like a child. However, now Bai Yu and the Xia sisters are actually talking and laughing. Brother Liang said he was a little panicked. Is the club king still panicking now? If he is still panicked, Brother Liang asked to form a team. An Liang left quietly. He found Feng Jie and asked, "Have you recruited part-time staff to assist Bai Yu?" Feng Jie was confused. "I have recruited 2 new security personnel." Security personnel? Those are definitely not the two Xia sisters. Mister, and what happened? Feng Jie asked, and Liang responded negatively. It's okay, I'll handle it myself. Now that Liang has said it's okay, Feng Jie can't ask for trouble anymore. At 11:30 p.m., Yu's shopping craze finally dissipated, and Liang walked towards the automatic checkout lane again. He found Xia. The two sisters are still here. This is poisonous. And Liang bravely walked over and greeted him calmly. He explained, Rui, why are you here too? Brother-in-law, if your supermarket opens, we will naturally come to support you. Xia Rui spoke first. After shouting the word brother-in-law, and Liang noticed that Bai Yu's smile gradually faded. Xia Hashin scolded, Xia Rui, what are you talking about? Am I talking nonsense? Xia Rui came to Liang. She directly took Liang's left arm affectionately. And Liang even felt the softness of the panda. So, sister, did you reject him? Xia Rui asked deliberately provocatively. But it's not certain whether it was an insinuation or not. Bai Yu glanced at Xia Rui. Her eyes were very calm. Maybe Bai Yu thought that there was no possibility between herself and Liang, so she hid her feelings. In her heart, Xia Hashin glanced at Bai Yu out of the corner of her eye. When she found that Bai Yu didn't express anything and Liang was also open and honest, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Liang was really, as the gossip said, same, just pity Bai Yu? Chapter 534. Outside the automatic checkout lane of Yuyue high-end boutique supermarket, and Liang let Xia Rui hold his left arm. He looked at Bai Yu and said, Are you still used to work? Bai Yu nodded, and she became a little mute again. Seeing Bai Yu's soft and weak look, and Liang scanned her information through the interpersonal relationship scanning system. Her favorability score was exactly the same as that of Xia Rui and Xia Hashin, both at the critical value of 79 points. To take it one step further, it means that the lover is not satisfied. Seeing that Bai Yu's favorability did not drop, the corners of Liang's mouth turned up slightly. It's almost 12 o'clock. Let's go to the second floor and taste Yu's light food. And Liang greeted. Xia Rui pulled Liang and was about to leave. Xia Hashin followed, but Liang looked at Bai Yu and said, Bai Yu, why are you still standing there? Bai Yu looked at Liang doubtfully. Let's go. And Liang greeted. Bai Yu pointed at the automatic cash register, which meant that she had a job. And Liang almost cried at her stupid pace. Did she really think that Yu was the only one responsible for supervising the automatic cash register? Hurry up and catch up. And Liang greeted again. Bai Yu followed silently. Xia Rui suddenly came to Liang's ear and whispered, Brother-in-law, are you playing a nurturing game? And Liang's ears were tickled by Xia Rui's hot breath, and he hummed softly, You know quite a lot. Hum hum. I also have access to the internet. Xiao Rui let go of An Liang's arm, and she came to Bai Yu's side again. Xiao Rui's height is 1.7 meters, and Bai Yu's height is 1.55 meters. They both have the cutest height difference, not to mention higher on Liang. Classmate Bai Yu, I'm curious how much you weigh? Xiao Rui asked in a low voice. Bai Yu responded in a low voice, almost 80. Xiao Rui teased softly. Wow, that's great. Bai Yu was confused. Xiao Rui lowered her head slightly, leaned into Bai Yu's ear, and said, This is the standard little bird lover, and these boys like it very much. And Liang saw Xiao Rui and Bai Yu whispering, and he asked, What are you two whispering about? Xiao Rui responded playfully, Nothing. Bai Yu. And Liang looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu didn't know what she thought of. She glanced at An Liang. Her face turned red, and she didn't speak. Is the little bird clinging to someone? Bai Yu thought silently in her heart, and then remembered this sentence. I originally wanted to give each of you three a shopping card, but now I don't have one. And Liang said with a hum. Xiao Rui immediately came to An Liang and took An Liang's arm coquettishly. She said coquettishly, Brother-in-law, don't be like this. Ahem. And Liang coughed. Several boys around them looked at An Liang and Xiao Rui, then looked at Xia Hexin, and then silently ate lemons. This Xiao Rui is always causing trouble. The light water bar on the second floor. And Liang chose a seat by the window, scanned the QR code on the table with his mobile phone, and then handed the mobile phone to Xiao Rui beside him. Look at what you want to eat. Xiao Rui picked. She chose a fried steak without fried mushrooms and corn shoots, plus a glass of freshly squeezed kiwi juice. Then she returned the phone to An Liang and complained, Brother-in-law, Yuhi is indeed a profiteer, so expensive. The price of a non-fried steak with non-fried mushrooms and corn shoots is 88 yuan. A cup of freshly squeezed kiwi juice costs 38 yuan. A seemingly simple light meal actually costs 126 yuan. High price. And Liang handed the phone to Xia Hexin, but he looked at Bai Yu and said, Just order whatever you like. Bai Yu nodded silently. This one is very affordable. And Liang responded to Xiao Rui. Our steak uses regular M4/M5 Australian Wagyu upper brain steak. The cost alone is close to 40 yuan, plus mushrooms and corn shoots, as well as exquisite cooking skills. Even if we ignore an addition to operating costs, its total cost is more than 50 yuan. The kiwis we use for juice are all carefully selected kiwis imported from New Zealand. Each cup contains at least 2 fresh and intact kiwis. And Liang continued to explain, We do not use any spoiled fruit for juicing. Take apple juice as an example. If an apple is a little bit broken, the common business practice is to cut off the broken part. But we don't do that. We just eliminate them all. And Liang added. Xiao Rui was surprised. Can you make money like this? Our philosophy at Yuyue is to be friends first and then think about making money. And Liang responded, 88 yuan a serving? Make a friend? Xiao Rui immediately picked up the joke. I believe you are a ghost. And Liang also laughed, because I bought this small building in advance. Without the pressure of rent, I can definitely make money. Xiao Rui hummed. Why do you suddenly show off your wealth when we are having a good chat? Sister, Bai Yu, listen. Are these human words? For you use management. I directly purchased this small building. Xiao Rui complained. Xiao He rolled his eyes. What you said makes sense. I can't find a reason to refute it. Bai Yu listened quietly, not knowing what to say, because the two sisters of the Xiao family were so dazzling, like two fairies descending to earth. Bai Yu even felt that if she was in Liang, she would also like the Xiao family two sisters, right? Chapter 535 Bai Yu's heart is very complicated. On the one hand, Bai Yu couldn't help but fantasize about being within Liang one day, even if it was just for one day. No, even if it's just an hour, or even shorter, Bai Yu is willing. After all, it is like a moth flying into a flame. There is no thinking about whether you are stupid or not, only whether you are willing to pay or not. Bai Yu is willing, but on the other hand, Bai Yu knew very well that compared with the other girls around in Liang, she was really ordinary, even inconspicuous. That's it now. The two Xia sisters are good-looking, tall, and slender, with fair skin. More importantly, they are twin sisters. Bai Yu also went to the campus wall. Baiyu naturally saw some topics on the campus wall about how the so-called twin sisters had advantages. Now Baiyu watched the twin sisters talking to Liang and joking naturally, and her heart was filled with envy. Because Baiyu's heart is full of inferiority complex. When Baiyu faced a tall, handsome, and rich male god like Liang, she was really full of inferiority complex. She didn't know how to face Liang. The best way was to be obedient and act like someone who didn't know how to deal with it. The little mute who talks. In her opinion, maybe this is how she can stay with Liang, right? If he is too noisy, if he shows the slightest bit of affection for An Liang, maybe he will be disliked by An Liang. Baiyu likes to listen to a song recently, and several of its lyrics sing deep into her heart. I don't dare to get too close to you, for fear that you will find it annoying, being alone and silently alone. You are just a passerby passing through my world. I don't dare to leave you too much for fear that you will see that I am sad. I don't ask you to be so nice, just give me a little more smile. This song is called Passenger, and it almost perfectly matches Baiyu's mood. For her, An Liang is probably just a passerby on the journey of life, right? Although the glimpse was like a dream, it left Baiyu with an indelible memory. He had no intention of causing dust, but the wind blew the dust. Baiyu suppressed her joy. She not only wanted to get close to An Liang, but also had low self-esteem and was afraid to get close to An Liang. So her favorability was always suppressed at 79 points. Further, not qualified. Take a step back, reluctant to part with it. Baiyu once saw a passage. We shouldn't seem to be like this, let alone like this, but it can only be like this. She also wants to go further with Liang, but is it really possible? Look at the two sisters of the Xiao family, who are shining brightly now. Look at their radiant looks. They are like cranes. Baiyu feels like an ugly duckling. And Liang discovered the silent Baiyu, and his feelings for Baiyu were also very complicated. From the initial pity and sympathy, to the gradual recognition of Baiyu's tough character after contact, to now that he can't bear to hurt her. He just wants to protect her silently. At least leave an unforgettable memory for Baiyu in the 4 years of college. Ding! This is a girl who is weak on the outside but strong on the inside. She uses her weak body to fight against the powerful fate, but she has never bowed to it. Baiyu's destiny. The special series of missions are completely completed. Reward Baiyu a gorgeous transformation. Special reminder. The host, please continue to pay attention to Baiyu. This strong girl has now been favored by fate and is about to begin a gorgeous transformation. Mission reward? None. Failure penalty? None. Is there actually no mission reward? Or, the special series of missions Baiyu's destiny has actually brought in Liang's commercial confidential information from the senior hall in the first and second phases, thus earning in Liang a lot of financial benefits. So this special mission was finally completed, and even if there was no clear reward, and Liang fully accepted it. Sometimes, rewards of monetary benefits cannot soothe people's hearts. Everyone has a heart. The current result is very good for Baiyu, and Liang is really satisfied. If this result is replaced by other rewards, whether it is a reward of 100 million to An Liang, or information on the trend of US stock in the next 3 days, or even a direct reward of 1 billion to An Liang, or even 100 billion. To be honest, An Liang will not be moved. Gentlemen love fortune in a proper way, and Liang has his own bottom line. Money is the best thing if you can control it, because it is almost omnipotent. But if you cannot control it, or even be controlled by it, then it will transform into a demon and make people fall into the abyss of hell. And Liang has a very good mentality. He is not a simple businessman and does not have the idea of success that puts profits first. A gorgeous transformation and thoughts silently in his heart. Could it be that he really transformed into a butterfly? The ugly duckling transformed into a noble swan? And Liang started to look forward to it, no matter what the future holds for him and Baiyu. He sincerely hopes that Baiyu will get better. He hopes that this girl who fights against fate will have a good outcome. If one day the white moon shines brightly, that would be the best ending. Chapter 536 9:30 in the evening. Yuyue closed her doors. Feng Jie reported to Liang on Yuyue's operations. The official trial operation of Yuyue went well on the first day. The total recharge amount reached 160,000 yuan, The total sales amount reached 46,000 yuan, and the gross profit barely reached 10,000 yuan. As a high-end boutique supermarket and a joint venture with a light food and water bar, the profit is actually average. Mainly because of the 10% bonus for recharging on the first day, plus a 10% discount. Otherwise, the profit would be higher. And Liang looked at Yu's operating data and left with Yu and the two Xia sisters. That's right. The two sisters from the Xia family were also in Yue throughout the whole process. They were considered voluntary non-staff personnel. It was approaching 10 o'clock in the evening. Even though it was cold weather in December, there were still many students on the road, most of them walking towards school. Nanfeng Third Road is closer to Tianfu School of Economics. And Liang sent Yu back to school first, and he took the two Xia sisters to the open-air parking lot. The last time he walked there, it took a full 20 minutes. This time it was definitely impossible to walk again. So Liang was going to drive them back. And Liang specially used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to determine the identities of Xia Rui and Xia Hexin, and discovered that this time it was Xia Hexin sitting in the back seat. Strangeness. Could it be that Xia Rui sat in the back row last time? So this time it was Xia Hexin's turn to sit in the back row? And Liang did not ask for the details. He guessed that there should be some order of rotation between the two sisters. Xia Rui was sitting in the passenger seat and asked, "Brother-in-law, do you like Yu?" And Liang asked teasingly, "What do you think?" Snort. Xia Rui hummed, "You men are all big pigs." And Liang suddenly sighed. Actually, Yu is quite pitiful. Without his help, Yu would have been pitiful. This girl, who looks weak but has a strong heart, had a very poor diet in the cafeteria before getting help from Liang, and she always wanted to do some part-time jobs. Even if it was, she can also accept the physical work of express delivery sorting. According to her physical health, how long can she endure the physical work of express delivery sorting? It is a complete overdraft of vitality. Yu's special score has dropped to 80 points before, according to Yu's purity and moral character. The minimum critical value of Yu's special score can actually drop to 80, which shows that Yu's physical condition is already very bad. Without Liang's help, the consequences would be disastrous. Xia Hexin seconded. Yu is very strong. If I were in the same situation as her, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do what she can do. Xia Rui remained silent because she knew that she couldn't do it either. Today, when they were supervising the self-service checkout lane with Yu, the three of them chatted with each other. They knew more or less about Yu's affairs. Tianfu, the School of Economics, and Tianfu Normal University are diagonally across from each other. It takes 20 minutes to walk, but it only takes 5 minutes to take a detour by car. And Liang sent the two Xia sisters downstairs to the dormitory. Xia Rui asked first, "Are you going to Yue tomorrow?" And Liang responded negatively, "I won't go there tomorrow. The finals are coming soon. I have to concentrate on studying and at least try not to fail." Turns out he is a scumbag. Xia Rui hummed. It seems that Tianfu Normal University also has a junior high school, right? Xia Hexin said on the side. "We are going to Yue tomorrow." And Liang said that he had many questions. Are the two sisters going to Yue again? Forget it. And Liang said that he couldn't afford to offend him. They wanted to find Yu, so let them find Yu. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, and Liang sent a message on WeChat to ask Yu to have breakfast. He also ordered Feng Jie to prepare light work meals for Yu and Yu, including lunch and dinner. What if Yu is allowed to eat by herself? If Liang doesn't accompany her, then she will most likely have a serving of white rice, plus a serving of vegetarian vegetables, and then a free soup. How does this level of nutrition support her transformation? Time flies by, and it's Saturday again in a blink of an eye. In 3 days, Tianfu School of Economics will usher in the final exam of the first semester. With the blessing of the quick forced memorization, temporary buff, Liang basically went through all the learning content this semester. Although it was the result of forced memorization, it was unlikely that he would get full marks. He just passed the exam without failing. Then there is no problem at all. Brother Liang has enough confidence. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Liang came to Yu, and he was going to check on Yu's condition. Yu's job at Yue is very easy. Just as Liang predicted, Yuyue is positioned as a high-end boutique supermarket. After the initial curiosity stage, the students who now enter Yuyue for shopping are basically students with a certain financial foundation. Most are of relatively high quality. Under such circumstances, Baiyu's job is naturally easy. When Liang came over, Baiyu was instructing a girl to use Yuyu's membership card to check out and obtain Yuyu's membership points. Yuyue's membership points earn 1 point for every dollar spent. In Yuyue's WeChat public account, small points redemption activities will be launched every 3 to 5, making Yuyue's points quite useful. For example, 200 points can be exchanged for a 100-gram portion of caramel seeds, or 500 points can be exchanged for a 10-off coupon for spending over 100 points. Such small activities not only make Yuyue points useful, but also keep customers active. Chapter 542, Dormitory 307. When Lu Wenshan said that he had studied the law, both Liang and Xin Shizhong looked at Lu Wenshan in shock. Only Ma Long said with excitement, "Brother Wenshan, can I go to your house to celebrate the new year?" This guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes just said he missed home. "Champion brother, you win," Xin Shizhong complained. Lu Wenshan laughed and scolded, "Guangguan, our family has a lot to do during the new year. If you really want to come and play, come back after the beginning of spring." Lu Wenshan added, "According to the notice on the campus wall today, the 3-day registration period is February 7th or 89th. You can come over on the 5th, and we will come to school together." Ma Long responded affirmatively. "Okay. When I come over, I will definitely bring our Dongshan local specialties to my uncle and aunt. By the way, Brother Wenshan, when I invite my sister-in-law to dinner, will you ask her to invite me to the table?" "No problem," Lu Wenshan agreed. And Liang and Xin Shizhong looked at each other. This Lu Wenshan is poisonous. He actually succeeded in dragging Ma Long into the water? "Gentlemen, I suddenly feel that you are nothing as a man. Compared to Wenshan and Brother Champion, you are just a noob. They are 2 real scumbags." And Liang sighed. With 3 scumbags in one dormitory, Brother Liang is under a lot of pressure. Can scumbags infect others? Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon on December 27th. Christmas Eve and Christmas Day have nothing to do with Liang, because they are all exams. This final exam saved Brother Liang. Otherwise, the management studies would be very likely to fail. And Liang is checking the WeChat group information of Finance Class 3. 1 Yunfei at everyone. Please note that all students, the results of this final exam have been announced on the campus wall. Students who failed the course are asked to contact the counselor to register for makeup exam information. 1 Yunfei at everyone. Special attention should be paid to students who have failed the course and must register for makeup exam information. 1 Yunfei at everyone. If students who fail a course do not take the makeup exam, they will restudy the corresponding subject with their freshman classmates in their sophomore year and retake the exam. If they fail, they will not be able to get their degree certificate. Bai Jingjing, pass successfully. Chunlo, no danger, passing by at low altitude. Xin Shizhong, I passed. Lu Wenshan, I passed it too. Malone, I passed it too. Xin Shizhong, Brother Liang, you are cold. Gentlemen, am I cold? And Liang asked directly in the dormitory. Hey, I was just kidding. Xin Shizhong responded quickly. And Liang opened the campus wall to check the final grade announcement information. After he entered his student ID and password, he found his final grade information. On Liang, Mathematical Analysis I, 66 Microeconomics, 99 Government Economics, 100 Computer Basics for College Students, 68. And Liang, a freshman in the Department of Finance, only took 4 courses last semester. He passed all of them successfully. Although the scores in 2 courses were all in the 60s, isn't that long live the 60s? In addition, An Liang directly received full marks in government economics. He has fully applied this course in practice, okay? And Liang's screenshot was sent to the WeChat group of Finance Class 3 and Liang. Picture, and Liang at Shintu. Gentlemen, if you spread rumors, you can handle it yourself. Xin Shizhong. Red envelope. Congratulations to Brother Liang for successfully passing the test. Xin Shizhong handed out a red envelope of 200 yuan, only 10 in quantity. It was really slow, and Leon grabbed one, which was more than 35 yuan. It was a lucky rhythm. He found out Baiyu also grabbed more than 20 yuan. And Liang at Baiyu. Did you fail the class? Baiyu. Picture. Baiyu. Mathematical analysis I. 100 microeconomics. 100 government economics. 80 computer fundamentals for college students. 100. This. Baiyu's performance is actually so strong. The only weak point is government economics. For Baiyu, she can't understand government economics well. Maybe it's because of her limited vision? And Liang. Is there anyone with a higher score? And Liang. If there is someone with a higher score, I will send a red envelope. Lu Xiaoyan. Picture. Lu Xiaoyan. Mathematical analysis I. 100 microeconomics. 99 government economics. 99 computer basics for college students. 99. Lu Xiaoyan is a member of the school committee, and her grades really exploded. Although Lu Xiaoyan only got a perfect score in one subject, her overall score exploded. She is worthy of being a classmate from the imperial capital. Her horizons are broader, and she also scored 99 points in government economics. In Liang, the school committee is awesome. By Jingjing, I, the monitor, am so trembling that I dare not hand out my results at all. Chenlo, waiting for the red envelope, shivering. Lin Xian, waiting for the super big package from the boss of the life committee. This Lin Xian still can't change her snobbery. And Liang was not stingy either. He sent a lucky red envelope worth 2,000 yuan and 42 pieces to the class group on WeChat. There were 41 people in the class, including Wan Yunfei, so there were 42 people. As for whether Wan Yunfei will accept it or not, it does not matter. Anyway, and Liang's intention is in place. Whether Wan Yunfei accepts it or not, this favor is already in place. It is the same favor whether he accepts it or not. Chapter 543 in Liang had just sent a big red envelope to the WeChat group of Finance Class 3 when he received a message from Baiyu. Baiyu. Classmate, I'm going home. Thank you very much for your help. Baiyu, without your help this time, my plan might have been shelved. Thank you. And Liang? Baiyu. All three of my roommates failed. According to the requirements of Tianfu School of Economics, if you fail a class, you have to stay and make up the exam. If Liang hadn't ordered Feng Jie to rent a one-bedroom, one-living house for Baiyu in advance, Baiyu's plan to take her mother out of the mountain would have been shattered. And Liang looked at the message sent by Baiyu. Just as he had guessed before, Baiyu knew that these were his arrangements and silently accepted them. And Liang, how are you going to go back? Baiyu, first take the train back to Yueching, then take the car, and finally walk with the tractor. On Liang, where is your home? Baiyu, a very, very small place. And Liang, where exactly? This time Baiyu didn't reply immediately. Almost a minute later, Baiyu replied to the message. Baiyu, location information. Baiyu, our home is at an altitude of more than 2,600 meters. This is probably the information on the map. And Liang, do you know the way home? Baiyu, yeah. Isn't this question nonsense? Baiyu just said that if she can't get on the tractor in the end, she will walk home by herself. And Liang, have you packed your things? Baiyu, yeah, I'll get ready to leave right away. And Liang, wait for me downstairs, Baiyu, oh. And Liang did not reply to the message. He picked up a Louis Vuitton backpack and said proactively, my sons, please take a step forward for your father. See you next year. Wow. Brother Liang, are you just going to leave? Lu and Shan hummed. Brother Champion and I also said that we would treat you and the gentleman to a dinner of bobo chicken, our breakup meal. Gun. He is not a senior. He has just broken up, and he is in a hurry for his father. And Liang waved his hand. After leaving the dormitory, and Liang first came to the school's open-air parking lot. His Lamborghini Urus was parked here, but Liang had no intention of driving it today. There was also an off-white Toyota Land Cool next to the Lamborghini Urus. This is the top-of-the-line version in 2016, with a regular price of more than 1 million. This Land Cruiser has been modified for off-road use, including the replacement of professional off-road tires, the installation of an escape device, etc. Because Liang is prepared to deliver it in person, Baiyu goes back. and Liang wants to see Baiyu's hometown. In addition, and Liang is worried about Baiyu. He is worried that Baiyu cannot take care of her mother alone. He is also worried about many things. So Liang asked Li Xiaofei to help him buy a so-called the top version of the Land Cruiser, and related off-road modifications were carried out, with the final price reaching a height of 1.5 million. And Liang drove the tall and powerful Land Cruiser from the open parking lot to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. He was far away. Baiyu was seen from a distance. Baiyu was carrying an old-fashioned blue cloth school bag and carrying a woven duffel bag. She stood a little stupidly in the cold wind, which made people feel pity. And Liang drove over and lowered the passenger window and greeted. Boarding! Baiyu looked at Liang hesitantly. She didn't know that Liang had bought a new car. The main reason was that the license plate of this car was Rong A11W28, a very casual license plate. Naturally, no one found out that it was Liang's new car. Looking at the silent Baiyu, Liang got out of the car in person. He opened the passenger door, took the woven duffel bag from Baiyu, and threw the woven duffel bag into the back seat. Why are you still standing there? Boarding! Liang urged. Baiyu got into the car uneasily. A suspicion rose in her mind, but she was afraid that she was wrong, so she was uneasy. Liang returned to the driver's seat, and he reminded, fasten your seatbelt. Baiyu nodded. Then let's go. Liang set off in the huge Land Cruiser. Nearly an hour later, Baiyu gradually confirmed his suspicion, because the Land Cruiser was not going to the train station. It had already left the city. Baiyu looked at Liang hesitantly. Send you back. Liang responded, I happen to want to go to Daliang Mountain and bought an off-road vehicle to test its performance. Liang added, by the way, your train ticket can be refunded on your mobile phone. I checked and found that it is close to 700 kilometers from Tianfu and takes about 8 to 10 hours. It is now past 1 o'clock at noon. We will try to reach Yueching before early morning, then stay in Yueching for one night and get up the next morning to go up the mountain. Liang explained the plan. Baiyu nodded silently. She tried hard to maintain calm on the surface, but the happiness in her eyes could not be hidden. Baiyu did not doubt whether she was dreaming now, because the current situation is that she dare not even dream. When she arrived, Liang drove her home personally. Everything was better than a dream. Chapter 540, for the off-white Land Cruiser was moving quickly on the highway, and the mobile phone navigation system provided real-time traffic information. Liang was chatting with Baiyu while driving. But most of them were Liang talking, Baiyu listening, and Baiyu occasionally replying. It's almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Liang and Baiyu finally arrived in Yueching, but the situation became worse. Liang inquired 4 hotels in succession through the mobile app, but they all found no rooms. He could only drive in Yueching to find hotels. After a quarter of an hour of searching, I finally found a hotel that looked good, but a new problem arose. This hotel only has 1 room. Although it is a standard room with 2 beds, it is still not very convenient according to Liang and Baiyu's situation. Baiyu, shall we switch to another restaurant? Liang asked Baiyu's opinion. Before Baiyu answered, the hotel receptionist responded first, Sir, it is the peak tourist season. At this time, most hotels are full, and it is difficult to find a hotel. Our remaining room was actually booked by a customer, but the customer gave up the trip and missed the checkout time, so we stayed. The receptionist explained, and Liang was a little speechless. It's not the Torch Festival. What's the peak tourist season? These tourists are poisonous. Baiyu's face turned red, and she lowered her head. She didn't dare to speak because she was afraid that what she said would make Liang misunderstand. If so, Liang looked at Baiyu, who was as shy as a little quail, and he directly made up his mind. Then let's take this one. Baiyu's ears turned red when she heard Liang's decision. After checking in, Liang took Baiyu to the door of the room. He handed the room card to Baiyu. You stay here by yourself. I'll go just spend the night in the car. Fortunately, the back seat of the Land Cruiser is big enough. After Liang finished speaking, he was ready to leave. But Baiyu suddenly took Liang's arm. She didn't speak, just pulled Liang. Liang looked at Baiyu. The scanning system detects Baiyu's attributes, but Baiyu's favorability rating is still 79 points. So this person is still suppressing himself? Baiyu pulled in Liang and opened the door, and she whispered, "Stay fine." And Liang responded. After the two entered the room, and Liang quickly washed up first. Then he chose the bed near the window and left the bed near the bathroom to Baiyu. "I'm tired from driving today, so I'll go to bed first, and you should go to bed early too." After and Liang finished speaking, he really lay down on the bed and went to sleep. Today he drove from Tianfu to Yueching, which was almost 700 kilometers and took 10 hours to drive. And Liang was indeed very tired. He lay on the bed very quickly, then she fell asleep. Baiyu secretly looked at the sleeping on Liang. Her eyes were very complicated, including happiness, hesitation, and a touch of regret. 10 minutes later, Baiyu finished her simple washing, and she came to An Liang again, beside in Liang's bed. At this moment, An Liang has completely fallen asleep. Driving is really tiring, right? If you don't believe it, please try driving for 10 hours alone. Beside in Liang's bed, Baiyu watched quietly. She looked at the sleeping An Liang for a while, then quietly turned around and picked up her mobile phone. After turning off the flash and camera sound, she secretly took a photo of An Liang sleeping and then held the mobile phone to her chest. She could be sure of her inner feelings. She likes in Liang, but she is also very sure that the distance between herself and in Liang is too far. She guesses that in Liang's feelings for her should be mostly pity. After all, she knows that in Liang is a very kind person. At that time, and later when Yu provided part-time jobs for poor students, these proved that in Liang was a very kind person. It was precisely because of this that Baiyu felt that in Liang did not like her, but only sympathized with her and sympathized with her. If so, Baiyu would definitely not accept anyone else. But he was in Liang, a figure who had walked into Baiyu's heart. Baiyu looked at in Liang silently. She looked at him for almost half an hour before she mustered up the courage to call out softly, "In Liang, classmate?" However, in Liang had already fallen into a deep sleep. How could he respond to Baiyu? Baiyu called out twice again. When she found that in Liang didn't respond, she sneaked closer to in Liang and finally came to in Liang's side. She called again cautiously, "Classmate An Liang?" And Liang completely fell into a deep sleep, and it was impossible to pay attention to Baiyu. Baiyu looked at in Liang's lack of response. She took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. Then she bent down and kissed in Liang's forehead. After she finished the kiss, she quickly backed away like a thief and then hid in the quilt. Her heartbeat was very fast. Baiyu, who hid in the quilt, waited for a few minutes, and then she secretly stretched out her head to look at in Liang. As expected, in Liang was still sleeping. She breathed a long sigh of relief and then showed a sweet smile. Chapter 545. The next day, it was just after 8 o'clock in the morning, and Liang woke up from his sleep. He first looked in the direction of Baiyu. Baiyu was completely covered in the quilt. Is it really a little quail? In fact, Baiyu has already woken up. No. To be precise, Baiyu didn't sleep well all night. She even had a ridiculous dream, in which in Liang attacked her while she was sleeping. She found out in the dream, but chose to pretend to be asleep. Such a ridiculous dream made Baiyu a little scared. If the dream is true, will she stop on Liang? So she stayed in a hazy state all night without completely sleeping. And Liang looked at Baiyu hiding in the quilt. He was not busy getting up because he found that the winner of Life System sent him a message. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining pure love. The host will receive the blessing from the pure girl. The blessing of a pure girl. A pure and flawless girl prays devoutly for the host, wishing the host a long life, wishing the host to be free from all diseases, and wishing the host peace. Special reminder, this blessing is a success. This, wish you success, longevity, invulnerable to all diseases, peaceful. And Liang looked at Baiyu, who was hiding under the quilt. This blessing must come from Baiyu. But isn't Baiyu's blessing too strong? Let's not talk about living a long life, nor talking about peace and security. Just being immune to all diseases is very exaggerated, okay? After all, it is immune to all diseases. What is most important to wealthy people? Money? Of course not. Can rich people still be short of money? Taking Liang as an example. Currently, and Liang has more than 600 million in funds. If there are no accidents, his wealth will only increase in the future. So is wealth important to An Liang? No, no, no. 1 billion, 10 billion, or even 100 billion. Although there is a big difference for normal consumption, the three are actually at the level where you can buy whatever you want. So what do you need so much money for? For rich people, the most important thing is health. This answer is a common wish for all wealthy people. If you don't have a healthy body, what does it matter no matter how much money you have? Bayou's blessing is simply the most suitable reward for rich people. Originally, and Liang simply sent Bayou home, took a look at Daliang Mountain, and then brought Bayou and her mother back as a good deed. Will good deeds be rewarded? If the value of this blessing must be measured in terms of economic value, it would probably exceed tens of billions, right? Anyway, let An Liang use 10 billion to exchange for it, and he would exchange it without hesitation. How to choose between 10 billion and immune to all diseases? Still need to consider? And Liang thanked Bayou silently, and then deliberately made a louder sound. Huh. And Liang yawned, indicating that he had woken up. He called out, Bayou, wake up, get up quickly. Bayou, who had woken up long ago, carefully stretched out her little head from the quilt. She secretly observed in Liang's expression to determine whether An Liang had discovered that she secretly kissed him yesterday. However, there was nothing unusual about An Liang's expression. This made Bayou breathe a sigh of relief. I'll go wash up first, and you can handle your own affairs. And Liang explained. Bayou nodded quickly. She actually wore thermal underwear to sleep. She wrapped herself tightly. She was not guarding against An Liang, but was afraid that An Liang would misunderstand her and arouse An Liang's disgust. When An Liang was in the bathroom, when washing, Bayou quickly dressed up. When An Liang came out of the bathroom, Bayou had already put on her shoes. You go and wash up. After you're done, we'll go out to have breakfast and then take you home. And Liang explained. Oh, Bayou responded succinctly. Breakfast in Yueching is naturally breakfast noodles. And Liang found a time-honored breakfast restaurant based on reviews and ordered a bowl of mutton noodles. He was going to drive up the mountain later, so why not forget the beef noodles? Bayou also chose mutton noodles. She just wanted to choose the same as in Liang. Yueching's mutton noodles are not as spicy as those of Tianfu and Xingqing, but they have their own flavor. Generally speaking, they are above average and do not trigger the rewards of the life winner system. The two had breakfast and set out again. The mobile phone navigation still provided road guidance, but an hour later, An Liang drove into Daliang Mountain, and the mobile phone navigation began to gradually fail. The white moon has become a living map. There has been no rain in Daliang Mountain in the past half-month. Although the road condition of the tractor road is terrible, it is not a problem at all for the Land Cruiser that has been modified for off-road use. The Land Cruiser has conquered too many places. This time it's just Daliang Mountain. Bayou's hometown is in Buchuo County, which is over 2,600 meters above sea level on Daliang Mountain. According to Bayou, it takes 4 hours to travel from Yueching to Buchuo County by tractor. If walking, that means walking from morning to night, 10 hours at least. And Liang's driving skills were at a professional level, and the behemoth Land Cruiser was moving forward steadily on the tractor road. He was sizing up the road conditions while driving. Seeing that there was no village in front of him, no store behind him, no one on the road, and it was all high mountains and dense forests, and Liang couldn't help but silently rejoiced. If he didn't send Bayou back, how could Bayou go home alone? After all, the current Bayou is not the former Bayou. Now Bayou's appearance attributes have exceeded 80 points. Chapter 546, Bayou's hometown, is not in Buchuo County, but in Yunpa Village, Liahua Township under Buchuo County, a small mountain village hidden in the mountains. The meaning of Buchuo County is the place with hedgehogs and pine trees, and Yunpa Village is a village located in the clouds. The current mechanical farming road in the mountains leads from Liahua Township to Yunpa Village. The Land Cruiser, which has been modified for off-road use, is well adapted to mechanical farming roads. And Liang asked, if there is no tractor, are you going to walk back? Bayou responded simply, are not you afraid? And Liang asked again. Bayou was confused. Afraid? This little fool, aren't you afraid of being in the wilderness, without cars or people? And Liang asked again. Bai hesitated for a moment before responding. I'm not afraid. I have walked this road for many years, and my mind is filled with its memories. Bai said softly, when I was a child, my mother carried me to the countryside on her back, and I remembered this road. Later, when my mother became ill, I carried black potatoes to the countryside to set up a stall, and I also remembered this road. Bai continued. As a Shengqing native, and Liang naturally knew that potato is another name for potato. Potato, 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 do you understand? It seems that Bayu's poor health is an old historical problem. According to our current position, if we walk forward for a while, we can see the duckbill rock. Bayu said a little embarrassed. That's the name I gave it. It's a big protruding stone, a bit like the shape of a duck's bill, so I called it a duck's bill when I was a child. If it rains when the time comes, you can take shelter from the rain at Duckbill Rock. Perhaps he returned to his hometown, and in a familiar environment, the little mute Bayou became talkative. And Liang drove the Land Cruiser forward for nearly a kilometer, and under Bayou's guidance, he saw a big rock that looked like a duck's beak. More than an hour later, Bayou pointed to an empty tunnel on the side of the road and said, "This is the middle location. If you are walking in and out, you will usually stop here to rest and eat something to replenish your strength." According to Bayou, if you are walking from Yimpa Village to Liahua Township, it will take a whole day because the mountain road is difficult to walk and you usually have to carry things when you go out. If you are carrying a heavy load, it will probably be in the morning. Set off and arrived in the evening. And Liang asked curiously, "Where will we stay at night?" Bayou explained that Liahua Township has collective dormitories specifically for mountain residents. They are all male and female dormitories. They do not need to spend money and provide hot water for free. And Liang sighed silently, on the edge of the prosperous world. Is this really what it is like? This car is awesome, Bayou suddenly praised. The Land Cruiser only took more than an hour to cover half of the distance, and the tractor took more than 2 hours. After all, it is a Land Cruiser that has been modified for off-road use. And Liang responded, "This is a professional car. It is an off-road vehicle and has been highly modified to cope with such road conditions." The Land Cruiser continued to move forward. Almost half an hour later, Liang suddenly stepped on the brakes because there was a leopard in the middle of the tractor road. Yes, it was indeed a leopard. The kind of leopard in the animal world on TV. It turned out to be a clouded leopard, Bayou explained while looking at the leopard. But when the Land Cruiser stopped, the leopard had already rushed into the woods quickly. "I suddenly felt that you were quite brave when you were a child," and Liang said with a sigh. It was the year 9102, and he actually met a leopard in the middle of the road. What else was there in the past? Bayou said embarrassedly. "I have also met a clouded leopard before, and I was scared to tears. But our village always goes in groups to Liahua Township. Clouded leopards are very timid. When there are many people, you can scare them away by shouting loudly." Okay. And Liang said that he had gained strange knowledge again. If you meet a leopard in the wild next time, will you scare it away by shouting loudly? Forget it. And Liang chose to give up such a wonderful encounter to others. I'm afraid ordinary people don't want to meet something like a leopard on the road, right? If they can't be scared away by shouting loudly, why should they slide and shovel? But in addition to strange knowledge, and Liang also grasped another knowledge point. The villagers of Yunpa Village went to Liahua Township. They all gather in groups. It's not surprising when you think about it. People from the same village stick together. Is there a problem? As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers, whether it is on the road or in Liahua Township. We can deal with it accidents. When do people from your village usually go to Liahua Township? And Liang asked curiously. It is usually held on the first day of each month and in the middle of each month. The specific date will be discussed with everyone by the village chief. Bayou responded, and Liang was chatting with Bayou while driving forward. After more than half an hour, when he rounded a mountain col, his eyes were wide open. On the hillside ahead, there were scattered some houses. White clouds and mist surround those houses. This Yunpa village, as its name suggests, is located in the clouds. Chapter 552, because of the favorable conditions and the mediation of Bai Yu and Bai Ling, and Liang easily won the exclusive right to purchase black potatoes in Yunpa Village. As for the specific signing issues, and Liang was going to leave it to Feng Jie and ask Feng Jie to recruit another driver to run the transportation specifically for this route. Near 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Baiyu finally convinced Bai Ling and let Bai Ling follow her out of the mountain. Because of the reason for leaving, the nearly 100 kilograms of black potatoes stored in Baiyu's family were all sold to An Liang and will be shipped back to Yue for preliminary publicity and trial operation. In addition, 3 chickens were also harmed. Then there were nearly 10 pounds of cured pork ribs, all packed into a truck and taken away. It was almost 5:30 when everything was ready and the house was entrusted to the care of the Chitsi family and village chief Yang. At the entrance of the village, and Liang has started the Land Cruiser. Baiyu and Bai Ling are saying goodbye to the villagers. Waiting for them to get into the back seat, the tall and powerful Land Cruiser slowly leaves Yunpa village. Logically speaking, you should not walk on mountain roads at night, especially those that are tractor-trailed. However, the Land Cruiser has been professionally modified for off-road use, and a large number of spotlights are placed on the roof. Even at night, these spotlights can easily disperse the darkness. This is also true. Just after 6 o'clock, the sky became completely dark, and Liang turned on the spotlights on the roof of the car, fully illuminating the front, rear, left, and right sides, almost equivalent to daytime viewing conditions. Nearly 3 hours later, the Land Cruiser left the mountain plowing road and came to the fire country with hardened roads. Then it ran for nearly another hour before finally arriving at Moon City. This time, and Liang had learned his lesson. He booked a hotel room in advance and gave Baiyu and Bai Ling a standard room, while he stayed in a double room by himself. Sunday, December 29th. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, after he woke up, Baiyu and Bai Ling had already woken up first. The 3 of them had breakfast and continued on the road. And Liang planned to rush to Tianfu this evening and take Baiyu and Bai Ling to the hospital for examination tomorrow. Return to Xingqing on the 31st at the latest. Because Liang and the little vixen made an appointment on the 31st, the little vixen helped him celebrate his birthday. And Liang became more and more familiar with the control and management of time. Just as he planned, they returned to Tianfu in the evening. And Liang sent Baiyu and Bai Ling to a 1-bedroom house next to Nanfeng 3rd Road. The next day, I took Bai Ling to the hospital for a checkup. The final result was that she was severely malnourished and her body was extremely exhausted. She could only rely on a lot of time to recover slowly. This result is a blessing among misfortunes. At least it's not a serious illness. Since Bai Ling was suffering from malnutrition and overdraft, and Liang was relieved and prepared to return to Xingqing. And Liang was not going to drive the off-road modified Land Cruiser back this time. After all, the driving experience of the off-road modified Land Cruiser on paved roads was too bad. He drove a Lamborghini Urus home, leaving the Porsche 911 Turbo S and Ferrari 488 Pista in Tianfu. And Liang brought 50 kilograms of black potatoes home by the way. Naturally, their family couldn't finish them all, but Xingyu should give some as a favor. People at Xingyu's level don't care about ordinary gifts at all. Instead, local specialties like black potato are more popular. On the afternoon of the 30th, and Liang arrived home smoothly, and his Lamborghini Urus occupied Sun Xia's parking space. And Liang carried 50 kilograms of black potatoes home. Just as he guessed, there was no one at home. And Xingyu must be at the large construction site of the Xiqing development plan, and Sun Xia must be at the accounting office. He sent WeChat messages to the 2 of them respectively. And Liang, Dad, will you come back for dinner tonight? And Liang, picture, and Liang, I personally went to Daliang Mountain to bring back the black potato. And Xingyu, I think there is something wrong with your brain. And Xingyu sent emoticons very fashionably. And Xingyu, I have a game tonight, ask your mother. And Xingyu, I know the black potatoes from Daliang Mountain. I have collected them all. It's just the New Year's Day, so I'll give away some local specialties. And Liang, isn't New Year's Day my birthday? And Xingyu, don't you young people solve your own birthdays? And Liang had a question mark on his face. Is this actually the case? Sun Xia, I have an audit task today. I estimate that I will have to work overtime until midnight. Come back as soon as you come back and eat out by yourself. And Liang, ahem, Let me remind you, it's my birthday the day after tomorrow, Sunsia. What then? And Liang? And Liang, didn't you say before that you should prepare a good table for my birthday? Sunsia, see if your dad has time. I have to help you deal with the Lingxiu gold mine recently. How can I have time? Sunsia, you young people, on your birthday, don't you drink and sing with your friends? You can do the same. Fine, as expected of their biological parents. And Liang said it was too difficult for him. Chapter 553. At On Liang's house, he was ignored by his parents and could only send messages to the little vixen. And Liang, little vixen, I am back, where are you? Yang Maui, is the king actually back? I live in Linshan. Is the king coming too? Yang Mai, Lusin, yes. The shy expression of the little vixen has appeared in Liang's mind. He has been banned for a month. This vixen asked for it. And Liang, come right away. After On Liang replied to the message, he picked up the keys to the Lamborghini Urus from the coffee table and immediately went to Linshanju. In less than half an hour, and Liang arrived at Linshanju. The garage of Linshanju accepts temporary parking, which is very convenient. And Liang parked the car in the temporary parking space diagonally opposite the little vixen's GLC AMG 63 and immediately took the elevator upstairs. Room 6 on the 29th floor. And Liang had already sent a message to the little vixen in the elevator, so the door had been opened, and the little vixen was waiting for Liang at the door. King, when Yang Maui saw Liang, she was also very excited. And Liang opened his arms and embraced Yang Maui in his arms. The battle between the righteous giant and the demon vixen finally broke out in the bathroom. It is common sense that evil cannot prevail. The righteous giant and Dao Zhang once again won victory. He carried the little vixen to the bedroom, and the little vixen slumped in his arms. And Liang asked casually, aren't you live broadcasting now? On Liang watched it several times on the Huyao platform before, but did not see Yang Maui's live broadcast. Yang Maui responded negatively, I have it, but I canceled the live broadcast of the food tour. Yang Maui edit. Is this little vixen wandering? It seems that your live broadcast is only watched by people visiting food shops, right? And Liang asked. Yang Maui said coquettishly, oh, Your Majesty, I am in the process of transformation. I made the food tour into a documentary-like format, with English narration, and put the video on overseas YouTube. Learn from Li Xiaoqi. And Liang asked back, I have such an idea, but it is actually different. I mainly make food documentaries about Shengqing, and I am an English major. I can apply what I have learned and promote our Chinese food culture. Yang Maui explained it. How were the results? And Liang asked back. My YouTube account was only created on December 12th, and I have only posted 3 videos so far, including one for hot pot, one for skewers, and one for charcoal barbecue. Among them, hot pot has the highest number of views, reaching 400,000 views today. Chuang Xiang and Tanhua Barbecue both have 300,000 views. The little vixen explained the situation. According to YouTube's reward plan, $1 is earned for 1,000 views, and 100,000 views is $100. Now the total number of views is 1 million, so that's $1,000? According to the current exchange rate, 1,000 US dollars is about more than 6,000 Xiaogui yuan. Although he doesn't make much, he has begun to make progress. Not bad, and Liang said with praise. Yang Maui's newly developed career is indeed good. As she said herself, she can not only integrate professional learning into it and apply what she has learned, but also promote Xiagua and Shengqing's delicacies. Isn't Huya no longer broadcasting here? On Liang is curious. Of course it will be broadcast. Yang Maui responded, Your Majesty, didn't I borrow your account? I transformed into a lottery anchor on the Huyao platform, and there will be a live broadcast of the lottery today. The last time Dwang helped me change the share ratio, I considered the issue of transformation, so I borrowed Dwang's account to prepare for the promotion. Currently, 5 draws have been held, with a total profit of nearly 60,000 yuan. Yang Maui said proudly, This lottery profit? What a talent. How do you achieve profitability? On Liang is curious. The first is sufficient publicity, and the second is controlling the time of the draw and reducing the amount of the reward. Young Maui explained, if the reward amount is reduced, the number of people participating in the lottery should be greatly reduced, right? And Liang asked curiously. Indeed. Young Maui said affirmatively. So after opening 5 phases, we only made a profit of more than 50,000 yuan. But now I have straightened out the balance point of the bonus amount. If there are no accidents, I should be able to make more than 50,000 yuan in a single day today. So much. And Liang was curious. Yang Maui responded affirmatively. Yeah, the lottery will start at 8 o'clock and end at 10 o'clock. One round will take half an hour. The total amount of each round is 100,000. What about specific awards? And Liang asked, the first prize is 48,888 yuan. The second prize is 18,888 yuan. Both are divided into 2 pieces. The third prize is 9,999 yuan. 2 pieces are set. The lucky prize is 1,111 yuan, and there are 11 pieces in total. Young Maui explained it. She added, the first prize requires a gift of 18.8 yuan. The second prize requires a gift of 6.6 yuan. The third prize only requires a gift of 1 yuan, and the last lucky prize only costs 1 cent to have a chance. According to the previous 5 experiments, the third prize and lucky prize earn the most, making a profit every time. The first and second prizes have profit and loss, so I lowered the amounts of the first and second prizes and only set 1 for each. Yang Maui concluded. And Liang couldn't help but admire. Awesome, my little fairy. Chapter 5547:50 p.m. Yang Maui is preparing for the live broadcast. This little vixen is very financially minded. When Liang won a new share ratio for her, she immediately carried out transformation and development. From the current look, her development on YouTube and Huya's development are quite good. At least it's better than the previous gourmet restaurants. Do you need my help later? And Liang asked. Yang Maui immediately denied. No, Your Majesty. You don't want to help. It's best for Your Majesty to keep quiet, so as not to affect the results of the lottery. I just want to collect data and see how this lottery went. Okay, I'll watch your performance. And Liang smiled mischievously. Hum, Your Majesty, just watch it. Yang Maui snorted twice. Yang Maui actually learned in Liang's method for the lottery. She didn't even show her face during the live broadcast and directly pointed the camera at the book How to Succeed. This book still retains the scroll that Liang used before. Paper Girdle. How to Please a Rich Woman. 7:55. Yang Maui started the live broadcast in advance. She skillfully logged into Liang's account with her mobile phone and hung up in her live broadcast room. And Liang glanced at her self-account. He almost laughed out loud. The Good Super God Emperor account turned into an advertising account. The Beloved returns. There is an advertisement for Yang Maui's lottery behind the Super God Emperor's account. So this was the little vixen's plan to borrow an account? Full marks for economic acumen. Good evening, everyone. I am your host, Lucky Fox. Yang Maui introduced. And Liang almost laughed out loud again. The Lucky Fox. Has this little vixen completely transformed into a lottery anchor? And Liang checked the barrage information, by the way. This vixen anchor actually broadcasts live without showing his face. Yi Qingjie. Today is another day when the account of the beloved brother is manipulated by the Fox anchor. The 37th day of remembering the Super God Emperor. I also missed the time when the Super God Emperor led the little Fox anchor to kill everyone. Wait for the draw. I have actually forgotten about my beloved brother, and I have also forgotten about the little Fox anchor. All I can think about now is the Lucky Fox draw. I was also brainwashed by the rhythm of the Lucky Fox. A good man is a king? Who? I just remember the draw. Manually funny. The lottery is so delicious. Today's grand prize is mine. Hurry up and start the lottery. I have prepared a huge amount of 1 yuan, and I will invest it all today. After 3 years of prostitution, she shed tears of humiliation and also prepared a huge sum of 1 yuan just to draw a prize once. The former prostitute user was suddenly forced by the Lucky Fox to become a paying user. Me too. Plume? You are not alone. And Liang almost laughed out loud when he saw this barrage. Yang Maui ignored the barrage. She sent the broadcast star prompt. When she waited for 8 o'clock, the number of VIP seats in the live broadcast room actually exceeded 50,000. This transformation successful? Audience friends, today's lucky time is coming. Our prize is a small green piece of paper that everyone loves. The specific prize is Yang Maui circumvents the taboos on Huya platform. The method to participate in the lucky time is very simple. You only need a light stick at least, and you will have a chance to get 11 turquoise small pieces of paper that everyone will love, and the number of lucky places is as high as 11. Yang Maui introduced this lucky time is 30 minutes, a total of 4 lucky times. Once luck comes, we will distribute all lucky blessings before the end of the next lucky time. Yang Maui vaguely explained the method of redeeming the prize. One of the reasons why Yang Maui's lottery center can be successful is to cash in the reward immediately. As for how to ensure that Yang Maui cashes in the reward immediately, please take a look at the Super God Emperor account at the top of the VIP table. And Liang's Super the God Emperor account is so famous. He has provided Yang Maui with extremely high credibility. In addition, Yang Maui has opened 5 draws and all the prizes have been successfully redeemed. So her credibility is now very high. This is why other anchors cannot copy her. The reason: if other anchors conduct lottery activities, if the bonus is too small, it will not attract people at all. But if the bonus is set more, it will arouse the audience's suspicion that they will run away. Even if an anchor forces a high-prize lottery and the payment was made smoothly, but how much upfront investment is needed to cultivate trust? Can ordinary anchors afford it? So no one copied Yang Maui's lottery live broadcast. After all, they couldn't afford to copy the rhythm because the price was too high. 4 rounds of draws passed by in a hurry. Prizes: the total investment was 399,980 yuan. The total turnover of gift income was 878,931 yuan. According to Onliang's previous agreement with Huya platform, during Yang Maui's lottery, her gift share was 73%, after deducting 20% of the tax. She can get an after-tax income of 492,201.36 yuan. The profit of this live lottery reached 92,221.36 yuan. It only lasted more than 2 hours, and it was just a live lottery, but the profit amount exceeded 90,000 yuan. If placed, Yunpa Village is probably something unimaginable, right? This is the prosperous world. Chapter 555. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, just after Yang Maui finished broadcasting, and Liang received a call from Sun Xia. "Hello, aren't you at home?" As soon as the call was connected, Sun Xia asked directly. And Liang responded, "No, Lu Kai and I are outside and won't be back today." Phoenix. Sun Xia hung up the phone directly. This is how her mother is treated. After all, and Liang is a big boy. If he doesn't come back, he won't come back. What else can he do? And Liang put down the phone in a daze. Wasn't Sun Xia too decisive? Don't ask him where he will stay at night. Okay, maybe Sun Xia thinks that An Liang will not suffer a loss. Thinking about it this way, she seems to be very happy. After all, it is Sun Xia who trusts him. "King, am I great?" the little vixen asked, asking for credit. And Liang pulled her into his arms. "Awesome. Sharp." The little vixen smiled sweetly. "Actually, the king is the most powerful. If it weren't for the great king's credibility endorsing me, my lottery center would definitely not be able to open." In fact, a large number of anchors on the Huya platform have tried to open lottery centers, but they all ended in failure. As for the reasons, most of them are credit issues. Lottery centers with too few bonuses are too unattractive and cannot achieve profitability. More bonuses: the lottery center is subject to various suspicions, coupled with the late redemption of prizes, huge initial financial pressure, uncertainty of profitability, and other factors. It ultimately makes it difficult to operate such a lottery center. So far, the lottery on the Huya platform, the center, is exclusive to little vixens. After all, and Liang has thrown away tens of millions of real money on the Huya platform. In addition, and Liang personally presided over 2 draws with exaggerated bonuses and cashed the rewards on the spot. This increased in Liang's credibility. Too high. Under such circumstances, how could the little vixen not succeed? This little vixen still knew what was going on, and she knew the reason clearly. By the way, Your Majesty, let me share half of the money I earned through the lottery center with Your Majesty. Yang Maui raised her head and looked at Liang timidly. And Liang laughed, holding Yang Maui's face in his right hand. I'm very happy that you have this heart, but you can keep it for yourself. How can I ask for it from you? Money? King. Yang Maui sat on Liang's lap and acted coquettishly. It's awkward. I have the final say on this matter. You can just keep it for yourself. What else can I do to you? And Liang pinched Yang Maui's tender face. All right. Yang Maui agreed, but don't give me gifts in the future. I no longer do ordinary live broadcasts. I will do lottery draws. And Liang responded with a smile. We'll talk about the future later. What if the life winner system wants to reward him with tiger tooth coins? Should he just lie down? Reward should be rewarded. According to the current agreement signed between Yang Maui and the Tiger Tooth platform, if Liang uses Emperor Renewal, he will reward. Yang Maui's share ratio is as high as 88%. The night is getting darker. The battle between the righteous giants and the demon fox spirits has begun again. Why doesn't the life winner system arrange for Liang to subdue demons and restore the righteous path? Forget it. Even if there is no mission, Liang still has to slay demons. Fox demons should not be arrogant. Let's see how I can subdue demons with a stick. The next day, on the last day of 2019, at around 8 o'clock in the morning, Liang and the little vixen while they were sleeping in, Liang's cell phone rang. He grabbed the phone and checked the caller ID. It was in Xingyu, and Liang swiped the screen to answer. Hey, comrade, why are you calling so early? Where are you? And Xingyu asked. Of course I am celebrating. And Liang responded, come to the company quickly. Our company's financial staff is sick. Please help go to the bank and withdraw 500,000 yuan from the bank. We made an appointment yesterday. You can just go and withdraw the money today. And Xingyu explained, why withdraw so much money? And Liang was confused. What day is tomorrow? And Xingyu asked back, it's my birthday. Do you want to send me a red envelope? And Liang said doubtfully, I don't want cash. You can pay it directly to my card. And Xingyu was speechless. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and I'm going to give overtime bonuses to the old brothers on the construction site. And Xingyu reminded Liang not to think too much, because he was involved in the operation of Lingxiu gold mine. And Xingyu now knows more or less about Liang's financial situation. And Liang still wants a red envelope? Didn't he wake up? And Liang was speechless. Are you going by yourself? I am currently working on a large construction site for the Xiqing development project. How can I have time? And Xingyu complained. You boy, hurry up and bring it to me after you withdraw the money. I will send you the location via WeChat right away. All right. And Liang agreed. After ending the call, Yang Maui said, Is there anything wrong, Your Majesty? And Liang quickly explained the situation. Just wait for me at home. I've finished the things arranged by Dad, and we'll go to Happy Valley. Ah! Yang Maui agreed obediently. After Liang washed up briefly, he drove a Lamborghini Urus from Linshanju and arrived at Onxing Construction Company in less than half an hour, and then got the bank card of Onxing Construction Company. Onxing Construction Company was at to open an account at Gongshang Bank, and Liang drove to the withdrawal branch reserved by Onxing Construction Company yesterday. He asked the consultant in the lobby and went directly to the VIP room. However, as soon as he entered the VIP room, Liang felt a little embarrassed. Because VIP, the receptionist in the VIP room, turned out to be Li Xian's mother Lu Ling. What should I do if I meet my mother-in-law? Today, Lu Ling is wearing a bank uniform. She really looks like Li Xian. Lu Ling at work looks more like a mature Li Xian. Ahem, Annie. And Liang took the initiative to say hello. Lu Ling raised her eyebrows, and she lowered her voice and said, What are you doing here? Chapter 556, there is a certain misunderstanding between Liang and Lu Ling. During the previous National Day, Liang went to Shanghai to look for Li Xian. Lu Ling was standing at the school gate wearing the Dior dress that Liang gave to Li Xian. In addition, Lu Ling and Li Xiyan had almost the same figure and profile. As a result, Liang misunderstood and hugged him directly. This seems a little exciting, and Liang couldn't help but use the upgraded interpersonal relationship scanning system to check Lu Ling's situation. Lu Ling, age, 38 height, 166 centimeters weight, 49 kilograms appearance, 92 figure, 94 favorability, 75 purity, 79 plus 5 character and morality, 85 physical health, 95 special note. Lu Ling has been single since her divorce in 2015. Is this the special instruction after the previous upgrade of the interpersonal scanning system? When the purity essence exceeds 79 but is less than 100 points, special instructions will be given to allow An Liang to consider it on his own. Is the weighting increased by 1 point every year? And Liang discovered more blind spots in the information from the interpersonal scanning system. For example, moral character is 85 points. Regarding Lu Ling's moral character being lower than 90 points, it is actually reasonable. Because according to An Liang's analysis, the vast majority of people's moral character evaluation is lower than 90 points because there are too many helplessness in real life. How can a young, mature woman like Lu Ling, who has been working hard in the workplace for more than 10 years, still maintain an evaluation of more than 90 points in terms of moral character? Probably only in a fringe world like Yunpa Village, far away from prosperity, is it possible for a middle-aged person to still have a moral evaluation of 90 or above, right? The score of physical health is as high as 95 points. No wonder this mother-in-law looks like she is 28, even though she is 38 years old. She is worthy of being a beautiful witch with a score of 92 for her appearance and a score of 94 for her figure. Ahem. Stop it. And Liang took another look at Lu Ling's favorability score. Has it reached 75 points? Is it so high? Obviously, he doesn't have much contact with Lu Ling, right? But it's understandable if you think about it carefully, because the data obtained by the interpersonal relationship scanning system is related data. For example, the nature of purity is related to character and morality. Morality is related to favorability. Taking the atmosphere group of Mr. 13's nightclub in the Imperial City as an example, most of the girls in the atmosphere group may have very low scores in terms of moral character, which in turn affects their favorability towards An Liang. Almost everyone's favorability score for An Liang is above 90 points, which means An Liang hooks her fingers and they immediately transform into students majoring in automation. What is automation major? Sit on. Move yourself. That's why it's called automation major. Do you understand? Of course, in the past, this was also called tube service. And Liang thought a lot in that moment. When faced with Lu Ling's inquiry, he looked at Lu Ling's fair and firm face, which looked like Li Xiyan's, and sighed in his heart again. She was worthy of having a physical health score of 95. Is this skin growing in reverse? Daily yoga? Or dance classes every day or something? Ahem, Aunt. I'm here to get the money. And Liang said quickly, yesterday, my dad's company made an appointment for a cash withdrawal of 500,000 yuan at your branch. His company accountant was sick and asked for leave. I came over to help with the withdrawal. Lu Ling was stunned for a moment. She knows this. AXA Construction Company. In their banking circle recently, AXA Construction Company is simply the god of wealth. Because AXA Construction Company received 5% of the Xiqing Development Plan share, coupled with the small size of AXA Construction Company, it will inevitably use bank loans to handle the Xiqing Development Plan. Therefore, every bank wants to contact AXA Construction Company. Yesterday, AXA Construction Company made an appointment with Gongshang Bank when the Beiyou branch was withdrawing money. All the VIP customer receptionists in the Beiyou branch were secretly working hard, hoping to win over the personnel of AXA Construction Company to find out the capital needs of AXA Construction Company. The other two VIP customer receptionists, everyone was waiting in the lobby for the financial staff of Onxing Construction Company. Lu Ling was secretly arranged to receive them in the VIP room. If the financial staff of Onxing Construction Company came to Beiyou branch, they would definitely be greeted by the other two VIPs. The customer receptionist intercepted him in the lobby, thus excluding Lu Ling. But who knew that the financial staff of Anshin Construction Company was sick today? What is more interesting is that Liang turned out to be the small boss of Anshin Construction Company. Lu Ling couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Xiao. Her two colleagues have calculated everything, but maybe they haven't calculated the current situation, right? Life is full of surprises. And Liang, please wait a moment. I will arrange the withdrawal for you right away. Yu Ling responded. And Liang nodded. He sat on the sofa in the VIP room and watched Lu Ling leave in work clothes. He was wondering if he should get a set of work clothes for Li Xian. In the past, and Liang felt that uniforms were poisonous, but now he suddenly felt like they were poisonous. Okay, this is probably a hot-blooded young man. Chapter 562 inches the sports travel version of the Panamera. An Liang did not set up Linshanju's navigation, nor did he plan to go to Linshanju, nor was he connected to Bluetooth. He directly dialed Yang Maui's phone in the hands-free loudspeaker mode. After waiting for Yang Maui to answer, he said first, "Little Fox, I'm done here. You can go out now. You can drive to the Star Papa Cafe in the Starlight Center. Wait for me. I'll arrive in about 40 minutes. Ah." Yang Maui agreed obediently. And Liang especially liked this about the little vixen. She was really very sensible. Even if she released the doves in the morning, she still had no complaints, because she knew that Liang must have something that he couldn't leave, and she could tell it clearly. Prioritize and understand that going out for fun is definitely not comparable to serious business. But there are always some girls who can't tell the difference. There are always some girls who think that the most important thing is to play with them after they promise to play together, or else they don't keep their promises. What if Brother Liang met such a girl? Then go as far away as Mater. After half an hour, and Liang drove back to the Starlight Center. His home was opposite the Starlight Center, and he drove in Liang directly to the Starlight Center. Xingyu's sports tourism version of Pamela stopped at the Starlight Center. An Liang discovered the problem before Xingyu reminded An Liang to pay attention to safety with a pun, and Xingyu guessed something. So An Liang did not drive in Xingyu's car, go directly to Linshanju, because Xingyu can check the location of the vehicle through the mobile app, or even directly the vehicle's driving trajectory is displayed on the mobile app. In view of this situation, An Liang left the car directly at the Starlight Center and drove Yang Maui's car to Happy Valley. The game between father and son is so simple. Besides, Xingyu's Panamera is already a monthly parking space at Starlight Center, so you can even save on parking fees, okay? After An Liang parked the car, he went to Zingbapa Coffee. As expected, Yang Maui was already waiting for him. "King," Yang Maui waved to An Liang. An Liang didn't mean to order a cup of Stardad. He directly pulled Yang Maui and set off. In the elevator, Yang Maui handed the car key to An Liang. "Your Majesty, are you driving?" An Liang did not refuse. He took the car key. The Mercedes-Benz GLC AMG 63 is good at everything. It accelerates fast enough, looks fierce enough, and has powerful enough performance. But the price of more than 1 million is not friendly enough. At more than 100 at a price of 10,000 renminbi, most people would rather buy a Porsche Cayenne, right? And Liang opened the driver's seat door. He didn't get in the car immediately. He first clicked the number 2 button of the memory seat to let the driver's seat automatically adjust to him. Position. Yang Maui's driver's seat position parameter is number 1, and An Liang set the position to number 2. Watching the driver's seat automatically adjust to a position that suits his driving habits, An Liang nodded with satisfaction. These small details show that Yang Maui is really accept him. Otherwise, keep the memory of the driver's seat. Whether a girl really likes you can actually be seen from many details. For example, Yang Maui never hides from the famous action of pulling the seat belt for the co-pilot. She would not hide her mobile phone. She would just wait for An Liang to help her buckle her seatbelt. An Liang drove out of the Starlight Center. Chongqing's Happy Valley was in Baiyue District. It only took 20 minutes at most to get there from the Starlight Center. 2 afternoons in Liang and Yang Maui arrived at the entrance of Happy Valley at more than 1 o'clock. And Liang bought the tickets directly and took Yang Maui into Happy Valley. Happy Valley in Chongqing is very big. According to the online guide, it is best to enter the park in the morning so that you can barely play all the activities. Again, after all, Happy Valley does not have Disneyland's skip-the-line VIP service. What do you want to play? And Liang asked Yang Maui. Yang Maui looked around and pointed directly at the Ferris wheel. I want to go there. Your Majesty, are you not afraid of heights? Yang Maui said provocatively, and Liang snorted. How could I be afraid of heights? Then let's go to the Ferris wheel. Yang Maui pulled in Liang towards the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel is a popular attraction in Happy Valley. Even if today is not a holiday, there is still a long queue. According to the queue prompts, and Liang and Yang Maui will have to queue for at least an hour. Yang Maui's interest, he is not affected by the queue at all, and Liang is ready to activate his money-making ability. Although Happy Valley does not have a queue-free VIP service like Disney, has the money-making ability expired? Of course not. And Liang looked at the front of the team and carefully selected the target first. Then prepare 400 yuan in cash, and finally walk over directly with Yang Maui. Brothers, are you two selling your positions? And Liang directly offered the price, 200 yuan per seat. And Liang's selection target was very precise. He did not choose a couple, because when a couple is dating, the man is likely to be chauvinistic and refuse to sell his position. He also did not choose a female partner, because the female partner may be jealous of Yang Maui. Thus, they refuse to sell their seats. Two boys are different. First of all, boys are more cost-effective, and secondly, boys are not very interested in the Ferris wheel, right? The most important thing is that if two boys ride the Ferris wheel together, unless they meet a local combination, otherwise, the probability of being rejected is very small. In fact, it is also true. The two boys agreed to sell their seats without hesitation, because the tickets for Happy Valley do not cost 200 yuan. The money-making ability takes effect again. Originally, it took more than an hour to queue. Situation. Now they have reached the 5th and 6th positions of the team, and it is expected that they can ride on the Ferris wheel in only 5 minutes. As for whether it is worth spending 400 yuan to buy two positions, that is a matter of opinion and wisdom. It's a question of wisdom. Some people think time is more valuable, and some people would rather wait for time. An Liang is the former type. A mere 400 yuan not only saves time, but also greatly improves the play experience. After all, queuing for an hour in the cold wind? That kind of gaming experience? I'm afraid your mood is a bit complicated, right? Chapter 563, The Front Line of the Ferris Wheel. And Liang and Yang Maui only queued for 4 minutes before successfully boarding a Ferris wheel car. Fortunately, the operator of Happy Valley did not impose a requirement that the Ferris wheel car must be full of people. Otherwise, and Liang must directly block Happy Valley in his heart. The Ferris wheel was running slowly. As the height increased, Mingming's danger premonition ability, rewarded by the life winner system, did not detect danger. But in Liang still gradually became weak. Yang Maui's guess was right, and Liang was really afraid of heights. Wow! Yang Maui also discovered the problem. Your Majesty, you are really afraid of heights. And Liang responded calmly, it's just a high altitude. I can handle it. Hi, Your Majesty, let's take a group photo. Yang Maui came close to Liang, and she took the initiative to take a photo with Liang. This little vixen only said that she would take a photo and did not say that she would make an official announcement in the circle of friends. She was indeed very sensible, and might even have guessed what was going on, but she chose to turn a blind eye, and Liang cooperated. Yang Maui took photos. Yang Maui had no fear of heights at all. According to research, the probability of fear of heights is about 20%, and Liang is lucky to be within 20%. After Yang Maui took more than 10 photos with Liang, she snuggled next to Liang and said softly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." And Liang is obviously afraid of heights, but he is still willing to accompany her on the Ferris wheel. Yang Maui is indeed very happy. This proves that she has status in Liang, and Liang felt the enthusiasm of Yang Maui holding his arm, but he reminded, "You goblin, I'll deal with you when I get back, but that won't work here." If it was 10 years ago, the Ferris wheel should have been a safe place. But in this era, some mobile phones often have 50x or even 60x hybrid zoom, and the Ferris wheel will also be secretly photographed, right? And Liang doesn't want to be in the news tomorrow. The little vixen obviously understood what In Liang meant. So she held In Liang's arm and snuggled up to In Liang's side, comforting In Liang, who was afraid of heights. 10 minutes later, after the Ferris wheel completed a full rotation, In Liang and Yang Maui returned to the ground. Down to earth. It feels so good. Your Majesty, shall we go play the jumping machine next? Yang Maui deliberately caused trouble, and Liang snorted. I think you want to be punished today. Let's go to the carousel, shall we? Yang Maui changed the project. This one is okay. Although Yang Maui is not a woman whose heart has changed, the carousel is still very good. The footprints of In Liang and Yang Maui appear in various low difficulty projects, such as carousels, bumper cars, etc. Isn't it good? The two played for more than an hour, and In Liang took the initiative and said, "Let's go to the roller coaster." Ah! Yang Maui looked at In Liang in confusion. Generally speaking, people who are afraid of heights should also be afraid of roller coasters, right? I see you really want to play. And Liang pulled Yang Maui toward the direction of the roller coaster. Yang Maui had already looked in the direction of the roller coaster many times just now. Shengqing's roller coaster is the largest wooden roller coaster in the western region of Xia Kingdom. Compared with traditional roller coasters, wooden roller coasters are more thrilling. Because wooden roller coasters, when a roller coaster made of materials passes, it not only has the high-speed stimulation of a traditional roller coaster, but also shakes left and right, giving people the illusion that the roller coaster is about to collapse, further increasing the excitement. Without the danger premonition ability provided by the Life Winner system, on Liang would I definitely wouldn't ride on this damn thing. Don't these people know how dangerous it is? King, let's go play with balloons. Can you help me win a 2-meter doll? Yang Maui suggested, and Liang was willing to accompany her to ride the roller coaster, and she naturally understood In Liang's fear of heights. That's why Yang Maui proposed to change the project and jump over the scary roller coaster, even though she really wanted to play it, and she was playing with In Liang. But she was willing to be considerate of On Liang. On Liang responded with a smile. Acrophobia is just a phobia. I can overcome it. Let's go. Let's play the roller coaster first. Yang Maui felt warm in her heart. These small details fully proved that In Liang cared about her and was willing to treat her well. The roller coaster in Happy Valley is more popular than the Ferris wheel. So In Liang naturally activated his money-making ability and once again enjoyed the skip-the-line service, and used the banknote ability to obtain the best visual position in the first row. The first row of the roller coaster is the position with the best visual impact, but the truly scariest position should be the last row. If you want to enjoy the visual impact, naturally, it is the first row. But if you want to feel the extreme speed, it is recommended to choose the last row. And Liang understands these principles. He even clearly understands that fear of heights is just a phobia. But when he actually rides the roller coaster, and Liang still feels a little nervous. The only good thing is that the danger premonition ability, rewarded by the winner of life system, did not issue a danger warning. After the safety officer buckled the safety devices for In Liang and Yang Maui took the initiative to hold In Liang's hand. She encouraged, "King, come on, up." And Liang took a deep breath. The roller coaster started slowly. When it reached the highest point and fell, and Liang still roared. Okay. Brother Liang gave up. This roller coaster is really poisonous. Chapter 564 Wooden roller coasters are really poisonous. For just a moment, and Liang felt that the danger premonition ability rewarded by the Life Winner system was dead. Because the wooden roller coaster was swinging from side to side, On Liang felt like it was about to collapse. When the roller coaster returned to the starting point, and Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This should be In Liang's last roller coaster ride, right? After getting off the roller coaster, and Liang put on his contemporary Patek Philippe 6002G 010 again in the storage area. Mechanical watches are precision devices. Except for a few pilot watches, most mechanical watches are not recommended to be worn when riding a roller coaster to avoid excessive centrifugal force that may cause the mechanical watch to malfunction. King, are you okay? Yang Maui asked with concern, and Liang nodded affirmatively. No problem. It was scary just now on the roller coaster, but now that I'm back on the ground, I don't feel any problem at all. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yang Maui took in Liang's arm. The two left from the roller coaster project. Yang Maui pulled in Liang to the balloon booth, and Liang just took a glance and saw through the other party's scam. This kind of balloon booth gives out plush dolls. All are liars. No exceptions. And Liang is responsible for his own conclusions. Because these traders will tamper with the air rifle, making the ballistics of the air gun very strange. They are clearly aiming, but there is a certain amount of random deviation. Handsome guys and beauties, do you want to play with balloons? The middle-aged stall owner greeted and solicited customers. And Liang refused directly and explained the situation to Yang Maui in a low voice. Is it so dark? Yang Maui sighed in surprise. Otherwise, what kind of idiot can't hit the balloon at a distance of 2 or 3 meters? And Liang teased, let me tell you another scam. And Liang said secretly, did you see the basketball over there smashing the drink cans? The so-called basketball can smashing beverage cans is to overlap 10 beverage cans from bottom to top, with 4 beverage cans on the bottom and 1 beverage can on the top. If you knock down all 10 beverage cans, you will get a high amount. Bonus, for example, if you spend 10 yuan 3 times, the bonus may be 1,000 yuan. The bonus of 1,000 yuan is neither high nor low, which seems very reasonable. Otherwise, if you just mark it as 1 million, isn't that a clear lie? Although it is indeed a lie. After thinking about it for a while, you can judge that the diameter of the basketball cannot completely cover the 4 bottom beverage cans. So it is naturally impossible to knock down 10 beverage cans at once. What's more important is that the merchant has a cheating plan. The 4 bottom jars are all filled with sand, and crystal glue is used to solidify the sand to make the bottom jars more stable. So even a mathematical genius came and calculated the rebound refraction plan so that the basketball can 10 cans completely cover it, but it's impossible to knock down all the cans on the bottom floor. Are they all lies? Yang Maui said that her 3 views were subverted. She thought these were all problems of luck and technology. Of course it's a lie. Otherwise, how would you make money? And Liang responded, then we won't play anymore. Yang Maui said without hesitation. She knew it was a scam and continued to play. Isn't there something wrong with her brain? When the two walked out of Happy Valley, the Life Winner system issued a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for facing his fears, overcoming them, and seeing through all kinds of scams. The host gets an amusement park exciting experience reward card. Amusement park exciting experience reward card. The host can invite up to 2 people of the opposite sex to experience exciting projects in the amusement park. After the stimulating experience of the amusement park is over, a comprehensive calculation will be carried out based on the degree of stimulation and satisfaction of the opposite sex, as well as a random coefficient from 1 to 1,000. And then cashback rewards will be given based on the amusement park tickets. Special additional cashback conditions. If there is no prompt from the host, if the person of the opposite sex who participates in the stimulating experience of the amusement park takes the initiative to invite the host to dinner after the experience, the corresponding consumption amount will also be included in the cashback reward. This reward is interesting. It's full of crazy hints. And Liang Xin wrote it down clearly. After the two got in the car, and Liang drove while talking about the food group of Anshin Construction Company, he sighed, the taste in my memory has not changed at all. It is really sad how time flies. And Liang said from since the 3rd year of junior high school, I haven't gone to the construction site of Anshin Construction Company anymore, and naturally I haven't gone to the canteen anymore, mainly because of study reasons. After all, he is a scumbag from elementary school. He has never had a hard time during holidays before. Little fox, do you have any delicious food in your memory? And Liang asked. Previously, and Liang got a memory food reward cashback card from the construction site catering group of Anshin Construction Company. He is now preparing to cancel the card. After all, among the girls in Liang knows, Yang Maui, I have been a food explorer before, and she should be the one who knows food best. Yes, I have. Yang Maui responded, Your Majesty, fish maw chicken is very popular in Chongqing recently. Have you tried it? Yang Maui asked, certainly. And Liang nodded affirmatively. Recently, fish maw chicken has been a hot trend in Chongqing, or is it a hot trend across the country? After all, fish maw chicken is in line with modern people's concept of healthy eating. In fact, I ate fish maw chicken when I was in junior high school. The first time I ate it, I still remember the taste. Yang Maui sighed, then let's try it. And Liang responded, really? Yang Maui's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. And Liang affirmed. Chapter 565 Yang Maui set up a navigation system for Anliang, located in the old ferry area in the southernmost part of Xingqing. While Anliang was driving, Yang Maui explained the situation to Anliang. My mother-in-law lives there. During the holidays in junior high school, I went to her house to play, and then my mother-in-law took me to eat fish maw chicken. In Xingqing's mother-in-law means grandma, not what the wife calls her husband's mother. Later, after my mother-in-law passed away, I never went there again, and the fish maw chicken became the taste in my memory. Yang Mao Yi continuait, and Liang tentatively asked, how about we find another company? It's okay, Your Majesty. Yang Maui explained, my mother-in-law is mourning. I just miss her, but I'm not sad. And Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I wanted to go back and taste that fish maw chicken before, but no one has ever gone back with me. When I was doing food tours before, I also wanted to go back, but in the end I gave up. Yang Maui Sigid. Near 6 o'clock, the two arrived at an old residential building, and Liang saw a shop sign. 9 Dragons Fish Maw Chicken Eating Company. This shop sign is full of Hong Kong. Could it be that the flavor of the island really comes from Hong Kong Island? An Liang parked the car in a parking space on the roadside, with several luxury cars parked around it. Yang Maui led the way, and she introduced, this fish maw chicken should be the most authentic fish maw chicken in Xingqing. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, I heard that the boss, Uncle Kai, offended someone on Hong Kong Island and finally chose to come to Xingqing for development. Oh, there's such a story? But An Liang saw through the blind spot in a second. A restaurant owner who offended someone on Hong Kong Island traveled to a foreign country. Why should he tell these things? Since it was serious enough to let him travel away if you tell things about a foreign country, are you really not worried about being known by your enemies? So this kind of story is just a lie, just to increase the topic of the store and create a story background. When he just parked the car, and Liang found that there was a car parked on the roadside. After buying a lot of luxury cars, it seems that the boss named Uncle Kai is really a good storyteller. And Liang and Yang Maui walked into the 9 Dragons Fish Maw Chicken Restaurant Company, and the other party transformed 2 residential houses on the first floor into there are a total of 8 tables and 6 private rooms in the 2 living rooms. All 6 private rooms today have been booked, and in Liang and Yang Maui don't mind eating in the hall. Come and see what you want. And Liang signaled Yang Maui to order. Yang Maui was not polite. After ordering some must-order special dishes, she handed the menu to An Liang. Your Majesty, what do you want to eat? And Liang checked and found that the price of this 9 Dragons Fish Maw Chicken restaurant is indeed not cheap. The authentic fish maw chicken costs 198 yuan for a small portion for 2 people. Yang Maui ordered an M6 level Australian Wagyu sirloin beef slice. Each the price of a portion is 168 yuan. The price of 4 8-headed abalone is also 168 yuan. The price of 4 fresh monodon shrimp is 198 yuan. And Liang looked at it, and he added a portion of grouper, and the price reached 268 yuan to the height, and then added a fish maw rice and a vegetable platter to relieve the tiredness. The cheapest one should be the vegetable platter, but the price also reached 38 yuan. The fish maw rice uses fish maw chicken original soup. The price is also as high as 88 yuan. Fish maw chicken was the first to be served, and the service staff served a bowl of pepper chicken soup for An Liang and Yang Maui. And Liang took a bite, and the chicken soup was fresh and thick, without the taste of chicken essence, and tasted very good. But the chicken received negative reviews. Because the chicken was not processed well, it had a dry texture. Fortunately, the seafood and sirloin beef slices at the back saved some of the review, especially the fish maw rice, which made An Liang eat 2 bowls. Rhythm, the only pity is that there is no reward that triggers the winner system of life. In the end, Yang Maui settled the bill, and An Liang did not grab the order. He was originally thinking about finding an opportunity to use the food reward cashback card in memory next time, but Yang Maui settled the bill. Even under such circumstances, cashback rewards can actually be triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tasting the delicious food in memory with Yang Maui. The evaluation is in progress. Random cashback coefficient, 920. Pleasure coefficient, 1.72. Memory coefficient, 0.99, and Liang clicked on the details of the pleasure coefficient. Yang Maui provided full marks, and Liang's pleasure coefficient was only 0.72. Am I cheating myself? It seems like you are really cheating yourself, right? The main reason is that the chicken of Fishma chicken was overturned, which made On Liang's food experience flawed. The final total amount of cashback rewards, 2,807,343 yuan. Special note: this cashback reward fund comes from the U.S. stock market and will be obtained through Onshin Investment Company. The operation of obtaining funds is reasonable and all operations are well documented. Please use it with confidence. Looking at the cashback reward of nearly 3 million, On Liang decided to forgive the chicken overturning incident of Sichuan pepper chicken. Your Majesty, can you accompany me for a walk around the area? Yang Maui asked. Of course, and Liang did not refuse. Yang Maui's grandma used to live nearby, right? The two walked nearby for nearly half an hour before returning to Linshan residence. Taoistin, a giant in the righteous way, suppressed the vixen twice in a row before letting the little girl go. Vixen, calm down. Happy birthday, King. Yang Maui greeted me in advance. It's only around 10 o'clock in the evening. And Liang pinched Yang Maui's tender face and said, I have to go home today. My parents are going to celebrate my birthday tomorrow. I'll come see you the day after tomorrow. Yang Maui agreed obediently. When Liang took a taxi home, it was already past 11 o'clock, and Xingyu and Sun Xia had already returned to the bedroom to rest. He sent a message to them and returned to his bedroom. However, Liang just lay down. Brother discovered a serious problem. Li Xian actually pushed her mother Lu Ling's WeChat message. What does this mean? Chapter 566. Queen Tianyi was 9,102 years old. Brother Liang found that he was holding his cell phone backwards, and Liang received her mother's WeChat account pushed by Li Xian on WeChat, and he immediately responded to the message. And Liang? Li Xian. And Liang, please add my mother's WeChat account. And Liang? No. If it was to add Bai Ling's WeChat account, and Liang would add it without any obstacles because Bai Ling is Bai Yu's mother. That's all. What does adding a WeChat account have to do with it? But Lu Ling is a little different. Li Xian, my mother seems to have something to ask you. I asked her, but she didn't say anything. Please add her. Li Xian, don't worry, my mother won't embarrass you. And Liang suddenly realized that the reason Lu Ling was looking for him must be related to Onshin Construction Company, right? And Liang, okay, Li Xian, yeah. By the way, I'll be back on the 6th. And Liang, okay. When you come back, please inform me of your flight information in advance, and I will pick you up. Li Xian, okay, you add my mother first, and remember to tell me later what exactly is my mother looking for? And Liang, okay. As for whether to wait a while or not, it depends on what Liang and Lu Ling talked about. And Liang took the initiative to add Lu Ling's WeChat account through the business card sent by Li Xian. It was already past 11 o'clock in the night, and Liang originally thought Lu Ling had gone to bed, but he had just added Lu Ling and passed the friend verification. And Liang sent the message first. And Liang, hello, Annie, Lu Ling. Good evening, classmate On Liang. I'm sorry to bother you so late. And Liang, it's okay. I slept late. By the way, Annie, what can I do? And Liang is asking questions knowingly. There is a saying in behavioral psychology about active and passive. Although Liang guessed Lu Ling's purpose, there will be two completely different situations between Liang taking the initiative to provoke the topic and passively accepting the topic. For example, Liang took the initiative to stir up the topic and thoughtfully asked Lu Ling whether the reason why he came to him was related to Onshin Construction Company. He even went one step further and expressed his willingness to handle bank-related matters through Lu Ling. Such understanding is actually better than passive acceptance, allowing Lu Ling to take the initiative to stir up the topic, and even asking Lu Ling to ask him to help arrange the loan affairs of AXA Construction Company. Human psychology is so strange. Things that are obtained too easily will not be considered precious, let alone cherished. On the contrary, You will cherish things more if you work hard or even beg for them. That's why Liang asked knowingly. Lu Ling. I contacted Liang because I wanted him to help me with something. Lu Ling didn't say anything clearly in Liang. Huh. And Liang is happy to pretend to be stupid Lu Ling. Classmate An's home company is Anshin Construction Company, right? Lu Ling still pretended to be confused, but her name for In Liang was simplified from the familiar classmate In Liang to the more familiar classmate in An Liang. Yes. And Liang doesn't accept the move. Active commitment? That is impossible. 3 kilometers away, Tianlan community. Lu Ling was leaning on the bedside in her pajamas. She was sending a message to In Liang. She was really pretending to be confused. She hoped that In Liang would take the initiative to talk about Anshin Construction Company's funding needs. But In Liang didn't accept the move at all. Lu Ling sighed secretly in her heart. As someone who has been there, she noticed a different look in Liang's eyes today, which made Lu Ling both proud and distressed. If In Liang and Li Xiyin don't know each other, if In Liang has no relationship with Li Xiyin, if Li Xiyin doesn't like In Liang, it's a pity that there is no if. Today, when she was in the VIP room, Lu Ling noticed in Liang's eyes again. The other person's eyes were very aggressive, and there was no hint of dodge at all, even if she is Li Xiyin's mother. Lu Ling looked at In Liang's reply, her eyes changing. She thought about asking Li Xiyin to ask In Liang to ask for help, but by using her daughter like this, Lu Ling couldn't pass her test. She took a deep breath and finally replied to the message. Lu Ling. Mr. In, first of all, congratulations on your company's entry into the Xiqing Development Plan. In Liang. Thank you, Lu Ling. The Xiqing Development Plan is a huge project. If Anshin Construction Company needs financial support, our Gongxing Bank can provide a loan program with the lowest interest rate. Lu Ling finally told her why she was looking for In Liang. Looking at the message sent by Lu Ling, In Liang smiled. In Liang, we at Anshin Construction Company really need financial support. Annie, may I ask what preferential conditions your bank can provide? At present, Anshin Construction Company has initially launched the Xiqing Development Plan because of the profit support from its previous cooperation with Wenda Group. But subsequent funds will definitely need to be settled with a bank. We can't let An Liang withdraw financial support from Anshin Investment Company, right? That is impossible. Although the profits of the Xiqing Development Plan are very high, the overall cycle is too long. At least it will take more than 5 years. How can An Liang invest his own funds in it? On the other side, Lu Ling looked at the message and Liang replied, and she keenly discovered that In Liang's problem was not simple. Chapter 572 Cars are different from ordinary consumer goods. Take a Nansen as an example. If you buy a bottle of a Nansen sunscreen worth more than 200 yuan and find that it contains the carcinogen benzophenone 3, the first reaction of most people is to stop using it. It's only over 200 yuan. Although I feel it's a pity, it's a waste, and it's within the tolerance of most people. If it's a car, take the Passat owner as an example. If someone says that the A-pillar of the Passat is made of tofu and will break upon impact, even if this is true, even if such a situation has seriously threatened the life safety of the car owner. But the first reaction of the car owner is definitely not to not use this car, but to refute those who say that the Passat is not good. In the end, the reason is simply that Passat cost more than 200,000 yuan and Ananshai cost more than 200 yuan. The difference in value between the two is thousands of times. If Volkswagen promises to refund Passat owners, even refunds for reasonable depreciation, then look at how many Passat owners will not refund. The owners of Bentian cars have the same mentality. If An Liang arranged for the Navy to attack Bentian Motors on the internet, I am afraid that there would be no need for Bentian Motors to end the attack in person. Just the well-paid media and a considerable number of Bentian car owners could block the attacks on the internet. Otherwise, although the quality defects of B-pillars have been exposed on the internet, why are the sales of B-pillars still so good? It's just that most people who buy cars have no access to quality defect information. A large number of media will only brag about how good Benson's Earth Dream engine is, how fuel efficient it is, and how low the overall failure rate of the vehicle is. They will not say anything about Benson's cutting corners. After all, the Earth Dream engine is indeed powerful, Bention cars are indeed fuel efficient, and the vehicle failure rate is also relatively low. Friends in the media did not lie, right? How many people can stand it when they can get their meal without lying? And Liang, okay, I will plan this matter first, and then I will tell you the result. And Liang, if you are coming to Xingqing, remember to inform me in advance. And Liang, I can arrange your food, drink, and fun, Li Tsinyin. That's it, Yun Haiyang. I am also a half landowner. I will make arrangements together when the time comes, Qian Xiaojing. Brother, wait for me. I haven't gotten in the car yet. And Liang, slacker student. Li Tsinyu, a bad student. Yin Haiyang, I'm showing off my cards. I also failed the class, and I can't pretend anymore. But our school doesn't make up the exams. We just pay the money, and that's it. Qian Xiaojing me. How disgusting. Li Tsunyuan. Then I have a showdown. I also failed the class. Brother Haiyang and I go to the same school. Li Tsunyuan and Yun Haiyang are indeed in the same school. They are both from Imperial Normal College. Li Tsunyuan is 1 year higher and Yun Haiyang is 1 year lower. Qian Xiaojing. Our school is too strict. Why did I choose it so obsessed with it in the first place? Qian Xiaojing's academic performance is the best among the four. Because Qian Xiaojing is at Imperial University of Science and Technology, which is a double first-class university. Although Qian Xiaojing accepted the transfer, at least he got in, right? Yun Haiyang, don't worry, brother Gongzi. We are waiting for you, Li Tsunin. Don't worry, we are waiting for you in Liang. Take your time and try to pass the re-examination. Regarding the Bention automobile matter, it will not be settled for a while. I still need to think of a solution. Qian Xiaojing. Thanks, buddy. When we go to Xingqing, the bar party is mine. And Liang. Friendly reminder, my 911 Turbo S and Ferrari 488 Pista are in Tianfu. If you don't bring the car over, I will contact a truck to tow it back first. Qian Xiaojing. Brother Liang, doesn't he need a car in Xingqing? And Liang. I bought a Lamborghini Urus. Brother Haiyang should know the road conditions in Xingqing. I actually don't recommend supercars coming here. Qian Xiaojing. No problem. We four brothers happen to be in the same car. Yun Haiyang. I don't bring a car either. Yun Haiyang. The road conditions in Xingqing make me drive crazy. Li Tsunyuan. Then I want to see what kind of devilish road condition Xingqing is. Yun Haiyang. To be honest, brother Yuan, even if I provide you with navigation, the probability of you getting lost in Xingqing is very high. Yun Haiyang. I got lost in Xingqing before riding the horse and almost fell into a ditch. And Liang. The road conditions in Xingqing are indeed a bit bad. As a local, I often go the wrong way. Li Tsing. I have admired this famous name for a long time. I must see it. Qian Xiaojing. I want to try it too. And Liang. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I'll run away now. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. The next day, Laba Festival. And Liang did not receive the gift package provided by the Life Winner system. Is today a lost day? And Xingyu went to the large construction site of the Xiqing development plan as usual. Sun Xian naturally had to go to work, leaving in Liang alone. He was just about to send a message to the little vixen when he received a message from Lu Ling. Lu Ling, classmaten, let's have lunch together? And Liang, no problem. Annie, Lu Ling, does Miston have any taboos? So it was the mother-in-law who took the initiative to arrange it? And Liang thought about it, but he didn't refuse Lu Ling's kindness. And Liang, as long as it is not Thai cuisine, Indian cuisine, South Vietnamese cuisine, or strange cuisines from surrounding countries, I can accept it. Even though in Liang has property in Tyrant, On Liang really can't accept Tyrant cuisine. As for Indian food, cool me. Please take a sip of Ganges water. Chapter 573, Gongshang Bank, Bayu Branch. In the VIP reception room, Lu Ling was sending WeChat messages to An Liang, and Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao were communicating quietly. Jiao Jiao, you have to keep an eye on her? Shi Yinru lowered her voice and said, I suspect she added Mr. N's WeChat account. Chao Yujiao agreed. I think so. I used to think that she was really aloof from the world, pretending to be like a fairy every day. But then I met Mr. N, and it was not just a trick. Chao Yujiao said quietly. The three of them are all VIP customer specialists in the VIP reception room. Because Lu Ling is good-looking. Even if she doesn't treat customers falsely, her performance is still the best among the three. Otherwise, Lu Ling would also, it is impossible to become a deputy manager. But since Wang Bo was airborne as a VIP account manager, he has coveted Lu Ling's beauty and then targeted Lu Ling everywhere. Coupled with Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao's embrace, they and Wang Bo were directly involved. Bo colluded with each other. This time they originally wanted to trick Lu Ling previously. Wang Bo deliberately arranged for Lu Ling to work in the VIP reception room. Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao intercepted the financial personnel of Anshin Construction Company outside, just to attack Lu Ling. Who would have known that something like this would happen by accident? Shi Yinru sneered. I've already seen that there's something wrong with her. As I said before, I saw her wearing a new Dior skirt costing more than 50,000 yuan. Do you think she can afford it? What do we do now? Chao Yujiao was a little anxious. If she wants to play tricks, I'm worried that Xiaoan won't be able to handle it. This dead woman is really annoying to death. Without knowing the truth, Mr. Xiaoan probably thought she was only in her 20s, right? Shi Yinru lowered her voice. We just keep an eye on her. Even if she is really chatting with Mr. and if she makes an appointment with Mr. and we will follow her secretly. At this point, Shi Yinru paused. If we tell President Xiao and that Lu Ling is actually 38 years old, how do you think Xiaoan always feels? Shi Yinru is 29 years old this year, and Chao Yujiao is only 30 years old this year, but they both look older than Lu Ling. They envy Lu Ling every day. Chao Yujiao couldn't help laughing. If I were Mr. In, I will definitely be very angry. It's a pity that Chao Yujiao is not in Liang. He is not a fish. How can it know the joy of fish? Lu Ling didn't know that she had been targeted by Chao Yujiao and Shi Yinru. She was still chatting with Liang. Faced with Liang's reply, Lu Ling thought about it for a moment. After a while, he replied to the message. Lu Ling, I know a private sauerkraut chicken restaurant that has been in business for 21 years. Lu Ling, it has been 21 years since the boss and his wife started their business during the period of mass layoffs. Lu Ling, this private sauerkraut chicken restaurant only has 3.5 tables. It has been selling only sauerkraut chicken for 21 years. Lu Ling, classmate, are you interested? Gourmet food? And Liang is definitely interested. After all, there is a probability of triggering the food reward of the winner system in life, even if it is the most delicious 1 million Huya coins, according to the latest agreement between Yang Maui and the Huya platform. A direct reward to Yang Maui can be cashed out at a rate of a little more than 700,000. And Liang, of course I'm interested. And Liang, where is the location? Lu Ling, location information. Lu Ling, I'll make a reservation first. Can we meet at 11:30? And Liang, no problem. Lu Ling, see you then. And Liang, frowny face, okay. After Liang and Lu Ling made an appointment to meet, and Liang first sent a message to the little vixen. He originally said that he was going to see the little vixen today, but now it seems that something unexpected has happened. And Liang, little fox, I have temporary work to deal with here. I'll check the situation later. And okay, Your Majesty. Yang Maui is always so well-behaved and sensible, and Liang is really satisfied with her. He even thinks that Yang Maui can be used as a breakthrough. And Liang had some breakfast casually. He first set an alarm clock to remind him of his appointment and then began to study how to target Bentian automobile. However, after a morning of research, and Liang himself also had a headache, because this horse riding is a dead end. The four roles of consumers, dealers, media, and Bentian automobile manufacturers form a closed loop. They all have to safeguard the interests and reputation of Bentian automobile. They are basically monolithic. It is impossible to break their alliance. And Lianka finally understood the reason why the overall car sales in Xiagua declined in 2019, but the sales of Bentian cars increased by nearly 10%. It has to be said that the hundreds of billions of Xiagua yuan spent on global marketing by Bentian Motors were not wasted, but it really produced an invincible effect. And Liang couldn't think of a way to break the situation for a while. He glanced at the time and saw that it was already 10:30. He and Lu Ling made an appointment at 11:30. The Pickled Chicken private restaurant was about half an hour away, and Liang decided to simply wash up and go to Lu Ling's appointment to see what conditions Lu Ling could come up with. Chapter 574. When Liang was getting ready to wash up and leave, Lu Ling was also taking a shower at home. As a VIP account specialist and deputy manager of VIP accounts, Lu Ling has the right to arrange her time freely. She went home early to take a shower and change clothes. She did not change into home clothes, but just changed into a set of clean work clothes. Across from Tianlong Community, Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao were driving a white Volkswagen La Vida, and they were following and monitoring Lu Ling. Lu Ling does not own a car. She has supported Li Xian independently for these years. Naturally, she does not have much savings, and it is impossible to buy a car, so she can be easily followed. At 10:40 in the morning, Lu Ling dressed neatly and set out after taking a shower. She hailed a taxi at the gate of the community. As soon as the taxi hit the road, it was followed by Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao, who followed leisurely. Half an hour later, they determined the address where Lu Ling and Liang would meet. It was not a hotel or anything like they thought, but a private restaurant renovated on the ground floor of a residential building. Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao parked diagonally opposite the private restaurant of Tung's Pickled Chicken. This Lu Ling is so scheming. She should have taken a shower when she came home just now. If she just had a meal, does she need to take a shower? Shi Yinru analyzed with malice. Chao Yujiao affirmatively agreed. I think this damn woman just wants to seduce Mr. Shaoan. Based on her looks, if Shaoan doesn't know the truth, she might be deceived. Shi Yinru sneered. We will wait patiently. Wait for Mr. Shaoan to come. Let them talk first. Wait until they're almost done eating. I guess Lu Ling and Mr. Shaoan have almost finished talking. We will go in and tell Lu Ling's true story. Tell Mr. N about the situation. In this way, Mr. N will probably be grateful to us, right? Chao Yujiao smiled sinisterly. A 38-year-old woman actually seduced Mr. Shaoan. I believe Mr. Shaoan will be angry. Well, Shi Yinru sighed. I don't know how this dead woman takes care of herself. She is obviously 38 years old, huh? Chao Yujiao also sighed. They were obviously much younger than Lu Ling, but they actually looked older than Lu Ling. How could they not be jealous? Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao lurked patiently. They waited silently for Liang to appear, and then followed the instructions. Their script was in progress. Less than 10 minutes later, Shi Yinru reminded, Mr. Shaoan is here. Chao Yujiao also saw the bright yellow Lamborghini Urus driving over, and Liang had already exchanged cars with Xingyu. The confrontation between the two fathers and sons was initially over, and it ended at the expense of Liang's promise to inherit the family business in the future. The bright yellow Lamborghini Urus stopping at the roadside, and Liang discovered Teng's sauerkraut chicken private restaurant, and he saw Lu Ling through the huge window. Today, Lu Ling was still dressed in bank winter work clothes, full of the charm of a working woman. After getting off the car, and Liang went directly walking towards Teng's sauerkraut chicken, he didn't find that Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao were watching him and Lu Ling, and the danger premonition ability, rewarded by the winner of life system, did not issue an early warning. Because Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao were not a threat at all. Today, Teng's sauerkraut chicken private restaurant only has they have a table of guests, and the entire private restaurant is like a residential living room, with 3 complete large round tables and a square table against the wall. A square table is half a table, right? The boss and his wife both look over 60 years old. The proprietress was sitting at the counter holding a cat and watching TV. The boss said hello angrily, welcome. Lu Ling stood up first and greeted, classmate, and Liang nodded to the boss, then walked towards Lu Ling, who greeted him, good afternoon, Annie. Sorry, I'm late. Lu Ling responded. I arrived early. At this point, Lu Ling greeted, boss, our pickled chicken is ready to be served. Yes, wait. The boss responded lukewarmly. After a while, the boss came out with a large stainless steel basin and placed it on the gas stove in the middle of the round table. And Liang could already smell the aroma of pickled vegetables. Lu Ling was in Liang's. The introduction said, their sauerkraut is all made in-house, and they do not use sauerkraut from outside. They have been focusing on cooking sauerkraut chicken for 21 years. The boss happened to hear Lu Ling's introduction, and he retorted, "More than 21 years ago, before we opened the store, my craftsmanship was very good." Lu Ling nodded with a smile, and Liang picked up a piece of pickled cabbage heart without politeness and tasted it first. Just like Lu Ling said, the pickled cabbage of Tang's pickled cabbage chicken is made in-house, and the taste is very good. It has the sourness of pickled cabbage and the refreshing taste of pickled cabbage, infused with the fresh flavor of the chicken. Apart from being a little hot, there are no other shortcomings. And Liang picked up a piece of chicken wing and put it in a bowl to cool down. He picked up the sauerkraut heart again and tasted it. After the sauerkraut heart was finished, the chicken wing was just right. Temperature. On Liang continued to tasting. The host tastes the flavor of 21 years of cooking at once and receives a random gift package. On Liang opened the random gift bag. Directly congratulations to the host for getting the Ultimate Experience 001 box. This reward will be sent to the host via express delivery, so the host please pay attention to check it. Exist? Why did something happen suddenly? And Liang and his mother-in-law are having dinner. The reward for riding a horse is a box of Ultimate Experience 001? Isn't this causing trouble? Chapter 575 Tongue Sauerkraut Chicken Private Restaurant. The rewards given by the Life Winner system are obviously causing trouble. And Liang continued to taste the sauerkraut chicken calmly. This sauerkraut chicken is indeed a 21-year-old specialty. The taste is indeed very good. The winner of Life System will give it a food reward certification, although the rewards are not good. Classmaten, what do you think of the taste? Lu Ling was looking for a topic, and Liang praised first, "Very good." Then he asked curiously, "But I'm a little curious. It tastes so good. The chicken is tender and the sauerkraut is also very delicious, but we're the only ones at the table." The boss who was watching TV answered proactively, "Because our pickled chicken is 98 yuan per pound." This? Sauerkraut chicken is 98 yuan a pound? And Liang looked at Lu Ling with a questioning look. He thought he heard wrong, because sauerkraut chicken is a very common type of catering in Xingqing, and it usually costs 38 yuan. Is it 98 yuan per caddy? Lu Ling responded. Their price is indeed 98 yuan per caddy. The boss added, "Our prices follow the market. In the past 2 years, the price of farm chickens has increased again and again, so naturally we have to raise the price. The price of farm chickens has indeed risen excessively. Secondly, my craftsmanship is very good, and ordinary shops outside cannot compare with me." The boss said confidently, "Finally, there is another reason. We want 1 table of guests to earn money from 2 tables of guests. When people get old and their physical strength is gone, they no longer want to make small profits but quick sales. They just want to work as little as possible and make more money." The boss said honestly, "But is he too honest? 1 table of customers can earn the money of 2 tables of customers." Listening to the excuses listed by the boss, and Liang couldn't even find a reason to refute. Lu Ling had obviously heard the boss's theory. She didn't have any surprised expression at all. "Ahem, boss, you are too honest." And Liang actually wanted to ask, is he not afraid of customers being angry if he is so honest? The boss answered directly, "Our family is in the business of word of mouth. After 21 years of operation, we have already accumulated enough word of mouth and customers. In addition, we the children and grandchildren of the old couple are also doing well. We don't have to work too hard. 1 or 2 tables a day is enough. If I really wanted to make money, I would open a takeout service. We often receive calls from customers who want to order takeout, but I always refuse." The boss said his business philosophy. And Liang still couldn't refute that the old couple didn't open the store to make money. It was just their way of life. In addition, they have genuine materials, superb craftsmanship, and a reputation that has been accumulated for 21 years. It seems that there is really no need to worry about whether there are any customers. And Liang silently wrote down the words of the owner of Tung's Sauerkraut Chicken. Maybe Brother Liang can retire early in the future and concentrate on enjoying life? After half an hour, and Liang and Lu Ling ate at the end, Lu Ling took the initiative to ask, "Classmaten, do you think AtoZ has any ideas about the loan issue?" And Liang first used a napkin to clean the grease stains at the corners of his mouth before responding, Of course, it's a commonplace question. For example, the interest rate of the loan, the repayment period, the loan time, the restrictions on the use of funds, etc. These are basic questions. At present, AXA Construction Company has been rated as a diamond-level quality customer in Shengqing's banking circle. Because AXA Construction Company has joined the Xiqing Development Plan, and the banking circle clearly knows AXA Construction, the company owns 5% of the Xiqing Development Plan. Simply put, AXA Construction Company will definitely make a fortune, but now AXA Construction Company lacks funds. Any bank that lends money to AXA Construction Company does not have to worry about AXA Construction at all. The company does not repay the money. After all, AXA Construction Company has a contract for the Xiqing Development Plan, and AXA Construction Company has a good reputation in Xinjiang. Now lending money to AXA Construction is equivalent to getting money in vain. So the bank The Circle has rated Onxing Construction Company as a diamond-level, high-quality customer. Currently, the entire banking circle in Shengqing is striving to provide loans to Onxing Construction Company, and An Shinjiu has been harassed endlessly. Faced with the basic questions raised by An Liang, Lu Ling was just about to answer in Liang when a female voice interrupted. Lu Ling, do you want to be shameless? Shi Yinru snorted coldly. Chao Yujiao added on the side. Lu Ling, you usually pretend to be quite aloof, but now you are actually dating Mr. Xiaoan in private. What on earth do you want to do? Lu Ling looked at Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao indifferently, and Liang looked at the two of them in surprise. Are they following Lu Ling? The boss and the wife of Teng's sauerkraut chicken both turned on the fun mode, and the wife even turned off the TV series. Lu Ling, I really didn't expect you to be so shameless. Shi Yinru looked at An Liang and said, Mr. An, I'm afraid you don't know that this Lu Ling is not as simple as she seems. Chao Yujiao echoed on the side. Yes, Mr. An, there are some things you just don't know. And Liang asked deliberately, What don't I know? Chapter 576 Teng's Sauerkraut Chicken Private Restaurant. Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao interrupted the discussion between An Liang and Lu Ling facing An Liang's inquiry. Chao Yujiao responded, Mr. An, how old do you think Lu Ling is? Shi Yinru said angrily on the side. Some women just look young, but in fact they don't know how much hyaluronic acid they use to support the scene. Lu Ling looked at Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao indifferently. She had no intention of speaking because she knew that An Liang must know her information. Chao Yujiao continued, Mr. Xiaoan, are you surprised that our colleague Ms. Lu Ling is 38 years old this year? Shi Yinru agreed. Although she looks young, she is actually 38 years old. And Liang responded calmly. What then? Shi Yinru and Chao Yujiao were stunned for a moment. Then, Chao Yujiao was a little dazed. What's the afterthought? There seems to be something wrong with the current situation. Shouldn't it be that they told An Liang that Lu Ling was 38 years old? And then An Liang was disgusted by this? How can there be any afterthought in this kind of thing? Shi Yinru couldn't help but remind her repeatedly. Mr. Xiaoan, this woman is 38 years old. By Shidian boss and came online. I find your focus is very strange. Why do you always talk about her being 38 years old? Both Chao Yujiao and Shi Yinru felt that they had many question marks. Well, let me guess how old you are. And Liang looked at Chao Yujiao and Shi Yinru. If she is 38 years old, are you 45 years old? Lu Ling couldn't help but smile. Chao Yujiao and Shi Yinru looked at An Liang hesitantly. And Liang continued, I'm actually not interested in your age at all. I have no interest in knowing your intrigues. Ms. Lu Ling and I are just discussing loan discounts. Chao Yujiao responded immediately. Mr. Xiaoan, no matter what conditions she can give you, we will give you more favorable conditions. Shi Yinru responded, Yes. Mr. Xiaoan, she is just the deputy manager of VIP reception. We can ask Manager Wang to help you apply for a lower discount, and we guarantee that you will definitely apply. And Liang looked at the two people with a half smile, but not a smile. He couldn't help but use the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check their information. Shi Yinru, age, 29 height, 164 centimeters weight, 48 kilograms appearance, 72 figure, 88 favorability, 99 purity and essence. 68.6 character and morality, 60 physical health. 80-10 special note. This subject has syphilitic virus. Please host caution. Chao Yujiao. Age, 30 height, 163 centimeters weight, 47 kilograms appearance, 74 figure, 84 favorability, 99 purity and essence, 69.2 character and morality, 62 physical health. 80-10 special note. The existence of this object comes from the plum of Shiryinru. It's a viral disease. Please treat it with caution. The information between the two of them is simply eye-catching. As expected of a guy with a moral character of 60, but with a favorability score of 99, An Liang can handle it with just a hint in his eyes, right? But Brother Liang doesn't dare. The Life Winner system issued special instructions that both of them had the May virus. What's interesting is that Chao Yujiao's plum virus came from Shiryinru. What twists and turns are there in this bizarre story? As for the nature of purity, according to the instructions in the Interpersonal Relationship Scanning System Update Log, at the stage of 70 to 79 points, every point represents a person. At the stage of 60 to 69.9, every 0.1 point represents a person. So Shiryinru had 24 kills. Chao Yujiao also had 18 kills. Sharp. So the source of this plum virus could be that two people killed one of them at the same time, and Shiryinru killed first and Chao Yujiao second, or simply kill one of two. This is so exciting. And Liang responded teasingly, "No matter what condition she gives me, can you give me a more favorable one?" Shiryinru immediately responded with hints. "Please rest assured, mister, and we keep our word. Right, Jiao Jiao?" Chao Yujiao responded with the same affirmation. "Yes, mister, and no matter what preferential conditions she gives you, we will give you more, and some conditions can even be doubled." Double? Could it be that he wants to kill one of two, and then spread the plum virus? No wonder Chao Yujiao was infected with Shiryinru's plum virus. Is this how the two of them attracted customers? An Liang silently mourns for their customers. "Isn't it too tragic that I was infected with the May virus, even though I was just doing banking business?" Lu Ling naturally understood the hints of Chao Yujiao and Shiryinru. She sneered secretly in her heart. Shiryinru and Chao Yujiao might have underestimated An Liang a little because they didn't know what they looked like. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, Chao Yujiao and Shiryinru are really good-looking, and they can even be called goddesses without any problem. But for a guy of An Liang's level, they are really not good-looking enough. "Please wait a moment. I'll make a call first." An Liang calmly ignored the two men's hints. Chapter 5, 82 Shrimp Stuffing Hands has been certified by the Life Winner system. And Liang hopes that the reward for the random lottery gift pack will no longer be the ultimate experience 001. After all, Brother Liang knows exactly what to do. Congratulations to the host for getting 1 million Tiger Tooth coins. Since the Return of the Beloved account is currently managed by Yang Maui, this reward is temporarily reserved and will be recharged to any account at any time at the host's discretion. The corresponding recharge funds will be disbursed from the host's investment account at Anshin Investment Company and will be obtained from the U.S. stock market by Anshin Investment Company. Please feel free to use it. Good. The Life Winner system is very user-friendly. At present, the Return of the Beloved Super God Emperor account is mainly used by Yang Maui. If he suddenly recharges 1 million, Yang Maui will definitely ask. Therefore, the Life Winner system is very user-friendly and retains the recharge rewards, and it is up to An Liang to recharge the 1 million Tiger Tooth coins to any account at his own discretion. If Brother Liang wants to reward the second female anchor, he can secretly open a small account. But An Liang is not that kind of person, especially when the little vixen is so obedient and sensible, and her whole heart is focused on him. Brother Liang will definitely not do that kind of thing. "The taste is okay," and Liang responded. Yang Maui whispered, "Except for the price, which is a bit expensive, everything else is pretty good." Generally, the price of 2 taosu is about 12 yuan to 18 yuan. The sales method of this shrimp speculator is based on calculation. Each shrimp stuffing is 2 yuan, and Yang Maui ordered 15 yuan for An Liang. Each one, equivalent to 2 taels, costs 30 yuan. This price is indeed a bit expensive. It's barely worth the money. And Leon commented, although the price is indeed more expensive, the stuffing made from fresh shrimp is also expensive. After the two of them had eaten the stuffed shrimp, young Maui still drove. Because there was a small traffic jam, it was close to 10:30. At that time, we came to the Shinshin large-scale flat floor project. The name of this large-scale flat floor project is Longjingyuan. The bright yellow Lamborghini Urus parked directly in the open-air parking lot in front of the sales department. And Leon and Yang Maui got off the car and walked towards the sales department. When they stepped out, the security personnel saluted respectfully. The sales department of Longjingyuan, a large flat floor project in Xi'an Mountain, was actually a bit lively. However, today is Friday, not a holiday, and there were actually 10 people in the sales department of Longjingyuan. Several men in suits and leather shoes were looking at the house with their female companions. However, and Leon could tell at a glance that they were shills. In the entire sales department, and Leon and Yang Maui were probably the only serious customers. As for the house visitors who were in suits and leather shoes and accompanied by their female companions, their acting skills are so bad. It is an old trick for the sales department to hire childcare workers to create hot sales of real estate. But can you hire a more professional team? Longjingyuan has a large flat floor. The smallest unit is 170 square meters, and the lowest price is 26,800 yuan per square meter, even if there is a slight discount. But it is at least 4.5 million to start with, right? If these men in suits and leather shoes are accompanying women, if they want to pretend to be customers, can they buy better suits? Isn't it better to add a tie and leather shoes all over the body? How to pretend to be a customer, buying a large flat floor with a configuration exceeding 500 yuan. Hello, I am Yang Xiaolin, the sales consultant of Longjingyuan. A female salesperson greeted her politely, and the other salesmen looked at her with envy. Although An Liang and Yang Maui were both too young, An Liang wore high-end brand clothes and an unusual-looking watch. Yang Maui, although she didn't wear any high-end luxury brand clothing, she was wearing a Louis Vuitton messenger bag, and the two of them had just gotten off the Lamborghini Urus. They had just discussed these sales, and Liang asked casually, "What do you have? House type?" Yang Xiaolin responded politely, "We have 4 apartment types. The A apartment has a construction area of 170 square meters and an apartment of 148 square meters. It has 3 bedrooms, a study room, a living room, a dining room, and 2 bathrooms. Unit B has a construction area of 240 square meters inside the suite." Yang Xiaolin was interrupted by An Liang before she finished the introduction. Let's talk directly about the largest apartment type. And Liang is too lazy to listen to small apartments. If you want to buy the best. The little vixen deserves the best. Yang Xiaolin's eyes revealed a hint of joy, and she immediately introduced, "Our largest apartment is D, with a construction area of 320 square meters and an internal area of 320 square meters. 290 square meters. Type D has 3 bedrooms. Each bedroom is equipped with an independent bathroom, an additional study room for the male owner, a gym for the female owner, a nanny's room, an independent storage room, and a guest bathroom." Yang Xiaolin introducet. The most basic symbol of high-end real estate projects is that each room is equipped with an independent bathroom, so that each family member has independent privacy. After all, times are changing. High-end real estate 10 years ago was only people like to buy 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom, or even 6-bedroom apartments, as if the more bedrooms they have, the higher they are. I don't like this at all in today's high-end real estate. What's the use of having too many living rooms? The whole family can live together? How to get along with mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Nowadays, rich people, even if they want to live together, will buy 2 houses right next to each other. As for considering that there will be no place to stay when guests come to the house, this kind of thinking is wrong. For an insignificant person for no reason, just waste space as a living room, which is not in line with modern people's concept of meeting their own needs. What if there are guests at home? Is it expensive to book a high-end hotel for one night? As for whether you will be poked in the spine by relatives and friends, don't worry. As long as you are enough, if you have money, your relatives and friends will even praise you for booking a high-end hotel as a matter of face. rather than poking at the back and saying that you have a weak sense of family ties. Chapter 583 Lanjinjuan Sales Office. Yang Xiaolin led in Liang and Yang Maui to look at the model drawings of Type D apartments. Your Majesty, I think Type A is pretty good. It's too big for the two of us to live in, and it's deserted. Yang Maui explained. Type A also has an internal area of 148 square meters. To be honest, most people's homes are not that big, right? After Yang Xiaolin heard what Yang Maui said, she was even more happy because in Liang and Yang Maui really wanted to buy a house. Rhythm, not just watching and playing, let's see again. An Liang rejected Yang Maui's suggestion. Is there a model room for Type D apartment? And Liang asked. Yang Xiaolin responded immediately. All the units in our Lanjinjuan are finely decorated and use environmentally friendly decoration materials. There is almost zero formaldehyde. We can solemnly promise that if the third-party inspection hired by the customer themselves, the agency detected excessive formaldehyde residue in our house in Lanjinjuan, so we can check out with full payment. Interesting. And Liang laughed. If it's a fully decorated room, I suddenly feel that your house price is more reasonable. Before, An Liang thought it was a bit expensive. Sir, we only provide fine decoration, but do not provide most of the furniture and appliances. Especially the kitchen appliances in the kitchen are not provided by us. Yang Xiaolin responded, and Liang was speechless. This Lanjinjuan is a bit interesting. Then take us to see the D apartment. And Liang ordered, please wait a moment. I'll get the keys first and arrange the sightseeing car. Yang Xiaolin explained. After a while, Yang Xiaolin took the key over. And Liang first signed the customer information for viewing the house. And then the security personnel drove the sightseeing car to the corresponding building. Yang Xiaolin introduced the situation of Lanjinjuan to Liang and Yang Maui. Lanjinjuan is relatively large, with a total of 8 buildings and an owner's club, including a gym, boutique supermarket, and accommodation services. In addition, there are regular community swimming pools, badminton courts, tennis courts, basketball courts, and children's play areas. All of them are standard equipment, and even have a unified receiving point for express delivery and takeout. Another sign of high-end real estate projects is the unified management of express delivery and takeout. It is impossible to allow takeaway personnel and courier personnel to enter the interior of the community, and they are all protected by internal security. Personnel and property personnel deliver. As for whether internal security personnel and property personnel are tired from delivering goods, how can things with bonuses be tiring? Mr. and Ms. Yang, this is the number 8 building in our Lanjinjuan, and it is also the king of buildings. It stands at the northernmost end of Sand Mountain. The view in front is completely unobstructed, looking directly towards the Jiaxing River. Yang Xiaolin explained. And Liang nodded and confirmed that this building is indeed the best place to enjoy the scenery. When the sightseeing car stopped at the entrance of the entrance hall of Building 8, Yang Xiaolin continued to introduce, we have built a building under each building. There is a corresponding underground parking garage, and it contains dual above-ground and underground passages. Each suite will be given a parking space, and up to 4 more parking spaces can be purchased. Doesn't that mean that one home is equipped with 5 parking spaces? It is indeed a large flat-floor project. The entrance lobby of Building 8 is a hotel-style lobby, including an entrance lounge and a service desk. Yang Xiaolin used the work card to pass the access control system. She said, we Lanjinjuan adopts an intelligent building design as a whole. After the owners move in, they will receive intelligent management permissions. All access control systems can be authorized using mobile phones, so there is no need to carry access cards anytime and anywhere. If the mobile phone has no power, it can also pass the access control through fingerprint recognition. If there is a problem with fingerprint recognition, you can also contact the service desk in the entrance lobby for assistance. Yang Xiaolin's introduction was very detailed. The safety measures of high-end real estate projects are always so meticulous. In the elevator room, Yang Xiaolin introduced, the total floor of Building 8 is the 39th floor. We are equipped with 4 high-speed elevators to ensure the return of the owners. Home and travel are always smooth. This is very good. After all, Waiting for the elevator is very annoying. In the elevator, Yang Xiaolin pressed the number 32 foot, and the high-speed elevator ran quietly and quickly. After a while, the elevator stopped, and Yang Xiaolin took in Liang and Yang Maui came to the D-type room number 3201. As Yang Xiaolin introduced, this suite is indeed finely decorated, but it does not have some furniture and appliances. Central air conditioning, floor heating equipment, etc. have naturally been installed, but the TV and there were no refrigerators, wardrobes, beds, or tables. Yang Xiaolin took in Liang and Yang Maui to the balcony of the living room. This is our super large viewing balcony with a total area of 36 square meters. You can see out from here with a sweeping view of the entire Jiaxing River. This large balcony is indeed very good. Yang Maui showed a look of liking in her eyes, but after silently calculating, she carefully put away her happy expression. Because the building area of Type D has reached 320 square meters. Plus, regarding the situation of the king of building number 8, Yang Maui guesses that the actual price of this suite may exceed 10 million, right? Chapter 5, 84 Room 3201, Building 8, Lanjinjuan. Yang Xiaolin took in Liang and Yang Maui to browse the situation of this D-type apartment. The 3 living rooms with independent bathrooms gave Yang Maui a sudden feeling. So this is the design plan for high-end real estate? As for the male master's study, the female master's gym, and the nanny's room, shouldn't those be standard features? Little Fox, do you like this suite? And Liang asked. Yang Maui hesitated. I think it's too big. And Liang didn't respond to her. He asked directly, what's the price of this apartment? Yang Xiaolin suppressed her excitement and responded, Building number 8 is the king of our building for attracting views, and room 3201 is the trump card resource among the D apartments. Both the floor and the orientation are in excellent condition, even if he hasn't looked at other D apartments, and Liang agrees with this. Because the view from the large balcony in the living room of room 3201 is really unparalleled. Just tell me the price. And Liang asked. Yang Xiaolin was even more excited. She estimated that this order had become the unit price of room 3201 is 39,800 per square meter. It comes with 5 parking spaces directly. No additional purchase is required. It also comes with 1 year's property management fee. Yang Xiaolin said nervously. Yang Maui asked curiously, how much is your property management fee? 8 yuan per square meter per month. Yang Xiaolin added, calculated based on building area. The building area of Type D is 320 square meters, so the property management fee is 2,560 yuan per month. Logically speaking, the property management fee level of 8 yuan per square meter per month is indeed the top level in Xingqing. Your Majesty, it seems a bit expensive. Yang Maui calculated the results secretly. 3.98 yuan per square meter, with a construction area of 320 square meters. The total price is 12.736 million. This price is indeed too expensive. But is it really expensive? The cloud that Liang gave to Chen Siyu in the capital Jing International Apartment costs 10 million. And the key is that it is less than 100 square meters. After such comparison, it seems to be quite cheap, right? I'll discuss it with her first. You wait for us at the door for a while. And Liang said to Yang Xiaolin. Yang Xiaolin immediately nodded and walked to the door. And Liang pulled Yang Maui and browsed the large flat floor of this D-type apartment again. After browsing it once, and Liang pulled Yang Maui to the balcony. Do you like it? Yang Maui shook her head. It's too expensive. And Liang laughed twice, and he pulled Yang Maui towards the door. Yang Xiaolin watched the 2 people approaching. Her heartbeat quickened. Is this the moment to decide her fate? If it's full payment, do you have any discounts? And Liang asked casually. Yang Xiaolin felt that happiness came too suddenly. She suppressed her excitement and said, I will try my best to apply to the leader. Mr. N, let's discuss it with the sales department first. Fine. And Liang promised, please apply for the discount carefully, and we are ready to buy it. Okay, I will try my best to apply for more discounts from Mr. N. When Yang Xiaolin heard and Liang expressed his intention to buy, she was so happy. Yang Xiaolin couldn't help but glance at Yang Maui. This little woman from her own family, Must be too lucky, right? When the three of them took the sightseeing car back to the sales department, Yang Xiaolin first gave in Liang and Yang Maui bottled purified water, and then responded, "Mr. And please wait a moment. I will apply for a discount with the manager right away." "Well, there you go." And Liang responded. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in from the sales department. After Yang Xiaolin saw the middle-aged man, she immediately stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Mr. Wu." The middle-aged man nodded. "Xiao Yang, is Manager Kong here?" "It's upstairs." "Mr. Wu, please come this way. I happen to be looking for Manager Kong too." Yang Xiaolin responded. Mr. Wu joked. "Have you placed an order?" Yang Xiaolin couldn't help but responded happily. "Yes, Building 8, number 3201. The customer wants full payment. I want to apply for a preferential price. Type D is fully paid for." Mr. Wu asked curiously, "Are the customers still there?" Yang Xiaolin gestured in the direction of An Liang. Mr. Wu suddenly laughed. "Come with me, I'll help you handle this matter." "Ah!" Yang Xiaolin was stunned for a moment, then quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Mr. Wu." Mr. Wu took Yang Xiaolin to the rest area. He greeted directly, "Xiaolin." And Liang was talking to Yang Maui. He heard someone calling him, and after following the sound, his expression suddenly brightened. "Ah, Uncle Wu." A group of alpacas suddenly rushed through in Liang's heart. This middle-aged man named Wu is called Wu Jingfeng, and he is in Xingyu's aquarist. "Xiaolin, do you want to buy a house?" Wu Jingfeng looked at An Liang, and then at Yang Maui. "Are you in love?" "Brother Liang is going to be autistic, okay? What the hell is going on? I was happily buying a house, but I met in Xingyu's friend. Isn't this going to spread to in Xingyu in the blink of an eye? In the years? Ahem. Uncle Wu, are you coming to see the house too?" And Liang changed the subject. Wu Jingfeng laughed. "Laoan didn't tell you my identity?" "What do you mean?" "Prepare for a showdown." Lanjinjuan is a project developed by our company. Laoan and I are colleagues. Laoan didn't say anything. Wu Zhengfeng explained. And Liang is really autistic. This philandering bumpkin is actually a big shot in the real estate industry, like in Xingyu. Chapter 585, The Sales Office of Lanjinjuan. Brother Liang is a bit autistic. He and Wu Jingfeng had met many times. When in Xingyu went fishing, and Liang would sometimes go with him. Wu Jingfeng, a novice fisherman, often took a look at in Xingyu's results to avoid returning empty-handed. Turns out he is the boss. This, Uncle Wu, don't tell me. You are Qingyuan's boss, right? An Liang complained. Qingyuan Real Estate Group Company Limited is also ranked among the top 10 in Xinjiang, and the group's market value exceeds 40 billion. You guessed it? I really am. Wu Zhengfeng responded. Do you like room 3201 in Building 8? I kind of like it. Uncle Wu, you caught so many fish before. Why don't you give me a big discount today? And Liang said casually, it sounds like this. Wu Zhengfeng responded with a smile. Then this suite will be given to you directly. And Liang said that he had a lot of question marks. Send it directly? To be honest, and Liang did not think that the friendship between Wu Jingfeng and in Xingyu had reached this stage. If An Liang had not been born, the total market value of Insheng Construction Company would not be as good as this. How could Wu Jingfeng and in Xingyu have such a friendship in a house? Damn! Ahem. Uncle Wu, this joke is not funny. And Liang responded, I'm not joking. Wu Zhengfeng responded, but I think the D apartment is just average. Let me take you to see the houses we have reserved. And Liang led Yang Maui and followed Wu Jingfeng and Yang Xiaolin to Building 8 again. This time Yang Xiaolin pressed the 38-foot elevator button. In the elevator, Wu Jingfeng explained, all units above the 36th floor are reserved by us. Down. And Liang understands this approach. Real estate developers generally reserve some houses, which are truly high-quality houses. They are rarely put into the open market and are only sold to related households. In the elevator room on the 38th floor, Wu Zhengfeng continued. He introduced, actually, the 38th and 39th floors are integrated. There are only 4 suites on the top 2 floors. The certified area of each suite is 980 square meters. At the same time, a private top floor of nearly 400 square meters is given away. Space. This, 1,000 square meter mansion, Wu Zhengfeng and Yang Xiaolin brought in Liang and Yang Maui to the door of room 3901. As soon as they arrived at the door, and Liang felt that it was not easy, because the entrance door of room 3901 is probably 3 meters high, right? Yang Xiaolin introduced. The entrance door of room 3901 is a Cadus armored door from Italy. It has a height of 3 meters and a two-way open span of 5 meters. It has the functions of fire prevention, theft prevention, smoke prevention, and even bulletproof. The price of a door is $500,000. Yes, the smell of a mansion is beginning to appear. Even in Liang thinks it's a bit too much, right? Yang Xiaolin opened the Cardi's armored door, and everyone entered the living room. Yang Xiaolin continued to introduce. The ceiling height of the living room is 9 meters. It runs through the first and second floors, creating an open space so that the owner can relax when he returns home. Mood. To be honest, such an open living room does look very comfortable. In addition to the large living room on the first floor, there is also a dining room, a storage room, a kitchen with Chinese and Western food respectively, a separate bathroom, 2 guest bathrooms, a nanny room with an independent bathroom and children's entertainment room, and an elderly room with separate bathroom and cloakroom. Yang Xiaolin took everyone on a tour and introduced the situation. The appliances and furniture throughout the house are all of the highest quality brands. Take the kitchen as an example. A complete set of Miller kitchen appliances from Germany. Their refrigerator can keep an apple fresh for a whole year and keep the taste as good as ever. Yang Xiaolin introduced the situation. This is the difference between high-end refrigerators and low-end refrigerators. Yang Xiaolin added. The entire set of kitchen appliances from range hoods, gas stoves, ovens, dishwashers, refrigerators, etc. are all worth 1.2 million yuan. The price of kitchen appliances is equivalent to an ordinary Shengqing real estate. The second floor has 3 living rooms with separate bathrooms and separate cloakrooms, the male master's study, the female master's gym, children's study room, a small lounge, a home audiovisual room, and a wine room, plus 2 more guest guard. Yang Xiaolin took everyone to browse the situation on the second floor again. The wardrobe, sofas, tables, chairs, and beds for the whole house are all provided by Italian Polyform. Their wardrobe costs 30,000 yuan per linear meter, and the whole house plan is worth 2.6 million. Yang Xiaolin explained. Even a luxurious mansion close to 1,000 square meters has only 4 living rooms. But the configuration is more abundant. Each living room has an independent bathroom and is equipped with an independent cloakroom. The master bedroom's cloakroom even has it reached 50 square meters. It was a luxury. Yang Xiaolin took everyone to the top floor again. There was a sky garden on the top floor, a real sky garden composed of various green plants and flowing water landscapes. If it is used for barbecue parties, it should be as it's suitable. What's more important is that there is a 60 square meter infinity swimming pool. Yang Xiaolin introduced. The effective area of the sky garden is 390 square meters, which is mainly divided into a sky garden area, an infinity swimming pool area, and a barbecue party area. We also equipped the entire residence with a backup power system composed of 10 Tesla second-generation energy walls on the top floor, ensuring that in the event of a power outage, sufficient power supply can still be provided for the entire house. Yang Xiaolin said, pointing to the area on the top floor surrounded by louvered fences. The central air conditioning system, fresh air and air filtration system, and air humidity adjustment system are all stored inside. We have established complete sound insulation and ventilation measures to prevent the noise of these equipment from affecting the owners and to avoid the risk of overheating of the equipment itself. Yang Xiaolin introduced. Wu Zhengfeng asked from the side, Xiaolin, this suite should be much better than number 3201, right? Isn't this nonsense? Uncle Wu, I just want to ask, how much does this apartment cost? And Liang asked. Wu Zhengfeng responded casually. This suite was originally not for sale to the public. Just the renovation cost 29 million. In addition to the certified area of 980 square meters and the private space on the top floor of 400 square meters, if I had to put a price tag on it, it would be at least 90 million. Can't. And Liang agreed directly. I bought it. Wu Zhengfeng smiled and said, No, 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 I told you at the sales office before. I will give it to you. And Liang looked at Wu Zhengfeng in confusion. A 90 million supermansion, actually given away directly? And Liang said there was a problem. Do you guys have mansions? Chapter 586 Lan Jingyuan, Building 8. Room 3901 is a reserved house in the Lan Jingyuan project. It is one of the best houses in Lan Jingyuan. Only room 3902 can rival it. Even rooms 3903 and 3904 on the same floor are completely unavailable due to the orientation problem. Can't compete with room 3901. This kind of reserved housing will not be sold publicly, but will only be sold privately to related customers by developers, such as the current situation. But Wu Zhengfeng actually wanted to give this kind of super mansion worth 90 million to Liang. Dislike? Wu Zhengfeng asked back, and Liang denied. I am quite satisfied with this apartment, but if Uncle Wu wants to give it to me directly, I will definitely not accept it. Didn't you say before that I always pick up your fish? After all these years, I have indeed always picked up Laoan, and this apartment is considered as compensation. Wu Zhengfeng responded casually, No, 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 Uncle Wu, we have something to talk about. And Liang pointed out the topic. If there is something that we at AXA can handle, I will definitely handle it properly for Uncle Wu. But if it's something that we at AXA can't do, don't embarrass me, Uncle Wu, and I won't embarrass Uncle Wu. I'll just turn around and leave, and choose a house for another plate. And Liang said what he meant. Wu Zhengfeng greeted Xiaolin, take Xiaolin's girlfriend to look at the house again and introduce the situation in detail. For example, the mattresses in the 4 bedrooms are all made by Jean Cour. High-end customization. The price of each mattress is 400,000, and all bedding is made of silk material from the May brand. And Liang nodded to Yang Maui and motioned to Yang Maui and Yang Xiaolin to go see the house while he and Wu Zhengfeng talked about business. Ms. Yang, please come this way. Yang Xiaolin took Yang Maui downstairs, while Liang and Wu Zhengfeng stayed in the roof garden. They sat in the rest area of the roof garden. Xiaolin, our roof garden rest area uses air curtain technology. Please wait a moment, and I will ask Yang Xiaolin to activate the air curtain. Wu Zhengfeng called Yang Xiaolin and asked Yang Xiaolin to activate the air curtain in the rooftop garden rest area. The so-called air curtain uses air curtain wall technology in open spaces to adjust the temperature of a specific space. For example, if it is winter, you can use air curtain technology to make the rest area on the roof garden a little warmer. Although the effect is definitely not as good as a closed space, this technology is still very powerful. After Wu Zhengfeng hung up the phone, he continued, In fact, starting and adjusting the air curtain on the roof garden, it's not such a hassle. Once you check in, you can adjust it through the mobile app. Our whole house smart system adopts a chip-level security control solution and has the function of one-button blocking remote operation, so the security is also very good. The world's top luxury homes all use the same smart solution. Wu Zhengfeng said with a little complacency. And Liang knew that Wu Zhengfeng was just spreading bait when he touted this suite. He must have something that needed in Liang's help. Less than a minute later, the air curtain in the garden rest area was activated, and the original cold wind disappeared into there was a warm breeze, especially the rest area where they were, which was surrounded by warm breeze. How about this air curtain technology? Isn't it good? Wu Zhengfeng asked. One thing to say, this air curtain technology is very powerful. Especially in the summer, if a group of people have a barbecue party, wouldn't it be great to have air curtain technology to assist in cooling in the hot summer? Very good. And Liang praised, Mr. Yun Jin and I are friends, and we occasionally play table tennis together. Wu Zhengfeng suddenly said something arrogant, and Liang looked at him doubtfully. Wu Zhengfeng looked at Liang's confused expression and suddenly laughed. Xiaoan, I appreciate you more and more. Mr. Yun Jin is the father of Ms. Yun Siya, and he is also the second uncle of Mr. Yun Haiyang. Wu Zhengfeng explained. When I was playing table tennis with Mr. Yun Jin, I accidentally heard Xiao and Mr. Yun Haiyang playing together, and by the way, I collected some information about you from the internet. Wu Zhengfeng said tactfully. Collected from the internet? I'm afraid he did a special investigation. and Liang finally felt like he suddenly realized that it was so. Wu Jingfeng wanted to join a small interest group, right? This super mansion is indeed worth 90 million, and it is a great value for money. If it is really sold on the open market, even if it is 100 million, there will probably be people willing to buy it. But so what if it is 100 million? The small interest group gathered by Liang last time gathered senior hall 12 more than 100 million yuan. Each member of the small group has received 300 million yuan in income, and it is legal and legitimate income. This is the most critical thing. For Li Tsunyuan and others, it is not difficult to make money, but they want to be reasonable. Making money legally and reasonably, and making a lot of money is difficult. That's why security is so important. Shaoan, this apartment is regarded as a meeting gift for Uncle Wu. If there are any activities in the future, I hope you young people will not dislike Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu will help you handle the logistics, so there will be no problem, Wu Zhengfeng said with a pun. And Liang thought silently. He was considering whether to bring Wu Zhengfeng into a small interest group. Chapter 592, and Liang didn't know that Yun Xie already knew about his affairs in the imperial capital, and she knew everything about him. By the way, on Liang, Yun Haiying said he wanted to come over to play. You know that, right? Yun Xie asked knowingly, and Liang nodded. I know, Sister Yun. Li Tsunyuan and Qin Xiaojiang will also come? Yun Xie continued to ask, and Liang was stunned for a moment. Sister Yun knows them? I also lived in the imperial capital for a long time. Yun Xie looked at Liang thoughtfully, and Liang felt a thump in his heart. Yun Xie has lived in the imperial capital for a long time, which means that she must be very familiar with the imperial capital circle. Combined with Yun Xie's previous attitude, and Liang directly analyzing the situation that he didn't know just now, Yun Xie knew about Chen Siyu's existence. The scene where a good man overturns his car? And Liang remained calm with his excellent psychological quality. He responded, since Sister Yun knows them, when they come over, let's play together. Okay. Yun Xie agreed. Wu Zhengfeng ate his fish silently. He always felt that the conversation between Liang and Yun Xie was not as simple as it seemed, but it was impossible for him to participate in it. By the way, on Liang, do you have anything to do this afternoon? Yun Xie asked, and Liang responded, I accompanied Yang Maui to a farm party in the afternoon to shoot a food documentary. A farm party? Yun Xin and I haven't been there for a while. Do you mind if we join in? Yun Xie asked. Mind? Very much. According to Liang's guess, Yun Xie should know about Chen Siyu. This is a time bomb. Who knows whether it will explode? But Liang didn't dare to directly say that he minded. If you want to say this directly, then explode it directly? And Liang looked at Yang Maui. He meant to let Yang Maui reject Yun Xie. Yang Maui looked at Liang's gaze, and she immediately responded, We don't mind. What's going on with this little vixen? Could it be that I misunderstood his hint? Yun Xie smiled, looked at Yang Maui, and asked, Sister Yang, what are you going to do for the food documentary of the farmer's banquet? Yang Maui didn't hide anything. The main thing is to upload it to YouTube for food promotion. I am an English major, and I just want to apply what I have learned in this way. That's pretty good. What school does Sister Yang go to? Yun Xie asked again. Yang Maui responded, School of Foreign Languages, Shengqing University, Sharp. Double first-class university. Yun Xie praised. Every year in the college entrance examination, only 5% of the candidates enter first-class universities, and the proportion of double first-class universities is even lower. Yun Xie originally thought that Yang Maui was just charming, but unexpectedly Yang Maui turned out to be a student of a double first-class university. The lunch of swords and swords was finally over. Wu Zhengfeng said that he wanted to take a step in advance, and he took Yang Xiaolin and left directly. Mom, I need to use the bathroom. Yun Hun lokid at Yun Hui. Yun Xie held Yun Xian's little hand, and she said to Liang and Yang Maui, I'm sorry, please wait a moment. After saying that, she took Yun Xian to the bathroom. After Yang Maui watched Yun Xie and Yun Xian leave, she took Liang's right hand and said, Your Majesty, Xin is so cute. Is that naughty kid cute? And Liang complained. You are just deceived by her appearance. She's just a naughty child. Ha, Your Majesty, I believe you. Yang Maui responded. And Liang stared at young Maui and suddenly asked, "Do you really believe it?" "Of course I believe the king." Young Maui responded affirmatively. And Liang rubbed young Maui's hair. "That's good." Young Maui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was not stupid. She could see that Yin Cs seemed to be targeting in Liang, but she didn't want to think too much. She just wanted to stay quietly by in Liang's side. As for other things, sorry. As long as you close your eyes and block your ears, you can stop seeing and hearing, right? When in Liang revealed his family situation to Yang Maui before, Yang Maui was secretly worried about their future. According to a family like in Liang, Yang Maui felt that there is little hope. So Yang Maui just hopes to stay within Liang longer. She also only has this small extravagant hope. Just like she would rather wrong herself than trouble in Liang before. She really likes in Liang. She just hopes within Liang. After a while, Yun Siye came back with Yun Exen. "Have you booked a farm dinner?" Yun Siye asked, and Liang replied affirmatively. "Of course I made a reservation and told them about the shooting. Let's go there now, shall we?" Yun Siye suggested. "No problem." And Liang agreed. Yun Exen shouted from the side, "I want to take Brother An's car." Yun Siye agreed. "Okay, you take your Brother An's car. By the way, Sister Yang, will you take my car?" This. Explosive barrels and torches sitting together? No, no, no. That is impossible. No, I'm not driving a sports car today. And Liang responded negatively. Who knows what Yang Maui and Yun Siye will say when they sit together? As a good man, Brother Liang cannot let such a thing happen. Chapter 593, Heyuan Fish Village Parking Lot. Wu Jingfeng's Mercedes-Benz G had already left, and Liang carried Yun Xin to the bright yellow Lamborghini Urus. He put Yun Xin down and said proactively, "Sister Yun, where is your car? Let's remove the child seat. Child seats are a must. After all, safety comes first." Yun Xie shook her head and said, "No, Xin is coming with me. We will meet up at the farm party later." "Mom, I want to follow brother in," Yun Xin said, dissatisfied. Yun Xie responded, "Your brother in, and we are going to Muling Mountain. Later, your brother in will accompany you to play in Muling Mountain." "Really?" Yun Xin looked at Liang, and Liang nodded affirmatively. "Yeah, all right." Yun Xin followed Yun Xie to the old Mercedes-Benz C-Class sedan, and Liang and Yang Maui got in the car. He lowered the window. When he passed by Yun Xie's parking space, he greeted Sister Yun, "We will meet you later." Yun Xie responded, "Okay, see you later." And Liang received a response, and the Lamborghini Urus sped away. Yun Xie looked at the leaving Lamborghini Urus. She took out her mobile phone and called Yun Haiyang. When Yun Haiyang answered the call, Yun Xie said first, "Haiyang, when will you come to Xingqing?" "Ah." Yun Haiyang was stunned for a moment. "Second cousin, why are you asking about this? I just had dinner with Liang and his girlfriend." Yun Xie responded, "Chen Siyu went to Xingqing?" Yun Haiyang was stunned again. "No. The National Conservatory of Music doesn't even have a holiday. Isn't his girlfriend's name Yang Maui?" Yun Xie asked knowingly. Yun Haiyang was speechless. "Ahem, cousin, stop playing with me. What's going on? Didn't I tell you that I just had dinner with Liang and his girlfriend Yang Maui?" Yun Xie replied repeatedly, "No, cousin, you must know the existence of Chen Siyu, who Xiaoyu will definitely tell you. Brother Liang, is he cold now?" Yun Haiyang asked with some concern. "Are you still worried about him?" Yun Xie snorted. "Certainly. We are good brothers." Yun Haiyang responded. "So you want me to hide it for him?" Yun Xie asked back, "Cousin, I think this is Brother Liang's private matter, so we won't get involved, right?" Yun Haiyang said in disguise. Yun Xie snorted coldly. "I know." After saying that, Yun Xie hung up the phone directly. Yun Haiyang immediately called Liang. After waiting for the answer, Liang's voice came first. "Brother Haiyang, I'm driving. If you have anything to say, I'll tell you later." And Liang's voice came over. Yun Haiyang immediately understood what Liang meant. Driving? That means that the car system is answering the phone now. The car system is in loudspeaker mode. Naturally, it is inconvenient to talk about things. "Brother Liang, I just want to tell you that we will come over on the 10th. Yun Haiyang was still talking about the matter. He was doing this to help Liang cover up so that he would not hang up the phone abruptly. Is there any problem with Brother Gongzi's makeup exam? And Liang asked back. Basically no problem. However, if something unexpected happens, we will contact you again. Okay, Brother Liang, just concentrate on driving. After Yun Haiyang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, Yang Maui took the initiative to ask, Your Majesty, do your friends in the imperial capital want to come over to play? If one of the friends named Qian Xiaojiang passes the makeup exam sooner, they will come on the 10th, otherwise they will not come until the 17th. And Liang explained, By the way, if you are free then, I will take you to meet them. And Liang said casually, Is it really possible? Yang Maui was a little excited, and Liang was willing to take her to meet her friends, and Yang Maui was really happy. What's not allowed? And Liang responded with a smile. The main reason is that Li Tsuan Yuan and the three of them cannot betray in Liang. Yeah, I have time? Yang Maui responded, My family knows that I am working as an anchor. I have time before New Year's Eve. What about New Year's Eve? And Liang asked. Yang Maui responded, My mother is from Anguang, Sichuan. Our family spent New Year's Eve at home, and then returned to Anguang on the Spring Festival. Chengqing is very close to Anguang, only a 2-hour drive. Are you spending the entire New Year in Anguang? And Liang was curious. Yang Maui responded affirmatively. I won't be back until the 31st, or even the 1st of next month, mainly because there are many relatives in my hometown, and the arrangements for visiting relatives are very full. Our family basically doesn't have to visit relatives. And Liang sighed. Relatives at Lao and's house basically came to visit and catch the autumn breeze. The two chatted about the strange relatives in both families along the way, and unknowingly arrived at the farm banquet in Muling Mountain. A few minutes after they arrived, Yun Xie also arrived at the parking lot. After Yun Xian got off the car, she ran to An Liang. An Liang picked her up first and then taught her a lesson. You naughty child, didn't I tell you that you were not allowed to get out of the car and run around by yourself? Oops, I miss brother. And Yun Xian hugged An Liang and pressed her small face against An Liang's big face to please An Liang. See that? An Liang reminded Yang Maui. This guy is a naughty kid. Chapter 594 inches the parking lot of the farmer's banquet. And Liang held Yun Xian, and Yun Xie came over. She took the initiative to ask, Sister Yang, don't you want to shoot a food documentary? Yang Maui nodded affirmatively. Yes, Sister Yun, we have already contacted the farmer's banquet shop, and they are willing to accept the shooting. Yun Xie frowned slightly. Are you going to shoot with your mobile phone? Yang Maui nodded affirmatively. Yun Xie responded, Wait a moment, I will help you contact a photography team. No, Sister Yin, we're just testing the waters on YouTube. Yang Maui responded. And Liang interrupted. What photography team does Sister Yin know? A team of graduates from the business school is a small team of 4 people, including a director, a camera, a lighting, and a radio. They have good skills and are promoting themselves. The first video recording is free. Yun Xie explained. If you want to be popular on YouTube, you must use a professional team. After all, the resolution of mobile phone cameras is limited and cannot accurately record the tempting state of food. Yun Xie explained, and Liang responded with approval. I think it's okay. Sister Yun, please contact them first and ask them to come over as soon as possible. They are at the Entrepreneurship Incubator Park opposite Muling Mountain and can be here in a quarter of an hour at most. Yun Xie explained. After Yun Xie contacted the filming team, she helped coordinate with the store of Farm Banquet. Yun Xie was very respectable at Farm Banquet. After her coordination, Farm Banquet was willing to fully cooperate with the filming. Yang Maui whispered, Your Majesty, Sister Yun is so powerful. And Liang held Yun Xian with his left hand and held Yang Maui with his right hand. You will also be very powerful in the future. I want to learn from Sister Yun. Yang Maui responded. I advise you not to learn. And Liang is unable to complain. It is best for the little vixen to have less contact with Yun Xie, lest it be a big explosion when a comet hits the Earth. If it were not for the danger premonition ability provided by the life winner system that has not yet issued a warning, and Liang would have considered taking Yang Maui to do an emergency escape. More than 10 minutes later, four young people came to the farm banquet carrying various photographic equipment. After a brief self-introduction, the director of the team was called Du Runin, and he was as good as his name. Is obviously a woman, but has a relatively strong personality and is full of masculine heroics. The other three are all men, and Liang asked curiously, Director Du, I am very curious. How do you calculate your fees? The first time is free. We will shoot all the materials for free and post-production for free. If you are satisfied and are willing to give us the next shooting task, we will discuss the cost. Du Runin said grandly. Although Yun Xie had already mentioned their first free shooting before, and Liang still praised. Not bad, not bad, you are very confident. Because we are really awesome. Du Runin responded. For a simple food documentary like this, we can achieve 80% of the level of a bite of Xia country. Du Runin added, it's not that we can't achieve the quality of the original version, it's just that we don't have professional high-definition cameras. It's too expensive for us to buy or rent. Their shooting equipment is a Sony mirrorless camera. Most small teams like to use Sony mirrorless cameras as cameras. After all, one camera has multiple uses, and the effect is very good. Little Fox, discuss the shooting plan with Director Du and see how you want to shoot. And Liang greeted Yang Maui and asked Yang Maui to communicate with Du Runin. When the two were communicating, Yun Xie motioned to Liang to take a step to speak. The naughty boy Yin Xin was causing trouble in the vegetable garden where the farmer's banquet was held. Yun Xie and Liang were standing in the vegetable garden, on the edge of the bed, looking at Yin Xin and chatting. Do they know each other? Yun Xie used her ultimate move as soon as she came up, and Liang was speechless. He didn't have any defense at all. How to answer such a question? So Chun Siu doesn't know Yang Maui's existence, and Yang Maui doesn't know Chun Siu's existence? Yun Xie asked again, her tone revealing complaints that she was not even aware of. How are you going to handle it? Yun Xie asked again, and Liang scratched his head. How else could he deal with this kind of thing? Of course he must be a good man. When he was in the imperial capital, he dealt with it attentively. Fine. There is Ning Rushuang in the imperial capital, and in Liang feels that he is falling. During the prosperous period, he focused on, all right, in 2 days Li Xian will return to Xingqing, and it seems that concentrate is not suitable to be described. Could it be that Brother Liang is going to overturn his car? Brother Liang has really become Brother Liang? Yun Xie looked at the silent Liang and said inexplicably angrily, have you ever thought that you would hurt both of them? What exactly do you think? Yun Xie stared at Liang, and Liang suddenly wanted to reply. He just made a mistake that every man would make. Which man cannot make such a mistake? Chapter 595, at the foot of the mountain on the backside of Muling Mountain, there is a farmer's banquet. Yang Maui was discussing the food documentary with Du Runin, and the naughty Yunxin was causing trouble in the vegetable garden of the farmer's banquet. From time to time, she would pull up a vegetable and wave to Liang, as if to show the success of her labor. Facing Yun Xie's inquiry, and Liang used the updated interpersonal relationship scanning system to check Yun Xie's information. Yun Xie, age, 26 height, 170 centimeters weight, 55 kilograms appearance, 95 figure, 94 favorability, 80 purity and essence, 79 plus 6 character and morality, 85 physical health, 98 special note. Yin Xin is 5 years old this year. Through the updated interpersonal relationship scanning system, and Liang discovered 2 blind spots. The first point is that Yun Xie's favorability level has actually risen to 80 points. This favorability, according to the evaluation of the interpersonal relationship scanning system, a favorability score of 80 to 89 points belongs to best friend or not yet satisfied lover. Naturally, and Liang and Yun Xie cannot be best friends. So, is this why Yun Xie has been targeting him? The second blind spot is that Yun Xie's moral character is only 85 points. This value is unexpected but reasonable. It is a value that is neither high nor low. Through the data obtained by the interpersonal scanning system, and Liang learned a little bit about the situation. He responded, Sister Yun, have you seen Mr. Jin's the Condor? Yun Hui nodded, yes. What do you think of Yanghua? And Liang asked. Yun Xie frowned and remained silent. She didn't know what Liang wanted to ask. In the Condor, Yanghua married his master Xiao Longnu. According to the world, that is deviant. Even in today's society, that is also very, etc. In today's society, there seem to be many stories about male masters and female disciples. Facing Yun Xie's silence, and Liang continued to ask, Sister Yun, which female character in the Condor is your favorite? Yun Xie responded without hesitation, Little Dragon Girl. After answering, Yun Xie asked, who do you like most? And Liang did not answer this question. Ignore the question of who you like most first. Let's analyze the female characters in the Condor first. Yun Xie did not speak. Let's talk about Guofu first. Her parents are famous heroes. She has been favored by her parents since she was a child. She has a proud and confident personality and strong self-esteem, but she has never bullied others. And Liang analyzed Guofu. As the ancient said, parents order a matchmaker. Guodashia and Huang Nuxia betrothed Guofu to Yanghua. According to Yanghua's identity and status at the time, and the kindness the Guo family had shown him, could he think of a more tactful way to reject Guofu? And Liang asked, if I remember correctly, according to the original book, Yanghua had liked Guofu, right? And Liang added, we continue to analyze the next female character, Gongsun LV of the Jueqing Valley. This simple girl who has never left the Jueqing Valley fell in love at first sight after seeing Yanghua. And Liang analyzed, in the valley of Jueqing, Miss Gongsun Lui rescued him again and again. In order to save Yanghua, she even betrayed her father and stole the Jueqing pill. What was the final outcome? And Liang asked. And Liang did not wait for Yun Xie's response. He continued, this delicate and beautiful innocent girl, because she loved Yanghua deeply, chose to commit suicide in order to exchange for Yanghua's antidote. In the end, she died. Needless to say, sisters Chengying and Lu Wushuang, right? And Liang sighed. The two of them also loved Yanghua deeply, but the end result was that they remained unmarried and alone for the rest of their lives. Finally, there is Guoxiang, Guofu's sister. When she was only 16 years old, she secretly made love to Yanghua. However, as a result, Yanghua left with Xiao Longnu. She searched thousands of mountains and rivers to no avail, and finally became a monk. As a nun, you will never marry. And Liang narrated Guoxiang's ending. Yun Xie remained silent, and Liang continued. There used to be a saying among the fans of the Condor. Once you meet Yanghua, you will miss your life. If Yanghua changed a little, could these tragedies be avoided? And Liang said with a sigh, how could Yanghua be so dedicated and unfeeling? And Liang continued, for Guofu, Guoxiang, Gongsun Lui, Chengying, and Lu Wushuang, do they expect Yanghua to be so dedicated? That's just a novel book. Yun Xie retorted, Mr. Sun's first wife said, I don't have enough knowledge and I don't understand English. My feet are bound and it's inconvenient for me to move around. I can't help my husband much. I hope my husband and I will each find a good wife. And Liang said, however, Mr. Sun was really cruel and divorced his original wife, Mrs. Liu, and remarried Mrs. Song. And Liang smiled sarcastically. Everyone in the world knows that Sean is happy at old age, but no one knows that Liu is sad. For Mrs. Liu, does she want such an ending? And Liang sighed. Mrs. Liu never married after her divorce and lived alone until she was 80 years old. Is this a sad ending? What exactly do you want to say? Yun Xie looked at Liang. Is it necessary to be dedicated? And Liang looked at Yun Xie. If I break up with either Chen Xiyu or Yang Maui, will they really be happy? Yun Xie was silent. I know, you may think my idea is naive, but what I want to say is I don't care about any secular rules. And Liang said firmly, I want fish. I want bear paws too. And Liang expressed his attitude. Only children do multiple choice questions. I, on Liang, want them all. And Liang said what he meant. After speaking, and Liang silently observed the changes in Yun Xie's data, through the interpersonal relationship scanning system. Chapter 596, Is It Wrong to Have Your Cake and Eat It Too? Anyway, An Liang thinks it's right. After An Liang expressed his thoughts, he silently used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to observe Yun Xie's data evaluation. The main thing is to observe the changes in favorability. In the data analyzed by the interpersonal relationship scanning system, most rating items are very stable, and the most likely to change rating item is favorability. In the interpersonal relationship scanning system, Yun Xie's previous favorability was 80 points. After An Liang finished speaking, Yun Xie's favorability towards An Liang dropped sharply. In less than 10 seconds, it dropped to 70 points, and it continued to fall. Looking at the continued decline in favorability, An Liang remained silent and did not speak. What he just said was his truest thought. He could not change his mind for Yun Xie. Otherwise, wouldn't he become Yanghua? Yun Xie's favorability continued to drop. She didn't express any opinions on An Liang's remarks, but her favorability dropped to 0 points within a minute. No, it's not just 0 o'clock. Yun Xie's favorability continued to decline and entered the negative realm, which meant a disgusted state. So it was An Liang's remarks that disgusted Yun Xie? An Liang still had no intention of explaining. He stood next to the vegetable garden and watched the naughty Yun Xin causing harm to the vegetable field. The farmer's banquet does not care about the harm caused by naughty children. Anyway, the vegetables pulled out by Yun Xin can eventually be sold in the kitchen. Yun Xie looked at An Liang with complicated eyes. She hated scumbag men. An Liang's comments were the iconic scumbag comments. However, An Liang was too magnanimous. He made such remarks openly and quoted Yanghua and Mrs. Liu as arguments. Yun Xie felt that her belief was wavering. Is it really wrong to be dedicated? No. There is definitely nothing wrong with being dedicated. What exactly is wrong? Was An Liang wrong? And he seemed right. Yun Xie knew about Chen Siyu's existence, and she also knew that An Liang was very kind to Chen Siyu. If An Liang was a real scumbag, he should have slept with Chen Siyu and run away, right? Not only did An Liang not run away, but he was very kind to Chen Siyu. Is An Liang not nice to Yang Maui? Although Yun Xie had just met Yang Maui, she knew that An Liang had given Yang Maui a house worth 90 million, and the love in Yang Maui's eyes when she looked at An Liang could not be faked. What kind of person are you? Yun Xie's mood is very complicated. At first, because An Liang saved Yun Xin and had certain contacts, she actually had a good impression of An Liang. However, she knew her own situation and An Liang's situation, so she silently let everything disappear with the wind. However, when she saw Yang Maui today, she realized that she had not given up. She still had extravagant hopes, so she faced tit for tat, and that was why she was questioning now. Yun Xin, you are not allowed to go there. And Liang yelled. Yun Xin, a naughty kid, was actually walking towards the drainage ditch. Although there was no water in the drainage ditch, there was a chance that she would be covered in mud if she fell. Yun Xin was yelled at by An Liang. She turned back to look at An Liang and found that An Liang raised her right hand to count down to 3, and she obediently backed away from the gutter. This naughty child has a very high level of reading facial expressions. She knows when An Liang is joking and when he is serious. For example, talking about the current situation, she knew that if she didn't obey, she might be beaten later. Yun Xie looked at Yun Xin and then at An Liang, and she sighed secretly in her heart. An Liang focused on the interpersonal relationship scan again on the system. He was surprised to find that his favorability level, which had just fallen to a negative level, jumped back in an instant. Yes, his favorability level, which had clearly fallen into a negative level and entered a disgusting state, jumped back in an instant. It's 80 o'clock. One thought of hell, one thought of heaven? Could it be that the winner of life system automatically used the love and hate momentary mentality card? And Liang quickly checked the inventory, and the love and hate momentary mentality card still existed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. There was one, to put it bluntly, although it's not a good thing to say, and Liang feels that the love and hate momentary mentality card should be used in a more important place. For example, if Chen Siyu finds out that An Liang slept with Ning Rushuang, and she can't accept it, then use it again? Otherwise, give it to the two sisters of the Xia family, or consider giving it to Li Xiyin to stabilize Li Xiyin's mood. As for why not use it to Lu Ling, doesn't Lu Ling know the relationship between Liang and Li Xiyin? What else is needed to stabilize his mood? Anyway, as long as the love and hate momentary mentality card is still there. When Liang confirmed that the love and hate momentary mentality card existed, he also used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check Yun Xie's information to determine whether he was dazzled. Question. It turns out that he is not dazzled, and Yun Xie's favorability score for An Liang has increased by an additional 2 points from the original 80 points. This was Yun Xie convinced by An Liang's fallacy? Chapter 602 Manhwa Photography Studio. An Liang showed off his skills and made everyone look at him with admiration. At nearly 1:30 at noon, An Liang invited all the members of Manhwa Photography Studio to the financial center for dinner. An Liang chose neon cuisine for 298 yuan per person. This move won the favor of all the staff at Manhwa Photography Studio. The work progressed very quickly in the afternoon, and every food video was narrated unconventionally by An Liang. Near 4 o'clock, all the narration and dubbing work was completed. An Liang happily signed a contract with Du Runin, but when it came time to pay, Du Runin offered to pay only the fees for 5 shooting plans in advance. Each shooting plan is 5,000 new Taiwan dollars. Based on the 20% discount, 5 shooting plans are worth 20,000 new Taiwan dollars. This Du Runin is a bit interesting. It only costs 5 shooting plans. This payment method is obviously better for An Liang and Yang Maui. If they pay in full at once, what if Manhwa Photography Studio collapses? Even if there is no collapse, if the full payment is made in advance, the enthusiasm of Manhwa Photography Studio will decrease, right? After An Liang paid 20,000 yuan, Du Runin handed a receipt to Yang Maui. She added, "Teacher Yang, if you need a shooting plan, please inform us in advance. The sooner the better, so that we can give it to you more easily. Reserve a time slot." Yang Maui nodded. "Okay, I will try to inform you in advance." At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, An Liang and Yang Maui drove back to Linshanju. They originally planned to move today, but it was already 5 o'clock when they got home, and the moving plan could only be "Give up, Your Majesty. Do you need to upload both versions of the video?" Yang Maui asked. And Liang nodded affirmatively. "Of course." The 2 versions of the 5 videos are all uploaded at once to YouTube and beer sites. Let's cross-compare the effects, especially the difference in clicks between food documentaries shot by professional teams and documentaries shot on mobile phones in the past. Yang Maui started operating on the computer. Yang Maui's home network especially opened the up and down peer commercial service. Ordinary broadband networks are up and down asymmetric. Taking a 100M ordinary broadband network as an example, the fastest download speed can reach 12.5 megabytes per second. But when uploading, the maximum is a little more than 1 megabyte per second. This is a typical up and down non-equivalent service. This situation is the same all over the world and is not a domestic feature, including Bald Eagle Country, Neon. This is the case in China, Europe, etc. Up-down peering is a commercial service. A 100-bit ordinary broadband network may cost less than 1,000 yuan a year. If you need peer-to-peer commercial services, the price of the same 100 megabit broadband reaches 60,000 yuan a year, and the price per month is 5,000 yuan. And international network services are not included. If you want to include international network services and include upstream and downstream peer-to-peer commercial services, the number will probably be doubled. Broadband peer-to-peer services are ideal for streamers. Taking the Huya platform as an example, if it is an ordinary 100M broadband network and the upload rate is 10M, the resolution of the live broadcast may only be HD, and it is even difficult to achieve Ultra HD live broadcast. As for 4M Blu-ray live broadcast, 8M Blu-ray live broadcast, or even 12M or 15M Blu-ray live broadcast, without network peer-to-peer commercial services, it would be impossible to achieve. This is also the reason why some small anchors do not have Blu-ray resolution live broadcast pictures. Small anchors simply cannot afford the high broadband costs. Small anchors are not worthy of high-definition Blu-ray live broadcast. With the help of peer-to-peer broadband, Yang Maui quickly uploaded relevant materials to the beer site. As for YouTube, it will take some time because Yang Maui has not opened an international network service and can only slowly upload it through technical means. At around 6 o'clock, Liang and Yang Maui went out to eat an oxtail soup pot, probably to replenish brother Liang. It was almost 7:30 when Liang and Yang Maui went home. The video uploaded while hanging up has entered YouTube. Yang Maui posted all the relevant videos. She asked, "Your Majesty, will you do the lottery later, or shall I do it myself?" "Of course I'll do it." And Liang responded, "We put out all the advertisements yesterday, so naturally I was asked to come in person." And Liang asked, "By the way, you won't be broadcasting the lottery during the Chinese New Year, right?" "Will not." Yang Maui responded, "According to my plan, there will be 2 draws on the 11th and 12th, and the last draw on the 18th, and then the draws will be arranged after the Spring Festival. Let's play a little bigger in today's lottery." And Liang explained, "King, calm down. If we play too big, we may not be able to get back our money." Yang Maui explained it. Yang Maui added, "Your Majesty, you can set up 2 fewer grand prizes and more small prizes so that you have a chance to get your money back." Yang Maui recounted his experience, and Liang accepted Yang Maui's suggestion because the reward for this mission will involve profitability. And Liang thinks that profitability will have a large weight. Chapter 603, the last time and Liang drew a lottery in Yang Maui's live broadcast room. He took out 4 million for the lottery and ended up losing more than 1.6 million. The rewards for this mission will be based on the popularity of the lottery live broadcast, the number of VIP seats, the number of people in the lottery, the amount of the lottery, and the profit of the lottery. And Liang guessed that the profitability of the lottery would hold a very large weight. "Little Fox, do you think how we can set up the bonus better?" And Liang asked. Yang Maui thought about it. The first prize could be set to 888,888, which looks about the same as 1 million, but according to my current share ratio, we can reduce the flow pressure by about 200,000. When Yang Maui is currently participating in the lottery, her share ratio is as high as 70%. The guaranteed turnover for the 888,888 yuan bonus is approximately 1.587 million yuan. But the guaranteed turnover for the 1 million bonus is a little over 1.785 million yuan. We can also significantly reduce the bonus for the second prize and only set a bonus of 300,000 and also only set one. In the penultimate round of the lottery, let the second prize be the final prize, and the last round will naturally be the first prize. There is no need to arrange a second prize, thus saving a second prize. Yang Maui explained it. She added the first prize in the last round, and adding a second prize is just the icing on the cake. It won't attract much attention at all, so we just removed it, and we reduced the turnover by more than 350,000. Pressure. Okay, this little vixen is now fully involved in the lottery and has studied all the details very thoroughly. 2 third prizes can be set, each set at 100,000 yuan, and will be awarded in the first and second rounds of draws. Yang Maui explained. Then each round will set 10 lucky prizes of 11,111 yuan. As a result, our total cost is only a little over 1.83 million, but it seems to be about the same momentum as the previous 4 million lottery draw. Yang Maui explained it. After all, our previous lottery was 1 round every hour, and now it is 1 round every half hour. If someone sets the pace, we will use this to counterattack. But in fact, the difference between half-hour and 1-hour draws is very small. Those who should have drawn have already drawn, and more people will not draw just because there is an extra half hour. Yang Maui did research very thoroughly. Calculated based on the cost of 1.83 million, our flow pressure is only 3.27 million, and we can harvest 3.27 million in 2 hours. I don't think there is a big problem. After all, this time the king is personally hosting the lottery. Yang Maui explained it, and Liang thought for a moment, and it seemed that it was really what Yang Maui said. The cost obviously dropped from 4 million to a little more than 1.83 million, a drop of more than 50%, but it seemed to be the same as the 4 million. The lottery is almost the same in terms of momentum. The last time Yang Maui's share ratio was 45%, based on the cost of 4 million, the turnover pressure was more than 11 million, and the final turnover was more than 6.6 million, which is naturally a loss-making rhythm. This time the flow pressure is only 3.27 million. Can't you still make money? And Liang doesn't believe it. It's 7:50 in the evening, and Liang started broadcasting in advance as usual, and the camera was still focused on the book, How to Succeed, and it was still the book he used before, a girdle made of rolled paper. How to Please a Rich Woman. After On Liang started broadcasting, he used the starting reminder to send notifications. He also operated his account on his mobile phone and used Return of the Super God Emperor's Beloved to reward Yang Maui. Yesterday, he renewed the Emperor 30 times, and there were a full 990,000 golden beans in his account. These golden bean coupons are valid for 3 months. In addition, and Liang's reward to Yang Maui was a full 80% dividend. If the Emperor's renewal is included, if you give a gift, you will get an 88% share, and the loss will be very small if you give a gift. Return of the Beloved. Lucky Fox Lucky Draw Center gave No More Vixens a treasure map. Return of the Beloved. Lucky Fox Lucky Draw Center gave No More Vixens a treasure map. The treasure map is the single most valuable gift on the Huyao platform. The price of each one is 5,000 yuan. When the treasure map is given away, a barrage announcement will be made in all live broadcast rooms on the entire platform. Simply put, treasure maps are a great way to attract people, and Liang was swiping treasure maps one after another. He was trying to attract popularity, so naturally he didn't give away multiple treasure maps at once. According to the situation of his account, he could give away 198 treasure maps. In less than 2 minutes, and Liang sent out all the treasure maps. In all the live broadcast rooms on the entire Huyao platform, treasure map gift-giving bullets popped up continuously, and the treasure map bullets were displayed in a delayed manner 198 times. Screen. The number of VIP seats in Yang Maui's live broadcast room has exceeded 200,000. There are a lot of barges in the live broadcast room. That man is back again. Congratulations to my beloved Chao Huang for escaping from the clutches of the Fox anchor. What kind of live broadcast room is this? Is it a live broadcast for entrepreneurship? Why are there so many rewards? Is the Imperial Capital's Olympic bid successful? Dreaming back to the Tang Dynasty? Is there really someone who doesn't know about Lucky Fox? Someone is coming. There's a fool here. Beat him out. And Liang didn't look at the barrage either. He said into the microphone, "Good evening, everyone, the biggest online platform in Oman. Sorry, I just watched the movie, so I changed my words. 666, 6666. I've seen this movie. I've seen it too. I've seen it too. All I can say is that the advertising companies in Oman are all stupid." Seconded, I've watched movies like this, but I still have money to support you online. I did it myself and shed tears of grievance. My beloved Chao Huang has actually seen such a movie, and I am suddenly very happy. I have seen such a movie, and my beloved Chao Huang has seen such a movie. So I am at the level of a super emperor. And Liang still ignored the barrage. He greeted, "Everyone, please pay attention. The Lucky Fox is cooing. I will take over today. Let's talk about today's benefits first." Chapter 604. Near 8 o'clock. The number of VIP seats in Yang Maui's live broadcast room directly exceeded 400,000, and it was still increasing rapidly. It seemed to be the largest live broadcast room on the Huyao platform. In fact, this is true. And Liang quickly announced all the awards, and then added, "Although today's benefits have increased, all rules are still implemented according to Lucky Fox's rules. Don't ask. Just ask because the Lucky Fox is by my side. If I break the rules, the Lucky Fox will bite." And Liang said jokingly, "As for how the Lucky Fox bites people, billions of descendants have no time to return to find out." The coquettish girl was caught off guard and dodged my waist. It's easy to hide from an open gun, but hard to guard against a hidden one. Sure enough, he does whatever he wants. The Super Emperor throws out more than 1,000,000 casually. The Fox anchor is so happy. I don't care whether it's a Super King or not, and I don't care what a Lucky Fox is. I just want today's first prize. Isn't this live broadcast room capable of making millions a month even with a dog? Manual funny. Obviously, there is a book. How to Succeed, How to Please a Rich Woman. And Liang opened the lottery first, then took a look at the barrage. To please the rich woman, why not choose the lottery? As long as you win a lucky prize, you can be a rich man for a day, go to KTV and not sing for the whole night. Driving suddenly? Brother, sing a song. I've been touching it all night. Send a barrage as proof. If I win the prize, I will sing. How great it would be if the Super Emperor gave us lottery draws every day. Wake up! Why are you talking in your sleep suddenly? The first round of lottery has a grand prize of 100,000 yuan and 10 lucky prizes of 11,111 yuan. The total cost is 211,110 yuan, and the running pressure is almost 377,000 yuan. However, just 10 minutes later, the total turnover of lottery gifts had exceeded 300,000. It seems like making money is no problem, right? This is also true. When the first round ended, the total turnover reached 645,000. According to Yang Maui's share ratio, the after-tax income was 361,200, and the net profit reached 150,000. Such results make Yang Maui very happy. The prizes in the second round are the same as those in the first round. There's still a grand prize of 100,000 yuan and 10 lucky prizes of 11,111 yuan. The total turnover of the final lottery gifts in this round is even higher, reaching a height of 826,000 yuan. The net profit of this round reached a little more than 250,000. After 2 rounds of draws, the net profit has reached over 400,000. Seeing such profits, Yang Maui first turned off the microphone and then cheered. "Wow, Your Majesty, we have made money." And Liang nodded. "Well, we have made money, okay. I will give out the reward first." And Liang started the third round in this round of lottery. The prize of 100,000 yuan has been removed. A new prize of 300,000 yuan has been added, and 10 lucky prizes of 11,111 yuan have been maintained. The newly added 300,000 yuan immediately became the highlight. As for the 100,000 yuan removed, except for some people who made comments and complained, most people didn't care at all. These people were more focused on the 10 rewards of 11,111 yuan. As for the 300,000 reward, just by a vote. What if you get hit? When Liang finished distributing the second round of rewards, the third round of lottery was already halfway through. The cost of this round of lottery is 411,110 yuan, and the turnover pressure is about 734,000 yuan. When there were not so many rewards in the last round, the total turnover of lottery gifts has exceeded the pressure. There should be no problem this round, right? There is actually no pressure. At the end of the third round of lottery, the total turnover of lottery gifts reached 1.133 million. Yang Maui's after-tax income was a little more than 634,000, and the final profit was 223,000. But not as good as the profit from the second round. The main reason is that the cost has increased by 200,000. The final round of lottery starts. The cost of this round of lottery is a bit high, only 2 yuan short of reaching 1 million. The first prize is 888,888 yuan, and the 10 lucky prizes are 11,111 yuan. The total cost is 999,998 yuan, and the running pressure is as high as 1.7857 million yuan. Yang Maui was a little nervous. She held Liang's arm with both hands, fearing that the last wave of draws would squander all the previous profits. I have made a little more than 623,000 in the first 3 rounds. But Yang Maui's worries are obviously unnecessary. In her live broadcast room, the number of VIP seats has quietly exceeded 500,000, and a large number of players who like lottery gathered here. In fact, there are many lottery draws on the Huya platform, such as giving gifts, opening treasure boxes, or drawing lots, and it is possible to draw high-value gifts. In order to stimulate consumption, some anchors set what prizes will be drawn and how much rewards will be returned. Therefore, the Huya platform has a large number of players who like to draw draws, and they're all opportunists. However, the biggest prize on the Huya platform is just a cash rebate for a treasure map, which is equivalent to 5,000 yuan. The smallest prize here on Yang Maui is 11,111 yuan. How can these lottery players not participate? Especially in the last round, 888,888 yuan was invested in the prize. A large number of lottery players were waiting for this prize, and their previous participation was very limited. When the last round of lottery started, a large number of lottery players poured in. In just 5 minutes, the total turnover of lottery gifts exceeded 1 million. At 18 minutes, the total turnover of lottery gifts exceeded the turnover pressure of 1.7857 million. 20 minutes later, the total turnover of lottery gifts exceeded 2 million. In the last 5 minutes, the number of lottery gifts exploded again. Especially in the last minute, the number of lottery gifts increased by nearly 500,000. In the end, the total turnover of the fourth round of lottery gifts soared to a height of 2.948 million. The total turnover of this lottery gift. According to Yang Maui's lottery gift sharing ratio, her after-tax income is 1.65 million. After excluding the cost of 1 million, the total profit is as high as 650,000. Adding in the previous profit of more than 623,000 points, the total profit from the 4 rounds of lottery is more than 1.273 million points. It is too lazy to count the profits of a few hundred yuan. Yang Maui turned off the mic again and laughed happily. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, we have made more than 1 million. And Liang was also very happy. The 2-hour live broadcast, which basically did not involve talking, actually made a profit of 1 million. More than 1 million, obviously more than 1 million is not much to Liang, but he is really happy. It turns out that you can really make money by playing live broadcast. King, I will refund all your costs to you, including the cost of your previous rewards and traffic. I will also refund all your costs, and then we will split the profits in half. Okay. Yang Maui sat on Liang's lap, with her arms around Liang's neck. And Liang had previously used 900,000 renewal golden bean coupons. The 900,000 consumption can get back 633,600. If all are counted, the profit of this live broadcast is about the same, exactly 1 million. The two of them split it in half, so that's 500,000 per person? And Liang refused. I'll give it all to you. The cost is less than 3 million. Doesn't Liang care? But Yang Maui cares. Chapter 605 Yang Maui cares about On Liang's investment. The cost of this live broadcast is the cash reward cost of 1.83 million, plus the reward and traffic cost of 900,000. The profit from the lottery was 1.273 million yuan, plus the 633,600 yuan returned from the rewards. Even after deducting the cost of rewards and diversion, the total profit was still over 1 million. Your Majesty, I will return your cost to you, and I will embezzle the profit of 1 million, which will be used to purchase the house in Linshanju, and then simply decorate and upgrade it. Yang Maui said the next best thing. Since On Liang doesn't want profits, then return the costs to On Liang. King, just promise me. Yang Maui said coquettishly. If you don't agree, I won't know how to ask the king for help next time. Yang Maui explained, and Liang did not refuse anymore. Okay, I will give you a card number later. After you receive your salary from Huya platform, you can pay me my share. Yang Maui nodded obediently, and Liang was talking to Yang Maui while handing out rewards. In less than 10 minutes, he finished the rewards skillfully, turned on the microphone again and said, Okay, friends, happy time is always short. Yes, the lucky fox will return tomorrow, and I will retire with success. Goodbye. After Liang finished speaking, he went straight to the light-speed broadcast. The viewers in the live broadcast room have become accustomed to the light-speed broadcast style of Yang Maui's live broadcast room. Anyway, the rewards have been distributed, and the viewers who should leave naturally take a step first. As for the big boss who won the prize, probably going to sing, right? It's not even 11 o'clock yet, so it's a good time to sing. And Liang downloaded the broadcast at the speed of light and turned off the live broadcast computer at the same time. Yang Maui immediately pestered her, and she called out sweetly, Your Majesty, this vixen, how can Taoist and a giant of righteousness be confused? Bold fox demon, take a stick to subjugate the demon. The night is getting darker. Nearing the early morning, Yang Maui fell asleep in Liang's arms, and Liang checked information fed back by the life winner system ding. The live broadcast task is completed. Reward settlement is in progress. Please wait. Live broadcast room popularity coefficient 0.42. Live broadcast room VIP seat coefficient 0.57. Lottery number coefficient 0.41. Lottery amount coefficient 0.55. Lottery profit coefficient 1.69. Final coefficient 3.64. This cashback will be calculated based on the total turnover of lottery gifts. Total turnover of lottery gifts 5.552 million yuan. The total amount of cashback this time is 20.2093 million yuan. Special note: this cashback will be used to obtain the corresponding funds from the U.S. stock market through the host's investment account and Onshin Investment Company. The profitability of all funds is well documented and all profit operations are reasonable. Please feel free to use it. Ding! Congratulations on the return of my beloved. The Super God Emperor Substitute Lottery task has been exceeded. An extra piece of core business confidential information about Bention Automobile was given as an extra reward. I actually got another piece of confidential business information about Bention Automobile, and it is still core commercial confidential information. When Liang was about to check, he received a new WeChat message on his mobile phone. He took it over and checked it. It turned out to be a message sent by Lu Ling. Lu Ling, student, I finally worked overtime to complete the relevant conditions for your ecchi loan. I've just gotten off work now. Do you have time? Let's have a late night snack together. It's almost midnight now, right? Have a midnight snack at this time? And Liang looked at Yang Maui in his arms. As a good man, and Liang could not abandon Yang Maui at this time. Besides, doesn't Xiaoan need a break? Let's give classmate Xiaoan a holiday. And Liang, sorry Annie, I don't have time now. Lu Ling, whom Liang reluctantly rejected. He's a good man after all, right? However, Liang immediately added information. And Liang, let's do it tomorrow. Annie, let's make an appointment for a supper tomorrow. A good man is so understanding. Since everyone else has made a supper date, even if the time is different, it would still be a supper date, right? Only in this way can you appear sincere. Otherwise, if someone else makes an appointment for supper, do you have to make an appointment for breakfast? Don't understand how to make a breakfast appointment? Brother Liang recommends reading Mr. Su's poetry collection. There is one thing to say, Mr. Su still has something, at least on the road to being a good man. He is definitely a pioneer. On the other side, in Tianlan community, Lu Ling looked at Liang's reply message. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly. Lu Ling, tomorrow? Lu Ling, if it were tomorrow, how about having dinner together? Dinner? Ah! And Liang refused without hesitation. And Liang, I'm sorry, Annie. I have already made an appointment with a friend for tomorrow's dinner. How about we change it to another time? Actually, Liang didn't make an appointment at all for dinner tomorrow. However, isn't Liang himself the one who has the final say in this matter? After all, whether anything happens is entirely up to Liang's thoughts. As for whether Lu Ling will agree, Liang actually already has the answer. Chapter 606, it is now a few minutes past midnight on the 5th. The flight ticket Liang booked for Li Xiyin is at 2 p.m. on the 6th, and he will land in Chongqing at 5 o'clock at most. To put it simply, today is the last day before Li Xiyin comes back. So is there an answer? Lu Ling. Okay, let's make an appointment for supper tomorrow. Classmate, when will you be free tomorrow? Dao Chong and won this game again. And Liang, is it okay at 11 o'clock? Lu Ling, no problem. Will you contact me then? And Liang, okay. After finishing the chat, and Liang swiped left and clicked delete to erase the chat history. This is the core skill of a good man. Please take notes. At nearly 8 o'clock in the morning, and Liang and Yang Maui woke up together. Yesterday, they were delayed in dubbing the narration of a food documentary, so they did not move into a new house. Today, and Liang and Yang Maui are going to decorate room 3901, building 8, Lanjinjuan. They are mainly going to deal with the peer-to-peer broadband network and configure Yang Maui's computer for live broadcast. The original plan was to move the equipment from Linshanju directly, but according to Yang Maoi's plan, she would usually stay in Linshanju, and when An Liang came back, they would go together to capture Jingyuan. Therefore, it is necessary to reconfigure the computer for the live broadcast and apply for the corresponding broadband network so that they can live broadcast when they visit Jingyuan. And Liang suddenly felt that live broadcasting was quite interesting. He made millions in one live broadcast. This feeling was a bit like a primary consumer cashback card. It's true that the money is not much, but the mood is very good. And Liang and Yang Maui spent a whole day busy, reconfiguring the live broadcast computer, applying for the installation of a peer-to-peer broadband network, and purchasing various daily necessities to make Lan Jingyuan's place feel like home. By the way, little fox, I'm going home today, and I have to deal with things at home tomorrow. And Liang explained, Li Xian is coming back tomorrow, and Liang has nothing to do. Just in time. And Liang has a reason to deal with the loan affairs of the family business. And this reason is perfect. When will the king return? Yang Maui asked back. I will accompany you to finish the live broadcast of the lottery to see if you can make a profit today, and then go back. And Liang explained. Yang Maui responded, then let's go back to Linshan residence. I'm a little scared to be here alone. Oh, and Liang nodded. The two of them had dinner outside and went home at close to 8 o'clock. Yang Maui started the live broadcast today, and Liang did not participate in it. The main reason was that there was no task to trigger the winner system in life, and Liang had no motivation to participate. In the case of Yang Maui's own broadcast, the bonuses are reduced across the board. The largest first prize is 100,000 yuan. The second-level second prize is 48,888 yuan. 1 is 18,888 yuan. 2 are 9,999 yuan. And 11 are 1,111 yuan. The total investment difference 5 yuan to 200,000. The total turnover pressure of this cost was only 357,000 yuan. 2 hours later, the final result appeared. The total turnover was a little more than 542,000 yuan. According to Yang Maui's share ratio, after deducting personal income tax, the final income is a little over 103,000. The results are quite good. The last time Yang Maui's live broadcast, the profit of the lottery center was more than 92,000, almost an increase of more than 10,000. Your Majesty, I also made 100,000. Yang Maui said happily. Although she didn't make as much as in Liang, Yang Maui was still very happy. And Liang rubbed Yang Maui's smooth hair and responded, well, as long as you make money, I'll go back in 2 days. After taking care of things at home, I'll come back to you. Well, come on, Your Majesty. Yang Maui said obediently, don't worry, it's all minor issues. And Liang responded, in fact, it is indeed a small problem. In the underground parking garage of Linshanju, and Liang sent a message to Lu Ling and Liang. Annie, I'm done here, what about you? Just after sending the WeChat message, I received a message from Lu Ling that responded instantly. It seems that she has been waiting for his message. Lu Ling, I'm at home. What would classmate want to eat? And Liang thought about it for a while, and first ruled out eating late-night snacks near Lu Ling's house, because the stall owner should know Lu Ling because of the late-night snacks near Lu Ling's house, right? After all, a beauty like Lu Ling will definitely attract attention. An Liang, I'm coming to pick you up now. Let's go to the bar street. There's a neon izakaya over there. Their skewers are pretty good. Lu Ling, okay, do you know where my home is? And Liang, I know. I'll be there in about half an hour. Lu Ling, okay. How could Liang not know where Lu Ling's family is? Lu Ling personally saw Liang taking Li Xian home. At that time, Liang drove in Xingyu's old Audi A6L to take Li Xian home. Li Xian was also carrying high-end luxury brand shopping bags. Lu Ling had a misunderstanding. It was that time that Li Xian gave Christian Dior's mulberry silk dress to Lu Ling, which caused a big misunderstanding later. And now the problem is getting bigger and bigger. If Li Xian had not given the mulberry silk dress to Lu Ling, and Liang would not have mistaken Lu Ling for Li Xian, and naturally, there would be no misunderstanding, and it would be impossible to reach this stage. One wrong step, right? Chapter 6:12 Settle down. Faced with Sun Xia's teasing, And Liang responded affirmatively. Of course I want to come back. By the way, Mom, Dad, let's discuss something. And Liang explained. Is this girl pregnant? Sun Xia asked back, and Liang was speechless. Li Xian? Didn't she even get the reward of hundreds of millions of descendants who will never return? Little Fox and Shinsiyu? And Liang still doesn't know what to do. And Xinyu asked, what happened? Didn't we talk about changing a house before? And Liang explained, I have made good profits in the virtual currency market recently. Before the Chinese New Year, why don't we just move? And Liang's house is 15 years old and belongs to the previous generation. For example, it only has one bathroom. This is the thing that Liang hates the most. Do you have goals? And Xingyu asked certainly, the sky level of Muling Mountain. And Liang stated the goal. And Liang continued to explain the reasons. The air in Muling Mountain is very good. The sky realm is at the top of Muling Mountain, and the view is also very good. What's more important is that we can drive back to the Starlight Center in 15 minutes. So as to enjoy the bustling and lively, the dining facilities at the back of Muling Mountain are also very mature, with many restaurants. Although Muling Mountain is not like our place, where there is a barbecue or mahjong parlor downstairs, my mother can also drive, so we can also live here. Right? And Liang added. And Xingyu nodded. I know that your Uncle Lu developed the Sky Realm in Muling Mountain. I will push your Uncle Lu's WeChat to you later. You can tell him about it. Is it actually an acquaintance's property again? This. And Liang suddenly felt that the biggest reason why his family had not moved for 15 years was that Sun Xia was afraid that there would be no place to play mahjong. Otherwise, within Xingyu's connections, he could easily get a good house, right? Okay, Dad, please push it over. I still remember Uncle Lu, the one who was a bit short, right? And Liang said, and Xingyu complained, you naughty boy, behave yourself in front of me. Ahem, doesn't Uncle Lu have this characteristic? And Liang responded awkwardly. And Liang wondered whether Lu Deming should be about the same height as Lu Wenshan. Anyway, he's at most 1.65 meters. After breakfast, and Xingyu pushed Lu Deming's WeChat to Liang and explained the situation to Lu Deming in advance to avoid Liang getting too tall. Lu Deming was not approved, Mom. How about you take a day off today and we go look at the house? And Liang asked. Today is Monday. Sun Xia is packing her things and getting ready to go out. She has already used the Louis Vuitton satchel that Liang gave her. Go, go, go. I've only had 2 days of rest. I have a lot of things to do today. I also asked for leave to go see the house with you. You could just go see it by yourself. If you like it, buy it. Anyway, most of the time, we live here. Sun Xia responded, there are not many ghosts in the sky realm, and there are no acquaintances even when playing mahjong. If I want to play mahjong, I have to drive here, which is very troublesome. Sun Xia complained. So it's Shichui? And Xingyu and Sun Xia went out to work. And Liang collapsed on the sofa and added Lu Deming's WeChat and was quickly passed in Liang. Hello, Uncle Lu. I am in Liang. Lu Deming. I know you want to buy a house in Sky Realm? On Liang, yes. Uncle Lu, what kind of reserved houses does your family have? Lu Deming. Yo, 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 you have a big appetite. I will keep the house as soon as I come up. What is your budget? And Liang. No budget, as long as you like it. Lu Deming. It's okay without a budget. Will this be available? And Liang. I just finished breakfast. Are you free? Lu Deming. See you in the sky in an hour? And Liang. Try your best. On Liang first went to the bar street to pick up the car, and then drove a bright yellow Lamborghini Urus to the Sky Realm sales office. When he arrived, the sales office had just opened. 2 male salesmen were standing at the door smoking, obviously not yet in working condition. When Liang arrived in his car, they all looked at the bright yellow Lamborghini Urus. When Liang got out of the car and walked to the sales office, 2 male salesmen who were smoking quickly put out their cigarettes. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Hello, sir." And Liang raised his hand to stop him. "I'll see for myself. You can do whatever you want." The male salesman responded politely, "Okay." Although Liang had already said that he would take a look, the male salesman still followed Liang, but kept a sufficient distance. Once Liang needed help, the male salesman could come up immediately. Tainan Kangjing is smaller than Lanjinjuan, with only 5 buildings, and its supporting facilities are one level lower. And Liang did not find the owner's club. Of course, the price is also lower. Lanjinjuan's starting price is 26,800 yuan, while Sky Realm's starting price is 8,000 yuan lower, with the lowest price starting at 18,800 yuan. From the price, it can be judged that Sky Realm's positioning is lower than Lanjinjuan's. After all, Lanjingyuan is within 2 kilometers of the commercial center, and Sky Realm is on Muling Mountain. As Sun Xia said, there are not many ghosts around. So how expensive can the price be? Chapter 613 at the Sky Realm sales office. When Liang was looking at the sand table, a hearty voice came. And Liang, if you just listened to the voice, you might have thought it was a handsome and muscular man like Guan Eri, but in fact he was less than 1.65 meters tall. Short legs, Uncle Lu. And Liang turned around and saw Lu Deming and a woman dressed as an OL. And Liang blindly guessed that the OL woman's appearance was probably 80%, and she was taller than Lu Deming, probably about 1.7 meters. So it was Lu Deming's secretary? Come on. And Liang, let me introduce you. This is Linya. She is a top student at our Xingqing Foreign Languages College and is currently my secretary. Lu Deming introduced. Linya took the initiative to reach out and said, "Hello, Mr. N." And Liang didn't mean to reach out, he just nodded calmly. "Hello." Linya took her hand back naturally, without any embarrassment at all. A smile appeared in Lu Deming's eyes, and he asked, "And Liang, why do you want to change rooms? I remember Uncle Lu came to our house, right?" And Liang asked back. Lu Deming nodded. "Last year, the year before, the year before, and the year before that I visited them all. Your dad and I have an old relationship, and you, Anxing, have provided a lot of help to us, Mingda." The market value of Mingda Real Estate Company is approximately 9 billion, which far exceeds the previous AXA in terms of scale. In fact, it was Uncle Lu who took care of us at AXA. And Liang responded politely. "Hey, let's talk about this. Everyone helps each other." Lu Deming responded. "Let's go. Let's take you to see the houses we have reserved. What size house do you like to see? What is your largest apartment size?" And Liang asked back. "The largest unit should be 520 square meters, a pleasing number. Let me show you building 1 first." Lu Deming added, "I think building 1 has the best location. It is on the easternmost side. You can see Mulingshan Forest Park at a glance, and you can have a panoramic view of Muling Lake. There is no hustle and bustle of restaurants in the north. Okay, let's take a look at the situation in building 1 first." And Liang, led by Lu Deming, arrived at room 3203 in building 1 of Sky Realm. The highest floor of Sky Realm is the 32nd floor. Come on, Liang, let me introduce to you. This house retains the essence of the house. The whole house is decorated with environmentally friendly materials and is almost zero formaldehyde residue. Lu Deming introduced there are 4 bedrooms in total. Each living room includes an independent bathroom and independent balcony. The master bedroom and the first bedroom both include dressing rooms and are equipped with a study room for the male owner, a gym, and a nanny with an independent bathroom. Room, 2 guest bathrooms, separate dining room and dining room, and an independent children's study room. Lu Deming introduced. In the design of the latest generation of high-end real estate, a separate bathroom in the living room is really standard because going to the bathroom is really a very private matter. And Liang was browsing this house. He had been in Lanjingyuan before. Having seen higher-end mansions, this suite did not have any impact on Liang. He was even a little disappointed. But you can't buy Jingyuan anymore, right? Fortunately, the decoration of this suite has also been done, and the kitchen appliances like Lanjingyuan, they use Deutsche Miller kitchen appliances, and all the household items in the house are well-known brands. What about the price? And Liang asked, "Are you satisfied?" Lu Deming asked back, "Not bad." And Liang responded, "It is indeed just a pretty good level." For this set of reserve houses, the unit price of our Mingda internal assessment is 22,000 per square meter, with a construction area of 520 square meters. The house price is 11.44 million, the decoration cost is 7.8 million, and the design cost is also 200,000 for a total of 19.44 million. Lu Deming said, "If the decoration costs and design costs are included, The unit price has exceeded 37,000 yuan. To be honest, it is a bit expensive. Lu Deming continued. If you want to buy it, I will give you a discount. The price is 18 million. I'll give you 2 more parking spaces. 2 parking spaces are worth 300,000 yuan. Are you, Uncle Lu, interesting enough? And Liang complained, I think it's almost funny. And Liang continued, in our family, I have a car, my father has a car, and my mother also has a car. Doesn't it mean having 2 parking spaces? Lu Deming laughed. Your dad's sports touring version of the Panamera is indeed very good. Well, how about giving you another parking space, 3 parking spaces? Uncle Lu, be more generous and give me 5 parking spaces directly. I want them all next to the elevator. The house price is not 18 million. 18 is unlucky and a bit like the 18th level of hell. I might as well get it for 15 million. The Onliang lion opened his mouth and bargained. Go, go. You are too cruel. Lu Deming laughed and scolded. For a house price of 18 million, I will give you 5 parking spaces and recharge your electricity card with 88,888 to get some good luck. Okay. More discount. And Liang casually said, although he has a high-end consumer cashback card and has assets of more than 600 million, who stipulates that he cannot bargain. If I give you 5 more gas cards worth 10,000 yuan, my savings will be wiped out by you, and I will soon lose money. I will go to your Anqing for lunch at noon, alas. Lu Demon complained, Ok. I bought it. Let's go back and swipe our card. And Liang said cheerfully, isn't 50,000 yuan for a gas card money? With just one sentence, and Liang felt that he had made a profit. Why don't you discuss this with your family? Lu Deming asked back, no, it's just a small amount of money anyway. And Liang chuckled. Then you still bargain with me? Lu Deming complained, this is called the fun of haggling. And Liang said seriously. Chapter 614, and Liang has a very correct view on wealth. Even though his net worth has exceeded 600 million, and he has a winning system in life, and Liang is still in Liang and has not been distorted by money. For example, in the current situation, does it actually make an essential difference to An Liang to have more or less? Of course not. Not to mention cheating on electricity card stored value and gas card. So what if it's 19.44 million? Want to know more about advanced consumer cashback cards? The limit is up to 5 million, and a random cashback coefficient of 1 to 9 times is provided. According to An Liang Ruhong's luck, there is a high probability of random cashback to a high multiple. Under such circumstances, this luxury house is not only a free prostitution, but also makes a lot of money. So what do the stored value of electricity bills and gas cards count? However, An Liang just asked for these small favors because it is human nature to ask for these small favors. Normal people will ask for them, and the money of rich people does not come from strong winds. That's why there is a saying, the richer people are, the stingier they are. If An Liang doesn't care about the gains and losses of money, if things go on like this, his mentality will probably change, and eventually his heart will be corrupted by money. This is called guarding against subtle changes. Don't neglect a good deed because it's too small. Throughout the morning, and Liang was dealing with the purchase of room 3203, building number 1, Sky Realm. This apartment finally fell in his own name, and neither in Xingyu nor Sun Xia accepted it. According to them, all the property of Lao An's family will be handed over to An Liang anyway, so why bother with it again? Of the total house payment of 18 million, An Liang temporarily withdrew 10 million from the private investment account of Anshin Investment Company. At present, his personal account is only a little over 10 million. After paying 18 million for a house, An Liang naturally used a high-end consumer cashback card. Ding! Successfully used the advanced consumer cashback card, and the random cashback coefficient is being drawn. In view of the host's serious attitude towards money, random options from 1 to 3 will be excluded from this random cashback coefficient draw. The random cashback coefficient is determined to be 8. The total amount of cashback rewards this time is 40 million. Special reminder. This cashback reward will be obtained by Anshin Investment Company using the host's private investment account in the U.S. stock market. The total consumption time is 3 days. This profit-making operation is reasonable and legal, and all operations are well documented. Please feel free to use it. The total house price is 18 million, and the cashback reward is 40 million. So I bought a luxury house worth nearly 20 million for nothing and made more than 20 million. How can I get more with a high-end consumption cashback card? An Liang plans to keep all the 40 million in cashback rewards in the private investment account of Anshin Investment Company to increase his wealth. There is only 2 million left in his personal account. But it's not a big problem. There is also a cashback card for food enjoyment, which can earn at least several million, and the little vixen also throws close to 3 million to him. There is no problem at all with his personal account consumption. If it is not possible, you can transfer funds from the private investment account of Anshin Investment Company at any time. At nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, An Liang drove to Chongqing International Airport, and Li Xian's flight was about to land. An Liang plans to deal with Li Xian this winter vacation. At least you and Li Xian will get the reward of billions of descendants with no return date, right? An Liang has saved 2 billionaire descendants' no-return reward cards, but has never received the rewards. In the parking lot of Chongqing International Airport, An Liang received a call from the Patek Philippe mansion in the magical capital. Hello, Mr. An. I am Lu Ji from Patek Philippe Magic City, UND. Lu Ji said hello first. Hello, Director Lu. And Liang responded, first of all, we apologize to Mr. An again. Whether it is our Patek Philippe Magic City or Patek Philippe headquarters, we express our sincere apologies for failing to deliver the reserved 6104G 001 Blue Starry Sky on Mr. An's birthday and ask for Mr. An's forgiveness. Lu Ji said politely. When An Liang retrieved the 6002G 010 at the Patek Philippe Magic City, UND, he ordered a 6104G 001 Blue Starry Sky and was bundled with a 7140G 001 women's watch. According to Patek Philippe's promise, they would deliver it on An Liang's birthday at the latest. But on An Liang's birthday, Lu Ji sent an apology message on WeChat. Mr. An, the Blue Starry Sky you ordered has arrived at our Magic City, UND today. If you have time, you are welcome to come and pick it up at any time. In order to express our apology, we at Patek Philippe have specially prepared an apology gift for Mr. An. We hope that Mr. An can forgive our mistakes at Patek Philippe. Lu Ji said politely. In fact, An Liang didn't care about Patek Philippe's delayed delivery of the Blue Starry Sky. The main reason was that he transferred this watch to Li Tsunyuan, and he had no interest in the Blue Starry Sky. I don't have time recently. When will your Patek Philippe Magic City UND have a holiday? An Liang asked. If this piece of Blue Starry Sky had arrived earlier, or if Lu Ji had called An Liang earlier, he would have flown directly to the Magic City. Okay? Just in time to come back with Li Xian. More importantly, he was in the Magic City. He can ask Li Xian to help him get a reward worth hundreds of millions of descendants with no return date. Chapter 615 Chongqing International Airport Parking Lot. An Liang sat in the car and answered the phone. Mr. An, our Patek Philippe Magic City UND will not have holidays during the entire Spring Festival. If you have time, you are welcome to return to the Patek Philippe house at any time. Lu Ji explained. An Liang looked at the calendar. Today is the 6th, New Year's Eve on the 24th. The three friends from the Imperial City will not come over until the 10th or the 17th. In view of the Blue Starry Sky being transferred to Li Tsunyuan, An Liang, are you thinking of finding a time to get it back? It just so happens that you can go to the Magic City to see how the filming of Liang Shui's web drama is going? Okay, Director Lu, if I have time to go to Magic City, I will inform you in advance. And Liang explained, sorry, I have something to deal with here. We'll contact you next time. Okay. I wish Mr. An all the best. Lu Ji responded politely. And Liang responded politely before hanging up the phone. It's already 5 o'clock now. Li Xian's flight should be landing, right? When the domestic flight arrived at the exit, and Liang was waiting for Li Xian. He was special today, wearing a Gucci coat, because he guessed that Li Xian might also be wearing Gucci. The two of them just matched up in a couple outfit. At 5:10, and Liang received a call from Li Xian. An Liang, are you here? Li Xian's voice came over, and Liang responded affirmatively. I'm at the exit. If you come out, I can see you. I got off the plane, and I'm walking out. There's someone here who I hate. Li Xian explained. And Liang was stunned for a moment. Did someone strike up a conversation with you? Um, Li Xian responde afirmatively. Li Xian's appearance is as high as 96 points, and the winner of Life System has given her an extra point of appearance attribute. This appearance attribute is more effective in the mental aspect, making Li Xian seems to be more energetic. Under such circumstances, it is normal for Li Xian to be hit on. What's the situation? And Liang asked, on the plane before, I was seated in seat 1A and he was seated in seat 1C. Although there was an aisle separation, he kept beeping there and asking questions like checking household registration. It was really annoying. Li Xian explained that. Now after I got off the plane, he came to follow me again. I told him that I had a boyfriend, but he still wanted to follow me if he didn't believe me. He followed me right behind me. Li Xian continued, by the way, this person seems to be some kind of celebrity. Anyway, he said it himself, and he sounds like he should be very powerful. Li Xian added, Celebrity? Did a celebrity strike up a conversation so blatantly? And Liang almost believed it. It's okay. I'll teach him a lesson later. And Liang responded, forget it. He didn't do anything other than beeping like a fly, so I ignored him. Li Xian persuada. And Liang responded with a smile, but I just hate flies. And Liang specially booked a first-class ticket for Li Xian to avoid encountering flies in the economy class. Are there flies in the first class as well? Or should I say that Li Xian is more charming? Li Xian is like a gardenia, white and fragrant. People can't help but feel excited. I'm almost there, and that annoying guy is still behind me. He's dressed in a hip-hop style, looks ugly, and looks like a gangster. Li Xian explained that. I'm good. And Liang responded. In less than a minute, and Liang saw Li Xian in the domestic arrival exit passage. He also saw the fly Li Xian was talking about. It was indeed dressed like a hip-hop boy. Li Xian was pulling a suitcase that the hip-hop boy was just to the left of Li Xian and kept beeping. And Liang looked at the hip-hop boy and thought to himself, there seems to be no hip-hop star like this. Besides, if he is really a star so high-profile, baby. And Liang greeted loudly and waved at the same time. Li Xian also spotted in Liang. She trotted over, and the fly actually followed her on Liang. Li Xian stood pretty in front of Liang, and Liang hugged Li Xian first, and then looked at the fly. As a result, before Liang spoke, the fly spoke first. Hey, I said you stinky brother must have lied to her. You can't hide the smell of your body from me. You are a scumbag. The way the hip-hop boy speaks also has a hip-hop style. And Liang stared at the other person with death. Itchy skin, less money. Yo-yo, you are so angry that you threatened me. The hip-hop kid actually started singing, come on, knock me on the head and see if I'm afraid of you. This. And Liang suddenly thought of a line from the Xingye movie. I have never heard such a request. And Liang, forget it, let's go. I think this person is sick. Li Xian pulled in Liang. This is the airport. There are a lot of security personnel of all kinds. Whether it is the security personnel of the airport or the patrol station, they can arrive at the scene in 1 or 2 minutes at most, so the hip-hop boy is extremely arrogant. He really didn't believe that Liang dared to take action. Chapter 616, Chongqing International Airport, Domestic Arrival Exit. The hip-hop kid really didn't believe that Liang dared to do anything inside the airport, because Liang was wearing luxurious clothes and was definitely not an impulsive guy. He must know how strict the security measures at the airport were. Just as the hip-hop boy guessed, even if Li Xian didn't pull him, he would not target the hip-hop boy at the airport. And Liang is not a grumpy old man. The grumpy old man is a manifestation of his inability, because apart from being furious, does the grumpy old man have any other means? The hip-hop boy actually hoped that Liang would take action in the airport. He had already thought of a response strategy. As long as Liang dared to take action, he would just lie on the ground and make things worse. The current era is an era of extremely developed mobile internet. If Liang hits someone at the airport security monitoring system or the mobile phones of surrounding passengers will probably film the incident. That would be difficult to deal with. And Liang took out his phone and unlocked it, and the hip-hop boy immediately provoked him again. Yo, scumbag boy, shake the phone. Dad is waiting for you, afraid that you are a dog. The hip-hop boy provoked Liang, and Liang suddenly smiled. It's a pity that the hip-hop boy didn't know Jia Devon. The last time Liang brother showed such a smile to Jia Devon, he mobilized all his strength to target Jia Devon. What happened? I heard you were a star? And Liang asked. The hip-hop boy was stunned for a moment. And Liang took a photo of the hip-hop boy and continued to add, the browser's image recognition can't even recognize which celebrity you are. Is this the 19th line Firefly? The hip-hop boy frowned slightly. Your idea is good, but the provocation is a bit too blunt and the purpose is too obvious. Do you want me to take action first? And Liang looked at the hip-hop boy with a smile. Did you see the special patrolman holding a steel fork over there? And Liang reminded, that is the patrol station's special protection for the airport. If I take action, I'm afraid you will cry like ghosts and wolves, and then I will be controlled by patrol. And Liang continued. Hearing in Liang's analysis, Li Xian was stunned. Is there such a psychological game? The hip-hop boy put away his playful expression and looked at Liang solemnly. Brothers, where are you from? Don't you know how to check it yourself? And Liang provoked. By the way, let me tell you in advance that I am very unhappy. It's none of my business if you're unhappy. Hip-hop boys are equally provocative. You will know. And Liang took Li Xian's suitcase and led Li Xian away. The hip-hop boy looked at Liang and Li Xian's leaving figures. He frowned secretly. Did he kick the iron plate? This guy's name is Liang. I want to see who you are. The hip-hop boy silently wrote down Liang's name in his heart. He was really going to investigate Liang's situation. He first sent a message to the WeChat group of friends to see if any friends knew Liang. On the other side, Li Xian broke away from Liang and held her hand. She sat on the suitcase and let Liang push her forward. This was a little game between lovers. And Liang, is what happened just now really what you said? Li Xian asked. And Liang responded affirmatively. Yes, that hip-hop boy's performance was a little too deliberate. By the way, do you know his name? Li Xian shook her head. I don't know, I didn't ask, I basically ignored him. Speaking of which, Li Xian asked. On Liang, have you resolved the matter with my mother? And Liang's heartbeat suddenly slowed down by half a beat. He responded casually, it's still under discussion. Whether cooperation can be finally reached requires further discussion. Oh, whoa. Because it involved business secrets, Li Xian was sensible and didn't ask any more questions. How are you learning to drive? And Liang asked. During the national day before, and Liang went to Shanghai, and he customized a particularly humane driving learning plan for Li Xian. Li Xian suddenly turned red. This, ahem, on Liang, what shall we eat later? Change the subject? So you didn't learn to drive? And Liang asked. Li Xian answered negatively. I went and passed all the previous subjects. I only took the road test 3 times. Twice I almost drove the car onto the greenbelt, and once I almost hit a power pole. Fortunately, the co-pilot's instructor could help apply the brakes, otherwise it would be really dangerous. And Liang had nothing to say. I took the road test 3 times in total, and something happened every time? This. A bit level. Ahem, what did you do? And Liang asked. Li Xian said coquettishly. I'm nervous. It doesn't matter. I will continue to learn slowly next semester. And Liang said with relief. Yeah, I'll definitely try my best. Li Xian encouraged herself. In the underground garage, and Liang put Li Xian's suitcase into the trunk, and then sent the hip-hop boys photo to the Imperial Capital Friends group, and Liang at Yun. Brother Haiyang, check this person's information. Yun Haiyang. Okay. Qin Xiaojing. This guy offended Brother Liang? Li Tsun Yuan. Brother Liang, do you need our help? And Liang. Check a situation first, and then see how to deal with it. Li Tsun Yuan, no problem. And Liang at Chan Shak Gang. Brother Gongzi, how is your situation? When will you come over? Qin Xiaojing. No matter how hard things are, you can't tear them apart. Chapter 622, The Current Situation, driven by Liang, indeed shows the attitude of eradicating the roots. Yun Haiyang even pushed the official force to investigate the situation of Zero Degree Steel Sales Company. As Qiao Fu said, unless Zero Degree Steel Sales Company can withstand the investigation, once problems are discovered, it may not just be as simple as Zero Degree Steel Sales Company being dealt with. After Qiao Fu hung up the phone, Jin Chong's face looked very ugly. Jin Yuchuan asked nervously, Dad, What's going on now? Jin Chong didn't speak. He looked through the address book on his phone and finally found in Xingyu's contact information. After all, Zero Degree Steel Sales Company is the steel supplier of Onshin Construction Company. Even if it is the third backup supplier, the bosses of both parties have naturally reserved their contact information. Jin Chong looked at Xingyu's contact information, sighed silently, and then made a call. In less than half a minute, the call was answered. "Hello, Mr. Kim." And Xingyu greeted him first and obviously saved Jin Chong's phone number. "Good evening, Mr. In," Jin Chong said quickly. "As for the matter of our bastard boy offending your noble master, Mr. In, please show your respect. I will immediately take our bastard boy to your door to plead guilty." "Sorry, Mr. Jin. What you said, I do not quite understand." And Xingyu responded calmly. "Mr. In, please give me a chance. Our bastard boy is too blind to recognize Taishan." Jin Chong begged in a low voice, but was interrupted by Xingyu. "Mr. Jin, if you were saying that our EXA has suspended cooperation with you, I have just received news that our On Liang should be handling this matter. If there is any misunderstanding, I suggest you contact him. I'm very busy here, let's chat back." And Xingyu hung up the phone directly. As for how Jin Chong can contact An Liang, what does that have to do with Xingyu? If there is no contact information, then use a drift bottle to contact him. I'm sure there will be unexpected surprises, such as receiving a voice bottle called brother. Jin Chong listened to Xingyu and hung up the phone directly. His face was ugly. He wanted to get angry, but he had nowhere to go. Jin Yuchuan realized the seriousness of the problem because he received the information sent in the WeChat group of Hupeng Goyu, handsome guy with tinfoil ironing at Jin Gung. "You're miserable. Handsome guy with tinfoil perm. The On Liang you are asking about is the Prince of AXA. Does AXA know that the recent upstart in the industry should be a fierce dragon crossing the river? Handsome guy with tinfoil ironing. I guess you're going to be pressed to the ground and rubbed by the other person. Lianxing at tinfoil of handsome boy. Your news is really lagging behind. Handsome guy with tinfoil ironing at Lianxing. Zhongyu Wuyenzu at tinfoil of handsome boy. AXA has sent a message to completely ban 0 degree steel. The handsome guy with tinfoil ironing. No way. Just a mere EXA. What qualifications does it have to block 0 degree? Lianxing. What about Qingyuan? Zhongyu Wuyenzu. What about Mingda? West City Overlord. What about the West City Development Plan? West City Overlord. Trembling. The Xiqing Development Plan Management Committee has just requested a thorough investigation of all steel products from 0 degree. If there is a problem, you will know. Zhongyu Wuyenzu, damn it. What is the origin of this AXA? Zhongyu Wuyenzu at Xiqing Xiaobaoang. Your family is also the core of the Xiqing Development Plan. Did you know? West City Overlord. Don't ask. Asking is by Yujing in the sky. West City Overlord. Really trembling. Jin Yuchuan has been asking questions in the group for less than 2 hours. EXA has banned 0 degree in the circle. By Yujing in the sky has reduced the dimension and ordered a strict investigation of 0 degree. Can you guess the result of 0 degree? West City Overlord. Let me first state that I am not familiar with Jin Yuchuan. Handsome guy with tinfoil perm. +1 for unfamiliarity. Lianxing. I suggest that Jin quit the group. Zhongyu Wuyenzu. Seconded. Xiqing Little Overlord at Shangqing Da cousin. Big cousin, come out to work, kick out Jin Yuchuan. Cousin from Shangqing. Cousin from Shangqing. I just got news that in order to please AXA, some people from Gongshang Bank are planning to re-examine the steel pledge by 0 degree. If there are any problems, 0 degree's assets will be frozen and 0 degree will be required to repay the loan. West City Bully. Everyone pushes down the wall? Lianxing at tinfoil hot handsome guy. Are you afraid? Handsome guy with tinfoil ironing. What am I afraid of? Jin Yuchuan and I are not familiar with each other. Lianxing. I mean, you often flirt with girls, and you especially like to flirt with other people's girlfriends. Are you afraid now? Handsome guy with tinfoil ironing. Mr. Jin has been removed from the group chat by Shangqing's cousin. West City Overlord. Damn it. Ruthless. Lianxing. Okay. Zhongyu Wuyenzu. Well done. Also, does anyone know Prince Anxing? Please pull the fierce dragon across the river to join the group. I want to hug him. Shangqing's eldest cousin. I'm from the imperial capital, so don't hug me. There's no chance. Little overlord of the West District. Yes, others are messing around in the imperial capital. Isn't it good for Bai Yujing in the sky? He insists on messing around with us local dogs. Handsome guy with tinfoil ironing. A native dog is okay. Shangqing's eldest cousin. I think there's nothing wrong with it. Jin Yuchuan just picked up his phone to check the group chat, and he found that he had been removed from the group chat, so the whole world was targeting him. Chapter 623. After Jin Chong was rejected by Xingyu, he looked at Jin Yuchuan dejectedly. Do you know Liang's contact information? Jin Chong asked with his last hope. Jin Yuchuan shook his head in denial. Jin Chong sighed. Yuchuan, come here. Jin Yuchuan walked to Jin Chong's side uneasily. Jin Chong raised his right hand and Jin Yuchuan closed his eyes, but Jin Chong did not slap him down. He just gently rubbed Jin Yuchuan's head and said, Yuchuan, I want to ask you something. Dad, please stop talking. I will apologize to him. I will beg him. I will kneel down and beg him. Jin Yuchuan responded quickly. Jin Chong shook his head in denial. It's useless. The other party has used so many resources, so it must be eradicated. I don't blame you this time. Dad only wants one thing from you. You should be a good person in the future and wait until Dad comes out. Dad? Jin Yuchuan looked at Jin Chong in shock. We Zero cannot withstand the investigation. Insolvency is a certainty. I have deposited $3 million for you in the trust fund in Lion City. You study hard, keep a low profile, and never cause trouble again. Do you understand? Jin Chong warned, you go back to the Magic City today and stay there. I will look for you later. Jin Chong held Jin Yuchuan in his arms. From now on, you have to act like a man, take care of yourself, put patience first in everything, and be kind and make money. Jin Chong couldn't help but feel a sore tip of his nose. Everyone in Jin Yuchuan was stupid. He just treated the Onmyoji as a disgusting person. Did he actually lead to such consequences? Moo! Jin Chong patted Jin Yuchuan dad. Jin Yuchuan looked at Jin Chong. Let's go. We can't stand up this time. Yexei is a fierce dragon crossing the river. The resources mobilized by the other party are far beyond our ability to bear. Moreover, we are regarded as the chicken that kills the chicken to scare the monkeys. Yexei really wants to rise up? Jin Chong sighed. Jin Yuchuan cried directly. Dad, I was wrong. Dad, you must have a solution, right? Dad, you are testing me, right? Jin Chong sighed. Let's go. I'll take you to the airport. Jin Yuchuan couldn't believe the current situation. Shouldn't you be blameless for talking? Jin Chong pulled Jin Yuchuan to the underground parking garage. He drove a Mercedes-Benz S450L to personally drive Jin Yuchuan to Chongqing International Airport. However, just after arriving at the airport, Jin Chong the problem was discovered. Two patrolmen in civilian clothes stopped Jin Chong. Mr. Jin, I'm sorry, you need to come with us. A plainclothes patrolman said. Jin Chong responded affirmatively. No problem. Comrade Patrol, I want to have a word with my son. Is that okay? Please. The plainclothes patrolman said reasonably. Jin Chong patted Jin Yuchuan's shoulder. Be a good person from now on, change your bad temper, and live a good life in the Magic City. Jin Yuchuan looked at Jin Chong blankly and finally nodded silently. Seeing Jin Chong being taken away by two plainclothes patrolmen, Jin Yuchuan couldn't help but burst into tears. He collapsed at this moment. If he had known this outcome, he would never harass Li Xian, let alone touch Liang. Unfortunately, once some things happen, there is no room for recovery. On the other side, in the Xingbapa Cafe in the Starlight Center, Liang and Li Xian is drinking coffee. In the Imperial Capital Friends group, Yun Haiyang is sending messages. Yun Haiyang and Anlang. Brother Liang, I'm done here. There's something wrong with 0 degree. It's suspected of illegal loans. Li Tsun Yuan. Just have questions. Qian Xiaojiang. Actively seeking death. And Liang. Thanks, Brother Haiyang, Yun Haiyang. You're welcome. It's actually a relationship with my second cousin's family. This 0 degree is really looking for death. It's not clean to begin with. yet it dares to jump out and act like a monster. And Liang, what a cheating guy. Yin Haiying. That's right. It is indeed a scam. And Liang at everyone. By the way, you recently secretly purchased the entire Bentian car series, one car at a time, recorded all the costs, and finally reimbursed the investment with peace of mind. Qian Xiaojing. Are you planning to cause trouble? Li Tsunyuan. We are still dealing with the peripheral members. Brother Liang, what do you think is the appropriate amount of funds for peripheral members? Yin Haiying. Same question. Too many people here are asking. And Liang, if possible, I hope to invest 10 billion this time. Between the four of us, each person will occupy 10 funds, and then each of us will divide the 1.5 billion share. All the money earned from these shares will be shared in half with Anshin Investment Company. Then Anshin Investment Company will share the resources you draw in half with you. Li Tsunyuan, no problem. Qian Xiaojing. Wow quack quack. 1.5 billion is a little more than I imagined. The Will-O-the-Wisp boys here will probably treat me as Mr. 13 for a month. Yun Haiyang. Brother Gongzi, please take me. I want to rub him. Qian Xiaojing. Brother Haiyang, I beg you, you are not short of money, but you are always doing this kind of stingy business. Do you still want to find a girlfriend? And Liang. Hu Xiaoyu? Li Tsunyuan. Hu Xiaoyu? Qian Xiaojing. Ha ha ha. Chapter 6, 24 Starlight Center. And Liang and Li Xiyin were in the Xingbapa Cafe. And Liang's left hand held Li Xiyin's right hand, and the pad of his thumb gently rubbed Li Xiyin's fair skin. Such an intimate gesture made Li Xiyin a little embarrassed, and she slightly broke away from Liang's hand. And Liang didn't pay attention. He just continued to send messages. And Liang at Yinher. By the way, Brother Haiyang, for those of you who are helping me this time, what investment and financial management projects need to be arranged? Yun Haiyang. No need. Yun Haiyang. 0 degree has problems to begin with. It's just a trivial matter. Li Tsunyuan. That's right, Brother Liang. Sub-Zero has problems to begin with, and it's their responsibility. Qian Xiaojing. Yes, this time is different from the last time. Since the three of them said so, and Liang didn't insist, he replied to the message, and Liang. Okay. You should first count the peripheral members and the amount of peripheral funds. And Liang. By the way, let's talk about the rules first. If you believe in us, then hand over the funds to us. If you don't believe in us, don't get involved. I'm too lazy to explain to those who ask questions all day long. And Liang, make up one more thing. Once they are involved and the action begins, if they shut up and the information is leaked, none of us will have a good time. Li Tsunyuan, no problem. Qian Xiaojing. Haha, Brother Liang, don't worry. Your title as the god of wealth is well known in the imperial capital, and your safe investment is also well known. Qian Xiaojing. Someone in the imperial capital circle has investigated Anshin investment for a long time. I have to say that Brother Liang has a good eye for people. Mr. Fan and Mr. Li are so strong. The level of stable profitability is really good. Qian Xiaojing. By the way, I secretly told Brother Liang that someone tried to poach someone, but Mr. Fan and Mr. Li both refused and suggested that Brother Liang improve the benefits for the two loyal ministers. Yun Haiyang. I've also heard that there are indeed people poaching, Li Tsunyi. Because it didn't succeed, we didn't say in Liang. After successfully targeting Bentian this time, I will reward them, Qian Xiaojing. Wait for Brother Liang to succeed. I want to buy a helicopter, Li Tsunyuan. I want to buy a horse. The horse is already promising. The rumored thoroughbred horse racing price is 80 million. Yun Haiyang. It seems I can fly and ride horses again. Qian Xiaojing. Li Tsung. Get out. Brother Haiyang. I beg you to be a human being. And Liang. By the way, Brother Yuan, please discuss with Gongshang Bank to see if Gongshang Bank can provide us with the convenience of financing. For example, when we want to exchange foreign exchange, let Gongshang Bank provide us with fast services. And Liang. This time we plan to use 10 billion in funds. If Anshin investment operates in the open market, even a 1% loss will be 100 million, which is a bit wasteful. Li Tsunyuan. Okay, let me discuss it with Gongshang Bank. By the way, is it still Japanese yen? And Liang. Japanese yen and US dollars are two currencies of foreign exchange support. We used the shares of Lingsu Gold Mine to borrow 2 billion, and we still negotiated with the bank for loans, allowing them to earn some interest and provide us with the convenience of foreign exchange. Li Tsunyuan. Okay, I will talk to them tomorrow. And Liang. It's best to let Gongshang Bank provide fast service. When we need foreign exchange, they can exchange it for us immediately. Li Tsunyuan. Okay, I will try my best to negotiate with them. After finishing the communication with his friends in the Imperial City, and Liang received a call from Xingyu. Are you coming back today? And Xingyu asked, Of course, yes. Dad, I'm right in front of the house, in the cafe next to Xinguang. Li Xiyin and I will sit for a while, and then send her back. And Liang explained, By the way, Dad, when will we move to the Sky Realm? You have to ask your mother this question. How can I make the decision? And Xingyu joked to himself. Your mother is downstairs at Sister Xiaohong's place. Do you understand? Yeah, playing mahjong again. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. And Liang responded, Okay. By the way, it's all over there at 0 degrees. You know that, right? And Xingyu added, No. And Liang responded, I arranged it here. Uncle Wu is very considerate. As for Uncle Lu, I don't know the situation. Lao Lu rushed in on his own, which was a favor to Anxing. And Xingyu responded, and Liang smiled and said, Uncle Lu has another secretary. Dad, are you excited? I dare not move. And Xingyu responded, Ha ha, so true. And Liang responded with a smile. After and Liang hung up the phone. He threw the phone on the small wooden table, then took Li Xiyin's white little hand and rubbed it gently. Li Xiyin's face turned slightly red. She was just too easily shy. On Liang, have you solved the problem? Li Xiyin asked curiously, and Liang responded affirmatively. Well, it can be solved easily. It's easy to say it, but in fact a large number of resources and relationships are involved. It is a thunder hidden in silence. It seems inconspicuous, but when you are in it, it is thunderous. Can you talk about it? Li Xiyin said curiously. Li Xiyin is a news media major, and she is really curious about these things. And Liang explained the reason in detail, starting from the situation of 0 Degree Steel Sales Company, including that 0 Degree Steel Sales Company is Anxing Construction, the third steel supplier, as well as Qingyuan Real Estate Group Company, Mingda Real Estate Company, etc. were mentioned one by one. When An Liang was telling Li Xiyin this, the two girls at the next table frequently looked over and looked at them from their faces. It's not hard to tell from their expressions that they think Liang is bragging. After all, he is Daddy Xing. Isn't Daddy Xing's specialty the boasting of all kinds of monsters? Chapter 625, it's 10:15 in the evening, and it's close to the closing time for Papa Xing. And Liang led Li Xiyin out of Star Dad Cafe. Li Xiyin whispered, On Liang, I'm going back today. My mother is at home. And Liang deliberately teased, What if your mother is not at home? Snort. Li Xiyin snorted without responding. The two came to the underground parking garage. After getting in the car, and Liang kissed Li Xiyin again on the pretext of wearing a seatbelt for Li Xiyin. This time Liang was more unruly. It's winter. It's winter. When it was close to 11 o'clock, and Liang drove to Tianlan Community. This time, the security personnel of Tianlan Community didn't even ask Liang and just let the bright yellow Lamborghini Urus pass. Fortunately, Li Xiyin didn't pay attention. These details. Otherwise, you will find out. Why did the security personnel let him go without asking? This question is like taking your boyfriend's tablet to your best friend's house and finding that the Wi-Fi network is automatically connected. Downstairs in the first unit, and Liang, the Lamborghini Urus was parked on the side of the road. He got out of the car, opened the trunk, took off the suitcase, and then led Li Xiyin towards the elevator. On Liang, I can just go up there by myself. My mother is at home. Li Xiyin said coyly, It's okay. Annie knows about us. And Liang said with a smile. Li Xiyin snorted again, but letting Liang lead her into the elevator. The door of room 1903. Li Xiyin knocked on the door. She took the key with her, but put it in the suitcase. She was too lazy to take it out, so she just knocked on the door. 10 seconds later, Lu Ling opened the door. She was wearing winter coral velvet pajamas. When she saw Liang, Lu Ling was slightly stunned. and Liang took the initiative to say hello. Good evening, Auntie. Lu Ling nodded slightly. Come in quickly, it's cold outside. Looking at Lu Ling, who was very similar to Li Xian, and Liang suddenly thought of the two sisters of the Xia family. Although Lu Ling and Li Xian could not match the similarity of the two sisters of the Xia family, they were indeed very similar. No, Annie, I will send Xian up, and I will go back first. And Liang explained. By the way, Xian, I will come to pick you up tomorrow, and we will eat out at noon. And Liang added, Li Xian nudda, see you tomorrow. And Liang waved his hand. And Liang took the elevator and left. At Li Xian's house, Lu Ling joked casually, I thought you wouldn't come back. Mom! Li Xian was coquettish. Lu Ling couldn't help but remind her, you have to be careful in Liang and don't suffer a loss. Do you understand? Li Xian responded casually and said, I know. That's nonsense. Well, Lu Ling couldn't help but sigh secretly. She could tell from Li Xian's attitude that Li Xian had fallen. But what could she do? Should he tell Li Xian directly that there is something wrong within Liang? I'm afraid Li Xian doesn't believe it. 10 minutes later, and Liang returned home. As soon as he arrived home, he received a WeChat message from Chin-Siyu. On my OG, look at what this is. Chin-Siyu. Picture. And Liang looked at the picture sent by Chin-Siyu. It was an invitation letter from the invitation performance of the violin and piano competition. She actually won? Be reasonable. And Liang always thought that Chin-Siyu was going to play the Gigi rhythm amidst the joy. After all, this big cat in the imperial capital should have fun, and should not play, she should still play. Her two competitors were all charging, and she actually won? Outrageous. Really outrageous. And Liang, you actually won? Chin-Siyu, don't believe in my strength? And Liang, racing? It does have some strength. Chin-Siyu, YYGQ, Chin-Siyu. This time, the invitational performance session was expanded. I won, Mushime won, and Li Ku also won. All three of us were invited. I see. It turned out that 3 people participated in the competition and won 3rd place in the end, and Liang didn't say anything. He was afraid that he would be bitten by a big cat later when he went to the imperial capital. And Liang, awesome. When exactly? Chin-Siyu. It should be the day after the Lantern Festival. Are you free? Chin-Siyu. I can get live tickets. The Lantern Festival is on the 8th of next month, and the registration time for Tianfu School of Economics is on the 7th or 89th. And Liang can go and register on the 7th. He will fly directly to the imperial capital that day, and he will be able to attend the next day. And Liang, no problem. And Liang, if I have time, I'll go to the school to register on the 7th and then fly here directly. Chin-Siyu, we have a holiday the day after tomorrow. So, is this a hint to Brother Liang to go to the imperial capital? Come on, let me ask Master Luo how to solve this problem. Li Xian came back today, and there was a little vixen, and now the big cat in the imperial capital hinted that she would have a holiday the day after tomorrow. Brother Liang felt that the situation was getting difficult. It seems like you need to plan your time well. Time is not about how much you have, but how you use it. Start of management. And Liang, I'll come over on the 9th, how about it? Chin-Siyu, yeah, okay, but I can only accompany you until the 12th. I told my family that there will be a holiday on the 13th. If you delay further, they will come to the school to ask. The 12th is Sunday, and the 13th is Monday. The holiday starts on the 13th. It seems reasonable, right? This piece of news is truly a blessing in disguise. And Liang, okay, how do you enjoy the Chinese New Year? Chin-Siyu, the 7th aunt, the 8th aunt, a lot of relatives, a lot of troubles at home, plus all the comparisons from generation to generation. It's really troublesome. And Liang, then don't drive the M8 back during the Chinese New Year, just drive the Ghost. Chin-Siyu, then my relatives should say that I am being taken care of by my boss. And Liang, am I not the boss? Chin-Siyu, you are not. And Liang? Chin-Siyu, what company are you the boss of? Yoho, are you looking down on Brother Liang? Chapter 626 the next day. 7 in the morning. and Liang was woken up by Sun Xia again. While having breakfast, and Xingyu explained, and Liang, regarding the EXA loan, you can inform your classmate's mother that we at AXA accept the first loan plan. Have you decided? And Liang asked back, and Xingyu nodded affirmatively. Yeah. After all, the 6-year loan interest rate is lower than the fixed deposit interest rate for the same period. This is a very good condition. Other banks cannot provide such conditions. Okay, I'll let them know later. And Liang responded, by the way, Dad, should I ask them to go directly to AXA to sign a contract? Well, I'm at the company today. You can just ask them to come over and sign the contract. And Xingyu responded, it's a pity that Li Xian is back. Otherwise, with such good news, he should be able to ask Lu Ling for supper again, right? At 7:50 in the morning, and Liang arrived at Tianlong Community in a Lamborghini Urus. Bright yellow, the Lamborghini Urus was so impressive that the security personnel let him go. When An Liang passed by the security booth, he lowered the window and handed over a box of huazi. Thanks, master. And Liang greeted. The security guard in charge of the door responded, brother, you are too polite. I'm afraid your car costs several million, right? More than 3 million. And Liang didn't hide anything and then drove into Tianlong Community. The security personnel of Tianlong Community gave face, and then Liang naturally reciprocated. Face is given to each other. Otherwise, they will respect you for being rich on the surface, but secretly call you stupid? Brother Xiao Wang, in the past, there was unlimited scenery, right? But when the black and white National Treasure self-broadcasting platform was closed, Brother Xiao Wang suffered a lot of fire, right? The biggest reason is that Brother Xiao Wang's popularity is so bad, he always doesn't give anyone face. And Liang parked the Lamborghini Urus on the roadside downstairs of a unit. He took the elevator upstairs and then knocked on the door of 1903. Who? Lu Ling's voice came, Annie, I am An Liang. And Liang responded. When An Liang sent Li Xian home yesterday, he said he would come to pick her up today. Lu Ling was not surprised. After opening the door, she responded, Xian hasn't gotten up yet. Lu Ling was also dressed in home clothes today. Perhaps it was because he had just gotten up, and Liang discovered the problem keenly. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. He is worthy of having a figure score of 94. Lu Ling once again noticed in Liang's aggressive gaze. She could only pretend not to notice. By the way, An Liang, have you had breakfast? And Liang responded affirmatively. I came here after breakfast. By the way, Annie, I have good news to tell you. We, EXA, have made a decision to discuss a 6-year loan cooperation project with your bank. Lu Ling turned around in surprise. Really? And Ling nodded affirmatively. Really? My dad is at AXA's headquarters today. You can go and sign a contract with him today. By the way, we at AXA have chosen the first option, so you need to prepare the corresponding discount strategy for the first option. Very good. Lu Ling hugged and Liang in surprise. I didn't take the initiative. Facing the excited Lu Ling, and Liang clearly felt the meaning of a body score of 94 points, which was at least AC level. Lu Ling seemed to realize the problem. She stood up naturally, then rolled her eyes at An Liang and responded, Go and wake Xian up, and I'll serve the porridge. This is a good job. And Liang walked to Li Xian's bedroom, wearing warm winter slippers. As expected, Li Xian was still sleeping. And Liang walked to the bedside and looked at Li Xian's skin, which was so white and tender that it looked like it could be broken by a blow. He couldn't help but play a trick. I saw An Liang's right hand reaching from the edge of the bed into the quilt. His right hand was a little cold. As soon as he reached in, Li Xian woke up from the cold. Li Xian exclaimed, An Liang, do you want to die? Li Xian said coquettishly. And Liang laughed and backed away. This move is called eating ice cream in Xingqing, which means feel the cold of winter. Get up quickly, it's already 8 o'clock, and Anne has cooked porridge. And Liang greeted. Li Xian looked at An Liang and said, You go out first, I want to get dressed. Okay. And Liang responded. He exited honestly and even closed the door considerately. Lu Ling is at home, and Liang behaved perfectly. What if Lu Ling is not at home? Ahem. It seems more exciting if Li Xian is not at home. In the living room, Lu Ling brought out 3 bowls of porridge, one of which was relatively small. She greeted, "On Liang, would you like some more?" And Liang did not reject Lu Ling's kindness. "Okay, thank you, Auntie. By the way, and Liang, I won't be going to sign the contract with your AXA today. The president of our branch will personally lead the team." Lu Ling explained the situation, and Liang looked at Lu Ling doubtfully, and he secretly guessed what Lu Ling meant by saying this. Could it be that this matter was the cherry on the cake? What Lu Ling talked about was finally picked up by the branch manager. "Cheap? Annie, do you still need my help with this matter?" And Liang asked. Chapter 632 Annie, Xian, I'm leaving first. My dad sent me a message that I need to attend our celebration banquet at Anxing. And Liang sat on the sofa and checked the message sent by Xingyu. And Xingyu intended to cultivate in Liang's prestige in Anxing Construction Company. The last time he paid a bonus was to introduce An Liang to the core competitiveness team of Anxing Construction. Now the purpose of letting An Liang attend the celebration banquet is to introduce An Liang to the management and logistics staff of AXA Construction, so that An Liang's symbol could be imprinted into AXA Construction, and to allow An Liang to experience the corporate culture of AXA Construction. Yu Lin responded, "Okay. I heard that Qing Yuan and Mingda are also going to attend your Anxing celebration banquet. Come over quickly. You are the protagonist today." Li Xian said, "By the way, An Liang, I'm going shopping with Sun Fei Fei and Song Xin tomorrow. Do you want me to accompany you?" And Liang asked back, "What I mean is that I don't want you to accompany me." Li Xian responded, "They are all single. They specifically told me not to take you there." "Too much." And Liang pretended to be dissatisfied. "Just go to the Little Vixen tomorrow." And Liang left Li Xian's house and went to Anxing Construction Company. At Li Xian's house, after An Liang left, Lu Ling tried on Louis Vuitton scarf while asking, "How much did you spend on him?" "Ah." Li Xian was stunned for a moment. "What's going on with these things?" Lu Ling asked. Li Xian responded, "We went to the International Financial Center today." And Liang bought a briefcase for his father and bought various things on the way. Lu Ling looked at her daughter with a headache. Li Xian seemed a little confused about the amount of money. "How much do these cost in total?" Lu Ling asked, not paying attention. "Maybe more than 50,000, right?" Li Xian responded. Lu Ling had a headache even more, and she educated her. "Do you know what more than 50,000 yuan is?" "I know." Li Xian responded. "You do not know." Lu Ling retorted, "My salary is 10,000 yuan before tax. After deducting personal income tax and related social security payments, I actually got only 7,500 yuan in the end." Lu Ling explained, "Even if I didn't eat or drink for half a year, I still couldn't save 50,000 yuan. Lu Ling added. Li Xian retorted, "Mom, I know what you're going to say, but your thinking is already outdated, okay?" Lu Ling looked at Li Xian silently. "We've discussed this before. Mom, times are changing, specific situations require specific analysis. And Liang spends money on me, which is a way of showing that he likes me." Li Xian explained. This form of expression is actually no different in essence from helping to make meals, fetching hot water, asking for help, giving brown sugar water, etc. They are all just expressions of kindness to me. Li Xian gave an example. Why do many people feel disgusted with the form of spending money to show kindness, and even demonize this form, and smear it in various ways? In fact, the fundamental reason is that the rich are in the minority and the majority of people have no money. So the majority of people occupy without the right to speak. All kinds of demonic remarks will appear. Li Xian pointed directly to the essence. Is there really a problem in gaining favor through money? As Li Xian said, there is no difference in essence between the ways of showing favor through money. It's just that it's been demonized. For An Liang, he wanted to be good to me, and he wanted to let me know, so he was willing to buy for me, and I didn't stop him. Li Xian explained, if I block him, don't accept his good things, and make a very clear distinction with him regarding money, isn't that telling him that I am unwilling to accept his good things? Li Xian asked back, money is just a way to express goodwill. Li Xian looked at Lu Ling. Mom, look at it with a fair eye and treat it as an ordinary thing. For example, when I was sick, An Liang sent me cold medicine and took care of me. That's right. Isn't it acceptable? Lu Ling retorted. But giving things is not about taking care of you when you are sick. Let us first ignore the question of whether An Liang can come and take care of me when I am sick. Li Shiyin continued. Isn't the essence of providing medicine and taking care of someone when they are sick good for a person? Yes. Lu Ling affirmed. Is the essence of shopping and giving gifts good for a person? Li Shiyin asked again. Lu Ling couldn't deny this. If you are not willing to be kind to someone, how can you be willing to spend money? Yes. Lu Ling continued to respond. So their essence is the same as being kind to people. It's just that it's easier to deliver medicine and take care of people when they are sick, so it is recognized by more people, and they feel that this method is correct. It is wrong to show kindness through money. Li Shiyin's rational analysis. Lu Ling was silent. She had been convinced by Li Shiyin's remarks because looking at the essence through the phenomenon, Li Shiyin really pointed out the problem to the point. Although it is inevitable that some people will, because money makes different choices, but the choice in that case only goes against the mainstream moral values. The mainstream moral values are the moral values of most people. But are the mainstream moral values correct? If the mainstream moral values are 100% correct, why do you need the law? The simplest example, cheating goes against the mainstream moral values, but according to the law, it is not illegal, it is just immoral behavior. So do you understand? Brother Liang must be a good man who abides by the law. Chapter 633 at Li Shiyin's home. She cleared the air for Lu Ling and explained the nature of money in the relationship between men and women. Mom, don't worry. I'm sensible. Li Shiyin added, I understand your thoughts. In fact, your thoughts also make sense. Taking in Liang and I as an example, if he is willing to spend money on me, that means he is willing to treat me well, so it is in line with the theory I mentioned before. Li Shiyin explained, but if I take the initiative and ask An Liang to buy it, and even force him to spend a lot of money when his financial conditions do not allow it, then that is what you were talking about, and this is not good. Li Shiyin added. Lu Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Li Shiyin's values are a little more rational, there is no problem. Mom, try this scarf. It is made of 100% wool. It feels very comfortable and wraps around your neck. It does not have the hard fibers that make your neck uncomfortable. Li Shiyin explained. After Lu Ling accepted Li Shiyin's values, she also happily accepted the gift from An Liang. On the other side, in Sheng Construction Company, and Sheng Yu took An Liang to patrol the company to provide services for everyone. People introduced An Liang, so that everyone knew An Liang and knew that An Liang was the future successor of Anshin Construction. At 5:30 in the evening, Holiday 5-star hotel. Anshin Construction Company reserved the venue for a celebration banquet. Wu Zhengfeng of Qingyuan, Ming Lu Deming, a man of virtue, as well as the heads of large and small companies in the Xiqing development plan, all joined the celebration banquet of AXA Construction. This time, AXA blocked 0 degree, allowing AXA to shine in the Shengqing circle and establish a powerful image. In the past, Anshin, although everyone knew that Anshin was closely connected, did not have a specific concept. Now, this concept has been concrete, and Xingyu took An Liang to welcome the guests and introduced him to the Shengqing circle after a full 2 hours of information about personal connections in the real estate industry. And Liang said he couldn't remember a few people, mainly because there were too many people. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't remember. Let's take a look at the interpersonal relationship scanning system. At the celebration banquet, An Liang became the absolute protagonist. After all, everyone is not a fool. They know very well that the changes in AXA come from An Liang, not in Xingyu. In the corner of the celebration banquet, a young woman looked at An Liang, who was chatting and laughing with the bosses, and sighed secretly in her heart, take a breath. An Liang did not notice this young woman. He walked towards Wu Zhengfeng with a glass of champagne. Qingyuan Real Estate Group Company is a giant in Shengqing Circle, and there are many people around Wu Zhengfeng. Uncle Wu, shall we go for a walk outside? An Liang greeted good. Wu Zhengfeng responded, and then said to the people around him, Sorry everyone, please excuse me. An Liang and Wu Zhengfeng walked to the back garden of the Holiday Inn with champagne in their hands. There was an outdoor swimming pool in the back garden. Unfortunately, it was winter and no one was swimming. They walked to the swimming pool, sat on the beach chairs, and put the champagne down. On beach table, Uncle Wu, "Thank you this time." And Liang thanked, polite. Wu Zhengfeng responded, as Shaoan said, "It's just a matter of effort." Killing 0 degree is really just a piece of cake for Qing Yuan. By the way, Uncle Wu, the share for the next train is out, and you can get 1/10 of what you said before. And Liang explained. Wu Zhengfeng helped. No matter whether it was just a little effort or not, the other party just helped. So and Liang must reciprocate politely. We cannot determine the specific profit margin now. If Uncle Wu is worried about the risk, we will find opportunities to cooperate in the future. And Liang said casually, "I, Mr. Wu, have been through ups and downs for more than 20 years. What risks have I not experienced?" Wu Zhengfeng added, "Cut the cake bigger? Uncle Wu is a bit greedy." And Liang teased with a smile, "I learned it from your boy." Wu Zhengfeng joked, "Lao Lu just complained about you, saying that you cheated him out of 5 parking spaces in Sky Realm, and you didn't even let go of his 50,000 yuan gas card. Mosquito legs are quite fragrant, right?" And Liang laughed happily. "That's right. It really smells good." Wu Zhengfeng responded, "Uncle Wu, from the current point of view, this portion of the cake is already the largest, and your portion is already 1/3 of what I can divide. Do you understand?" And Liang's share is 1.5 billion. He gave Wu Zhengfeng a share of 500 million, which is indeed a great deal. Grateful, Wu Zhengfeng responded. He added, "I hear what Lao Lu wants to do. He also wants to join in. What do you think? A little bit off?" And Liang responded. Wu Zhengfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He spent 90 million to get in. If Lu Deming casually got in with less than 2 million discounts, Wu Zhengfeng must have uncomfortable thoughts in his heart. And Liang controls people's hearts. His level is pretty good. He understood what Wu Zhengfeng meant by asking for information, so he refused directly. "We are not short of money for this trip. The main thing is to find someone to take the blame. If Uncle Wu can withstand the pressure, it won't be a problem for me to cut some more cake for you." And Liang said teasingly. Chapter 634. Next to the swimming pool in the back garden of the Holiday Inn. And Liang jokingly expressed his willingness to cut another piece of cake for Wu Zhengfeng. "Forget it, my piece of cake is big enough. If I ask for more, I will usurp other people's interests. According to your relationship with AXA, who knows whose interests are behind it, right?" Wu Zhengfeng probed. "Uncle Wu, how much money did you invest in launching Yuan's project, and what is the final return?" And Liang asked back, "Regarding the investment of funds, I believe you also understand that in fact, most of the funds belong to banks, and we at Qing Yuan have not invested too much funds." Wu Zhengfeng explained the situation. "This is a routine operation for developers. In terms of final benefits, according to the best-case scenario, it is probably less than 3 billion, and the recovery period is very long. Once house prices fluctuate, this profit will fluctuate." Wu Zhengfeng sighed. "It seems that real estate is really not easy to do." And Liang sighed yes. Wu Zhengfeng responded. "The real estate industry in 2020 is indeed a bit uncomfortable. By the way, when do I need to prepare the relevant funds?" Wu Zhengfeng asked. "Don't worry for now. We are expanding our investor team. Uncle Wu, just wait and see. We will notify you in advance." And Liang explained. Wu Zhengfeng responded. Wu Zhengfeng added, "Shaoan, what kind of scapegoat are you looking for? I know some people here who have good energy. If they are scapegoating, it should be fine. Someone arranged this thing, you know." And Liang looked at Wu Zhengfeng with a half smile, but not a smile. Wu Zhengfeng nodded. He would not talk about this matter anymore. Anyway, he would just wait for the profits. The celebration banquet of Onqing Construction ended at nearly 11 o'clock in the evening. And Liang has a very good drinking capacity. In addition, hiding in the back garden with Wu Zhengfeng, he didn't drink much at all. He just felt sorry for Xingyu, who was carried home by Liang. Near the early morning, Liang sent Yang Maui a WeChat message. And Liang, "Little Fox, our family matters have been settled today. I will come to see you tomorrow." And Liang posted in Sheng's celebration party on Moments, thus proving that he was indeed busy with family matters. Yang Maui, "Yeah, I'll wait for the king tomorrow." When Liang was chatting with Yang Maui, he joined Chen Siyu, Li Xian, and the two sisters from the Xia family. And Liang's chat management level was already very high, and it was impossible to overturn. Do you want to know about danger premonition ability? If there is a possibility of sending wrong information, the danger premonition ability will alert on Liang in advance. It was close to 2 o'clock in the morning, and then Liang finished chatting. He yawned and quickly fell asleep. As for the multi-row sports of kings, non-existent. The next day, it's 7:30 in the morning. Sun Xia didn't call in Xingyu and in Liang. She went out to work by herself, so she didn't bother to care about the father and son of the family. Both of them are adults. How can they still miss breakfast? 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Xian, Sun Feifei, and Song Xinxin met at Guanxin Commercial Street. Li Xian wore a white Gucci wool coat today, paired with a winter skirt and warm tights, and then put on Gucci's white sneakers, a Louis Vuitton scarf, and a Louis Vuitton PM messenger bag. The overall look, it looks like a very comfortable match. Sun Feifei is wearing high heels. Her dress is a bit mature, and she looks like an office girl. Song Xinxin still wears sportswear, and her face is as heroic as a woman's, which makes people feel that she is an athlete. Wow! After Sun Feifei saw Li Xian, she showed an envious look. Xin, you are too cool. I'm afraid you can't even withstand $50,000 with your outfit. Sun Feifei said quite enviously. Li Xian responded casually, and Liang bought it. I didn't pay attention either. I suddenly regretted it. I should have called in Liang here today. Your Liang is really a good guy. Sun Feifei's personality seems to have changed in college. Song Xinxin added on the side. I saw your on Liang yesterday. Their company held a celebration banquet. My dad insisted on taking me there. Your on Liang was absolutely perfect yesterday. The protagonist, a lot of big guys want to introduce their daughter. Song Xinxin joked. Xian, are you stressed? Li Xian smilatkun. The appearance score is as high as 96 points, plus the winner of life system adds 1 point. In addition to Ning Rushuang, who can beat her by 1 point, she can indeed do whatever she wants. Even compared with Ning Rushuang and Li Xian, the two of them are, it's just that they have different beauties, so I can't completely distinguish them. I can only say that Ning Rushuang is slightly more in line with Liang's aesthetics, so her score is a bit higher. Then call him now, and I'll call him over, okay? Li Xian asked. Sun Feifei refused. Forget it. We don't want to eat dog food. Walking around, there is a food street. I am studying outside. What I miss the most is the food street. Fortunately, Sun Feifei rejected her proposal in the end because Liang was heading to Lin Shanju, and he was going to subdue the fox demon. Chapter 635 on January 8th, it was close to 12 o'clock at noon, Lin Shanju. Yang Maui nestled in Liang's arms. She pressed one leg on Liang's leg, greedily absorbing Liang's warmth. And Liang had just fully relieved the anger he had accumulated over Li Xian's inspection of the national treasure. He said, Little fox, what happened to the food documentary we shot at the farm party? Hearing Liang's concern for her career, Yang Maui secretly felt a sigh in her heart. Warm, she responded. Beer stations and YouTube have completely different situations. And Liang was confused. What's going on? On YouTube, the narration and dubbing version recorded by DeWang has been a huge success. Among them, the food documentary Sweet and Sour Pork has been viewed more than 12 million times, and it continues to skyrocket. Li Xian explained that. According to Liang's explanation, sweet and sour pork loin and General Tso's chicken are connected. Considering the popularity of General Tso's chicken overseas, it is reasonable that the number of views of this documentary will explode. Pickled pepper pork liver and fish-flavored shredded pork also have more than 8 million views. Braised pork ribs are slightly less, with only 6 million views. Shengqing's special twice-cooked pork has 9 million views and should reach 10 million tomorrow. Yang Maui introduce. Compared with the previous hundreds of thousands of views, this kind of play volume is a huge improvement. The same video, with my introductory narration, has only a fraction of the views of DeWang. For example, Sweet and Sour Pork has only 3 million views, and most of them are from DeWang's video. Yang Maoyi explained it. She continued to add, the views of several other videos have dropped sharply, with only about 1 or 2 million views. Generally speaking, shooting by a professional team does have a certain improvement effect, but the input cost is not proportional to the output. What about the beer station? And Liang asked, the situation at the beer station is exactly the opposite. The beer station seems to prefer my style. I imitated the commentary of a bite of Xia Kingdom, taking the video of fish-flavored shredded pork as an example. My version has 16 million views, Your Majesty. The version has only 2 million views. Yang Mao Yi explained it. And Liang responded, you should pay attention to it when doing narration copywriting in the future. To create humorous narration for overseas regions, we use the official version in China. Yang Mao Yi nodded obediently. By the way, I'm going to the imperial capital tomorrow, and I have some temporary work to deal with. And Liang explained. Yang Maui asked, when will the king come back? It is expected that next Monday, depending on the specific situation. It is also possible to go directly from the imperial capital to the magic capital. A watch I booked there has arrived. It was reserved for my friend Li Tsunyuan. He is coming to Shengqing this time. I'll find time to go. Get it back. And Liang explained. Yang Maui nodded, and then turned into a fox demon and wanted to suppress the righteous giant. From the 8th to the morning of the 9th, the righteous giant and Dao suppressed the fox demon 5 times before completely suppressing the fox demon. And Liang guessed that this fox demon probably wanted to do Daoist and to be more honest in the imperial capital. It's a pity that Daoist and has 2 talents. Dragon Body Kong and a real man are definitely not 5 seconds apart. They are simply god-level talents. At 11 o'clock in the morning on January 9th, and Liang's flight successfully landed in the imperial capital at the international airport. First-class passengers get off the plane first. And Liang had no luggage, so he walked directly out of the domestic arrivals exit, then called the service number of Yunjing International Apartment and asked about the pickup service arranged by the other party. This time, and Liang did not notify Chinsiu or the imperial capital, the 3 friends of ours. Yunjing International Apartment provides such things as airport pickup. Hello, Yunjing International. How can I serve you? The service hotline service specialist of Yunjing International Apartment asked. And Liang explained the booked airport pickup service and then asked, I didn't see the pickup service person. What's the situation now? Hello, Mr. N. We are very sorry to inform you that the patrol station has blocked part of the road to the Imperial Capital International Airport. The pickup service we arranged has been delayed. The specific reason for the road closure has not yet received feedback from the patrol station. We are very sorry to Mr. Bring's trouble. The service specialist explained the situation, and Liang was stunned for a moment. The patrol station closed the road? Could it be that a big boss is traveling? No. If it is a big boss traveling, the patrol station will not block the news. Yunjing International Apartment will definitely be able to get the specific reasons. Mr. And we have dispatched a second pickup vehicle, and it is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. We apologize again and ask for your forgiveness. Additional explanation from the service specialist. Okay, I'll just wait a moment. And Liang responded in a reasonable manner. Is there any way to close the road at the patrol station? After ending the call, and Liang suddenly saw an acquaintance. He considered whether to greet the other person because this acquaintance was Lu Cini. Lu Cini also spotted in Liang, and she walked quickly come over. Why are you here? I just came from Shengqing. Why are you here? And Liang asked back. Lu Cini frowned, and she lowered her voice and said, Get out of here quickly. Oh. And Liang was confused. But before he asked the reason, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Chapter 636, Imperial City International Airport. And Liang met Lu Cini, whom he had not interacted with for a long time. There were some minor problems in the last meeting with Lu Cini. Lu Cini's favorability dropped directly to 60 points, and the 2 parties did not continue to contact each other. Now we meet again by chance at the Imperial Capital International Airport, facing Lu Cini's reminder. When Liang was about to ask the reason, he felt a sense of danger. The Danger Premonition ability, rewarded by the Life Winner system, will provide you with the super ability to predict future dangers when encountering extreme situations. When he was at the Shengqing International Financial Center, and Liang encountered an accident where the escalator collapsed. The danger premonition ability provided information to predict future dangers, allowing in Liang to avoid danger and even have the energy to save Yun Xin. The situation we are encountering now is an extremely dangerous situation. The danger premonition ability has reminded in Ling that the man behind him on the left has extreme threat capabilities. And Liang predicted the dangerous situation in the future in advance. He made a quick judgment in his mind, and because he knew the danger in advance, the real dangerous situation caused in Liang's adrenaline to secrete rapidly, preparing him for high-intensity body movements. Under normal circumstances, when humans encounter danger, they will quickly secrete adrenaline, allowing humans to have stronger strength, faster reaction capabilities, and faster speed, so as to avoid danger as much as possible small. Just as Lu Xini opened her mouth to remind him, and Liang had already made a move. And Liang quickly turned to the left and faced a man wearing a mask and a cap. And Liang made a fist with his right hand and, supported by the burst of adrenaline, hit the man in the cap at an extremely fast speed. And Liang has simulated this punch several times due to his danger premonition ability. And Liang's physical fitness is as high as 11 points, surpassing the highest level of ordinary people. His strength is also as high as 10 points, reaching the highest level of ordinary people. And Liang has master-level free fighting ability. This heavy punch accurately hit the chest of the man in the peaked hat. The powerful force passed through the protection of the chest, causing the man in the peaked hat's heart to almost stop. As soon as the man in the peaked cap raised his right hand, and Liang's left hand held down his wrist, and he was hit hard by Liang's right hand again. If there is a sound engineer on site and the audio collection equipment is arranged, you can hear the crisp sound of bone breaking when Liang hits the opponent's right forearm hard with his right hand. After only 2 blows, the man in the peaked cap fell down without any reaction at all. When he fell, his right hand dropped unnaturally and a black pistol fell out. Although the whole process seems very long, it actually takes place in just 2 seconds. It only took 2 seconds from the moment Lu Xini yelled out the word "be careful" to Liang finishing off the man in the peaked hat. The moment Liang saw the black pistol, he stepped over, then stepped on the barrel of the pistol with his foot, and then looked at the man in the peaked hat who fell to the ground. Was this man targeting him, or was it something else? Lu Xini was stunned by such a turn of events. The next moment, Lu Xini took out a pistol and pointed it at Liang. "Don't move." And Liang frowned. Although Lu Xini pointed the gun at him, his danger premonition ability did not issue an early warning. So was Lu Xini a plainclothes patrol officer or another related patrol officer? "Lu Xini, who are you?" And Liang asked calmly. "I advise you to put down the gun. Have you seen the movie?" And Liang continued, "My reaction speed is very fast. Although I can't dodge bullets, I can see through your actions before you shoot. So I advise you to put down the gun and I can give you a chance to explain. Otherwise, you won't want to know the results." Although Liang saw through Lu Xini's identity, he did not say it directly. Instead, he acted in accordance with the current situation. Lu Xini looked at Liang nervously. "I am a staff member of the National Security Investigation Bureau, and I am following this person." "Susta?" And Liang confirmed Lu Xini's identity, but on the surface she didn't believe it. "Put down the gun first. If you are really a staff member of the National Security Investigation Agency, then put down the gun and we will notify the patrol to handle it." In fact, the security mechanism of the Imperial Capital International Airport has been activated. A large number of airport security personnel are evacuating the crowd, and the patrol station at the airport have also begun to take action. The special explosion-proof patrols have arrived at the periphery, but because Lu Xini has a gun, the special explosion-proof patrols did not take immediate action. "I'm really a member of the National Security Agency," Lu Xini said again. "I will notify the patrol immediately." And Liang still acted according to the current situation. "I said, put down the gun. I can express my sincerity first. I will kick the pistol away from my feet first. You'd better not make any moves, especially those that make me misunderstand." "Good." The biggest reason Lu Xini pointed a gun at Liang was because of the pistol at Liang's feet. Even if Lu Xini didn't think Liang was a threat, she was worried about an accident, So she pointed the gun at Liang to prevent Liang from picking up the pistol. And in this country, firearms are strictly prohibited contraband. Except for a few official staff, others are absolutely not allowed to own them. That's why Lu Xini is on guard against Liang. Chapter 642 faced with the heavy chips thrown by Liang. Whether it was Huang Guoxiang, Zhou Shiwen, or Lu Xini, they all looked at him in shock. Are you serious? Huang Guoxiang stared at Liang. Zhou Shiwen looked at Liang silently. He didn't understand why Liang was so confident. Lu Xini suddenly thought of the situation when she first met Liang. Did Liang control such a powerful power? Of course I mean it, Liang said with certainty. However, the conditions on my side have not changed. I heard that you lost 50 pieces of QN2 equipment. Our security company hopes to help you investigate this matter. Liang added. Our security company can sign an agreement. If we do not come up with the results of the investigation, we will compensate 10 million yuan. The price of each QN2 micro individual automatic missile is about 30,000 yuan. One piece contains 6, and 50 pieces is 300. 10 million can only be said to be a small profit. Huang Guoxiang naturally understands this was in Liang's offer. This time Huang Guoxiang did not reject it directly. He was silent for a moment before responding, "We have no law enforcement rights in Tyrant." And Liang responded with a smile, "They will go to Hong Kong Island for vacation. You will receive reports claiming that they are members of the Haipu organization, and then you will catch them on Hong Kong Island. If, and I mean if, you had QN2, what would you do?" Huang Guoxiang asked two things, and Liang explained. First, some guys in Tyrant will be quiet. Our voice in Tyrant will be further increased, and our sphere of influence will be expanded beyond Gumen. And Liang said frankly. Second, our business in the Africa region is currently restricted by the Bald Eagle country. If we have QN2, some problems will be solved very well. And Liang added. Huang Guoxiang was stunned for a moment. Do you also have power in the Africa area? There is only a very small force, and it is just getting started. And Liang is still honest. Lao Huang, I have shown my sincerity, and I will give you another promise. And Liang added, in the future, if you need our help, based on our principle of peaceful and friendly coexistence, we will provide you with certain conveniences in Tyrant. And Liang promised. Huang Guoxiang was silent for a moment before responding, I'm going to the bathroom. And Liang looked at Zhou Shiwen. Aren't you going? Zhou Shiwen was speechless. Seeing that Zhou Shiwen didn't answer, and Liang took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of Song Ren, the boss of Renan Investment Company. When the call was connected, Song Ren's hearty voice came first. Good afternoon, brother. You haven't called me for a long time. My brother called. Brother, you have wronged me. Didn't I just speak to you on New Year's Day? And Liang responded, it's been over a week now. Isn't it not long yet? Song Ren retorted, go. You're not a beautiful woman. You can't let me call you every day, right? And Liang responded teasingly. By the way, brother, I have something I need your help with. What's up? Song Ren asked. And Liang responded. As for Haipu, they have a batch of 2 tons of high-purity white flour. They should be planning to ship it to the country. I hope my eldest brother can help check it out. In addition, I will keep an eye on all the senior management of Haipu. As for the follow-up solution, I am currently negotiating. Okay, no problem. Song Ren agreed without asking the reason at all. Thanks, brother. And Liang responded, what else can we say to say thank you? Song Ren hummed, okay, I'll make arrangements first. If you are free, remember to come to Tyrant to play. No problem, I'll find time to go to Tyrant. And Liang responded. Song Ren agreed and then hung up the phone. And Liang contacted Rennie's security company again. After waiting for the connection, and Liang took the lead and said, the target Haipu, all high-level officials, and important middle-level people all keep an eye on it and check it out. Their recent shipping records, especially those sent to China, receive. Number 1 Tang, Jinxing responded. And Liang hung up the phone directly. Zhou Shiwen watched and Liang put down his phone and asked, are you so confident that we will agree to it? If we cooperate, you can eat seafood and listen to music in Tyrant, and you can even experience Tyrant's unique rental services, and then solve a multinational white flour manufacturing and sales organization. The credit is yours. and the honor is yours. And you don't waste a single soldier. Don't you like such a good thing? And Liang asked, if we don't reach an agreement, the best result is that 2 tons of high-purity white flour have entered the Xia kingdom. I will help you find it and you can serve it in one pot. And Liang looked at Zhou Sherwin and said, but how likely do you think this is? Zhou Sherwin denied such a possibility before. 2 tons of white flour entering Xia kingdom? The probability of false information is very high. When Lu Xini told Liang before, and Liang didn't believe it too much, only by working together can we achieve a win-win situation. And Liang explained, like the FBI and the CIA in Bald Eagle Country, they silently support many local forces, so there is a lot of cooperation. Chapter 643 inches the State Guest House. And Liang answered Zhou Sherwin's question and checked the prompts from the Life Winner system. Ding! The host tasted state banquet dishes of multiple cuisines in the state guest house that spanned time, and his taste buds were satisfied. Congratulations to the host for getting a premium spending cashback card, advanced consumption cashback card, single consumption limit, 5 million consumption cashback coefficient, random 1 to 9 times consumption cashback number, 1 time. It's actually a premium consumer cashback card. So this time, no matter whether a cooperation is reached or not, Liang Gu is guaranteed to earn a high-end consumer cashback card. Almost 10 minutes later, Huang Guoxiang returned to the box. He looked at Liang with complicated eyes. We conditionally agree to your request. Huang Guoxiang's straight-to-the-point response, what conditions? And Liang asked back, if we find that you are using QN2 to do evil, we will take full advantage of you. Huang Guoxiang stated the conditions. And Liang agreed, no problem. How long does it take you to get it done? Huang Xiang asked 3 days. And Liang responded, today is the 9th, and I will leave the imperial capital on the 12th. Before I leave, I can guarantee that all problems will be solved. You sure? Huang Guoxiang asked back. I am sure. And Liang said affirmatively. Old Huang, you ask Lao Zhou and Lu Xini. When you just went to the bathroom, I had already ordered the arrangements to target the Haipu organization. You make a list. If there are no accidents, they will be vacationing on Hong Kong Island in 3 days. And Liang added. Huang Guoxiang looked at Zhou Sherwin. Zhou Sherwin nodded silently. Xiaolu, please send the list, we want a Mr. In. Huang Guoxiang ordered. Lu Xini directly sent a picture to En Liang, which contained 16 names. After reading it, En Liang responded, there are a lot of people, so we don't care whether we live or die, right? Huang Guoxiang did not force it. I want to live as long as I can. Clear. And Liang used the internal communication solution of Rini Security Company to send the list, and then made a call in front of Huang Guoxiang. Number 1, have you received the message? Received. Tang Jinxing responded, send the information to Brother Song Ren. I will get the results today, then send these packages to Hong Kong Island. Contact me after they are delivered, and I will arrange for someone to receive them. And Liang ordered, by the way, let's get rid of the entire Haipu and find their source of goods. You wait. And Liang paused and looked at Huang Guoxiang. Lao Huang, will you arrange for someone to come there? And Liang asked. Huang Guoxiang looked at Lu Xini. How many people can we arrange to go there? That's your business. 1 is never too few, and 10 is never too many. Of course, if you want to transport things back, I suggest you have more people, so as not to get caught on the road and come back to doubt me. And Liang said, forget it, I provide a delivery service and deliver the things to your doorstep. You can arrange for someone to receive it yourself. Is that okay? And Liang said, thoughtfully. Oh. Huang Guoxiang nodded affirmatively. Then we will arrange for 10 people to go there. And Liang made okay with the gesture. He continued to say to Tang Jinxing, Number 1, I will arrange for 10 people to go there. They are from the Xia State National Security Investigation Bureau. The information you should keep secret must be kept secret. Anyway, lead them to find 2 tons of goods. By the way, send them to the Xia Kingdom coastline, and they will arrange for someone to pick them up. Okay, Tang Jinxing responded, get ready for action. I hope to have results today. And Liang ordered receive. Tang Jinxing still responded succinctly. And Liang hung up the phone. I've got it done here, Lao Huang. You can arrange to investigate the QN2 matter. I hope that when we deliver the white noodles you want, You will carry out the relevant investigations. Give them the information and let them take it back to study the case slowly. Huang Guoxiang understood what En Liang meant. He handed over by Mian with one hand and QN2 with the other. If 50 pieces of QN2 were used to wipe out the Haipu organization, it would definitely be a great achievement for the National Security Investigation Bureau. More importantly, En Liang, he even gave me money. According to the information obtained by the National Security Investigation Bureau, in the past 5 years, the Haipu organization has transported at least 1,000 kilograms of high-purity white flour to the country every year. If this organization can be killed, it will be a disaster. Everyone celebrates. Okay, we will prepare the relevant information. After you get it done, we will notify you of the docking location and the relevant identification code. Huang Guoxiang said no problem, and Liang responded. Huang Guoxiang added, Mr. N, we will leave a contact information. After you have settled the matter, please feel free to contact us. And Liang teased, Old Huang, just ask Lu Sini to send me your number. You must have my contact information. Huang Guoxiang coughed. We did investigate Mr. N before. After all, the power Mr. N showed before was so amazing. I think the power shown now is even more amazing. And Liang responded, I met Lu Sini in Tyrant before. She was investigating Haipu at that time, right? After all this time, have you still not closed the network? And Liang teased. Huang Guoxiang was speechless. It's just a joke. You have your own rules. The main reason is that there are too many restrictions, so we have no restrictions. So, we will be friends from now on, and I can help more or less with Tyrant. And Liang responded, Thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late. I'll take a step first. And Liang stood up and said, Lu Sini, please remember to send me Lao Huang's mobile phone number. Lu Sini nodded silently. Huang Guoxiang greeted, Xiao Lu, please see Mr. N off. Okay, Lu Sini stood up and sent En Liang out. After En Liang and Lu Sini left, Huang Guoxiang asked, Old Zhou, do you think you can finish it in 3 days? Although rationally, I know that the Haipu organization is very powerful, and I also know that the top management of the Haipu organization is very cunning, I believe that he can handle it. Zhou Sherwin responded. Huang Guoxiang nodded slightly. It's only 3 days. If he really does it, we will have a huge boost, and the situation in Tyran will be even better in the future. It's not that simple. He asked for QN2 this time. What about next time? Zhou Sherwin responded. Chapter 644 Tyrant, Gumen. Today's Gumen is still a congested and noisy city. A large number of tourists from all over the world enter the capital of Tyrant, without even realizing that today's Gumen is undercurrent. Currently, Rennie's Security Company and Renin Investment Company account for 70% of Gumen's underground forces, but no one knows that the remaining 30% is actually in the hands of both parties. But it is not clear. It's just a face-to-face takeover. When En Liang's order was passed to Rennie Security Company immediately started operating at high speed, and Renin Investment Company was also cooperating with the action. A warehouse in the old town of Kumen, this is the headquarters of the Haipu organization. The leader Sriracha asked, Vic Hai, don't you have any information about that boy Luanwei? Luanwei was the unlucky guy who was sent to the hospital by En Liang. Wei Chai is the warehousing and freight supervisor of Haipu organization. He is responsible for all shipments. Luanwei is Wei Chai's younger brother, and he is from the same hometown. No news yet. According to our agreement, he should contact us and provide feedback 1 hour and 20 minutes before. Vic Hai responded. Something must have happened, Sriracha said with certainty. Pay close attention to the situation in Xia Kingdom. By the way, there is nothing wrong with this batch, right? Don't worry, boss. There is absolutely no problem with this batch of goods. We have hidden this batch of goods on the border between Tyrant and Xia Kingdom. We will wait for the buyers from Xia Kingdom to confirm the information before we ship it here. Wechai explained. No shipments will be made for the time being, as the situation in Xia country is unstable. Sulacha responded. By the way, this bastard Silifeng went to the bar again. Silifeng is the financial director of Haipu organization. He has a bad habit. He likes to go to bars very much and likes to be hugged. Which I responded, yes. This bastard, Sriracha responded. Tell him to keep a low profile and don't cause trouble for me. Rini and Rinin have been a bit strong recently. Wei Chai responded, "Don't worry, boss." Wang Shi went with him and 3 younger brothers. Wang Shi is the security director of Haipu organization. It's always good to be careful, and I always have a feeling this bastard is going to get us into trouble. Su Lacha said with a hum. In fact, Su Lacha guessed it right. Both Silly Feng and Wang Shi have been controlled by Rini Security Company, and they asked about the location of the old city warehouse. Rini, the personnel of the security company, have already reached outside the old city warehouse. The combat team of Rini Security Company is very well equipped, whether it is combat uniforms, firearms, or various tactical equipment. Almost all the equipment in active service in the United States. When Rini Security Companies, when the combat team surrounded the old city warehouse, smoke grenades and detonation bombs were thrown in, and then the combat team from Rini Security Company rushed in. The combat team from Rini Security Company was completely an elite combat unit, and the white-faced guys from Haipu organization, where they are untrained and unorganized native chickens and dogs. The raid was very successful. Both Sriracha and Vic Hai were captured alive. Within 2 hours after An Liang gave the order, almost the entire top level of the Haipu organization was wiped out, and the middle and lower levels were under attack. Was continuously tracked and intercepted. If there were no accidents, I am afraid that it was just as An Liang ordered. He hoped that there would be results today. While Rini Security Company and Rinin Investment Company were acting, An Liang left the state guest house accompanied by Lu Sini. "Where do you want to go?" Lu Sini asked. "Yunjing International Apartment." An Liang responded, "By the way, did you block part of the road leading to the airport before?" Lu Sini responded affirmatively. "Well, we are trying to intercept Rinwei Valeriello. He is the pioneer of the Haipu organization. If we catch him, we will have the opportunity to learn more about the Haipu organization. He is useless. We will definitely help you dismantle the Haipu organization." An Liang said calmly. Lu Sini looked at An Liang with complex eyes. "Are you sure you can do it? Do you think the Haipu organization is very powerful?" An Liang replied casually. "The white-faced organization has no future in Tyrant. It is now 2020, not 2000. Taking Yanin Investment as an example, we rely on Thailand to provide financial services. With the special circumstances of Thailand, the entire Gumin is our pasture. Do you understand? If you have investigated me, you should know what kind of power we have in common. Under such circumstances, what do you think we can do that cannot make money?" An Liang added. According to An Liang's suggestion, Rini Security and Rinin Investment have already seized 20% of the small and medium-sized loan services in Koman and are continuing to expand the market. Koman has a population of 9 million and occupies the largest share of Thailand's RAND accounts for 44% of the total economic output. In such a market, Rini Security and Rinin Investment are accelerating to occupy the small and medium-sized loan service market. Once they occupy more than half of the market in the future, there may be billions of dollars every year. Xia Guiyuan, level profit. White flour business. How much white flour do you need to sell to get so much money? And Liang wants QN2 to protect this business, so that Rini Security and Rinin Investment can further expand the market and become a leader in this field. New Overlord. Chapter 645. Naturally, the small and medium-sized loan services provided by Rini Security and Rinin Investment were not discovered by the National Security Investigation Bureau. In fact, what if they were discovered? It is not illegal to serve small and medium-sized loans in Tyrant. Even in Xia State, small and medium-sized loan services are not illegal. Take Mr. Malaysia's Huabei and Jiebei as examples. These two small and medium-sized loan services have almost integrated into the lives of the vast majority of netizens. Is it illegal? In view of Thailand's special situation, An Liang switched small and medium-sized loan services from online to offline. Anyway, Yanin Investment Company has a large number of staff behind the scenes, so it is just right for them to provide offline services. How about being a gangster for a day? Yunjing International Apartment. Lu Sini left An Liang immediately after sending him there. She now has very complicated feelings about An Liang, and she needs to slow down. That An Liang didn't care about Lu Sini and walked into the entrance hall. Shujie, the entrance lobby manager, greeted, "Mr. and welcome home." And Liang nodded slightly, then walked into the elevator and chose the 88th floor. Room 8806. In Liang verified his fingerprints and opened the door. He hadn't told Chen Siyu that he had come to the imperial capital because he wanted to give Chen Siyu a surprise. However, room 8806 was very quiet, and Chen Siyu was not in the living room. Liang walked to the bedroom. He found that the bedroom door was ajar, the curtains in the room were drawn, the lights were turned off, and there was a figure on the bed. It seemed that the big cat in the imperial capital was taking a nap, and Liang walked over lightly, preparing to give Chen Siyu a surprise. However, when Liang carefully pounced on the figure on the bed, he discovered a problem, because the person on the bed was Ning Rushuang, not Chen Siyu. What's worse is that Ning Rushuang opened her eyes, and Liang's current action was very embarrassing. He threw himself on Ning Rushuang. He originally thought it was Chen Siyu, so he planned to give Chen Siyu a passionate kiss. After Chen Siyu opened his eyes, it turned out to be Ning Rushuang. Something bad happened. Ning Rushuang looked at Liang, and Liang looked at Ning Rushuang. They were staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. This situation is simply a dilemma, right? Further, it seems that the other party's attitude is not clear. Take a step back. I can't bear to part with it. Ning Rushuang's appearance is the tallest among the girls, and Liang knows. What's more important is that Ning Rushuang has a frosty temperament, which makes people want to melt her and see if she is hot inside. And Liang uses a new interpersonal scanning system to check Ning Rushuang's information. Ning Rushuang. Age, 20. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 52 kg. Appearance, 98 figure, 92 favorability, 85 purity and essence, 100 character and morality, 90 physical health, 92. Ning Rushuang's special attribute used to be 96 points, but now it has been broken down into 3 to provide more detailed information. The moral character exactly 90 points? Interesting. So you need to take a gamble? Why don't you get up? Ning Rushuang's cold voice came. Hearing Ning Rushuang's voice, Liang not only did not get up, he directly mistook Ning Rushuang for Chen Siyu and kissed her as planned. Ning Rushuang was stunned. Her eyes widened very big, as if she didn't believe Liang kissed her directly. When she waited for her reaction, Liang had already broken through her defense. Ning Rushuang had never been in love, never even held hands, let alone kissed. She and Song Qian were clamoring to let Chen Siyu share on Liang, and so on. But in fact, it was more of a talk, thus expressing her envy for Chen Siyu. Now it seems that the talk has really developed, and Ning Rushuang is worried again. What to do if Chen Siyu finds out? However, even Ning Rushuang herself didn't realize the biggest problem. Her first reaction to being forcibly kissed by Liang was that she was worried about being discovered by Chen Siyu. Not anything else. For example, Liang shouldn't kiss her. The question seemed to be ignored by Ning Rushuang. Liang kissed Ning Rushuang forcefully, and he finally confirmed one thing. This girl just looked cold. Because he found that Ning Rushuang was responding to him clumsily. Just now Liang was, "Are you ready to be slapped? Did you bet correctly?" Did Mr. And win this round again. Liang is obviously pushing the envelope, and he is no longer satisfied with the current situation. Mr. And super evolves, and in Lushan's state changes body, and Lushan's claws are out. In the past, Liang always said that Ning Rushuang was a red panda, but he saw it later, and now he has personally checked it. It is indeed not a red panda, and it has definitely reached the sea level standard. Sure enough, some people the situation is just not visible on the surface. Faced with the invasion of Lushan's claws, Ning Rushuang actually did not resist. Is she weak, helpless, and pitiful? Sure enough, some things are just as easy to make as they are wrong. Repent. Why should you repent? How can scumbag men understand the helplessness of a good man like Brother Liang? Chapter 646, Yunjing International Apartment. Liang mistakenly mistook Ning Rushuang for Chen Siyu. Even after discovering his mistake, he still had no intention of repenting. No, not here. Ning Rushuang's resistance is still very weak, but it is very effective. On Liang, please, not here. Ning Rushuang, he spit it. She was worried that Chun Siyu would come back suddenly and the situation would become uncontrollable. And Liang leaned into Ning Rushwang's ear and whispered, "Is it okay if I'm not here?" Ning Rushwang's earlobes turned red all of a sudden. Seeing Ning Rushwang's acquiescence, and Liang used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check her information again. This time, two information about Ning Rushwang appeared in the interpersonal relationship scanning system. A change. The first point is that the favorability score has increased from 85 points to 90 points. According to the scoring instructions of the interpersonal relationship scanning system, a favorability score of 90 points is the standard for a couple's relationship. So it really just needs to be changed to another place, right? The second change point is that the moral character has dropped from 90 points to 89 points. Could it be because I feel sorry for my best friend? So I feel guilty, but I am willing to be with Liang, so my conscience is condemned? By the way, why are you here? And Liang got up from the bed and asked more. Are you on holiday? Ning Rushwang silently arranged the clothes that were messed up by Lushan, and she responded, "We have a holiday on the 6th. She answered the second question, but skipped the first. As for Siyu, didn't she say she was on holiday? And Liang asked doubtfully. She was selected by the invitational performance section of the violin and piano competition, you know? Ning Rushwang asked back, and Liang nodded affirmatively. I know. She is attending training camp at school. Ning Rushwang responded. The masters from the National Conservatory of Music are training them to prepare for the invited performances later. And Liang nodded slightly and asked again, So why are you here? Ning Rushwang was silent, leg injuries still not healed. And Liang asked again. Ning Rushwang denied, it's basically fine. As long as you avoid extreme practice, there will probably be no problem. Have you gone for a checkup? And Liang added, well, I've checked it out. I'll take another month's rest during the winter vacation. After the next semester starts, I'll need to practice hard and catch up again. Ning Rushwang responded. After Ning Rushwang responded, and Liang took the initiative and said, Wait a moment, I'll call Siyu and ask her when she will come back, and we can make plans for dinner in the evening. Ning Rushwang felt a little guilty. Otherwise, why don't you say you're here? I opened the door with my fingerprint and came in. Do you think Shin Siyu didn't know? An Liang responded. Yunjing International Apartment is a smart apartment. All information about the fingerprint door lock can be checked through the mobile app. Forget it if you don't tell it. If you lie, you will definitely be found out. Ning Rushwang said nervously. What should we do? Salad. And Liang couldn't help but reached out and pinched Ning Rushwang's little face. Her skin was very smooth, and the original pinching action turned into a gentle caress. While stroking Ning Rushwang's delicate and smooth little face, and Liang contacted Chen Siyu. After waiting for Chen Siyu to answer the phone, and Liang spoke first. Siyu, where are you at school? And Liang asked, well, you're here? Chen Siyu asked back. I'm at the apartment. And Liang responded, I discovered a terrible thing. Why is Ning Rushwang here and sleeping in the master bedroom? Do you have any secret relationship that you can't tell? Please tell me honestly. I will be lenient if I confess. Understand. And Liang directly struck first. As for what kind of ulterior relationship Ning Rushwang and Chen Siyu have, according to the judgment of the interpersonal relationship scanning system, there is no such situation. Chen Siyu said scornfully, You, the on my OG have started again. Shuang Shuang, and I but innocent, so why is she here? And Liang asked curiously, and then added, she should be on vacation. Why doesn't she go home? After asking this question, and Liang felt something strange about Ning Rushwang. She just couldn't help but want to avoid in Liang's palm, as if she was avoiding this question. And Liang asked her twice just now, but she avoided answering. So when Liang asked Chen Siyu should know, right? Is there any special reason? Chapter 652 Hot Pot Cooking. And Liang silently calculated the consumption, and after adding the service fee of 12 yuan, he complained crazily in his heart. The total was 13,677 yuan, which was a bit cheap. Fortunately, Brother Liang was complaining in his heart. Otherwise, if the four people spent more than 13,000 on food and beverages and still thought it was cheap, they would most likely be treated as fake, right? About 5 minutes after they placed their order, The cooking staff of the hot pot cuisine came over and said, "Hello, sir. I will be cooking for you at this table. Do you think you can start cooking now?" An Liang nodded. "No problem." After An Liang agreed, the cooking staff began to prepare the cooking. He introduced to An Liang, "We will first cook the specially selected Wagyu sirloin sukiyaki. The first slice is directly made with special sauce. It only takes a few seconds to cook it. Please mix it with the sterile egg liquid and eat it directly." And Liang nodded. The cooking staff immediately started cooking. The first round of cooking was the specially selected Wagyu sirloin sukiyaki. It was processed in just a few seconds. Then it was put in a sterile egg liquid and handed to An Liang, and then continued to cook the other three. The special selection of Wagyu beef brain sukiyaki. And Liang tasted the specially selected Wagyu sirloin sukiyaki dipped in egg liquid. The M12 grade Australian Wagyu sirloin almost melted in your mouth but was slightly greasy. If you don't like fatty meat, you probably won't be able to accept this taste. It seems that Chun Siyu has really done his homework. The only on-site cooking of hot pot cuisine is sukiyaki, and other cooking is done in the back kitchen, such as grilled goldfish, which is naturally impossible to cook on site. And Liang finished 3 slices of specially selected Wagyu sirloin sukiyaki first, and then he ate 3 slices of specially selected Wagyu sirloin sukiyaki. The texture of the upper brain part was indeed not as greasy as the sirloin. After finishing 2 portions of sukiyaki, An Liang ate some cantaloupe to relieve his tiredness, and other dishes were served one by one, including the grilled golden fish that Chun Siyu was most looking forward to. Jinji fish is worthy of being called the neon national fish. Its meat is delicate and full of umami. The key is that it looks greasy, but does not feel greasy. This is very good. Everyone was indulging in the delicious food, and no one in the circle of friends ate first. An Liang, "We also want to eat golden fish." Towards the end, Chun Siyu added, and Liang responded, "No problem. How much do you want?" Of course, there is only one. Chun Siyu couldn't help complaining. They want to keep in shape, so adding a golden fish is already the biggest concession. And Liang greeted the service staff and asked to add 4 golden fish. Finally, the cost of the dish reached 17,585 yuan, which at least exceeded Tong sushi. The final consumption. The grilling of the golden fish took some time. Nearly half an hour later, the 4 golden fish were served, and Liang finished them in 3 or 2 bites. He was 80% full now, but he had no intention of eating anymore. 80% full is a very good state. Although there is a cashback card for food enjoyment, there is no need to force you to eat more. A cashback card for food enjoyment requires both food and enjoyment. Is eating too much enjoyment? That is suffer. For example, when eating a buffet, there is really no need to think about getting back your money. Eating is a happy thing, and there is no need to care too much about the cost. As long as the financial conditions allow, then concentrate on enjoying the joy of eating. 3 girls eat, they had to go a little slower, and it took nearly a quarter of an hour before they finished eating the golden fish. Chun Siyu said with satisfaction, "I feel so full, so comfortable." These words, does that sound like a problem? Song Qian agreed. As expected of Jinji fish, this tastes really good. Ning gros wonk, sait distresetli, you miserable. After this meal, I will have to dance for another 2 hours to burn off these calories. Chun Siyu answered, "I'll dance with you." Dance together? Could it be that Chun Siyu also knows how to play a horse? Song Qian hummed and said, "I don't care anymore. I don't have a boyfriend anyway. If you are fatter, you will be fatter. You will lose weight when school starts, and you can eat boldly during the Chinese New Year." And Liang made up his mind while adding, "Then I gained 20 pounds during the Chinese New Year. Even more, I couldn't find a boyfriend, so I turned my grief and anger into food intake, continued to eat and drink, and then gained 10 pounds, repeating the vicious cycle." Wow! Song Qian complained directly to Chun Siyu. "Siyu, please take care of your family and Daxian. He always suddenly turns into an onmyoji. It's so difficult for me." Chun Siyu held in Liang's arm and said, "Brother Liang, don't bully Qianqian all the time. After all, the rain and dew are both there, and you can bully Shuang Shuang by the way." Huh? Testing? And Liang carefully sensed the danger premonition ability rewarded by the life winner system. And there was no reaction at all. So, isn't it testing? Ning Rushuang responded calmly. And Daxian should bully you. Song Qian agreed. Yes, let Daxian bully you. Chun Siyu's face suddenly turned red. There is a difference between bullying and bullying. The bullying she was talking about and the bullying Ning Rushuang and Song Qian were talking about are completely different things, okay? And Liang did not participate in the topic of the little sluts. He greeted checkout with the service staff. Chapter 653, the food consumption for 4 people is 17,585 yuan, and the service fee is 12 yuan. There is no discount, and the total consumption is 17,597 yuan. An Liang pays directly by credit card ding. The food enjoyment cashback card was used successfully. Random cashback coefficient for this gourmet enjoyment. 99. The satisfaction and pleasure coefficient of this food enjoyment. 2.99. The final cash rebate amount for this gourmet enjoyment. 5,208,888 yuan. The funds for this cashback reward are obtained from the U.S. stock market through the host's private investment account at Anshin Investment Company. It will be completed on the latest U.S. stock trading day, and the corresponding funds can be freely operated the next day. The cashback reward funds this time, whether it is a profit method or a profit operation method, are reasonable and legal. All operations are well documented. Please feel free to use the corresponding reward funds. The total amount of cashback for this gourmet meal is very auspicious. The combination of 520 and 8888 will make Brother Liang's personal account reach a height of 7 million when this amount of funds is received. So Brother Liang never worries about the pocket money in his personal account. Anyway, there are various prizes if you do one thing. You can earn millions. No matter how much pocket money you have, it will be enough, right? After paying the bill, and Liang greeted, "Beauties, let's go?" Chun Siyu took the initiative and said, "We are so full. Brother Liang, let's find a place to go shopping." And Liang asked, "Where do you want to go?" Chun Siyu asked, shaking his head, "I don't know. SKP or In Time?" And Liang asked, "Both SKP and In Time are the top shopping malls in the imperial capital, gathering all the world's top luxury brands." Chun Siyu shook his head. "If there is nothing you want to buy, let's take a walk." Song Qian was envious on the side. "It's okay if you don't want to buy anything. Siyu, do you dare to lend me your Indaxian to be my boyfriend? I want to buy. Chun Siyu hummed. "Of course I dare. Come, Qian, I'll lend him to you." Masterin said, "Chojo. Wow. Siyu, look at him." Song Qian couldn't complain. "Is she ugly? She's one of the most beautiful women in 1,000, right?" Chun Siyu looked at Ning Rushuang. Shuang, come and try." Ning Rushuang responded calmly, "No, he is the master of yin and yang, and I am afraid of him too." Chun Siyu looked at Liang and said, "Masterin, what do you think?" "I see with my eyes." And Liang directly held Chun Siyu's hand, and he secretly wondered in his heart. This was Chun Siyu's second test, right? Could it be that Chun Siyu was suspecting something? But why didn't his danger premonition ability send out a prompt? Otherwise, we can visit the Qiqing Commercial Center, which looks quite interesting. And Liang suggested. Song Qian refused directly. "No, there is nothing to shop in this Qiqing Commercial Center. It would be better to go back to each other's houses while shopping here. It would be more interesting for everyone to go back and play the piano for a while." "There is nothing wrong with this logic," Ning Rushuang interjected. "Masterin, have you been to Pan Garden? Antique Market?" And Liang asked back. Song Qian hummed at the side. "That's called a flea market. Antique? It's all a lie." Ning Rushuang seconded. "I went there when I was a child. At that time, I often heard that people suddenly became rich in Panyuan. Now Panyuan has been transformed into a flea market." Chun Siyu responded, "I haven't been there for a long time. How about we go for a walk?" And Liang responded. He silently communicated with the life winner system in his mind, asking if the life winner system could load a treasure identification system for him, even a temporary one. He was going to pick up the leaks. However, there was no movement at all from the life winner system. Start Business. The center is in the North District, and Pan Yuan is on the third lane of the Southeast District. Chun Siyu drove over in a BMW M8C. She pulled Ning Rushuang and Song Qian into her car, and Liang could only drive a black badge ghost to follow the BMW. Behind M8C, around 8 o'clock in the evening, the four of them arrived at Pan Yuan. Song Qian introduced him Liang. Pan Yuan used to close at 6 o'clock, but now Pan Yuan has opened a night market, which is a bit like the ghost market in the past. I heard from my dad that there are always some strange products in the night market in Pan Yuan. Strange merchandise? And Liang was confused. Song Qian lowered her voice and said, "It's just all kinds of fakes. The light at night is not good, and there are more scams and scams. Let's take a look later. Don't ask about the price, and don't buy. Naturally, you won't be fooled." Song Qian explained. Pan Yuan in 2020 has been completely formalized and is no longer as complicated as it was 20 or 30 years ago. In Pan Yuan, Song Qian volunteered to lead the way, and Liang held hands with Chun Siyu, and Chun Siyu held hands with Ning Rushuang. The three of them followed Song Qian. As Song Qian said, Pan Yuan in the night market really had all kinds of things. And Liang even saw a middle-aged man telling stories attentively, saying that the toilets sold at his stall were used by Lafayette. A toilet is a toilet. Is there any special bonus for anyone who has used it? And Liang said that everyone was stupid. Chapter 654 Pan Yuanzhong and An Liang are really in the rhythm of shopping. They only look, don't ask, and don't buy. And Daxian, there seems to be a lot of fun over there. Song Qian greeted. And Liang looked over and found that many people had gathered in front of a store. They walked over and took a look, only to find that this was a stone gambling site. It's actually gambling on stones. Song Qian was surprised. A young man was publicly dissecting the stone, as the emery wheel cut through the rough jadeite, but there was nothing inside. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter from the discussion of the surrounding people, and Liang listened. As a general rule, this young man has opened 7 jadeite rough stones and invested nearly 3 million. But he has not found any jadeite, not even the worst quality jadeite. It seems that this young man's luck is a bit bad. Song Qian, apparently having heard the gossip, she said beside Liang, and Daxian, your luck seems to be good. Do you want to try it? And Liang is not interested in gambling on stones. But seeing that the three women were all interested, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll open one." When he was cooking in the hot pot, the random cashback coefficient for food enjoyment was 99 times. Does this mean he is very lucky? "Man." And Liang walked to the front of the store and greeted the young man. The other person looked at Liang and asked doubtfully, "Brother, are you okay? I see that my buddy has opened several yuan. How about taking a break, and I can open 2 yuan?" And Liang explained. The young man nodded. "Okay, buddy, thank you for the change of luck. I'll increase the late-night snack later, and it will be mine." This young man is quite interesting. Even if he loses 7 yuan in a row, his mentality is still so stable. Polite. And Liang responded, "By the way, buddy, my name is Liang, safe and kind Liang." "Ah, what a great name, bro." The young man responded, "My name is Lu Xingbong, Wendao Lu, Xingbong of Xinghua Anbong." The guy's name is not bad either. And Liang responded, "Brother, you have to choose carefully. The stones in Tambuozai are outrageous. I opened 7 of them, and they were all broken stones." Lu Xingbong complained, and Liang nodded, "I'll give it a try." When Liang was selecting raw jade stones, the boss of Tambuozai introduced himself. "Hello, little brother. Kong Dei from Tambuozai. Do you understand the rules of stone gambling?" And Liang shook his head. "I'm not sure. I just think it's fun, and I'm going to buy 2 pieces to try." Kong Dei rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "In the stone gambling shop, it is important to clear both money and goods before buying and leaving. No matter if you offer an imperial green worth over 100 million or a worthless piece of shit, it's all your own luck and misfortune. Do you understand?" And Liang nodded. "Understood. Since my little brother doesn't know how to gamble on stones and just thinks it's fun, I recommend that he play on a smaller scale. The rough stones here range from hundreds to thousands of dollars, so it's suitable for beginners to play casually." Kong Dei said in a deliberately irritating tone. How could Liang not hear the other side's irritating intentions? However, Under such circumstances, the winner system in life was not triggered? No. Shouldn't there be a task, and then instruct in Liang to choose a piece of jadeite? And then cut out glass-type imperial green top-quality jade worth more than 100 million? Although the life winner system ignored in Liang, and Liang would not choose hundreds or thousands of rough stones. He pointed at any time. That rough stone over their woolen cloth? The rough stones over there are very expensive, costing hundreds of thousands or even millions. Condé responded. And Liang observed Lu Xingbang out of the corner of his eye, and he discovered something unusual about Lu Xingbang, because Lu Xingbang didn't seem to care whether he could drive to Jade, two people playing a game, and Liang is not afraid of playing a game. It just so happened that in Liang and the National Security Investigation Bureau he made a friend, and he was going to test the sincerity of the National Security Investigation Bureau. If he was deceived here, the National Security Investigation Bureau should help solve the problem, right? Which is the most expensive rough stone? And Liang asked. Kong Dei glanced at the Patek Philippe G 6002-010 on in Liang's left wrist. It was impossible for an expert like him to miss it. He recognized at a glance that it was a watch worth 17 million, not a black starry sky worth more than 2 million. This piece, Kong Dei pointed to a rough stone the size of a basketball. This is the treasure of our store, worth 2 million. It is an old material from the Burmese store. If the little brother knows this, he will naturally understand that it must be worth 210,000 inch. After all, it has the potential to produce results worth hundreds of millions. Kong Dei tempted in Liang, no problem. That's it, swipe your card. And Liang handed the bank card directly to Kong Dei. Kong Dei secretly sighed in his heart. He is worthy of being a rich man wearing a Patek Philippe watch. 2 million is just a small problem for such a rich man, right? Lu Xingbang looked at Liang in surprise. You even have to wonder if Liang knows him. Otherwise, he doesn't understand anything. So he just buys a jadeite stone worth 2 million? Is he really a fool with too much money? Chapter 655. It only took less than a minute from Liang's decision to purchase to the completion of swiping the card, and then another 5 minutes to solve the problem. Just like Lu Xingbang's bad luck, and Liang's luck was also bad. The raw jade stone that I spent 2 million to buy 5 minutes ago is now a pile of rubble and worthless. Kong Dei said hypocritically, "Little brother, you are not very lucky," and then sneered in his heart. He had already discovered the problem. However, before Liang got angry, Lu Xingbang spoke first. "Boss, I don't think this guy's luck is bad, but your luck is bad." Kong Dei frowned. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Lu Xingbang sneered. "I mean, you have two choices now. First, refund the money that this buddy and I spent intact, and pay compensation according to the rule of 1 for 1 fake and 3 for 3. Lu Xingbang responded. "What about the little brat's blackmail?" Kong Dei sneered. "Do you know where this is?" Lu Xingbang sneered. "It seems you chose the second path." "Okay, then follow the second path. You are suspected of consumer fraud, and the amount involved is extremely huge. I have notified the patrol department, so just wait patiently." Kong Dei still sneered. "Are you afraid of being a master? Our Panyuan has Panyuan's rules. As I just said, if you buy it and leave it, you will be responsible for your profits and losses." Some onlookers expressed their support. "Yes, this is the rule of our Panyuan." This guy is really unreasonable. Wouldn't he admit it when he lost money betting on stones? "Young man, please take some advice. This kind of thing is a matter of luck. If you have bad luck, you can't blame anyone." Lu Xingbang responded calmly. "Let me remind you in advance that those who are still talking to Boss Kong will be treated as accessories to the fraud case later. I spent a total of 3.09 million, and this buddy spent 2 million. The total amount of fraud is as high as 5.09 million. According to our country's legal standards, the amount of fraud exceeds 500,000, which falls under the standard of extremely huge amount." Lu Xingbang continued. "The sentencing standard for particularly huge amounts is a fixed-term imprisonment of more than 10 years to life imprisonment, and a concurrent fine or confiscation of property. According to the circumstances of Boss Kong's fraud of 5.09 million, there is a high probability that he will be sentenced to life imprisonment and his property will be confiscated." The sentencing standard for accomplices may be 3 to 10 years in prison. If you don't want to be implicated, I suggest you leave now. Lu Xingbang said calmly. Originally, there were people in the crowd supporting Boss Kong, but after Lu Xingbang finished speaking, they quietly shut up and even left secretly. This kind of thing has nothing to do with truth or falsehood, because they simply can't afford to gamble. What if it's true? What if he is really treated as an accessory and sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison? That's not a big deal. Lu Xingbang watched some of the melon eaters leave quietly. He looked at Kong Dei again. Boss Kong, you have lost. Do you understand? Kong Dei's face changed. He snorted coldly. I don't understand what you are talking about. I will report the case immediately and contact the police. You are the one suspected of extortion. Please do so. Lu Xingbang responded. All of your jadeite stones are fake stones that have been opened and then repaired using 3D printers. Although they're almost fake, the fake ones are fake. I have taken the corresponding videos and left the evidence. The patrol will come in a while. I hope you can still be so tough when facing the patrol. Lu Xingbang responded. And Liang was watching the show. Is this Zhang Liangji's encounter with the latter? Kong Dei thought Lu Xingbang was a fat sheep, but it turned out that Lu Xingbang was the hunter. The goal was to trick Kong Dei in turn. Kong Dei's face became very ugly. He never thought about being discovered. Who are you? Kong Dei stared at Lu Xingbang. I said, my name is Lu Xingbang. Lu Xingbang responded, but people in the world call him Guisho Lu. It turns out to be Mr. Ghost Lu. Kong Dei sighed. Master Gui Lu, I admit defeat and ask for a way to survive. Didn't I give you a way to survive? Lu Xingbang responded. Kong Dei said with a sad face. Master Gui Lu, how can I have so much money? I will return your money to you, and the things in the store will be returned to you. You each pick one at random and ask Master Gui Lu to show your favor. You just lack some sincerity. Lu Xingbang complained. While begging me to save my life, you were setting a trap for me. How can you not know what kind of garbage you have in your store? Give you another chance to return our money and buy the jade we sold at the same price. We have to sign a contract. Do you understand? Lu Xingbang stared at the other party. Kong Dei nodded helplessly. Thank you, Mr. Gui Lu. And Liang interjected. So, I made money on my first stone bet? This way of making money is not bad. It turns out that Brother Liang can really pick up the leaks. Lu Xingbang said with a smile. Congratulations, brother, for picking up 2 million. Polite. And Liang responded with a smile. Give you half. Too polite. Lu Xingbang refused. My share is more. If you give me half. Don't I want to give you half? Interesting. And Liang responded with a smile. This Lu Xingbang is really interesting. He makes his own decisions and helps in Liang make money. If he doesn't bring in Liang with him, then there's no problem in blackmailing Kong Dei for 6 million, right? Let's get to know Lu Xingbang again, nicknamed Gishuliu, a man of 3 religions and 9 talents. He is a professional crackdown on counterfeiters and specializes in cheating and abducting merchants like porcelain. Lu Xingbang reintroduced, and Liang raised his eyebrows. Is he a businessman who specializes in porcelain pits and abductions? Such talents may be able to be involved in the operation against Bentian Automobile. When Liang was considering bringing Lu Xingbang into the group, he received a call from Li Xinyun. Hey, Brother Yuan. And Liang spoke first. How did you know that I came to the imperial capital? Have you come to the imperial capital? Li Xinyun was stunned for a moment. Well, and Liang asked, what's the matter? Brother Liang, it's good that you are in the imperial capital. We have encountered something. If we don't handle it well, we may be fleeced. Li Xinyun explained it. Are we being ripped off? And Liang was confused. What's going on? Chapter 656, the small group, gathered by Brother Liang, was ripped off? No. Brother Liang himself is a master of harvesting wool. Whether he is harvesting wool with the help of the Life Winter system or using some business information to build his own plan, he is a master among masters. As a result, you are being ripped off now? I couldn't explain clearly on the phone. Brother Liang, you're in the imperial capital anyway. Why don't we make an appointment to have sex? Li Xinyun invita. And Liang joked. The image of the 3 of you is completely gone. You decide a place first. and I will bring Chun Siyu over later. Li Tsunyuan was unable to complain. The image of the three of them was indeed completely shattered. Okay, let's find a place first, and then we'll talk about it. Li Tsunyuan responded okay, and Liang responded. After and Liang ended the call, Tongbuozai's boss Kong Dei asked politely, "Brother, what is your account number? I will refund you and buy your jade." And Liang can accept this kind of compensation from profiteers with peace of mind. He has even thought about the use of the money. He plans to use the name of Tongbuozai to donate all 2 million to the children's welfare home in the imperial capital. Brother Liang, I believe that boss Kong Dei will burst into tears when he finds out about it, right? After all, he has done good deeds in the name of Tongbuozai. After the Imperial Children's Welfare Home announced this donation, the relevant media will definitely report on Kong Dei without special instructions. The righteousness of the boss. I just hope that in the future, boss Kong Dei can withstand the pressure, continue to do such good deeds, and contribute to charity. Think about this result, it seems pretty good. After boss Kong Dei compensated, and Liang took the initiative to get to know Lu Xingbong. Dude, add WeChat? Lu Xingbong refused to respond. We meet by chance, and we gather and disperse indefinitely. Brother, see you again by fate. Let's make friends. And Liang invited again. There is no need to force integration if the circles are different. Lu Xingbong said politely, I think my buddy must be a big shot, and I can't stand up to the top 3 religions. This time I bring my buddy together to share the risk, so there's no need to get acquainted, right? This guy is interesting. Are you interested in cracking down on another profiteer? And Liang asked casually which one. Lu Xingbong asked back, in the past 5 years, I have only discovered the Tongbuozai family. After investigating for half a year, I finally figured out their family's routine. If there is still a way for me to get rich, let's vote for it again. Lu Xingbong became interested beyond automobile. Andiang respondetum? Lu Xingbong was stunned for a moment. Let's add a WeChat account and give you details later. And Liang said again, okay. Lu Xingbong agreed. If there is a way to get rich, please remember to say hello, buddy. No problem. After Liang and Lu Xingbong added WeChat, Lu Xingbong left in a hurry. And Liang returned to Chen Siyu and the others. Song Qian took the lead and teased. And Daxian deserves to be in Daxian, so he can pick up the slack. This is luck. And Liang responded, then looked at Chen Siyu. Siyu, just now Brother Yuan called me to ask me to have sex. Will you come with me? Chen Siyu laughed. Brother Yuan, shouldn't they invite you to the bar? Hey, need to clean up? And Liang hummed. Chen Siyu rolled her eyes at Liang charmingly. I've eaten a lot today, so I won't go to the skewers. You can go to the bar by yourselves. Yoho? And Liang looked at Chen Siyu teasingly. What's going on today? I'm not worried about the crooked melons and crack dates in the bar. Chen Siyu said proudly. And Liang laughed. The big cat in the imperial capital was indeed right. The pure nature of the crooked melon crack dates in the bar was a little too low. How could Brother Liang be tempted? Okay, you go back alone, Brother Yuan, and I will go play skewers. After Liang responded, he called Li Tsunyuan. After waiting for the answer, Liang took the lead and said, Brother Yuan, I've got it done here. You can leave at any time. Okay, we found a new skewers place, diagonally opposite Yunjing International. Hey, Brother Liang, shall we treat you well? Li Tsunyuan smirked, gun gun gun. What are you implying? And Liang complained, are these 3 beeps hinting that his life is too difficult? Send me your location and I'll be right over. After Liang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. See you. I will go back with you. And Liang explained that the place where he smokes skewers is diagonally opposite Yunjing International Apartment. Chen Siyu responded, then we can go over and sit down. Song Qian said she wanted to go home first. The 4 of them walked out of Panyuan and put Song Qian into a taxi first. Then Ning Rishuang followed Chen Siyu into the BMW M8C. And Liang still drove the Rolls-Royce by himself. This time, Liang led the way. He drove over according to the location sent by Li Tsunyuan, and Chen Siyu followed behind in a BMW M8C. Near 10 o'clock, Liang and the other 3 arrived at the skewer's place. The place Li Tsun chose to serve skewers was a kebab shop. In Liang, he saw Yun Haiyang's second-hand Porsche 911 Carrera on the roadside. He parked behind Yun Haiyang's car, and Chen Siyu also stopped. And Liang walked into the store with Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang, and saw Li Tsun San people. All three of them were accompanied by female companions, and they were all acquaintances. Hu Xiaoyu, Miao Shui, and Xia Shihan were all met by An Liang. So why did they crazily imply that Brother Liang's life was difficult? Chapter 662, Is it powerful? There is a famous saying from ancient times. Money can make the world go round. There is also a famous saying in modern times. Money is not everything, but it is 9,000 powers. Cashability can often represent value most directly. Take Yun Haiyang as an example. Does he like Hu Xiaoyu? When this person handed his bank card to Hu Xiaoyu, he actually set a consumption limit. Wasn't it obvious enough whether he liked Hu Xiaoyu or not? When Hu Xiaoyu heard what Yun Haiyang said, she suddenly had some enlightenment and began to understand Chen Siyu, because An Liang was indeed very good to Chen Siyu. Then look at the situation between herself and Yun Haiyang. Hu Xiaoyu suddenly lost interest. I'm leaving first, you can eat slowly. Hu Xiaoyu stood up and said. Yun Haiyang looked at Hu Xiaoyu doubtfully. No more food? Hu Xiaoyu shook her head and walked towards the store door. Qian Xiaojing and Li Tsun looked at Yun Haiyang, and Yun Haiyang responded nonchalantly. Have another drink. I feel so uncomfortable being shown off by Brother Liang today. Hu Xiaoyu, who was leaving, heard what Yun Haiyang said. She sighed silently. Maybe she shouldn't force herself on some things? Why should she compromise and not get what she asked for? Who is not a little princess anymore? Hu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and quickly left the store. Brother Haiyang, don't you give chase? Li Tsun reminded. Qian Xiaojing seconded. I suggest chasing it. Brother Haiyang, I think Xiaoyu is sad. Why don't you go and see? Yun Haiyang picked up the wine and drank a glass directly. He sighed. Some things can't be done reluctantly, especially emotional matters. I really don't have any feelings for Xiaoyu. It's just the feelings of a brother towards a sister. I know she will be sad this time, and I have never expressed any attitude of acceptance, just to make her give up. I don't want to hurt her. The short-term pain is worse than the long-term pain. I believe she will figure it out. Yun Haiyang said quickly. It's not that he doesn't understand. He deliberately pretended not to understand and deliberately avoided Hu Xiaoyu's kindness. Well, Li Tsun sighed. Miao Shui also stood up, so I should leave like Sister Xiaoyu, right? Li Tsun responded apologetically. Sorry, Shui Ei. No need, Brother Yuan, I understand. Miao Shui turned and left. Qian Xiaojing first looked at Xia Shihan, then at Li Tsun and Yun Haiyang. Should I congratulate you or comfort you? Say congratulations. Something seems wrong. But Yun Haiyang really didn't like Hu Xiaoyu, and Li Tsun didn't like Miao Shui either. Yun Haiyang complained, Brother Yuan and I are going to Mr. 13. You and Xia Shihan can go and have fun by yourself. Li Tsun sighed. Let's go. Qian Xiaojing looked at Xia Shihan, scratched his head and said, I'll go with them. Mr. 13, do you want to go together? Xia Shihan denied. Be safe, I'll go back by myself. Qian Xiaojing directly took out the Lamborghini Daniel's car key and handed it to Xia Shihan. Here, you drive back by yourself. Pay attention to safety. I will see you tomorrow. Xia Shihan did not refuse. Well, you should also pay attention to safety, the bar, you understand? Don't worry, just drink. Qian Xiaojing told a white lie. Xia Shihan didn't expose it. She got up and left. I'm a little sour. Yun Haiyang said suddenly. Li Tsun seconded. Me too. As long as the little fish has a little bit. Yun Haiyang stopped mid-sentence. Qian Xiaojing responded. Stop talking, you too. Hu Xiaoyu and Miao Shui can't be the same as Xia Shihan. The situation behind them is different. Xia Shihan and I are just classmates. Even if we don't get together one day, we break up. It just broke up. It was nothing more than a failure in love. Once you and Hu Xiaoyu, Brother Yuan, and Miao Shui get together, it will be a family problem for both parties. I can understand your difficulties. Qian Xiaojing explained. Let's go. I recently joined a new skateboarding circle. I just checked it out. They're over there at VCS. We can just go there. Qian Xiaojing explained. Qian Xiaojing lowered his voice and said, I like those who skateboard. I will introduce a few to you later. Yun Haiyang sighed. Let's go. It just soothes the feeling of loss. Li Tsunyuan responded similarly. I also need to slow down. Qian Xiaojing raised his middle finger to the two of them. Did these two people talk about going to the bar so much? On the other side, Ning Rushuang naturally followed Chen Siyu into the BMW M8C, and then Liang followed behind in a black badge ghost. Behind the BMW M8C, two cars returned to the Yunjing International Apartment one after another. The underground parking garage. The parking space reserved by Chen Siyu for Black Emblem Ghost was right next to the BMW M8C. The two parking spaces were next to each other. She first parked in and then got out of the car with Ning Rushuang and waited for An Liang. An Liang's driving skills were professional. Although Guster's car was long and big, he still parked into the parking space easily. After getting off the car, An Liang naturally held one hand, and the three of them walked into the elevator together. After all, they're all girlfriends. Is there any problem holding one hand? Chapter 663 inches the elevator of Yunjing International Apartment. The atmosphere was a little stagnant. And Liang was holding Chen Siyu with his left hand and Ning Rushuang with his right hand. Neither of the two girls spoke. After all, it seemed quite weird that the three of them were going home together. On the 88th floor, and Liang let go of the two of them and used his fingerprint to open the door. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang entered the house first, followed by An Liang. As soon as An Liang entered the house, his cell phone rang. The caller ID showed unknown number, which was the signature of a call from Rennie Security Company. And Liang swiped the screen to answer. The voice of number 1 Tang Jinxing came. 16 packages have been packed and are being sent to Hong Kong Island. The corresponding white noodles have also been found and are fully under control. The relevant details have been sent. Please give further instructions. Rennie Security, is the company's efficiency too high? Just like An Liang ordered, he hoped to get the result today, so he got the result today. The corresponding package will be sent to Hong Kong Island according to the original plan. After the placement of the package is completed, notify me and I will arrange for someone to receive it. And Liang indicated the situation. As for the second thing, you should strictly control it first. I will process the intelligence first and then give you feedback. And Liang explained. Receive. Tang Xin Vetpunde. And Liang hung up the phone. Chen Siyu asked, Do you have a job? Well, I need to take care of some work first, and you can play by yourselves. And Liang responded. Chen Siyu pulled Ning Rushuang towards the master bedroom, wondering what they were going to whisper. And Liang first read the intelligence information sent by Tang Jinxing. He was just about to call Huang Guoxiang of the National Security Investigation Bureau, but Lu Sini and Liang called first and chose to answer. We have already investigated the person you want to investigate. Lu Sini responded, Are there any illegal crimes? And Liang asked, If Ji Jianjing has a record of illegal crimes, the trouble can be solved without An Liang taking action at all. And Liang prefers to solve opponents through rules. Unless it is a guy like Jia Duan who breaks the rules of the game, An Liang will not first use the method of breaking the rules to solve the problem, because breaking the rules will inevitably be rejected by others. Even if Ji Jianjing is not in An Liang's circle, if he uses the method of breaking the rules, it is still easy to arouse fear. Besides, if you can solve your opponents through rules, so why do you want to make yourself like a gangster, as if you can do nothing but fight and kill? Lu Sini responded, This person's situation is more complicated. What he does is on the gray edge and is a bit. It is a problem, but it does not constitute a crime. We have no way to deal with him forcefully. What about his profile? And Liang asked. His profile is quite exciting. I will print it out, take a photo, and send it to you later. By the way, there is also a small interest group behind him, so you should pay attention to it. Lu Sini responded, Oh. And Liang was curious. What small interest group? Anyway, there are some stakeholders, otherwise his training institution would not be so smooth. If you want to get rid of him, it is basically impossible to use the power of patrol. Lu Sini responded. And Liang Zhou frowned. Okay, I'll pay attention. By the way, is Lao Huang still there? Do you have something to ask him about? Lu Sini asked back. Let me tell you something. And Liang responded, the contact information I gave you is his personal contact information. You can contact him directly. Yu Xinyu responded, "Ok." And Liang added, remember to send me Ji Jianjing's information quickly. Good. Lu Sini responded and hung up the phone. And Liang continued to contact Huang Guoxiang and waited for Huang Guoxiang to answer the phone. And Liang said first, good evening, Lao Huang. Have you slept? Huang Guoxiang responded, not yet. Mr. In, is there something wrong? Regarding the matters discussed before, should we make an appointment for a face-to-face interview tomorrow? Or can we talk on the phone? And Liang asked cautiously. Hold on. Huang Guoxiang responded. About 10 seconds later, Huang Guoxiang asked, is the call environment okay over there? I am at Yunjing International Apartment, and there is definitely no problem with the call environment. And Liang responded, then you can say it on the phone. Huang Guoxiang responded, is it possible that the Haipu matter has come to an end? Certainly. And Liang replied affirmatively. I said before, I hope the results will come out today. According to the news I got, including Sriracha, the leader of the Haipu organization, Wechai, who was in charge of freight, and Wangshi, who was in charge of security, all these high-level officials were arrested. A total of 16 people were arrested. And Liang responded. And Liang added, by the way, Silifeng, who was in charge of financial management, died. In order to avoid trouble, we left Silifeng in Tyrant, and we'll give it to you when your people pass by. The financial director died? Huang Guoxiang immediately felt that something was wrong. What about white noodles? Huang Guoxiang asked. Of course, they were all seized. And Liang responded, there is no detailed data yet, but it is at least more than 2 tons, so I am informing you to send someone over as soon as possible. Chapter 664. It's past 11 o'clock in the evening. And Liang is contacting Huang Guoxiang from the National Security Investigation Bureau. He doesn't know Huang Guoxiang's identity. Anyway, the other party is from the National Security Investigation Bureau. Faced with the situation explained by Liang, Huang Guoxiang asked again, did you really get it done in such a short time? It's actually quite slow. And Liang responded, Huang Guoxiang was speechless. Is this called slow? The National Security Investigation Bureau began to pay attention to the Haipu organization 5 years ago and then investigated the Haipu organization step by step. In 5 years, it lost 6 people in the Haipu organization. Lu Sini is already the 7th person to investigate the Haipu organization. In fact, if Lu Sini hadn't met in Liang when they were in Tyrant, Lu Sini would have had a black and white photo on the wall like Jabin by now. It is precisely because of this that Huang Guoxiang feels that the efficiency of Rini Security Company is too high, right? However, this is called specialization in the art industry. The National Security Bureau has its own rules and restrictions. Coupled with the difficulty of cross-border investigations, it is indeed impossible to compare with Rini Security Company. After all, Rini Security Company has indirectly controlled all the underground world in Gumen through Rinnan Investment Company. For situations that are difficult for the National Security Investigation Bureau to detect, for Rini Security Company, it is as simple and natural as eating and drinking. By the way, Lao Huang, let's change the way to hand over the matter by Mian. And Liang explained. What happened? Huang Guoxiang asked back. And Liang quickly responded, we originally thought that this batch of white noodles was in Gumen, Tyrant, but it turned out that they were on the border of Tyrant, probably on the edge of Shiguang Province. You can enter Shiguang through a forest. Province. I will send you the specific location, contact information, and password. You can lead someone to operate it yourself. Is that okay? And Liang explained. Why don't you handle such an important matter on the spot? Huang Guoxiang was a little surprised. Why do we need to handle it on site? And Liang asked back, didn't you investigate me? So you don't know that I have nothing to do with Rini Security Company. And Liang said with a smile, to be precise, apart from the shares in Rinnan Investment Company, I don't have shares in Rini Security Company. Do you think I will participate in something that is obviously illegal and criminal? Lao Huang, your consciousness is a bit low. And Liang said jokingly, I'm thinking about how the exchange of weapons with white faces looks like an illegal transaction. I'll send you the specific location and transaction method now. I'll report this matter with my real name, and you can decide on your own. Huang Guoxiang was speechless. Isn't Liang too cautious? But he got a useful piece of news. And Liang doesn't actually hold any shares in Rennie Security Company? This news made Huang Guoxiang pay more attention to An Liang, because in Liang's realm has risen to another level. Without controlling the ownership of Rennie Security Company, you can actually control Rennie Security Company like an arm. This situation deserves attention. Lao Huang, do you have anything else to do? If not, I will hang up the phone and send you a message. And Liang asked, etc. Huang Guoxiang greeted. I asked Xiaolu to send you a communication software. It is the confidential communication software of our National Security Investigation Bureau. We will give you an account through which you can send us messages in the future to ensure the security of the information. Okay. And Liang responded. And Liang added, by the way, banners, bonuses, whatever, none of them can be missing. I want everything I need. Huang Guoxiang complained, I know. By the way, you want to deal with Ji Jianjing. Has a problem? And Liang asked back, fuck him hard. I have long disliked this. Do you have a way to get rid of him? I'll ask Xiao Lu to send you this person's information. Huang Guoxiang responded, thank you then. I will definitely do it to him. And Liang responded, well, you first contact Xiaolu and install the confidential communication software of our National Security Investigation Bureau, and we will contact you directly on it. Huang Guoxiang responded, okay, and Liang responded. After ending the call, and Liang contacted Lu Sini again. Before Liang explained the situation, Lu Sini said first, I have received the relevant information. Please wait a moment, and I will send it to you immediately. After you install it, we will download it. Watch the video and write down the corresponding account number and password yourself. Good. And Liang agreed. After Liang installed the confidential communication software of the National Security Investigation Bureau, he started a video with Lu Sini on WeChat. On Lu Sini's side, she showed a colorful picture. This is anti-image recognition technology. The camera cannot recognize the information hidden in it. Please record your account number and password yourself. Lu Sini introduced, okay, and Liang ended the video call after remembering the account number and password. He opened the confidential communication software of the National Security Investigation Bureau and entered the account number and password he just remembered. The confidential communication software of the National Security Investigation Bureau is very simple, just instant messaging. It was just software, but confidentiality was very high and a special confidentiality agreement was adopted. And Liang's account already had the contact information of Huang Guoxiang and Lu Sini. He immediately sent the relevant information to Huang Guoxiang. And Lu Sini also sent Ji Jianjing's related information, sent him the message. Huang Guoxiang. Got it. I'll take a look first, and if I have any questions, I'll ask you. And Liang. Okay. Let me check on Ji Jianjing's situation first. Chapter 665 inches the National Security Investigation Bureau's confidential communication software, and Liang checked the message about Ji Jianjing sent by Lu Sini. This person is known as the Prince of Asian Service Transactions and holds the following titles. 1. Shabwa Straight Talent Market Entrepreneurship and Employment Guidance Expert. 2. National Galaxy Training Project Lecturer. 3. World Chinese Champions Club Chief Lecturer. 4. Asia Super Speaker. 5. Billionaire Server. 6. 7. There are more than 30 kinds of titles and identities. Looks great, but if you know a little bit about it, you will know that it is a scam, right? To be fair, in Liang's opinion, just based on these titles, he can be identified as a liar. Under such circumstances, would any parent believe him? Sure enough, there are too many fools and not enough liars. If such a situation were placed in a backward area, An Liang would still think it was excusable. But this is the imperial capital. Is there actually room for such a guy to survive in the imperial capital? In fact, Brother Liang ignored one thing, that is, he was ripped off. His role as an example was too strong. When Ji Jianjing deceived people in the imperial capital, he regarded Brother Liang as a typical case. What's more important is that in Liang's matter can really be found out as soon as he investigates it. So things that clearly seemed unreliable, even outrageous, actually seemed believable. There is more information in the information sent by Lu Sini. For example, Ji Jianjing studied under Su Henning. This Su Henning has also successfully imitated the old liar. Su Henning is known as the Asian sales goddess. It doesn't matter who holds this title. This person was active 10 years ago. He mainly deceived small and medium-sized business owners and promoted successful sales knowledge for small and medium-sized business owners. As for the result? Anyway, this person has run away. And Liang saw Ji Jinjing's master again in the information sent by Lu Sini. That's right. It is indeed the master. Ji Jinjing studied under Su Henning, and Su Henning studied under Chenanji. So is there no problem that Chenanji is Ji Jinjing's ancestor? Chenanji was active 20 years ago, mainly selling books and CDs about success studies. Su Henning was a small salesman who helped Chenanji sell books and CDs. However, Chenanji was too crazy back then. He directly criticized the richest man in Malaysia on a TV show and became famous in one battle. Then his books and CDs on success were sold well. It's a pity that liars are liars. Successfully learning this kind of thing is a false proposition. If there really is a success study, then instead of trying to achieve success themselves, the instructors of the success study will tell you about the success study. What about charity? Therefore, anyone who talks about learning about success, talks about how to be successful, or teaches how to make a fortune, by default thinks that a liar is the best choice. As for whether it will be wronged, rest assured, not 1 person out of 100 can be wronged. If someone is really unjustly accused, then please ask such a kind-hearted leader to teach Qigong learning to try it out first, and then stand up and continue to teach Qigong learning. Chenanji, who attacked the richest man in Malaysia 20 years ago, has also disappeared and can even be said to be anonymous because his reputation is so bad and he deceived too many people back then. Fortunately, the internet was not developed back then, otherwise this person would have disappeared long ago, right? And Liang read all the information from the successful academic experts who had been involved in these 3 scams for 20 years and were passed down from 3 generations. And he thought of a way to deal with Ji Jinjing. In fact, the information given by the National Security Bureau is the solution. By directly announcing Ji Jinjing's true identity and his master's lineage, Ji Jinjing can be pulled down from the altar as long as he adds fuel to the fire behind the scenes. After all, Chenanji 20 years ago and Su Henning 10 years ago are now synonymous with old liars. How can their disciples and grandchildren be good people? Anyone with a discerning eye will know it's a liar at a glance, right? And Liang contacted Ji Wancheng, the secret calculator number 4, on the confidential communication software of Rini Security Company. Although Ji Wancheng and Ji Jinjing have the same surname, they have no relationship. Number 0. Number 4, I have a matter for you to handle. Number 4, please give me your instructions. And Liang talked about Ji Jinjing's plan, including posting information about Ji Jinjing, Su Henning, and Chenanji on various social networks throughout Xia Kingdom, and announcing the Youth Leader Speech Training Camp. Come out! This kind of course that trains young people to learn the art of telling jokes and brainwashing words has absolutely no bottom line. Chenanji defrauds entrepreneurs who dream of getting rich, and Su Henning defrauds small and medium-sized business owners. These 2 people have a little bit of a bottom line, at least they're deceiving adults, right? Ji Jinjing is cheating on minors. This kind of person, not to mention taking advantage of Brother Liang, just doesn't take advantage of Brother Liang. If Brother Liang finds out, he will kill him in the future. Okay? Number 0. Do you understand how to deal with it? Number 4. Got it. Make him stink overnight. 0. We'll see. After Liang gave the instructions, he switched to the confidential communication software of the National Security Investigation Bureau and checked the information sent by Huang Guoxiang. The 2 communicated again. When it was approaching 12 o'clock, he finished the work, and Liang put away his phone and walked to the master bedroom. After Chen Xiyu and Ning Rushuang walked in, they never came out. He planned to see what they were doing. When Liang walked to the door of the master bedroom, he found that Chen Xiyu and Ning Rushuang were already lying on the bed playing with their mobile phones. What do they mean? Chapter 666, Yunjing International Apartment. And Liang stood at the door of the master bedroom, while Chen Xiyu and Ning Rushuang were lying on the bed playing with their mobile phones. The bed in the master bedroom is 1.8 times 2 meters in size. If An Liang sleeps in the middle and the two of them squeeze in the middle, then there is no problem sleeping three people. It's pretty good to think about it. Ah! And Liang hummed twice, reminding Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang that he was coming. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang looked at En Liang together. Have you taken a shower? En Liang asked. Chen Siyu said coquettishly, What are you thinking about? Ning Rushwang's face turned red. En Liang smiled evilly. You know, I don't understand. Chen Siyu hummed. You can either sleep in the guest room or the living room today. You can choose one of the two. This. All right. Brother Liang found that he was thinking too much. But there is no problem if you think about it. Chen Siyu has accepted Ning Rushwang's existence. But for Chen Siyu to accept flying together, I am afraid it will take some twists and turns. And Liang didn't force it. Now is the best start. At least Chen Siyu accepted Ning Rushwang's existence, right? Okay, I'll go to the guest room later. And Liang set the tone first. He walked to the bed and lay down casually, with his head resting on Chen Siyu's thigh. Siyu schwang, let's discuss something. And Liang greeted the two of them. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang looked at En Liang together. What's the matter? Chen Siyu asked. Ning Rushwang was listening on the side. Her personality was originally quiet. In addition, it was agreed that Chen Siyu would be the elder and she would be the younger, so she naturally listened to what the elder had to say. This apartment is a bit small. Should we buy another one? And Liang asked. This apartment is more than 80 square meters. If there were only En Liang and Chen Siyu, there would be no problem. But now there is an additional Ning Rushwang. If Ning Rushwang and En Liang have no relationship, it's okay to let Ning Rushwang stay in the guest room. But now Ning Rushwang has also become En Liang's girlfriend. If En Liang and Ning Rushwang happily applaud their love in the guest room, should they clean up in the bathroom of the master bedroom after that? Or in the bathroom, cleaning the guest bathroom? Or directly in the master bedroom? It seemed that Chen Siyu couldn't accept it for a while. Faced with En Liang's inquiry, Ning Rushwang spoke first. No, I'll stay in the guest room. Chen Siyu also understands what En Liang means. En Liang is preparing a bowl of water and buying an apartment for Ning Rushwang, right? Especially since the situation at Ning Rushwang's family is so special. Under such circumstances, buying for Ning Rushwang a suite is indeed a very good choice. Where are you going to buy it, and how big will it be? Chen Siyu asked back. Chen Siyu didn't mind En Liang buying a house for Ning Rushwang, but she wanted to see how En Liang would drink a bowl of water. Before En Liang answered, his cell phone sounded a ringtone, and the caller ID was Yun Haiyang. I'll answer the phone first. En Liang said, then swiped the screen to answer the call. Brother Haiyang, what's going on? En Liang asked. Yun Haiyang responded jokingly. You're not disturbing Brother Liang's good things, are you? En Liang scolded with a smile. If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to say, let it go. Don't waste my precious time. I see. Yun Haiyang chuckled. I asked my family to check the situation of Yunjing International Apartment before. Number 8906 upstairs and number 8805 opposite are all still there. Yun Haiyang continued. 8906 and 8806 have exactly the same layout and similar decoration style, but they don't have the grand piano you have there. 8805 opposite is a little smaller, mainly because the kitchen and guest bathroom have shrunk a bit, but the basic situation is similar to 8806, mainly door-to-door, which is convenient, right? Yun Haiyang introduced the situation. Brother Liang, the three of us are thinking about giving 8906 or 8805 to you as tuition for the three of us. When will there be an experience sharing meeting? The three of us must listen well, study hard, and take notes. Yun Haiyang explained. Are these three guys too smart? And Liang is considering buying a new property, but it turns out that the three of them have already considered this issue. In view of the fact that the three of them are so smart, and Liang responded, just wait a minute, and I'll ask you two sisters-in-law before I decide. As for the sharing meeting, we will contact you tomorrow. Okay, just send it via WeChat later. We are a bit busy here. Brother Gongzi brought us into the skateboarding circle. You don't know, it's so exciting. Yun Haiyang chuckled mischievously. Take it easy. And Liang reminded, don't worry, I know what's going on. I'll run away first. Yun Haiyang hung up the phone directly. And Liang put down the phone and took the initiative to explain the situation. Brother Haiyang just called and said, "We have 8,906 upstairs and 8805 across the street. Pick one and give it to Shuang Shuang." The situation upstairs is exactly the same as ours. The area on the opposite side is slightly smaller, nearly 10 square meters, but it is also a 2-bedroom and 2-bathroom unit, except that the kitchen and guest bathroom are slightly smaller. And Liang explained, "Chen Xiu looked at Ning Rishuang, Shuang Shuang. Which one do you want to choose?" Chapter 672 inches the era of 2020. Peking opera, the quintessence of the Chinese nation, has become increasingly difficult. Young people like Lu Xingbang who like to watch Peking opera are probably 1 in a million, or even rarer, and most of them are supported by the elderly in the imperial capital. After An Liang swiped his card, the winner of Life System issued a prompting. Thanks to the host for supporting Peking opera, the quintessence of Chinese culture, and receiving triple cashback rewards, and Liang was speechless. There are actually rewards? I just paid 55,000 yuan, and now I get 165,000 yuan back, making a net profit of 110,000 yuan? Fine. Mosquito legs are also meat. Brother Liang doesn't mind it. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Xingbang arrived at Song Dynasty. He sat opposite in Liang and said, "Brother, thank you." Too polite. And Liang responded with a smile, "You helped me earn 2 million in Pan Yuan before. It's only right that I invite you to play a show." Ouch! Lu Xingbang said calmly, "Brother, I said at the time that I knew you were a big shot, and I deliberately dragged you into trouble." And Liang likes this kind of frankness. While Liang and Lu Xingbang were talking, the waiter in the shop very wisely brought up the tea order and waited for Lu Xingbang to order tea. Lu Xingbang said casually, "Long Jing before the rain. By the way, another plate of fried pumpkin seeds." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The waiter responded. When the waiter left, Lu Xingbang asked straight to the point, "Brother, what did you say before about Bentian cars? Do you know the evil deeds of Bentian motors?" And Liang asked back. Lu Xingbang scratched his head. It's really not clear." And Liang put his cell phone on the table and pushed it over. "Look." Lu Xingbang picked up in Liang's mobile phone to check. A short video was displayed on in Liang's mobile phone. It was a crash test of a Bentian Silk Road car. The test result was that the B pillar was directly broken. And Liang explained the cage structure of the car to Lu Xingbang and the impact of the B pillar on the cage structure. After Lu Xingbang listened to in Liang's explanation, he pointed at the test results on his mobile phone and asked hesitantly, "Brother, if this is what you said, that's a big problem." "You think it's not a big problem?" And Liang asked back, In this day and age, how dare a car from a young age still do this?" Lu Xingbang is still hesitant. "Why not?" And Liang asked back, "The test results are very obvious. Is this testing organization authoritative enough?" Lu Xingbang asked certainly. And Liang introduced the situation of the testing agency to Lu Xingbang. Although some people always say that Xia Baoyan's test results are not accurate enough, are the 5-star wholesale department accurate? It is true that Xia Baoyan does have problems like this. But isn't it much better than the 5-star wholesale department? At least in a vehicle that has passed the 5-star wholesale department test and received all 5-star safety reviews has a problem with Xia Baoyan. And it is a real problem. Just this alone explains the problem, right? Are the results of this test public? Lu Xingbang asked. Of course it's public. And Liang affirmed, since the test results are public, isn't anyone making a fuss? Lu Xingbang was confused. That's the problem. And Liang complained. The dealers of Bentian Automobile remained silent. I can understand it. After all, there are interests involved. And Liang continued to complain. Even if our media chooses to remain silent, I can still understand it. After all, they also have to eat. And Liang sighed. But the problem now is that these users who bought cars actually didn't say anything. Do you think it's outrageous? Outrageous. Lu Xingbang responded. I think it's outrageous too. I find it incredible that for such a deceitful and profiteer, who can even be said to be a profiteer and murderer, no one came forward to reveal the truth, let alone affect its sales. And Liang sighed. It's also incredible. Lu Xingbang added, in my mind, Bintian cars should be very good cars because for a long time, its image has been that it has stable and reliable quality, is particularly fuel efficient, and has a good value retention rate. Lu Xingbang complained. Who knew the result would be like this? I'm afraid most people have similar ideas to Lu Xingbang, right? How are you going to target Bintian automobile? And what can I do to help you? Lu Xingbang asked, and Liang responded, don't worry, what I want you to do is very simple. I just need you to arrange a group of young and old men to go to the Bintian Automobile 4S store every day to put up banners to express that the quality of Bintian Automobile is very poor. Lu Xingbang was stunned for a moment. Don't you need to cause trouble? Civilized society. What's the fuss about? And Liang complained. We are all civilized people. We will provide you with the corresponding Bintian Silk Road cars and Bintian Haoying cars. You can drive to the Bintian Auto 4S store every day to put up banners and loudspeakers. Just publicize the poor quality of Bintian cars and fix it. Which 4S store is it at? Lu Xingbang asked. All Bintian Automobile 4S stores within the 6 lanes of Beijing put up banners. In addition, the corresponding slogans will be sprayed on the Bintian cars we provide you. And Liang explained. How many people are needed for a store? Lu Xingbang asked again. Each store needs at least 8 people to drive a Silq and Haoying. And Liang explained. Lu Xingbang asked bluntly. Brother, how much do you think a person pays for tea per day? How much do you think? And Liang asked back. Chapter 673 and Liang pushed back the price issue and asked Lu Xingbang to set the price himself. For the entire plan for Bintian Motors, Lu Xingbang is the beginning of the plan, and he will play an important role. Faced with the price issue that Liang pushed back, Lu Xingbang explained, Brother, according to your plan, we can arrive at 8 o'clock in the morning and finish at 8 o'clock in the evening. We will be in place before the Bintian 4S store opens. The Bintian 4S store, we won't leave until the door is closed. Lu Xingbang said tentatively, under such circumstances, 300 yuan for tea per person per day, buddy, do you think it's okay? Although it works out to 9,000 yuan per person per month, but 12 for hours of work, plus the possibility of uncertain conflicts, the price is still very reasonable. After all, tens of billions of dollars have been spent on Bintian Automobile this time. If there are no unexpected circumstances, at least more than 2 billion can be made in profit. Lu Xingbang's offer is not worth mentioning at all. No problem, and Liang promised. I won't bargain with you, and I don't care how much money you give other people a day. I only ask for one thing. Lu Xingbang looked at Liang, waiting for him to continue explaining. I will strictly implement my plan and block the Bintian 4S sales store every day anyway. Remember, this is a civilized society. We abide by the law, hold banners legally, and safeguard our own interests. And Liang reminded, don't worry, buddy. I'm familiar with what you're talking about. Lu Xingbang responded. Lu Xingbang continued to ask, by the way, buddy, when do you think we will start? And Liang silently calculated the time and said, it starts tomorrow. There are a total of 28 Bintian Automobile 4S stores in the imperial capital, including 18 in Guangbin and 10 in Dongbin. Do you have that many people? 28 stores, each with 8 people, requires a total of 224 people. Lu Xingbang did a quick calculation and nodded. There must be no problem. There are many young and old men here. Anyway, it's not a cause for trouble. It's just a matter of pulling up banners. I can definitely mobilize the corresponding people here. Ok, I will transfer 210,000 to you later. With the extra money, you can arrange banners and loudspeakers for 3 days. I will investigate your situation. If it is suitable, we will continue. And Liang explained. Each person is 300 yuan per day. Based on 224 people, the consumption for 1 day is 67,200 yuan. And for 3 days it is 201,600 yuan. Lu Xingbang responded, no problem, brother, just look at it, I'm doing it beautifully here. By the way, buddy, when can the car you mentioned be delivered? Lu Xingbang asked, wait a minute, I'll call and ask. And Liang dialed Li Tsunyuan's phone number. After waiting for the connection, he quickly explained the situation. Li Tsunyuan responded, We have not prepared so many cars of Benshin's corresponding models. Brother Liang, give me 2 hours. Solve all problems. There's no need to rush. You won't start until tomorrow. You can just finish it tonight. And Liang responded, then there is 100% no problem. Li Tsunyuan explained, are we about to start our operation? And Liang responded, the Spring Festival is our Spring Festival, and Neon doesn't have the habit of taking a Spring Festival holiday. So, I give them a Spring Festival gift? Li Tsunyuan said with a smile. That's right. And Liang said affirmatively. After hanging up the phone, and Liang looked at Lu Xingbang and said, you choose a place to deliver the cars. I will take care of it and send all the cars there. Lu Xingbang took out his mobile phone. While choosing a location, he asked, are there 56 cars in total? That's right. Whether it is Guangbin or Dongbin, we will put 2 cars there to let car buyers understand that whether it is Guangbin or Dongbin, they are all garbage. And Liang explained, Lu Xingbang chose a parking lot outside Wudao in the South District. Is this place okay? The parking fee here is cheap, and there is a self-service hot pot next to it. I will arrange for the young and old to have a meal first. Lu Xingbang continued, I will do this meal myself. And Liang was not polite. He knew that Lu Xingbang would definitely deduct the head fee. If he got 300 yuan per person from Liang, he would probably only give 200 yuan per person at most, right? But Liang didn't care. Lu Xingbang should earn the money. Otherwise, who will help organize people? Who will help manage these people? These are trivial and troublesome things. And naturally, they need people like Lu Xingbang to manage them. Send me the location. And Liang ordered, well done. Lu Xingbang responded. And Liang sent the positioning information sent by Lu Xingbang to Li Tsunyuan and set up a temporary work group to facilitate the exchange of information, such as the location of the vehicle in the parking lot and who to hand over the keys to, etc. As it approached noon, these chores were basically completed. Dude, I'm leaving first. I've already paid for this show. You have a good time watching the show, but you also have to finish your work. Do you understand? And Liang asked. Lu Xingbang responded, don't worry, it'll be no problem. Chapter 674, just after 12, noon, and Liang drove a BMW M8C back to Yunjing International Apartment. When Liang came back, Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang had naturally gotten up. Chen Siyu was playing the piano in the living room, and Ning Rushuang was watching dance videos with headphones on. And Liang sat next to Chen Siyu, and he joined Chen Siyu, and the two played together. Ning Rushuang looked at Chen Siyu and Liang with envy. They seemed to be a good match, so she could only be the younger one, right? But when you are small, you are small. Ning Rushuang's mentality was very stable, and she knew it well when making a choice. And Liang only played 3 songs with Chen Siyu, then stood up and walked towards Ning Rushuang. He pulled Ning Rushuang up from the sofa. Shuang Shuang, please order lunch. Oh, Ning Rushuang responded. She also had a butler service app on her mobile phone, and it had the permission of the owner, so she could naturally order food. What do you want to eat? Chen Siyu responded casually. I'm casual, just keep it light. Just watch it. And Liang handed over her ID card and said, the matter for room 8805 has been settled. When you need to sign later, Yunjing International Service Center will contact you. You just need to cooperate with them to go to the Housing Management Center to sign. And Liang added, the real estate certificate should be obtained before the Chinese New Year. Ning Rushuang responded with a slightly red face. Thank you. And Liang pinched her right cheek and said, you're welcome. You hurry up and choose lunch. I'm a little hungry. I just spent the morning talking with people about work. It was really difficult. Ning Rushuang asked while ordering. Did it go well? It went quite smoothly. And Liang sat on the sofa. Ning Rushuang actually sat on his lap, nestled her back in Liang's arms, and showed her phone to Liang. How about we order a steamed king crab? And Liang was a little aroused by Ning Rushuang's actions. After this iceberg girl was melted, was her heart really hot? Such intimate actions were done naturally. It was obvious that she recognized Liang in her heart, and Liang regards him as his boyfriend, not just for money. If it is for money, it is impossible to be so natural and intimate without feelings. After all, if you love money but not people, your body will instinctively reject it. And Liang is easy to do. He hugged her waist and said, "Okay, the king crab is good. By the way, order a shrimp steamed egg for Siyu. She loves this." Chen Siyu was a little jealous at first. After all, Ning Rushwang's actions were a bit too intimate. But when she heard and Liang ordered steamed shrimp eggs for her, the jealousy in her heart gradually subsided. Since she chose to accept Ning Rushwang and in Liang's situation, then you should be calmer. At least from the current point of view, An Liang is a bowl of water, and he also has her in his heart. An Liang himself did not realize that the original jealous storm was eliminated before it started. The lunch at that time, Brother Liang became a crab peeler. He peeled the shells of king crabs for Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang. Fortunately, Yunjing International Apartment thoughtfully gave them crab peeling tools. After An Liang peeled the king crab, he handed it to Chen Siyu, silently abiding by the agreement between Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang. Let Chen Siyu do the big one and Ning Rushwang the small one. So give it to Chen Siyu first and then to Ning Rushwang. This is the default order. Since they have determined this rule themselves, why did An Liang need to break the rules? Chen Siyu took a bite first and then fed the other half to An Liang. An Liang didn't mind it either. He peeled off the crab shell and opened his mouth to let Chen Siyu feed him. Ning Rushwang watched silently, waiting, and Liang peeled off the other big turtle and handed it over to her. She only bit half of it and then followed Chen Siyu's example and fed the other half to An Liang. An Liang secretly laughed. So where did he eat the whole big turtle? The winner behind the scenes? No, something's wrong. By the way, Shuang Shuang, we will go and sign up for your driving lessons later. And Liang explained, Ning Rushwang has not yet learned to drive. When Chen Siyu heard about learning to drive, Chen Siyu immediately became interested. Shuang Shuang, you must learn to drive. Driving is fun. When you learn how to drive, I will take you to race. And Liang looked at Chen Siyu speechlessly. I advise you not to learn to race. And Liang continued, ever since I taught her how to race, I have always been worried for fear that she would race on the road. At this point, and Liang looked at Chen Siyu and said, Chen Siyu, I'm warning you, racing is absolutely not allowed on the highway. Do you understand? Although she was warned by An Liang, Chen Siyu felt happy in her heart, and she nodded obediently. Yeah, I understand. We will go to Jinggang Auto Park later. There is a driving school there. When Shuang Shuang learns to drive in the future, you can go there and do 2 laps. You can also do 2 laps today. And Liang explained. Really? Chen Siyu said excitedly. Although it is true, I remind you to pay attention to safety when racing. And Liang reminded. He had not allowed Chen Siyu to go racing alone at the Golden Port International Circuit before. Brother Liang, don't worry, I'm very stable. Chen Siyu said coquettishly, okay. When a while passes, I will make arrangements for you. When you want to race, I will ask the other party to book the venue for you. And Liang explained. Renting the venue means that Chen Siyu runs the track alone, which greatly increases safety. Of course, the price will also increase greatly. But for An Liang, money is not an issue. He is more concerned about Chen Siyu's safety. Chapter 675 inches Yunjing International Apartment. An Liang and the other 2 finished their lunch. He ordered housekeeping service on the butler service app and asked the housekeeping service to clean up the mess. Yunjing International Apartment is a 5-star hotel-style managed apartment with various services in place. Like cleaning up lunch messes? Isn't it the most basic service? More than half an hour later, Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang finished dressing up simply. Today, Chen Siyu returned to simple dressing. She was dressed in sportswear, which looked very suitable with Ning Rushwang, who was also in sportswear. If Chen Siyu wears high-end brand clothes and accessories from Van Cleef and Arpels, then there might be a problem standing with Ning Rushwang, right? Chen Siyu obviously took this into consideration, so he dressed simply. And Liang looked at Chen Siyu's dress, and he silently praised Chen Siyu in his heart. This big cat in the imperial capital is worthy of being a person with 91 points of moral character. He is very thoughtful and considerate of others. Ning Rushwang obviously discovered such details, and she was also secretly moved. The 2 walked towards An Liang hand in hand. Let's go, Chen Siyu greeted. And Liang hummed and walked between the two of them, separated their hand-in-hand posture, and then held one hand with the other. How could they hold hands? The three of them took the elevator to the underground parking garage. And Liang was thinking about what car to drive out today. Since he was going to the Golden Port International Circuit, he would drive a BMW M8C to race there, right? And Liang sat in the driver's seat and silently observed who was the co-pilot. This little fun can only be experienced if you have two girlfriends and they get along harmoniously, right? Etc. Two sisters from the Xiao family. It seems to be such fun. The two sisters took turns sitting in the front passenger seat. So will Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang be like this? However, and Liang discovered a problem. Chun Siyu directly opened the driver's seat of less gust, and Ning Rushwang got into the passenger seat. Neither of them came to Liang's side. This got the wrong script? Click. Director. Again. However, Chun Siyu had already started the Rolls-Royce Ghost, and she drove the Ghost directly out of the parking space. Okay. Brother Liang can only follow him in a BMW M8C. Did these two big girls from the imperial capital do this on purpose? Let them be arrogant now, and one day when they fly together, Brother Liang will teach them a lesson. Do you want to know the magic stick method for subduing demons? Want to know about dual talents? So, what if we fly together? Brother Liang thinks he can withstand it. Classmate Xiao and also said that he could withstand it. Golden Harbor Motor Park. Rolls-Royce Ghost and BMW M8C entered the waiting area of Jinggang International Circuit one after another, and operations manager Zhao was already waiting in person. When Liang was on the road, he contacted Zhao and explained the problem of booking the venue. Mr. In, welcome to Jinggang. And Liang asked, is there no problem with booking the venue? And Liang booked an hour of private time for Chun Siyu. Of course there is no problem. Zhao looked at his watch and said, there are still 27 minutes until the reserved time. Mr. In, Ms. Chun, and Ms. Ning, please come this way. We have prepared a tea break in the VIP room. Okay, and Liang directly held Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang one by one. Zhao was stunned for a moment, and then immediately pretended not to see it. The last time he saw Liang hug Ning Rushwang with the princess, he was still guessing about Ning Rushwang and Ning Rushwang. On Liang's relationship. As a result, I saw this situation today. It's great to have money. Zhao sighed silently in his heart. Whether it is Chun Siyu or Ning Rushwang, in Zhao's eyes, they are comparable to the most beautiful celebrities. However, they're now being led by Liang and have not resisted, which means that the relationship between the three of them is public. This is so enviable. It completely satisfies the ultimate fantasy of most men. In the VIP room of Jinggang International Circuit, Liang and Zhao discussed Ning Rushwang's learning to drive, mainly arranging female coaches and free teaching time. While Liang and Zhao were discussing, Chun Siyu took Ning Rushwang off the track. She planned to let Ning Rushwang feel the charm of drifting. However, after drifting, Ning Rushwang obviously did not find drifting attractive, but felt that drifting was dangerous. This situation made Liang breathe a sigh of relief. If Ning Rushwang also fell in love with drag racing, Liang would feel a headache just thinking about two racing girls. Manager Zhao, please pay more attention to Ning Rushwang's learning to drive in the future, and when our Chun Siyu is racing, she must book the venue to ensure her safety. And Liang instructed, don't worry, Mr. In, I've written everything down, and everything will be executed according to your arrangements. Zhao respondeu. And Liang nodded. The three of them left from Jinggang International Circuit. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang drove the Ghost, and Chun Siyu changed into a BMW M8C and took Ning Rushwang to the SKP Mall. In the SKP Mall, Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang walking hand in hand in front, and Liang walked behind. He was checking work information on WeChat. Li Tsunyuan had sent all Bentian Silk Field and Haoying to the designated location. Lu Xingbang also said that he had received them all and had finished making all the banners at the same time. Tomorrow will kick off the official campaign against Bentian Automobile. After reading the work information, Liang put his phone away and then found that there was only Ning Rushwang in front of him. Where is Siyu? And Liang walked up to ask, and he took Ning Rushuang's right hand by the way. However, as soon as Liang took Ning Rushuang's right hand, something unexpected happened. Song Qian was also shopping at SKP, and she found Ning Rushuang and Ning Rushuang. When Liang was holding hands, she was diagonally in front of Liang and Ning Rushuang, and she secretly used her mobile phone to take pictures. In today's era, mobile phones are all secret photography tools. After all, they can have 50 times or even 100 times optical and digital hybrid zoom. Wouldn't it be nice to take secret photos? Song Qian took the photo. She thought about it silently for a moment and finally sent a message to Chen Siyu. Song Qian. Siyu, where are you? Song Qian didn't send the photos immediately. She was still thinking about whether to send them.